At first, people believed it was merely a rare snowstorm, until countless lives were frozen to death, until the corpse demons emerged, until the evolved and mutated monsters revealed themselves, until the awakened ones made their appearance, until this snowstorm became intertwined with the fate of all. In the lounge of the library at Deep Sea University, the sound of heavy, labored breathing echoed. A fire crackled in the room, casting flickering shadows that danced across the space, illuminating the robust physique of Ro, as if a layer of oil had been applied to his already towering frame, enhancing his masculine stature. Suddenly, a series of dull knocks reverberated through the air. Ro's body, which was in the midst of performing push-ups, sprang up like a coiled spring. He swiftly grasped a short spear by the door, his eyes alert as he directed a low voice towards the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Fian." A gentle and melodious voice floated in from outside. Upon hearing the name, Ro's wary expression softened, replaced by a fleeting hint of confusion. Fian, one of the two goddess professors at Deep Sea University. Ro had some history with her. 3 years ago, during his first visit to a bar, he encountered Fian being harassed by a blonde man and lent her a helping hand. As fate would have it, good deeds are often rewarded. Fian used her connections to help him gain admission to Deep Sea University, securing him a position as a library administrator with a respectable salary of $8,000 a month, along with free accommodation and full benefits. However, their relationship remained limited to this. They were worlds apart, one a wealthy heiress, the other a man from the lower echelons of society. One a distinguished professor from a prestigious university, the other an orphan who had benefited from the state's 9-year welfare without contributing much in return. The disparity in their social standings was stark, and Ro harbored no illusions about her. Their encounters at school were merely polite nods. During the heavy snowfall, they had crossed paths frequently, yet conversation was scarce. Why had she chosen to visit him today? With a hint of perplexity, Ro fell silent for a moment before promptly opening the door. His gaze swept across the exterior, confirming that it was indeed only Fian standing there, which put him at ease. In these perilous times, one could never be too cautious, as the most dangerous beings were often their own kind. Once assured of safety, Ro's attention shifted to Fian. Standing at 1.73 meters, she appeared tall and slender, even clad in bulky clothing. Her splendid figure was unmistakable. Upon seeing Ro at the door, Fian raised her hand to remove her hood, revealing a radiant and enchanting visage. Her delicate features exuded a feminine softness, and her captivating, doe-like eyes sparkled with allure. Her cherry-red lips glistened, reminiscent of ripe cherries, radiating a blend of intellect and charm. The eyes of the public are sharp, and Fian's status as one of the university's goddesses was not unwarranted. Even with a divorce and a daughter, her allure remained intact, with admirers lining up from Deep Sea University to the harbor. Ro gazed at the exquisitely made-up Fian, feeling a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. After all, their connection had been limited to that one encounter had helped her once, and in turn, she had facilitated his entry into a respectable job. Beyond that, their acquaintance was shallow. Why was she seeking him out now? Ro was not particularly astute and preferred straightforwardness, so he cut to the chase. "Is there something you need?" Fian looked at Ro, who stood at the door with his muscular torso exposed, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had never noticed how robust he had become before. Observing the beads of sweat glistening on his chest and the pronounced contours of his 8-pack abs, Fian felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she recalled her purpose for visiting him. A light cough escaped her lips as she suppressed the flutter of her heart. Glancing into the room behind Ro, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" "Ro." He scrutinized Fian carefully. Her lustrous black hair was casually pinned up, and even under the thick fur coat, her captivating curves were evident. Did she truly trust him this much? Did she not realize the extent of her allure? Moreover, the world had transformed into a perilous place. Was it wise for her to enter a single man's room like this? "Yeah, you're jesting. My room is a bit untidy. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you," Ro replied, attempting to convey his reluctance. He remained motionless, clearly indicating his stance, a polite refusal. Yet, Fian seemed to disregard his words entirely. "What inconvenience are you talking about? It would be overly formal for us to speak of such things." With that, Her shapely legs moved forward, directly approaching Ro. Ro was taken aback by her boldness, instinctively sidestepping. Yet Kei-Fian pressed against his chest, slipping past him into the room. Even through the thick fabric of her coat, the softness of her body sent a shiver through him, accompanied by an alluring scent. However, in these tumultuous times, allowing an unfamiliar person into one's room was undeniably foolish and perilous. Fortunately, Kei-Fian was not a powerful awakened one, and as a professor at Deep Sea University, her character had not raised any red flags thus far. Ro took a deep breath, inhaling the lingering sweetness in the air, peering outside to ensure no one else lurked nearby before closing the door. Casting a glance at Kei-Fian, who was warming herself by the fire, Ro's eyes betrayed a lingering confusion. He shook his head and walked towards his bed. Reaching beneath it, he retrieved a bottle of water and approached Kei-Fian. "Keijia, would you like some water?" Kei-Fian accepted the bottle he offered, placing it aside without opening it. In a world where resources were scarce, food and water were vital for survival. Before any agreement was reached, she would not take advantage of Ro. Seated quietly on the sofa with her legs crossed, she watched the firewood crackle on the hearth, the flickering flames illuminating her face in a way that accentuated her beauty and mystery. Ro stood a meter away, gazing at her porcelain complexion illuminated by the firelight, yet his mind was devoid of any impure thoughts, only filled with questions. For a moment, neither spoke, the atmosphere thick with silence, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the fire. "Let's have a conversation." Just as Ro was about to break the silence, Kei-Fian spoke up. She lifted her stunning face, her previously vacant gaze now imbued with a resolute determination as she fixed her eyes on Ro. "A conversation?" Ro was taken aback. He couldn't fathom what there was to discuss between them. "I want to be your woman." Upon seeing Ro's expression, Kei-Fian bit her crimson lip, hesitated for a moment, and then boldly stated her purpose for visiting. "What?" Ro nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. "Keijia, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" he asked, convinced he must be hallucinating. Kei-Fian, one of the two goddesses of the deep sea. Even in this apocalyptic world, a single word from her could summon countless admirers willing to sacrifice everything for her. And here he was. Chapter 2. The extraordinary treasure of Luo Wei. A delicate flush graced Chu Fian's exquisite visage, a hint of vexation evident upon her countenance. Yet, upon witnessing Luo Wei's bewildered expression, she discerned that her words had been rather abrupt. And he was merely momentarily taken aback. The embarrassment in her eyes dissipated as she gazed at Luo Wei, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "I wish to be your woman." Upon hearing this, Luo Wei felt a sense of bewilderment enveloping his mind. This time, he comprehended her words. However, a question loomed. Why? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance, athletic physique, and well-defined abs? Why? Luo Wei was not overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of fortune. Adhering to his customary approach, he opted for inquiry. As the snowstorm subsided, Principal Feng planned to lead the group away from this place. Observing that Luo Wei remained composed and vigilant, Chu Fian's resolve grew stronger. She addressed him. "I wish to accompany them. Yet I am but an ordinary person, unable to safeguard myself amidst this tempest. Therefore, I doubt you seek someone to escort you away." Luo Wei regarded Chu Fian's uplifted chin, noting the glimmer of anticipation and determination upon her face. He hesitated to acquiesce immediately, instead remarking, "Given your status and beauty, I surmise that with but a word, you could attract numerous protectors. Why seek me? Firstly, your character. I have observed your conduct over the past 3 years. Initially, I feared you would introduce the social malaise into our school, yet now I realize I misjudged you. For that, I extend my apologies." Chu Fian gazed at Luo Wei, her crimson lips moving with precision, denying him an opportunity to interject as she continued. "Moreover, when I attempted to enter your room earlier, others would likely have acquiesced instantly, yet you remained unmoved, even refusing. Secondly, up to this point, you have maintained a safe distance from me. This indicates that your conscience has not shifted with the changing circumstances. You remain true to yourself." Chu Fian smiled as she regarded Luo Wei, who stood a meter away, and continued. "The second point is your strength. The numerous animal hides in your room serve as ample evidence. Why would you not suspect that my physique or my interests differ from those of ordinary individuals?" Luo Wei raised an eyebrow. Finally given the chance to speak. "Regarding personal interests, I trust my instincts. Do not underestimate a woman's intuition. Although our encounters have been few, Your gaze betrays you each time, Chu Fian asserted confidently, lifting her chin. At her words, Luo Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment as he awkwardly touched his nose, his gaze involuntarily flickering over Chu Fian before he lamented inwardly that her heavy clothing somewhat obscured her allure. As for your physical attributes, this is even simpler. The annual health examinations at school are well known. You may be unaware, but your talents are widely discussed among the faculty. Luo Wei, that health examiner must be utterly unethical. What of personal privacy? What of professional integrity? Such behavior is deserving of severe condemnation, he protested, having overheard discussions about his own talents. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Luo Wei hastily shifted the topic, saying, "You mentioned that Principal Fong intends to lead the group away. When do we depart? What is the destination?" The departure is set for 2 days hence, with the destination being the ancient region of Chang'an, Chu Fian replied. She recounted hearing Principal Fong mention that numerous celestial paradises had emerged among the renowned mountains and rivers of that area, untouched by the biting cold of snow and ice. Surprised by this information, Luo Wei quickly regained his composure. In a world where extraordinary abilities proliferate and the deceased walk again, the emergence of a few untouched paradises hardly seemed remarkable. "Are you willing to accompany me?" Chu Fian rose, approaching Luo Wei, extending her fair, delicate hand to grasp his, her expression a mix of trepidation and expectation as she awaited his response. Sighing, Luo Wei shook his head, withdrawing his hand without lingering on the softness of her touch. "Oh, you despise me for having been married?" Chu Fian's expression shifted, her voice trembling. "Not at all. I am merely perplexed as to why you value my character and strength above all else." Luo Wei replied earnestly, "Is my appearance not sufficiently handsome? I possess talents as well." "How dare you?" Chu Fian retorted swiftly, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she observed Luo Wei. "Does this mean you agree? Was there ever any doubt?" "Of course, I agree. Who would refuse such a beautiful and talented wife?" Luo Wei declared. Chu Fian was momentarily taken aback, hastily pressing for clarification. "What did you say?" "I said I agree," Luo Wei reiterated. As the saying goes, it is advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shade. If the tree is leaving, it is only natural to follow. With his strength, accompanying the main group, and bringing along 2 individuals posed no challenge. Although Luo Wei's strength was not the greatest, as long as he ensured he was not the slowest in fleeing from danger, he would be fine. "That's not what I meant." Chu Fian shook her head gently, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "I meant that who would refuse such an exquisite and gifted spouse?" Luo Wei clarified. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I approached you with intentions. Do you look down upon me?" She inquired. "I am aware of your intentions, yet I also recognize that they are not for your own benefit. You are concerned for Yaya, are you not?" Luo Wei reached out to gently touch Chu Fian's head, stating, "As the saying goes, a woman is inherently weak, but becomes strong for her child. You resorted to such measures for Yaya's safety, did you not?" "Yes." Chu Fian whimpered softly, nodding. Luo Wei's words struck a chord, releasing the pent-up emotions she had harbored for nearly 2 months, causing her to instinctively leap into his embrace. Luo Wei's body stiffened slightly. It was his first time experiencing such intimate contact with a woman, especially one as stunning as Chu Fian, who had previously seemed unattainable. The delicate fragrance wafting from her was intoxicating, and it was impossible not to harbor some thoughts. He awkwardly wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back. Living in a world devoid of resources was challenging for any woman, let alone one burdened with a 5-year-old child. The difficulties were readily apparent. Had Luo Wei not experienced some fortunate twists of fate, even he, as a man, might have struggled under such pressures. Thus, he felt both sympathy and empathy for Chu Fian. Suddenly, Chu Fian, her cheeks flushed crimson, extricated herself from Luo Wei's embrace, her gaze downcast as she stammered, "Thank you for your understanding and respect. I have nothing to offer you, only this body that has seen better days." With that, she raised her hand to unzip her jacket, revealing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone. Seeing this, Luo Wei swiftly raised his hand to halt her actions. It was not that he was overly principled, but rather he had more to say. After stopping Chu Fian, Luo Wei pondered for a moment, observing her puzzled expression. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a soft glow emerged from his right hand. As the light faded, a thin, ancient tome materialized in his grasp. An extraordinary treasure? Chu Fian gasped, her mouth agape at the sight. Extraordinary treasures, born from the aftermath of the snow-laden apocalypse, often possessed astonishing powers. Fong Qinghan, the principal of the Deep Sea Academy, became the strongest in Haiqing due to his possession of two such treasures, establishing rules and safeguarding Deep Sea University while creating a sanctuary for surrounding survivors. Now, Luo Wei too possessed an extraordinary treasure. Amid her astonishment, Chu Fian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful that she had chosen the right companion in this apocalyptic world, strength was paramount. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile food, one must stockpile weapons. Power could procure all necessary resources for survival, and I acquired this treasure while warming myself with a book. Take a look, Luo Wei said, extending the tome towards Chu Fian. Chapter 3. Chu Fian, the extraordinary treasure, had already recognized its master. Luo Wei could summon it with but a thought. Requiring no further concern, Chu Fian reached out to accept the tome, which appeared thin, with only 20 or 30 pages, its overall hue a yellowish-brown, resembling neither gold nor jade. The material a mystery. Luo Wei had inadvertently uncovered this treasure while burning a book for warmth. It was through this very treasure that he had gained a formidable ability. The indestructible body. The cover of the tome bore 4 ancient characters inscribed in an elegant script. Titled The Inner Canon of the Emperor, cradling the slender volume in her hands, Chu Fian felt its weight as though it bore the burden of 1,000 pounds. She perceived it as Luo Wei's token of trust, yet hesitated to open the book. Go ahead and open it. Since you have declared your intention to be my woman, there are matters you ought to know. Luo Wei urged. At his prompting, Chu Fian finally opened the tome and began to read. The first 18 pages contained illustrations and textual annotations. Although the writing was an ancient script, it did not impede her comprehension. After all, as a professor from a prestigious university, she possessed the requisite knowledge. These pages outlined basic cultivation methods designed to enhance physical constitution and elevate personal strength. However, she was not yet ready to practice them. Chu Fian turned the pages with utmost seriousness, while Luo Wei slowly began to speak, emphasizing the importance of the subsequent 18 pages, which contained 18 methods of dual cultivation. Since you are here, before Luo Wei could finish his sentence, Chu Fian suddenly let out a startled cry, her hand trembling as the tome slipped from her grasp and fell into the fire pit. Her cheeks flushed with an intensity that seemed to threaten bleeding. Luo Is this really necessary? Aren't they merely some aesthetically pleasing illustrations? Aren't such advertisements rampant online? Luo Wei was rendered speechless, watching as Chu Fian, after her startled exclamation, quickly crouched down, disregarding the searing flames, and reached into the fire to retrieve the book. Seeing this, Luo Wei promptly grasped her hand, examining it closely and breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering there were no burns. Are you foolish? That is a precious artifact, not an ordinary book. How could it be easily consumed by flames? Luo Wei scolded, dusting off Chu Fian's hand with an exasperated tone. Holding the book tightly to her chest, Chu Fian's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters and blooming peach blossoms, sparkled with mirth, as if shimmering with a phosphorescent glow, gazing adoringly at Luo Wei. The rarity of the artifact was undeniable, yet Luo Wei's focus was entirely on whether she had sustained any burns. His concern for her safety inadvertently touching Chu Fian's heart, she gazed dreamily at the young man who spoke to her with such sternness, involuntarily recalling their first encounter. It was the day she had just divorced. Stepping into a bar for the first time in her life, the attempt to drown her sorrows in alcohol had failed miserably, leading to a series of unfortunate events had she not encountered the young man before her. She could scarcely imagine the calamities that might have befallen her. Initially, she believed that helping him secure a respectable job would alter his fate and settle her debt of gratitude. Who could have predicted that 3 years later, a snowstorm lasting nearly 2 months would rekindle memories of that once naive young man? After much contemplation, she had finally decided to seek him out, and no one knew how much courage it took for her, naturally shy, to knock on Luo Wei's door. But in that moment, witnessing his concern for her, all her doubts and helplessness vanished, leaving only a profound sense of gratitude and tenderness. Perhaps following him in the days to come would indeed be a splendid choice. Women are inherently emotional beings, and Chu Fian was no exception. At that moment, she forgot the social standings between them, disregarded the judgment of the world, and even overlooked the age gap. She stepped forward, gently rising on her toes to leave a vivid kiss upon Luo Wei's handsome profile. Luo Wei was momentarily stunned, his reprimanding tone faltering as he raised his hand to touch his cheek. Staring at Chu Fian in disbelief, it was only then that Chu Fian realized her actions. her eyes flickering as she felt a rush of embarrassment, unable to meet Luo Wei's gaze. Chu Jia. Luo Wei called her name with a hoarse voice. Chu Fian softly replied, lifting her eyes to meet his. Their gazes locked, and upon encountering the intensity of Luo Wei's eyes, she felt as though she had been scorched. Hastily lowering her head once more, Luo Wei reached out gently, enveloping her petite frame in his arms, inhaling the fragrance that permeated the air, feeling his heart race as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Chu Fian's body stiffened slightly, yet offered no resistance, akin to a languid kitten, obediently nestling against Luo Wei's chest. After 2 months of trepidation, she found a semblance of long-lost safety in his embrace. Chu Jia, Luo Wei called again, lifting her chin to compel her to meet his eyes. Chu Fian responded, instinctively closing her eyes, her breath quickening, her bosom rising and falling, her long lashes fluttering slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Chu Jia, do you truly wish to be my woman? Luo Wei swallowed hard, suppressing his inner tumult. He did not wish to coerce her. Otherwise, with his prowess and mastery of the Emperor's internal canon, he would not still be a solitary figure even amidst the apocalypse. Upon hearing his words, Chu Fian forced her eyes open, a blend of shyness and determination evident as she nodded. I am willing. As long as you promise to take care of Yaya, from this day forth, I, Chu Fian, shall be your woman. Should I ever harbor a shred of doubt, may heaven strike me down. Before she could finish, her alluring lips were silenced by his fervent kiss. I believe in you. I will certainly treat you well in the future. Luo Wei released her lips, gazing at the deep-sea goddess nestled in his arms. Exuding an air of tranquility, he could no longer conceal his emotions, and bending down, he swept Chu Fian into his arms, striding towards his bed. 2 hours later, with a loud crash, the bed collapsed. The two exchanged awkward glances. Luo Wei's eyes filled with lingering desire, while Chu Fian appeared relieved. She had thought herself invincible, yet never anticipated that a young man in his 20s would possess even greater vigor and energy. Thankfully, the bed had given way first. Otherwise, Chu Fian mused, she would likely have been the one to fall apart. Luo Wei noticed Chu Fian's exhaustion and felt a twinge of guilt. It was also filled with a sense of triumph. Fian, I shall call you that from now on, Luo Wei declared, turning to envelop Chu Fian's perspiring form in his embrace. As they nestled together on the collapsed bed, Luo Wei inquired, You've come. What about Yaya? Yaya is with Principal Fong, Chu Fian replied, her body curled against Luo Wei's. Hearing this, she spoke in a hoarse voice, Let me rest for a bit. After saying this, she shifted slightly, resting her head on Luo Wei's shoulder. Wrapping her arms around his waist, a hint of contentment gracing her fatigued features, as if this position were more comfortable, Luo Wei nodded, reassured by Fong Qinghan's presence, knowing Yaya's safety was assured. With that thought, Luo Wei reached for a bottle of mineral water from beside the bed, twisting off the cap and bringing it to Chu Fian's lips, saying, Here, open your mouth. Chu Fian glanced up at him, this time not refusing, and opened her mouth to take a small sip. Drink more to replenish your fluids. Just now you were. Before he could finish, he felt a pinch at his waist as Chu Fian's other hand grasped the one that was swirling around her waist. What are you doing pinching me? I didn't say anything. If you dare bring it up again, I called for a stop earlier. Chu Fian playfully slapped his chest, shooting him a flirtatious glance, her face flushed with indignation as she declared, Don't mention it again. Fine, I won't mention it. Come, drink some more water, Luo Wei replied. Chu Fian accepted the water bottle from Luo Wei, taking a couple of sips before offering it back to him, asking, Would you like to drink? Yes, Luo Wei nodded. Instead of reaching out, he simply opened his mouth in anticipation of being fed. Lord Luo, would you like some water? Her voice was soft and melodious, laced with charm, leaving the listener utterly captivated. Chapter 4. Extraordinary Abilities. How could a beauty serve tea and not partake in it? After finishing the bottle of mineral water between them, Luo Wei looked at Chu Fian and asked, Fian, do you feel any changes in your body? There is something unusual. My strength seems to have increased significantly, Chu Fian replied. With that, she extended her hand from under the covers, and with a flicker of her thoughts, a stream of water materialized, coiling around her arm like a serpent, gliding along her slender limb. I awakened. I too possess extraordinary abilities. Chu Fian turned to Luo Wei, her eyes wide with surprise and excitement, reflecting her joy at this newfound power. Having lived through 2 months in this frostbitten apocalypse, she understood the significance of such abilities. Extraordinary powers were akin to a shackle within humanity. Only by awakening them could one's physical limits be transcended. It could be said that those with extraordinary abilities were fundamentally different from those without. Had Chu Fian not been a professor at Deep Sea University with Feng Qinghan's care, she, an ordinary person, would have perished in some desolate corner long ago. Did I have them too? Luo Wei said with a slight smile, extending his hand as well, and soon flames roared to life in his palm. What is happening? Chu Fian exclaimed, astonished at Luo Wei's display of power. That it was one thing for an ordinary person to awaken their abilities, but for Luo Wei to possess an extraordinary power as well. Could it be a secondary awakening? Yet, she had never heard of such a phenomenon. Have you forgotten what we were just doing? Luo Wei teased. What we were just. Chu Fian began, only to halt mid-sentence, casting Luo Wei a stunningly expressive eye roll. That was training. What are you thinking? Luo Wei retorted, slightly exasperated. First, it seemed to be training, but then, there were 18 movements depicted in the illustrations, and they had only practiced the foundational forms. How about we train again on the others? Luo Wei suggested. No, please don't, Chu Fian exclaimed, startled, the words escaping her lips in a rush. Realizing she needed something from him, she quickly adopted a pitiful tone. I'm a bit tired. Can I rest for a moment? Alas, Luo Wei sighed, shaking his head. I am quite greedy and possessive. Having promised to make you my woman, I desire not only your body but your heart as well. As he spoke, he gently turned her chin, compelling her to look him in the eyes, stating deliberately, what I want is not a soulless machine nor a mere obedient slave. Before me, you can cry, laugh, be playful, and express any emotion you wish. Do you understand? Chu Fian nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her cheeks, which were held gently by Luo Wei's large hand. In a tone that was both delicate and pitiful, she said, you are so manly. Luo Wei chuckled at her words. What does manly even mean? It's simply a matter of a man's inherent confidence, he replied, shaking his head as he tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. His expression turned serious as he added, in the past, I would not have dared to say such things due to my self-awareness, but now I can confidently assure you that I will be your support, shielding you from the storms of life. I wish for you to embrace me wholeheartedly, to love me, rather than viewing our relationship as a mere transaction. I believe I have already fallen for you. Chu Fian responded, Luo Wei, so soon. My boyfriend prowess hasn't even had a chance to fully manifest yet. And you've already fallen for me? That leaves me feeling rather unaccomplished. Are you hungry? Luo Wei deftly shifted the topic. Yes, Chu Fian nodded gently while lying in his embrace, then rest for a moment. And I shall prepare something to eat, Luo Wei declared as he attempted to rise. Chu Fian gently pressed him back down with her delicate hand. You rest, I will handle it, she insisted. Luo Wei recognized the determination in her eyes, understanding her desire to prove herself as someone of value. Thus, he refrained from further protest and settled back down. Seeing this, a soft smile blossomed on Chu Fian's face. She then leaned down and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before swiftly turning to gather the scattered clothes on the floor and dressing herself. Luo Wei, seems you've put your clothes on the wrong way, he kindly pointed out, but Chu Fian pretended not to hear. Luo Wei smirked, aware of her modesty, and lay back on the bed, watching her busy figure with a sense of curiosity. Could she truly cook? The internet claims that fairies are delicate and untouched by the mundane. Chu Fian, with her exceptional beauty and figure, surpassed those so-called fairies. Would she produce a table of culinary disasters? Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. Chu Fian peeled potatoes and chopped cabbage with remarkable skill, leaving Luo Wei in awe. After admiring the grace of the stunning professor turned homemaker for a while, Luo Wei stood up and ignited the stove in advance. Your stove resembles those from the northeast, albeit more rudimentary than the ones crafted by Principal Feng and her colleagues. Did you make this yourself? Chu Fian inquired, gazing at the fire. I welded it together myself, prioritizing sturdiness and durability. Unfortunately, I lack sufficient firewood. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to light that fire pit. But it doesn't matter now. I'll be leaving in a couple of days, so I might as well make the most of it, Luo Wei replied, tossing a stack of books into the fire. Are you really burning those? They could become treasures one day, Chu Fian exclaimed, her eyes twitching involuntarily. Burning books in front of a teacher was akin to uprooting crops before a farmer. Quite excessive. What's the big deal? They're just a few worthless books. I'm so hungry. I could even eat a panda. Luo Wei dismissed her concern. Chu Fian was momentarily taken aback by his whimsical remarks. realizing the meaning behind his words, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, opting to ignore him. She focused on her task, first frying the vegetables and then summoning a stream of water that splashed into the pot with a sizzle, seeing her use her abilities even while cooking. Luo Wei felt compelled to join in, conjuring a fiery serpent that dove into the pot. Within 3 seconds, the water began to boil vigorously. "This ability is quite handy," he remarked, impressed that Chu Fian, seizing the moment, took a package of noodles and poured it directly into the pot, exuding an air of a true hostess. Luo Wei, sitting beside the stove, watched her with a sense of reverie. "This all feels somewhat surreal," he murmured as he gazed at Chu Fian, who was now nestled in his arms post-meal. 2 months prior, he had been diligently saving money, preparing to find a partner in a couple of years. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a relentless snowstorm would descend, plunging the world into chaos with the emergence of ghouls, monsters, and awakened powers? And now, here was Chu Fian. Luo Wei pondered, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. Chapter 5. The irretrievable past. Chu Fian clung to Luo Wei like a koala, her bright peach blossom eyes mirroring a hint of confusion as she listened to his musings. 2 months ago, had someone told her she would abandon her dignity and rush into a man's embrace in search of refuge, she would have scoffed at the notion. Yet, reality often unfolds in the most bizarre fashions. Since her divorce, she had extinguished any desire for companionship, yet by an ironic twist of fate, she felt an unfamiliar flutter in her heart around this man. Determining whether this is a dream is quite simple. Chu Fian said, lifting her head to meet Luo Wei's bewildered gaze. With a playful smile, she added, "If I bite you, and you feel pain, then it must be real." With that, she revealed her gleaming, perfectly aligned teeth, complete with 2 tiny canines, and pretended to bite him to eye in the dim light. Her teeth seemed to glint ominously. Startled, Luo Wei quickly pinned her down, proclaiming, "No need for you to bite me. I could just as easily bite you." He wore the expression of a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. "No, please. I was mistaken. Don't bite me, Mr. Wolf. I'm afraid of pain," Chu Fian replied, her voice soft and timid. Is this truly the Chu Fian I know? The graceful, cultured, and elegant university professor? How unexpectedly charming. Luo Wei thought to himself, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration. Let go of the sentimentality, he teased. After a brief bout of playful banter, Chu Fian cupped Luo Wei's face in her hands, softly reassuring him, "What has transpired cannot be changed, but our future lies in our hands. From this day forth, as long as you do not abandon me, I shall not part from you. Regardless of what we must face ahead, I will stand by your side." "Indeed." Luo Wei nodded, gently removing her hands as he lowered his head slowly. The following morning, at dawn, Luo Wei awoke and glanced at the time. 6 o'clock and 5 minutes. His biological clock, honed over the years, faced a challenge. Today, he had risen 5 minutes later than usual. No wonder they say a gentle embrace can be a hero's grave. He mused, tucking the blanket around Chu Fian before rising to kindle the fire. Although the walls around them were insulated with monster pelts, the room would still feel cold without a flame. Especially when one slept alone. Chu Fian slept soundly, and the sounds of Luo Wei preparing the fire and the commotion from the furnace did not stir her. It wasn't until he had finished breakfast that she finally roused from her slumber. Sitting up, her eyes scanned the room until they landed on Luo Wei. After a 2-second pause, she gasped and immediately burrowed herself beneath the blanket. "Are you still half asleep?" Luo Wei chuckled, playfully tapping the bulge of the blanket. "Could you turn your back for a moment?" she asked, her face flushed. "Are you implying that even a gentleman should be cautious?" Luo Wei replied, feigning surprise. "I had thought you were a true gentleman. But clearly, you are not," Chu Fian retorted, her tone teasing yet serious. "Well, since I am not a gentleman, I might as well reveal my intentions. I'm going to take a nap." Luo Wei cackled, reaching for the blanket. Chu Fian, startled, quickly amended, "My apologies. I should not have questioned your character. You are a true man of honor, virtuous and noble. Cough, cough. To be honest, I'm not as grand as you make me out to be." Luo Wei interjected, waving his hand with a sheepish grin. "Though I do possess some virtue and a smidgen of refinement, it's not as much as you might think. Your flattery is making me blush." Despite his words, his expression conveyed a desire for more praise. Chu Fian pursed her lips, having gained some insight into Luo Wei's character after their deep conversation the previous night. He appeared to be a man of integrity. Yet beneath his bold exterior lay a reservoir of mischief, leaving her feeling quite deceived. Facing Luo Wei's unabashed demeanor, Chu Fian could only continue her compliments. The once esteemed professor found herself scraping for words, nearly at a loss as she praised him. Upon noticing her voice was growing hoarse, Luo Wei finally relented. Content, he turned away and approached the stove to retrieve bowls and chopsticks for their meal. Chu Fian furrowed her brows, carefully dressing and cautiously making her way to sit by the stove. "How are you feeling?" Luo Wei asked, a hint of guilt in his tone. "That it's all my fault. I'll be more careful next time." "You think I would believe you? Your words are as deceptive as a magician's trick." Chu Fian rolled her eyes, unimpressed with his assurances. "I, too, am experiencing this for the first time." "I'm lacking in experience." Luo Wei chuckled awkwardly. Seeing her skepticism, he raised his hand as if to swear an oath that Chu Fian quickly pressed his hand down, saying, "I believe you. Let us not make any more promises. Let's eat before it gets cold." Their breakfast was simple, watery porridge paired with pickled vegetables. However, both individuals feasted heartily, their gazes occasionally meeting with a hint of shyness, sweetness, and warmth, reminiscent of a couple deeply in love. "I must return now," Chu Fian suddenly declared after Luo Wei finished washing the dishes. Luo Wei had anticipated this, and upon hearing her words, he displayed no surprise, gently nodding as he replied, "I will accompany you back." Chu Fian agreed, nodding her head. Luo Wei then gathered a backpack, slung it over his shoulders, held a long spear in one hand, and offered his other arm to support Chu Fian as they left the small yet fully equipped room. Making their way towards the second floor of the library. Upon reaching the second floor, it felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. The biting cold wind howled, and crystalline snowflakes swirled like blades, striking against their bodies. Fortunately, both of them were clad in garments crafted from monster fur, and with their extraordinary abilities, they were sufficiently equipped to withstand the harsh winds and frigid temperatures. "Let me carry you," Luo Wei suggested as he quickly donned his skis, turning to Chu Fian. "No need. I'm not that delicate. I can manage." Chu Fian resolutely declined, shaking her head. She suppressed her discomfort, also put on her skis, and began to stride towards the window where the frigid wind howled. Luo Wei shook his head, watching the stubborn and resilient Chu Fian. Feeling both touched and guilty, he understood that her insistence was not merely defiance but a desire to prove that she was not a burden. His guilt stemmed from the fact that the injuries she endured were a consequence of his own actions. "Damn it. It's as if I've never seen a woman before," Luo Wei muttered under his breath, clenching his fists and repeatedly reminding himself not to act too hastily in the future. Lost in thought, he stepped outside. As he looked around, the landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow, the world a hazy blur. Looking down, he saw the ground covered in ice and snow, solidified by the biting winds, and with a gentle glide, his skis carried him a considerable distance. He noted that the snow today was lighter than yesterday. Perhaps, in a few days, the skies would clear, but even if the snow melted, what difference would it make? Would the world revert to its former state? Absolutely not, with weapons in hand and a murderous intent rising. He reflected on a world that, while once peaceful, had been stifling, where people lived like caged beasts, their inherent ferocity shackled by invisible chains. Now, those beasts had awakened. Chapter 6. The corpse demon. Those who have endured various bombardments of information often cultivate a mindset of self-determination. How can a man of virtue remain subdued for long? In this era, where various superhumans roam freely, wielding unimaginable powers, who would willingly remain in the shadows? Do nobles and lords not possess their own worth? If the supreme ruler can achieve such, why can't I? A sense of urgency had already begun to unfold, and even if the snow melted and the climate returned to normal, tranquility would never be restored. In the midst of the snowstorm, fully armed and wrapped securely against the cold, Luo Wei grasped Chu Fian's gloved hand and glided on his skis toward the school cafeteria. "Be careful," suddenly, Luo Wei shouted, pulling Chu Fian sharply, sending her spinning to stand behind him. Luo Wei's body twirled on the icy surface, and with a swift motion, he thrust his spear forward. With a piercing sound, the spear, over 3 meters in length, plunged into the snow, embedding itself deeply. Then, with a forceful flick, he lifted it. As the snow swirled, a corpse, resembling a desiccated husk that had been mummified for centuries, appeared at the spear's tip. The sharp 3-pronged spear pierced through the back of the corpse, shattering its spine. Luo Wei held the corpse aloft with one hand while pulling Chu Fian back, gliding effortlessly for several meters before coming to a halt. "Are you all right?" Luo Wei inquired, glancing at Chu Fian. She shook her head, her eyes behind the goggles filled with lingering trepidation as she gazed at the corpse dangling from the spear. Once he confirmed Chu Fian was unharmed, Luo Wei flicked his arm, sending the corpse flying over 10 meters before it crashed to the ground and skidded several more meters before finally coming to rest. Then, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. From the once tranquil snow suddenly emerged 7 or 8 gaunt hands, their nails sharp as blades, grasping the fallen corpse. With tremendous force, they ripped it apart, as if it were mere fabric, and in the blink of an eye, dragged the pieces into the snow, vanishing without a trace. Luo Wei withdrew his gaze, calmly taking Chu Fian's gloved hand once more as they continued forward. Chu Fian followed closely, yet her mind was clearly elsewhere, glancing back frequently at the spot where the skeletal hands had appeared. Fortunately, when she had sought out Luo Wei yesterday, she had not passed that way. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. A shiver of fear ran through her, deepening her understanding of this world. Research conducted by human scientists revealed that the sudden snowfall harbored an unknown virus. These viruses arrived with the snow and were also transmitted through the air. Some fortunate individuals awakened extraordinary powers due to these viruses, unlocking their genetic potential and growing increasingly robust, while the majority succumbed to the cold after excessive exposure to the snow, ultimately losing their lives to the invading virus. However, death was not the end. Though their consciousness as humans faded, their bodies transformed into corpse demons, becoming ravenous creatures lurking beneath the thick snow, poised to strike unsuspecting passers-by. In essence, corpse demons were monsters birthed from corpses. The vast expanse of snow appeared serene and immaculate, yet danger lurked everywhere, unpredictable and insidious. No one knew what lay hidden beneath the snow. The only means to evade peril was to tread carefully, move lightly, and traverse swiftly across the snow, avoiding any halts along the way. For Luo Wei, such encounters had long since become mundane. He had faced corpse demons numerous times, even being dragged into the snow, only to emerge victorious through his indomitable abilities. Yet for Chu Fian, who had been solely focused on logistics with Fang Qinghan, the impact was profound. She felt as though every shadow concealed a corpse demon. Thankfully, their skiing speed was swift, and within 3 minutes, they reached the cafeteria. The first floor lay buried beneath the snow, while a massive opening had been created on the second floor, allowing them to glide directly inside. The guards, having discerned that the two were ordinary humans, did not impede their entry. Luo Wei shook off the snow from his shoulders, which fell like icicles to the ground. "Luo Laosher, it's you?" the young guard exclaimed. Recognizing Luo Wei after he removed his hood and goggles, completely dropping his guard and greeting him with a smile. Luo Wei nodded in acknowledgement. The guard, bundled up like a bear, did not prompt Luo Wei for his identity. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Wei's gaze fell upon Chu Fian, frowning. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" He raised his hand to brush off the icicles clinging to her. "But I'm fine. Just a bit startled earlier," Chu Fian replied. Regaining her composure with a bright smile, she removed her hood and goggles, then naturally linked her arms with Luo Wei's. "Shall we go in?" "All right." Luo Wei nodded to the 2 guards at the entrance, leading Chu Fian toward the staircase with familiarity. "Wait, is that Professor Chu?" the guard exclaimed, swallowing hard, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at their retreating figures. Disbelief etched across his face. "My goddess seems to have taken on another's form. It pains my heart and fills me with regret." "Why? Why must it be this way?" another guard lamented, dramatically clutching his chest. "Because he is handsome," the guard who had just greeted Luo Wei interjected, sourly. "Moreover, I heard that Luo Laosher became the librarian thanks to Professor Chu's recommendation. Perhaps they've been together all along, just without making it public." "Stop spouting such blatant truths." The one lamenting was immediately silenced, his expression a mix of indignation and discontent. He sighed deeply, resigning himself to the notion that from now on, Fang would be his sole goddess. "You should give up on such thoughts. Professor Chu wouldn't even glance your way, let alone Principal Fang. Instead, let us focus on how we might survive the upcoming migration," another chimed in. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew somber, and the chatter subsided. As Luo Wei and Chu Fian reached the staircase, they heard a cacophony of voices from the first floor. "Why must we leave? Is it not comfortable here? We have food and shelter, and the storm seems to be abating. Can we stay? I'm just an ordinary person. I can hardly endure this biting cold. Please, have pity on us." "Indeed, Principal Fang, you cannot abandon us. Principal Fang, as a role model, you have a heart of gold. Principal Fang, please, Come out and address us. What does it mean if Principal Fong does not personally appear? The clamor was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing incessantly, filled with confusion, desperate pleas, moral indignation, and accusatory tones, an amalgamation of voices that grated on the nerves. After Luo Wei and Chu Fian descended the stairs, they were greeted by the overwhelming sight of the cafeteria hall, teeming with people, their faces flushed with fervor. A crowd had gathered at the door of the break room for the cafeteria staff, clamoring for Fong Qinghan to emerge and provide them with an explanation. Observing this, Luo Wei could not help but shake his head as he and Chu Fian sought to retreat to the back. As the head of logistics, appointed by Fong Qinghan herself, Chu Fian was among the upper echelons of this survivor base. Should these agitated individuals encircle her, the consequences would be dire. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected incident was imminent. Chapter 7. Fong Qinghan Professor Fong. Minister Chu. Exclamations of surprise erupted from the crowd as some sharp-eyed individuals spotted Chu Fian. Instantly, a throng of people surged forward like a tidal wave. Luo Wei furrowed his brow, brandishing his spear protectively in front of Chu Fian. State your business from where you stand. Should you dare to approach any closer, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Luo Wei's voice thundered, reverberating through the crowd like a clap of thunder. Those who sought to close in were momentarily taken aback, halting in their tracks and casting uncertain glances at Luo Wei, who stood imposing and fierce, akin to a war deity. Who are you? We merely wish to inquire with Minister Chu, a silver-haired elder declared with a booming voice. In the 2 months since the calamity, nearly 20,000 people had congregated in this school, and many were unfamiliar with Luo Wei. Questions are permissible, but do not encroach too closely. Otherwise, do not hold me accountable for the coldness of my spear. Luo Wei warned. Do you truly believe that your pitiful spear can intimidate so many of us? Someone in the crowd incited that. Luo Wei's gaze swiftly darted to the source of the voice, causing the individuals in that direction to scatter like frightened birds, save for one who remained, looking utterly bewildered. Without hesitation, Luo Wei thrust his spear forward. In this moment, it was better to mistakenly kill than to let a potential threat escape. Through ruthless measures, one must instill fear in others. Moreover, this individual was likely not innocent. For 2 months of celestial chaos, those who had survived were not without their skills. Those who attempted to manipulate others, believing themselves cleverer, had perished in droves. Today, it seemed another might meet the same fate. A discerning glance from Luo Wei suggested that those who reacted swiftly were likely not among the self-important. With a sickening thud, the spear found its mark, embedded in the ground with the man suspended upon it, his eyes wide with disbelief and filled with regret. He had only wished to witness the spectacle, harboring no ill intent. How could this have happened? Regret washed over him. But alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. He had underestimated Luo Wei's decisiveness. Thus, he met his end. My spear may not slay you all, but I assure you it will eliminate those with nefarious intentions, Luo Wei declared, stepping forward and withdrawing his spear, his gaze cold and piercing, glinting with determination. The crowd, previously eager to advance, now recoiled, widening the space between themselves and Luo Wei and Chu Fian. As the dark mass of people surged, Chu Fian too was momentarily startled. Yet, in the presence of Luo Wei, who wielded the bloodied spear beside her, she felt an unwavering courage, even if the heavens were to fall. She would not cower. I understand your inquiries, but as you can see, I have just returned from the outside and am not privy to the specifics. Once I confer with Principal Fong, I will certainly provide an explanation to you all. Chu Fian stepped forward, her graceful and serene visage radiating a resolute determination, her words resounding with conviction, instilling a sense of trust among the crowd. Following her declaration, she stood tall, her legs strong and steady, facing the throng with resolve. She knew that there were those behind her who would shield her. Unbeknownst to her, that very individual had become her pillar of survival. As Chu Fian advanced, the crowd parted, creating a wide pathway of over 3 meters. Luo Wei, spear in hand, trailed closely behind, vigilant and attuned to the movements around them. Before the door marked with a sign prohibiting unauthorized personnel, the guards inside had already sensed the commotion outside. Just as Chu Fian approached to open the door, another door swung open first. A slender leg clad in white knee-high boots stepped out, followed by the graceful silhouette of a woman adorned in white-scaled armor, draped in a snowy fox fur coat. Her features were exquisite, her skin flawless, resembling jade, with cascading black hair and piercing eyes that cut through the air like blades, exuding an intangible pressure. This was none other than Fang Qinghan, one of the two goddesses of Deep Sea University, revered as the strongest in Deep Sea City, possessing two formidable treasures. Even though it was not their first encounter, Luo Wei was invariably astonished by this woman's grace and beauty. Unlike other women, Fang Qinghan's commanding height of 180 centimeters ensured she was the center of attention wherever she went. She resembled a celestial being from the Moon Palace, ethereal and untainted by worldly affairs. As if all words of praise in existence were crafted for her, her beauty was refreshingly transcendent, evoking an instinctive reverence. With Fang Qinghan's appearance, there was no need for others to maintain order. The crowd instinctively fell silent. "You, step forward." Fang Qinghan gestured casually to someone in the crowd. The individual, a middle-aged man appearing in his 40s with a stout and earnest demeanor, instinctively pointed to himself upon meeting Fang Qinghan's gaze. Upon receiving her nod of confirmation, his dark face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly maneuvered through the crowd, fidgeting nervously as he stood before her, unsure of what to say. "Speak. What are your thoughts or suggestions regarding this relocation?" Fang Qinghan inquired, her clear eyes fixed on the honest man before her. Her voice softened slightly. "I have no objections," he stammered, utterly dazed. Prior to the celestial upheaval, he had been among the most inconspicuous of the populace, rarely even glimpsing his child's elementary school principal, let alone the ethereal university president before him. The fact that he had not fainted from excitement was already extraordinary. How could he possibly articulate any opinions? Seeing his bewilderment, Fang Qinghan did not press further, simply nodding for him to return to his place. The middle-aged man felt as though he were floating, utterly unaware of how he made his way back. Fang Qinghan's gaze returned to the crowd, landing on a silver-haired elder. "Elder, would you share your perspective on this relocation? Is it possible not to relocate?" The elder approached hesitantly. Fang Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement. Her voice clear and devoid of emotion. "It is possible. You may all remain here, and I will depart alone." Luo Wei, overhearing Fang Qinghan's serious declaration, nearly burst into laughter. This survivor base existed solely because of Fang Qinghan. It was her presence that maintained the most fundamental order, granting ordinary people a glimmer of hope. Without her, at least a third of those present would likely have succumbed to the fate of the undead. The moment it was suggested that Fang Qinghan would leave alone, the expressions of the assembled individuals were nothing short of captivating. Even though the previous order had been disrupted and everyone was on equal footing, most remained mediocrities. This was a foregone conclusion. After 2 months of hunger and hardship, many had been worn down, relinquishing unrealistic notions. They were acutely aware of the harshness of the outside world. With Fang Qinghan present, they could at least enjoy a warm meal. As long as they contributed their labor, she would not allow them to starve. But what would become of them if she were to leave? The elder's face contorted in anguish as he glanced at his pudgy, chubby grandson, who nearly matched his height. With a bitter expression, he implored Fang Qinghan, "Do you truly intend to abandon so many of us?" The drama was about to unfold. Chapter 8. The wise words of the ancients. Luo Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he watched Fang Qinghan. He could sense that the elder was about to unleash his ultimate weapon, moral coercion, and he was eager to see how Fang Qinghan would respond. A smile that could cause flowers to wilt graced Fang Qinghan's flawless face, her gaze shifting from the elder to the densely packed crowd. Her voice was cool and authoritative as she declared, "I present you with 2 choices. First, you may remain here, and I will provide you with a week's worth of sustenance free of charge. Second, you may choose to accompany me on an expedition. You may perish along the way, or perhaps we will discover a hidden paradise. In the face of moral coercion, Fang Qinghan remained unfazed. "The power of choice is yours. Additionally, moral coercion holds no sway over me. For I have long since cast aside the notion of morality, by transferring the power of choice to the survivors." Fang Qinghan had seized the initiative in this conversation entirely. Upon concluding her statement, she turned to leave, but then paused abruptly, her tone transforming into one of icy resolve. "Furthermore, I am merely a woman. Do not mistake me for a savior or a benevolent benefactor. Harboring you has been the most foolish decision I've made in these past 2 months. To me, you are nothing but a burdensome liability. Should you wish to follow me, you must obey without question. If I am in a foul mood, I may very well abandon you without a second thought." As her words echoed, the crowd, which had been ready to question and shout, fell silent in an instant. Impressive. In the depths of his heart, Luo Wei let out a silent sigh. Truly, a person who could ascend to the position of principal at such a young age possessed remarkable skills, skills that Luo Wei humbly admitted he could hardly match. After Fang Qinghan departed, a voice emanated from the loudspeaker in the cafeteria. For those who wished to accompany them, they should return and prepare. The assembly would commence promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Those intending to stay could proceed to the logistics office to collect supplies. As this announcement resonated, a wave of murmurs swept through the cafeteria as realization dawned that the migration had become a fait accompli. Faces shifted with uncertainty, as following Fang Qinghan was akin to courting death, while remaining behind might afford some fleeting comfort. Yet what of the days to come? The gravity of life and death rendered many hesitant to make a decision. Some, displaying shrewdness, resolved to collect their supplies first before assessing the situation. Just as these individuals finished gathering their provisions and silently commended their own cleverness, the voice from the loudspeakers sounded again. Those who had collected supplies and chose to remain would not be permitted to join the migrating group. It was hoped that everyone would supervise each other and actively report any violators. With rewards promised for verified reports, I shall now read the names of those who have chosen to stay. The expressions of several who had just collected their supplies turned ashen. Luo Wei. The diligent student. I remember you. I in the room. Fang Qinghan regarded Luo Wei and Chu Fian with a playful smile, teasing, I never anticipated that Fian would choose you. Chu Fian's fair face flushed crimson. As she lowered her head in embarrassment, Luo Wei scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. With a limited education, he had gained his position through connections, though students referred to him respectfully as Teacher Luo. His abilities were indeed quite modest. Once, while engrossed in reading, he inadvertently read aloud, and not only did he mispronounce the words, but he was also overheard. An awkward moment he had not expected would linger in Fang Qinghan's memory for over a year. Indeed, it was Fang Qinghan who had caught him, a wayward student of the 9-year compulsory education system. Since Fian has chosen you, I trust her judgment. I only hope you do not let her down. Fang Qinghan said, her smile fading, replaced by a serious tone that if you dare to disappoint her, I assure you, I will not let you off lightly. Rest assured, Principal Fang, Fian is my woman, and I will protect her to the best of my ability. Luo Wei replied earnestly that I hope so. Fang Qinghan nodded, her gaze shifting to Chu Fian, who appeared as shy as a little girl, her limbs unsure of where to rest. I suppose you've missed Yaya after not seeing her all night. I'll go fetch her for you. With that, she departed, leaving behind a faint, refreshing fragrance in the air. Fian, do you share a close relationship with Principal Fang? Luo Wei inquired, gently taking Chu Fian's delicate hand. Yes. Chu Fian nodded softly. Sister Qinghan is like a sister to me. Over the years, she has taken exceptional care of me both in work and in life these past few months. If it weren't for her, I shudder to think of what I would have faced these last 2 months while caring for Yaya. Hearing you refer to Principal Fang as sister suggests, Luo Wei began, but he hesitated before finishing his thought, feeling it was inappropriate to voice that she seemed more mature than Fang Qinghan. However, Chu Fian was perceptive enough to catch the implication. Raising her enchanting face, she looked at him with a teasing smile. What? Do you think I'm old? By heaven's grace, if I entertained such thoughts, I would be blind as a bat. With your beauty, who wouldn't be compelled to praise you wherever you go? Luo Wei quickly replied. Humph, such flattery. How did you become so beguiled? Just yesterday, I thought you were a paragon of virtue. Chu Fian huffed. How could I not be virtuous? As the saying goes, a graceful lady makes a worthy match for a gentleman. Moreover, the love for beauty is a universal sentiment. What normal man wouldn't appreciate a beauty, unless he were hung on a wall? Luo Wei murmured, pulling Chu Fian closer, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. I've heard that Principal Fang has yet to date anyone. Is that true? What? Chu Fian shot him a look. So you've just captured one of the 2 goddesses of Deep Sea University and are already eyeing the other. What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Wei exclaimed, startled, glancing around the room. Realizing it was just him and Chu Fian, he sighed in relief. If Fang Qinghan were to hear such words, it would be disastrous. Although Luo Wei had confidence in his abilities, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could easily prevail against Fang Qinghan, especially considering the formidable powers she wielded with her 2 treasures. That I'm merely curious. Rumors abound that Principal Fang favors women. And since you're so close, I thought to inquire. Luo Wei explained to Chu Fian, Observing Luo Wei's anxious demeanor, chuckled softly. Do you really believe in such ridiculous rumors? Sister Qinghan and I are of the same age. Though she is merely a month older than I.As the rumors suggest, she hasn't had a boyfriend. As for her preferences, I think they're quite normal. The main issue is her severe germophobia. Did you not notice that I maintain a distance of over 50 centimeters when speaking with her? That does seem to be the case, Luo Wei replied, nodding. Is your curiosity satisfied now? Chu Fian teased, her smile radiant. If it is, perhaps you should let me go? Why should I let you go? At her words, Luo Wei tightened his embrace around Chu Fian's waist, chuckling. I'm holding my woman. Let us see who dares to object. Besides, it seems someone just threatened me with Principal Fong. It's only fair we settle this score. You, stop fooling around. If others see us, it would create a poor impression. Chu Fian protested. This. Luo Wei paid no heed. You're the paragon of virtue. You can't back out. Chu Fian playfully chided. Chapter 9. Father in comparison to Fong Qinghan. Chu Fian indeed appeared far more mature. Yet, at the tender age of 30, she was a vision of beauty, embodying the pinnacle of feminine allure. Fong Qinghan radiated an ethereal, noble beauty, akin to a celestial being, captivating yet untouchable. Chu Fian, on the other hand, exuded a soft, flowing beauty, with her dignified features and devilishly mature figure possessing an irresistible allure to the opposite sex. As Luo Wei gazed into her captivating eyes, her enchanting demeanor akin to that of a fairy, he couldn't help but smile and step forward. That moment, the tightly shut door creaked open. Mama, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, rushed into the room. Instantly, a tableau of wide-eyed astonishment unfolded among the three. The room fell silent, until Luo Wei, quick to react, broke the stillness. Yaya, do you remember me? He stepped away from Chu Fian, who hastily descended from the table, her heart racing with trepidation. Though nothing inappropriate had transpired between her and Luo Wei, she feared leaving a shadow on her daughter's innocent heart. Yaya's gaze shifted from Chu Fian to Luo Wei, scrutinizing him closely. Your brother Luo Wei, she chirped. Indeed, Yaya, your memory is remarkable. It's been over half a year since we last met, and I'm surprised you still remember me. Luo Wei exclaimed, astonished. Just then, a sweet-looking young girl appeared behind Yaya, standing just over 5 feet tall, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Her cherubic face bore a hint of baby fat, and she had 2 delightful dimples when she grinned. Her long, silky black hair was tied up in a playful bun, enhancing her charm. Professor Chu, Principal Fong has some matters to attend to. She asked me to bring Yaya to you, the girl said melodiously from the doorway. Luo Wei instantly recognized the girl. She was one of the 4 campus beauties of Deep Sea Academy, now serving as Fong Qinghan's right-hand assistant, known as Yao Xintong. Luo Wei's recognition of her stemmed not only from her reputation, but also from her uniquely awakened talent. Awakening abilities fell into 4 primary categories. The first is elemental types. For instance, Luo Wei's flames and Chu Fian's flowing water both belong to this category, which comprises the majority of awakened individuals. The second type is physical enhancement, where certain body parts of the individual become extraordinary. This category ranks second in number among awakened beings. The third type is rare, known as rules-based abilities, encompassing powers like time, space, and even precognition, all undeniably formidable. Lastly, the fourth type consists of special abilities. Yao Xintong falls into this special category, possessing an ability known as beast affinity, allowing her to coexist peacefully with fierce beasts, establishing contracts to exert control over them. As far as Luo Wei knew, Yao Xintong had tamed an exceptionally powerful beast known as a bull monster. This creature was not only incredibly strong, but also commanded an army of over 1,000 minions, making Yao Xintong's control over it tantamount to wielding a powerful monster army. Just imagining the scene of her commanding the bull monster and its legion in a charge was enough to send chills down one's spine. However, while beast tamers had some inherent advantages over ordinary awakened individuals, their physical abilities were often inferior. Their combat prowess relied heavily on their beasts. Teacher Luo is here too. I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. Yao Xintong, having spoken, did not afford Chu Fian the opportunity to retain her presence and turned away decisively, reminiscent of Fong Qinghan's swift decisiveness. That girl, I had hoped to keep her sitting for a while longer. Chu Fian shook her head and remarked, Yaya watched as Yao Xingtong departed, her pair of sparkling eyes once again settling upon Luo Wei and on her youthful visage. There flickered a hint of seriousness and contemplation. Luo Wei felt a slight unease under her gaze. Just as he was about to speak, the little girl interjected, "Luo Wei Gidge, do you want to be my daddy?" Huh. Luo Weis, this truly a question a 5-year-old could pose. Luo Wei was rendered speechless. Equally astonished was Chu Fian. Clearing his throat, and under the scrutiny of the little girl's earnest, evaluative eyes, Luo Wei felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that it would likely not be easy to evade the query. After a moment's thought, he candidly replied, "Then can I be your daddy?" The little girl, seeing that Luo Wei had not attempted to deceive her with childish platitudes, displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. She nodded, her voice bright and youthful, yet imbued with a serious and philosophical tone as she said, "This matter I senti solely up to me. You must seek my mother's opinion. After all, when it rains, the daughter must marry. Children cannot be controlled." Luo Wei and Chu Fian exchanged a glance, their mutual incredulity deepening, while they both found themselves in a rather ludicrous situation. Even Chu Fian began to doubt whether the child standing before her was truly her own 5-year-old daughter. "So, Professor Chu, would you permit me to be Yaya's father?" Luo Wei stepped forward again, gently taking her delicate, fragile hand and giving her a subtle wink. Chu Fian's heart raced, and she instinctively glanced at Yaya, who stood at the doorway, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Chu Fian's heart skipped a beat as she realized that her daughter's yearning for paternal love seemed to surpass her own expectations. "Yaya, would you let Uncle Luo Wei be your daddy from now on?" Chu Fian tentatively inquired. "Really?" The little girl's face instantly lit up with joy as she looked at Chu Fian and exclaimed, "Mommy, does that mean I have a daddy now?" "Yes." Chu Fian's eyes reddened, and she embraced her daughter tightly, her voice choking with emotion as she replied, "Yes, our Yaya has a daddy now." Luo Wei watched the two girls in their heartfelt embrace and found himself scratching his head, feeling somewhat superfluous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a timid and affectionate voice broke the silence. "Daddy," despite the absence of a blood relation. At that moment, Luo Wei, gazing into the little girl's sparkling, yearning eyes, could hardly conceal his excitement. Unable to resist, he nodded and let out a gentle sigh. "Daddy, hug." The little girl, reaching out from Chu Fian's embrace, extended her soft, delicate arms for a hug in that instant. Luo Wei felt as though his heart might melt. He quickly scooped the little girl into his arms. "How high you are!" the little girl exclaimed, looking around in wonder. "This is just the beginning. There's much higher to go. Would you like to try?" Luo Wei, supporting her legs with one arm, playfully tickled her nose with the other. "Yes, I want to." The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Luo Wei placed his hands under her armpits, straightened his arms, and effortlessly lifted her to the top of his head. "Ah, so high." The little girl squealed in delight, fearing she might be startled. Luo Wei quickly set her back down. Chapter 10. Lifted high, Daddy. I want more. The little girl's sweet voice rang out. Luo Wei, noticing she was unafraid, repeated the feat, lifting her once again to his head. "Ah, so high," she shouted with glee. Luo Wei retracted his arms, but this time, before the little girl could speak, he hoisted her up once more, eliciting joyous squeals of delight from her. "Can Daddy go even higher?" "Of course, just be careful." "Ah, so high. Can Daddy go a little higher?" Luo Wei was completely entranced by the chorus of Daddy that filled the air. Chu Fian, watching the exhilaration on her daughter's flushed face, which was a stark contrast to her usual reticent demeanor, discreetly wiped away a tear. "So this is what Yaya truly needed. Yaya, let Daddy rest for a bit, shall we?" Chu Fian interjected, interrupting the merriment. "All right, Daddy, are you tired? I'll go get you some water." The little girl replied obediently. Once Luo Wei set her down, she swiftly dashed back to the nearby room, soon returning with a bottle of mineral water, extending her arms to offer it to Luo Wei. Chu feigned a tea that moment. She felt as though her daughter had been raised in vain. That Daddy's not thirsty. Yaya can drink with Mommy. Luo Wei chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm not thirsty either," Chu Fian added. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately turned and returned to her room, her cheerful voice ringing out. "Then I'll save it for when Daddy gets thirsty." Luo Wei truly found the little girl to be an adorable little bundle. Chu Fian mused, "My little bundle is letting in a draft. Yaya, you and Daddy go play in the room. Mommy has to work now, okay? After the little girl reappeared, Chu Fian adjusted her emotions. Normally, upon hearing that Mommy had to work, the little girl would display reluctance. But this time, she nodded firmly and said, Mommy, go ahead and work. I'll take good care of Daddy. Chu Fian, that you're going to work. Luo Wei looked at Chu Fian. Concern etched on his face that I have to leave tomorrow. So there are many things to handle. Don't worry. I'm in logistics. There won't be any danger. Chu Fian reassured him as she observed Luo Wei's worried expression. A warm current surged through her previously empty heart, dissipating much of her earlier melancholy. Quickly regaining her composure, she said to Luo Wei, I'm going to work now. You stay home and watch over Yaya. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask Yaya. I'm off. Luo Wei nodded, picking up Yaya. I'll accompany you to where you work. I don't feel at ease with you going alone. Hearing this, Chu Fian contemplated for a moment, but did not refuse. Fang Qinghan's departure had already stirred considerable discontent among many, and the base was currently in a state of turmoil. Exercising caution was prudent. Chu Fian's workplace was not far. Turning right out the door, it was less than 50 meters to the workspace. Luo Wei witnessed a vibrant young student open the door to the workspace, ushering Chu Fian inside before he returned to the previous room, carrying Yaya. Yaya, are these two rooms where you and Mommy live? Luo Wei inquired, glancing at the adjacent rooms. No, Mommy and I live in the one inside. This one outside is Aunt Qinghan's room. The little girl's melodious voice chimed in. Aunt Qinghan is very nice and beautiful, but she doesn't allow anyone to enter her room. Daddy, remember this. Never come within 3 steps of Aunt Qinghan, or else she'll definitely get angry. Aunt Qinghan is terrifying when she's angry. Luo Wei felt a pang of sympathy as he observed the frightened expression on the little girl's face, promptly pulling her into his embrace for comfort, saying, Yaya, don't worry. We want to enter Aunt Qinghan's room, and we'll keep our distance from her. The little girl looked torn as she replied. But Aunt Qinghan brings many delicious treats for Mommy and me. That's all right. From now on, with Daddy around, I will also bring back plenty of delicious treats for Yaya and Mommy, Luo Wei assured her. The little girl pondered this for a moment before resolutely shaking her head. No, Aunt Qinghan is a good person, and Mommy said she doesn't have many friends if we ignore her and keep our distance. It would be too pitiful for her. Luo Wei hadn't anticipated such a firm stance from the little girl, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he nodded, saying, All right, I'll listen to our Yaya. We won't keep our distance from Aunt Qinghan anymore. The little girl's face brightened at his words. Daddy, let us go home. I have many delicious snacks and fun toys hidden in my room that I can share with you. At noon, someone brought food for the two of them, evidently at Chu Fian's behest, as she had not returned, clearly busy with work. As the day progressed, the little girl inquired several times about when her mother would return, all of which Luo Wei managed to soothe up by 10 o'clock that night. Luo Wei heard sounds from outside the door. Good night, Sister Qinghan. Tomorrow I'll be leaving, so you should rest early. Then the door opened and closed, shortly followed by a slight crack in the door to Luo Wei's room. A figure peeking through in the small room. A double bed occupied nearly all the space. Luo Wei sat on the edge of the bed while the little girl lay atop it, her small hands grasping Luo Wei's large hand, her cheeks flushed, and a sweet smile gracing her face even in slumber. As Chu Fian entered, her gaze met Luo Wei's. Why aren't you asleep? Chu Fian whispered, I was waiting for you. Luo Wei replied, gently releasing the little girl's delicate hand as he looked at Chu Fian and asked, Why are you so busy? I actually finished quite a while ago, but the little girls found out I awakened my abilities, and since it's water attribute, they all insisted on taking a bath. Which delayed me a bit, Chu Fian explained, playfully sticking out her tongue in that moment. She appeared far from a 30-year-old woman with a 5-year-old daughter. She resembled a naive, innocent young girl. Yes, since you've just awakened your abilities. Your physique is undergoing rapid improvement. Utilizing them more will benefit your enhancement. Luo Wei stepped aside, allowing Chu Fian to approach the bedside. Bathed in the warm glow of the bedside lamp, Chu Fian looked down at her sleeping daughter, taking in the sweet serenity of her slumber. Unconsciously, she gathered her long hair behind her ear and gently pressed a kiss on her daughter's cheek. The scene radiated tenderness and tranquility, a profound maternal love emanating from her. Pure and resplendent. Observing this, Luo Wei could not help but step closer, wrapping his arms around her supple waist from behind. Wait. Yaya is here. Be careful not to wake her, Chu Fian instinctively stiffened, a flush of crimson creeping onto her fair complexion as she hurriedly spoke. "You're quite cold. Let me warm you up," Luo Wei replied. Having just returned from outside, Chu Fian indeed felt chilled. And upon hearing Luo Wei's words, she leaned slightly into his embrace, finding comfort in his warmth, which felt like a furnace, gradually enveloping her body and spirit in soothing heat. "Have you taken a bath as well?" Luo Wei suddenly broke the silence. "Yes," Chu Fian murmured softly, her head resting on his shoulder. "No wonder you smell so delightful," Luo Wei said, tightening his hold around her waist. "Let us move a bit farther from the bed and keep our voices down." Before Chu Fian could respond, Luo Wei had already lifted her across the room, pressing her hands against the wall. Chapter 11. Snowmobiles. The following morning, Luo Wei awoke half an hour earlier than usual. He made a trip back to his residence, gathering the food and water he had previously collected, wrapping it all in a large oilcloth, and bringing it to the school cafeteria. It was still before 6 o'clock, and the world lay shrouded in darkness. Yet the vast playground was already bustling with figures, and the sounds of chatter filled the air. The voices of humans, the calls of cattle, and the rumble of machinery created a cacophony of noise. As Luo Wei navigated through the crowd, he spotted Chu Fian standing with Yi and Fang Qinghan. "Annie Qinghan, did you not sleep well last night? You have panda eyes," Yi's crisp, innocent voice rang out. Voicing the question Chu Fian dared not ask, she had noticed Fang Qinghan's slightly listless demeanor, as if she had not rested well, and the faint circles around her sharp, cold eyes stood out against her fair, delicate features. Chu Fian surmised the reason. Fang Qinghan was likely disturbed by her and Luo Wei the previous night, but had avoided bringing it up. However, children's words are often unguarded, and Yi had unwittingly voiced it. Upon hearing this, a blush of embarrassment crept onto Fang Qinghan's stunning face, and she shot Chu Fian an annoyed glance, responding to the little girl. "I was just thinking about something last night. So I didn't sleep well, though. I thought Annie was like me, unable to sleep due to the annoying sounds of the cats and the low growls of the big tiger all night." The little girl chimed, punctuating her words with a big yawn. Chu Fian felt her toes curl in embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Fang Qinghan shot a glance at Luo Wei, her expression one of irritation, leaving him puzzled about when he had offended her. "What's wrong with Principal Fang? I felt like she glared at me just now," Luo Wei remarked as he approached Chu Fian. Observing Fang Qinghan turn away, Chu Fian responded with a glare of her own. "Luo Wei, who have I offended? This early in the morning? What's with everyone? Let me share some good news." Just then, the cafeteria's announcement crackled to life. The Kyoto Research Institute has developed a new serum. While it won't enhance anyone's abilities, it will prevent the virus from contaminating your skin when in contact with the accumulated snow. The announcement sparked an uproar, excitement rippling through the crowd. The virus carried by the snowflakes had always been a significant concern for humanity, and while it was difficult to contract without excessive contact, no one could guarantee their clothing wouldn't tear while venturing outside, especially during long migrations. Now, with this serum available, the risk of infection from the snowflakes could be entirely mitigated. One could even roll around naked in the snow without fear of contagion. All right, enough chatter. Those in need of the serum, please line up at the food distribution window. Each person may only receive one vial. The previously noisy crowd fell silent, quickly replaced by the sound of hurried footsteps as people surged toward the food counters, forming long lines. Although the scene was chaotic, it did not escalate into a riot, as everyone maintained a semblance of self-control. By the time the distribution was completed, more than 2 hours had passed. Holding Yi, Luo Wei watched as Chu Fian returned through the back door with 3 vials of serum, feeling a pang of envy. This is the advantage of relying on the state. Those ambitious individuals who attempt to be self-sufficient will have to wait who knows how long to obtain such serums. Just then, a line of nearly 20,000 people had dwindled to a mere few hundred, all standing aside with expressions of regret and longing, gazing at the bustling crowd, lost in thoughts about their uncertain futures. Of course, some dared to take risks, attempting to sneak into the lines, but the power of the masses was formidable, and they were ruthlessly pulled out. Those who dared to cause a ruckus were met with severe consequences. In times of chaos, stringent measures were not uncommon, and Fang Qinghan was not one to show leniency. Thousands of modified vehicles, equipped with tracks instead of tires and fitted with large fans serving as wind turbines, formed small groups of 100 and larger groups of 1,000. The assembly of 20,000 prepared to set off. Luo Wei was directly placed into Fong Qinghan's personal guard, joining a unit composed entirely of women. Hello, Teacher Luo. Teacher Luo, I hope you'll take good care of us on this journey. Teacher Luo. I haven't been to the library in 2 months, and you seem even more handsome now. Teacher Luo, will you be my boyfriend? A lively group of young women surrounded Luo Wei, chattering excitedly, as if encountering an extraterrestrial, each vying to speak over the other. Some bolder girls even openly declared their intentions to have his children. Luo Wei could only smile at these university students who had let loose in the face of the apocalypse, politely informing them that he was already committed. When the majority seemed skeptical, he waved to Yiya in the distance. Daddy. Upon seeing him, Yiya's cherubic face lit up with a radiant smile as she sweetly called out to him. The girls froze in disbelief, their gazes shifting to Chu Fian, who held Yiya. Immediately, a throng of voices erupted around her. Teacher Chu, Sister Fian. A crowd of eager voices enveloped Chu Fian, creating a bustling scene. Luo Wei felt compelled to apologize to her in his heart. These girls were too difficult to handle. They were unmanageable, so he decided to leave them to Chu Fian, a fellow woman. With that thought, Luo Wei turned his attention back to the snowmobile, eager to examine his new mode of transportation, but a gentle voice interrupted him. Luo Wei looked up to see a woman standing before him. Around 1.75 meters tall, clad in a leather coat that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her fair complexion and refined features conveyed the beauty of youth, resembling Fong Qinghan in demeanor. This was Avril, Fong Qinghan's other trusted aide, who possessed spatial abilities rumored to create vast spaces. In simpler terms, she was a mobile human warehouse. Avril's voice was melodious as she succinctly explained the basic operations of the snowmobile. We are located in the south, where snowmobiles are scarce. Did you create this snowmobile in recent days? Luo Wei inquired. Of course, Avril replied proudly, her expression beaming with pride. Teacher Luo, you mustn't underestimate our practical skills as university students. With existing technology and guidance from experienced mentors, given time, we could even assemble an aircraft from scratch. Luo Wei could not help but give her a thumbs up. He held no doubt regarding Avril's words, for in the past 2 months, these university students had accomplished remarkable feats. The clothing he wore and the weapons he held were all crafted by them, along with the modified snow vehicles and wind turbines. After taking a few laps on the snowmobile, he found it to be quite satisfactory. Impressive. Teacher Luo, your hands-on skills are commendable. However, the snowmobile serves not only as a means of transport but also as a reconnaissance and support tool, so you will need a co-pilot. Chapter 12. Monsters. The world lay blanketed in snow, a monochrome vista. The sun, hanging in the sky, had lost its usual brilliance and vitality, resembling a bulb emitting a faint white glow. A mass of people, like a dark snake, slithered across the snowy landscape. The roar of engines and the crunch of tracks on snow filled the air, as massive, muscular oxen pulled heavy metal contraptions, while others supported one another, forming a lengthy migration procession alongside the vehicles. Amidst the world blanketed in pristine snow, snowmobiles occasionally roared past, serving as vigilant scouts. Ahead in the formation, Ro piloted a snowmobile, carrying Avril, while 2 others formed a triangular formation, scouting the path for the main group. The snowmobiles thundered through the wintry landscape, occasionally revealing skeletal hands with long, claw-like fingers waving ominously in the air. Such moments, the assistant seated behind would issue a warning, prompting the snowmobile to veer off and retrace its route. The assistant would then thrust a long spear into the snow, extracting and dispatching the hidden figure known as Old Six. As time flowed on, the synergy between Ro and Avril grew increasingly seamless. Simultaneously, Ro felt as if his limbs were no longer his own, his blood nearly frozen within him. Fortunately, the rigorous patrols would only last an hour before a new team would take over. Upon returning to the cramped cabin where Chu Fian rested, Ro's lips were tinged with blue from the cold. Without hesitation, Chu Fian pulled him to sit on the bed shared with Yiya, enveloping him in her warmth. Though Ro's body was icy, a profound warmth blossomed within his heart. Their union, an unforeseen twist of fate, revealed to Ro that he had developed genuine affection for this woman. The vehicle was predominantly filled with supplies, leaving only a narrow space for Chu Fian to have a bed. Yet even that was an elusive sanctuary for many. In this intimate space, Ro raised his stiff arm, gently encircling Chu Fian's waist. Daddy, are you cold? Yiya can help warm your hands, the little girl exclaimed, sitting up on the bed, her large eyes sparkling as she extended her hands toward Ro's. exhaling warm breaths onto his palms. Her earnestness and focus made Ro feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. "Why don't you lie down for a while?" Chu Fian suggested. "Let's do it together," Ro replied, shedding his freezing outer layer and, without further ado, nestled into the fragrant warmth of the blankets with Chu Fian. The pair, one large and one small, lay side by side, their closeness swiftly warming Ro from the inside out. The convoy advanced at a sluggish pace, covering only 50 to 60 kilometers a day, alternating between travel and rest each night. 3 days passed, and finally, they departed from Deep Sea City. Throughout these days, 5 individuals succumbed to the cold, perishing on the road. A dozen more lost their lives to the onslaught of wandering beasts. This meteorological anomaly was a calamity for humanity, yet a revelry of evolution for the animal kingdom. The virus carried by the snowflakes was lethal to humans, but acted as a catalyst for the evolution of various animals. Their physical prowess increased daily, and remarkably, whether herbivores or carnivores, they no longer required traditional sustenance. A few licks of snowflakes sufficed to satiate their hunger, providing them with the energy needed for survival. As these creatures grew stronger, they became humanity's most formidable adversary. 100 kilometers further lay a military base, where they could regroup and acquire more transportation. Everything would improve from there. On the morning of the 4th day, Fang Qinghan summoned the leaders of the various teams to rally their spirits, finally embodying a semblance of leadership. Some expressed dissatisfaction with his decisions, yet they could only suppress their grievances. Ro, piloting the snowmobile with Avril, embarked on their daily patrol, tasked with eliminating potential threats. Although the zombie-like creatures were tough and powerful, they lacked intelligence. With Ro and his companions' abilities, any bold enough to reveal themselves would meet swift ends. After all, those chosen as scouts were the elite among the gifted. Ro himself was a third-tier ability user, possessing 3,000 gene of strength, on the cusp of advancing to 4th tier. With his power, he could pierce iron plates, let alone zombies. The other 5 women were not far behind in strength. The patrol progressed smoothly until, just as they were nearing the end of their shift, a sharp, urgent call echoed from above. It was Yao Xintong's second contracted beast, the Wind Thunder Snow Eagle, sounding an alarm. This majestic creature not only possessed flight capabilities but also boasted formidable combat prowess. Its warning signified that danger loomed ahead, one that even it sensed as troublesome. Aero Patrol Team calling number 1. Aero Patrol Team calling number 1. What has the Wind Thunder Snow Eagle spotted? What should we do next? Avril inquired through the intercom, pulling her collar aside to speak into the device. "The herd of wild boars is blocking our path. Do not allow them to charge the convoy." "I will arrive within 2 minutes," Fang Qinghan's calm voice responded through the intercom. "Understood. Patrol team acknowledges." Avril concluded the communication and gestured to the other 2 vehicles to hold their ground. Finally, an opportunity to stretch their limbs had arrived. They were nearly frozen. Ro halted the snowmobile, leaped off, and took the spear from Avril, readying himself against the biting wind and snow. "I'm not criticizing you, but why does a logistics person like you need to endure this hardship?" Ro murmured to Avril. "Every task requires someone to undertake it, and I am merely doing what I can," she replied. If everyone possessed your resolve, humanity would have little to fear in overcoming our current challenges." Ro commended, raising his thumb. "Teacher Ro, if you keep flattering me, I might just get shy." Avril laughed at her words. Ro refrained from further banter, his gaze sharpening as he peered ahead. Boom! A series of thunderous sounds echoed from the front, akin to a stampede, causing the very ground to tremble. "Everyone, be cautious. It seems we are facing a formidable foe. Remember, do not engage recklessly. Our task is merely to delay them while ensuring our own safety." Ro instructed the 5 girls around him. "Rest assured, Teacher Ro, we are not new to confronting beasts." One girl replied coolly, her confidence evident. Dismissing Ro's warnings, Ro recognized her as one of the 4 campus beauties. Second only to Fang Qinghan in skilled, in other words, she had the merit to be proud. With Ro assigned as the patrol leader, she harbored a sense of resentment, viewing these wild boars as tools to prove herself, thus disregarding Ro's counsel. Unaware of her thoughts, Ro observed as the ground quaked, revealing several towering figures advancing through the swirling snow at his line of sight. 7 or 8 massive forms loomed, each towering over 2 meters. Their tusks resembling sharp, straight spears, creating a formidable visual impact as they charged forth. "Attack!" the girl called out, brandishing her spear as she was the first to charge at the wild boars in the chaos of battle. One action could trigger a chain reaction, and her movement compelled her companions to follow suit. Ro's expression shifted slightly as he urgently cautioned, "Do not engage head-on. Be wary of the bristles on the wild boars' backs." Speaking as he charged forward, he prepared for the impending confrontation. Chapter 13. The indomitable body. The wild boar beasts were thick-skinned and robust. A frontal assault was unwise. Ro could only hope that the girls were not blindly confident, but possessed genuine skill. The 6 of them faced off against the 7 colossal wild boars, launching a counter-dash charge to in an instant. Their distances closed. Ro swiftly sidestepped, sliding to the side of a wild boar, avoiding a direct collision. He swung his spear, delivering a powerful blow to one of the creature's front legs. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the wild boar let out a pained cry, its front limbs giving way as its massive body tumbled violently away. At that moment, Ro heard an even more piercing scream nearby. Turning his head, Ro could not help but exclaim in admiration. Si, seemingly reckless, had already formulated a strategy as she charged at the wild boar. Just before impact, she softened her knees and executed a sliding maneuver. Her spear shimmered with golden light as it plunged into the soft underbelly of the wild boar, leveraging their combined momentum to deliver a devastating slice. With a splatter, a mass of foul matter spilled forth from the wild boar's abdomen. The beast emitted a horrifying wail, its final lament echoing in the world. Its towering form collapsed, sliding forward several meters, leaving behind a long trail of blood, its limbs twitching briefly before falling utterly still. "Well done, C2. The others cheered, acknowledging her feat as they evaded the charging wild boars, inflicting minor disturbances on the remaining creatures. Upon witnessing C2's success, they erupted in applause. Be careful. Rose suddenly called out that as the group evaded the wild boar's charges, they inadvertently drew the creature's attention. In a flurry of movement, the remaining 6 wild boars turned to face the fallen comrade, their eyes now glowing with a fierce crimson. Si, spear in hand, stood proudly, a glint of triumph in her gaze. Confronted once again by the charging wild boar, she stood resolute, undaunted, and boldly initiated a counteroffensive. Her initial success instilled an unprecedented confidence, prompting her to attempt the same tactic once more. However, these wild boars proved to be more cunning than she anticipated, as she slid towards them on her knees. One of them brought its massive head crashing down towards the ground. Si was taken aback. Nevertheless, this woman possessed remarkable strength and extensive combat experience, remaining calm in the face of danger. Just as the boar's sharp tusks neared her, she forcefully gripped the hard, frozen snow beneath her, twisting her slender waist to gain leverage, and executed a backflip, narrowly escaping a grim fate. Yet, the boar's charge continued unabated. As she retreated, the wild boar gained momentum, lifting its head sharply, its long tusks resembling deadly spears. Should they strike, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome end. That moment, the peril was even greater than before. Just as C2 regained her footing, she caught sight of the boar's upward thrusting tusks. Fear finally crept into her expression behind the protective goggles, and realizing retreat was no longer an option, she could only leap back with all her strength, attempting to parry the boar's tusks with the blade in her hand to create some distance. Meanwhile, Luo Wei, having evaded the boar charging towards him, felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he witnessed C2 suspended in midair. Having previously encountered a wild boar, he understood that their most terrifying aspect was not their tough hide or seemingly vicious tusks, but the long bristles that adorned their backs. Without hesitation, Luo Wei unleashed his unique powers. With a thunderous sound, a 3-meter-tall giant that bore his likeness manifested behind him. Simultaneously, he felt his strength surge more than threefold. He stomped his feet against the ground, sending a flurry of snow into the air, propelling himself forward and arriving several meters away in an instant. Yet, it was ultimately too late. Countless bristles fell from the boar's neck, transforming into sharp steel needles that hurtled towards C2 in midair. She found no means to gain leverage, helplessly watching as those bristles-turned needles struck her body one after another. Thud, thud, thud. C2's tall, slender figure resembled a punctured bag, spraying crimson blood in every direction. That moment, she forgot the pain, her mind blank, as she stared in disbelief at Luo Wei, who had just smashed down a long spear, shattering half of the boar's head. In that instant, She grasped the gravity of her situation, her eyes filled with regret and a yearning for this world. Why hadn't she heeded the advice? Why had she chosen to challenge others? She felt a wave of remorse. Avril, come here and look after C2 Ching, Luo Wei bellowed, his voice echoing through the wilderness that in that moment, he resembled a war god. As he hurled his spear, piercing through the charging wild boar with a resounding thud. Hearing his call, Avril glanced at Luo Wei, who was racing forward with his spear drawn, her body trembling slightly before she quickly averted her gaze and rushed to C2 Ching's side. Luo Wei's indestructible body was not merely a unique ability. It was a power granted to him by the Emperor's ancient scriptures. In other words, Luo Wei had no special abilities prior to training with Chu Fian. However, the enhancement provided by this indestructible body was undeniable, enabling his strength to multiply exponentially while fortifying his physique to an astounding degree to date. He had yet to encounter anyone or anything capable of breaking through his indestructible body. The only drawback was that such immense power could only be sustained for 10 seconds, a brief period colloquially referred to as 10 seconds of true manhood, and could only be used once a day. This was why Luo Wei had refrained from utilizing his indestructible form initially. Yet, now he could no longer afford to be concerned about such limitations. Once activated, he transformed into a battlefield reaper. His spear, weighing over 100 pounds, soaring effortlessly in his hands. The wild boars, despite their thick hides and muscular bodies, were no match for his overwhelming force. As his spear swept through, one boar after another met their demise. Either their spines shattered or their skulls split open, falling lifelessly to the ground as the cold wind blew over them. One after another. 5 seconds, 7 seconds. After 10 seconds, only one wild boar remained, pawing the ground, its breath heavy and white, trembling in fear as it gazed upon Luo Wei. Its expression conveyed an indescribable mixture of terror and loneliness. Luo Wei stood resolute, his body like a spear, unwavering, his gaze fixed intently on the wild boar, exuding an aura of unstoppable might. Yet, his rapidly rising chest betrayed his current state. Fortunately, the wild boar was not human and had been thoroughly frightened. It did not comprehend the meaning of bravado. Gripping the now less than 2-meter-long broken spear, Luo Wei steadied himself, glaring fiercely at the boar, cursing inwardly at the girls for their unreliability, even at this critical moment. They failed to come forward and assist him in vanquishing this beast. Unbeknownst to him, the girls were mesmerized by his earlier display of valor, gazing at him with wide, admiring eyes, filled with adoration. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the an ancient bronze sword sliced through the wind, effortlessly cleaving the massive wild boar in two as if tearing paper. The sword then seemed to possess a homing instinct, swiftly returning along its original path. Observing this, Luo Wei collapsed onto the ground, sweat beading on his forehead beneath his hood. How are you? Are you all right? Fang Qinghan's voice rang out. I'm a bit exhausted. I just need to rest for a moment, Luo Wei replied weakly, turning to respond. Fang Qinghan nodded and approached C2 Ching. Chapter 14. Yao Xintong in the frigid temperatures of -40 to 50 degrees. The blood within C2 Ching had already frozen. Her delicate face was as pale as paper, her eyes lifeless, clearly on the brink of death. The other girls surrounding her were equally distressed, covering their faces with their hands, desperately suppressing their impending tears. Yet this only intensified the sorrow. Fang Qinghan approached, and upon glancing down, realized there was no hope left. She looked up at the sky, where sparse snowflakes drifted down, some landing on her fair face, cool and refreshing, clearing her mind momentarily. Qing, do you have anything you wish to say? Fang Qinghan crouched down a bit closer, gazing at the dying girl. Her voice gentle. If there's anything you want to express, any unfulfilled wishes, tell Teacher Fang. I will find a way to help you accomplish them. It seemed that C2 Ching heard Fang Qinghan's words. A flicker of life returned to her vacant eyes, focusing on her. Teacher, I'm sorry I didn't listen to your advice. My arrogance led to my own downfall. As she spoke, her final words were an apology. Fang Qinghan shook her head gently. Teacher is not angry with you. I know you are a brave child, always striving to be the best, unwilling to be left behind. Suddenly, a massive black bull charged forward, its hooves pounding the ground. Before it could even halt, Yao Xintong leaped down from its back. Teacher Fang, who is injured? Wang Xiyu possesses a powerful healing ability. Perhaps she can try to help. Yao Xintong's anxious voice rang out as she stood at around 6 meters tall. Hearing her words, Fang Qinghan stood up abruptly, her gaze fixed on the hastily approaching Yao Xintong. Who is Wang Xiu? Where is she? Coming. Coming. I am Wang Xiu, just as Fang Qinghan's words concluded. A voice echoed alongside 2 snowmobiles slicing through the snowstorm, racing toward them. Each snowmobile carried 2 people, 1 man and 3 women. The man, driving one of the snowmobiles, performed a stylish drift, sending snow flying in all directions. Splattering everyone present, Fang Qinghan frowned slightly, her attention shifting to the 4 newcomers. Who is Wang Xiu? If you can save C2 Qing, I will ensure that all the supplies in our team are yours. Principal Fang, you've misunderstood. We're not here for the supplies. The young man clad in leather removed his hood and protective gear, shaking his head with a smile. As he spoke, his gaze shamelessly roamed over the girls before him. Fixated on Fang Qinghan. Are you Wang Xiu? Fang Qinghan inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the young man. The young man's earlier antics had already displeased the crowd, and now his disrespectful gaze caused even Fang Qinghan to furrow her brow. Yet the young man remained unfazed. Hello, Principal Fang. I'm Xiao Cheng, as an honest Cheng. This is my girlfriend, Wang Xiu. He introduced himself, casually wrapping his arm around the waist of a nearby woman. Fang Qinghan ignored the young man's brazen behavior, her sharp gaze landing squarely on Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu appeared to be in her late 20s, with flowing hair, a fair complexion, and exquisite features, radiating beauty, particularly with her gentle demeanor. Now, as Xiao Cheng embraced her publicly, her face flushed with embarrassment, mingled with a hint of delight, adding an intriguing allure to her demeanor. Can you save her? Fang Qinghan pointed to the gradually cooling C2 Qing, looking intently at Wang Xiu. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiu's gaze instinctively shifted to Xiao Cheng, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Since everything is led by Xiao Cheng, let us give it a try. If you can save her, please do your best. Xiao Cheng said with a grin, casually patting Wang Xiu on the rear. A gentle, yet impactful slap left Wang Xiu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a shy, reproachful glance. Upon meeting Wang Xiu's playful gaze, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but wear a smug expression before reaching out to embrace the waists of the 2 other women who had approached him, urging them to hurry. For it seemed that the woman was on the verge of succumbing. That a number of women harbored grievances toward Xiao Cheng's brazen actions, yet their good upbringing restrained them from voicing their discontent. The collective gaze of the group fell upon Wang Xiu, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety in their eyes, with some even holding their breath in suspense. Wang Xiu crouched beside C2 Qing, extending a delicate, pale hand, her fingers slender and smooth like the tender shoots of spring, emanating a soft, milky luminescence. She gently placed her hand on C2 Qing's battered abdomen. The milky glow resembled the warm rays of the sun, gradually permeating C2 Qing's body. The miraculous scene unfolded. C2 Qing, who had ceased to breathe just moments before, suddenly opened her eyes wide, inhaling deeply, her chest rising and falling dramatically, her previously pale visage recovering its color at a visibly rapid pace. In stark contrast, Wang Xiu's charming face turned ashen in an instant. The use of her abilities significantly drained her vitality, that I can only help her barely mend her internal organs. A full recovery will require her own gradual. The little girl, with a crisp and innocent voice, gazed up at Ro with adoration, her hands wrapped around his neck as she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, eliciting hearty laughter from him. Yaya, don't be mischievous. Your father is already quite exhausted from his duties outside. Come down and let your father rest for a moment. Chu Fian advised. That I'm not tired at all. Ro shook his head, resting his forehead against the little girl's, and whispered, let me share a secret with you, Ya. Your father is Superman and he never gets tired. Daddy is Superman. He's the strongest. The little girl believed wholeheartedly. Chu Fian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but press her lips together, her heart swelling with guilt as she watched Ro play with their daughter. What's wrong? Why do your eyes seem suddenly red? Has someone bullied you? Ro quickly noticed Chu Fian's unusual demeanor, his expression darkening as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Did someone bully you and Mommy? The little girl shook her head, her small lips pouting, suddenly feeling as if her father had transformed into someone frighteningly different. No, no one has bullied us. Seeing this, Chu Fian hurriedly patted the little girl's back and turned to Ro, saying, I feel unworthy of you that I've been so selfish. I'm sorry, Ro, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, quickly soothing the little girl who was nearly frightened to tears. Once her emotions stabilized, Ro then turned to Chu Fian and, with a mischievous grin, asked, I wonder if Professor Chu has ever heard of Chao Zhe? Chu Fian often browsed the internet and occasionally read novels, so she was well aware of Chao Zhe's notoriety. Upon seeing Ro's cheeky smile, her fair face flushed a deep red, and she couldn't help but raise her small fist and playfully strike Ro's chest. As her fist drew closer to his chest, the force diminished until it transformed into a gentle palm resting against him, easily captured by his larger hand. And I know you're lying to me. Chu Fian leaned her head against Ro's shoulder, her voice soft and melodic. But I am very happy. Thank you. Away. Meeting you and being rescued by you in the bar is the greatest fortune of my life. After saying this, she lifted herself on tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on Ro's cheek. That I wanted too. Yaya piped up, and without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Ro's neck and kissed his cheek. Unwilling to be outdone at just 2 years old, the little girl had little memory of her parents' divorce, but Ro's kindness had made her genuinely regard him as her own father over these past few days. Haha. Ro laughed heartily and returned a bow to both the big and little ones. The little girl was sensible, well-behaved, and adorable, and Ro genuinely liked her from the bottom of his heart. Chu Fian, embracing Ro's waist with a dreamy smile, said, I hope this world can return to normal soon. When it does, if you prefer boys, I'll give you a son. If you prefer girls, I'll give you a daughter. Haha. If the world truly returns to normal, one child will hardly suffice. We should have at least 7 or 8. Ro replied exaggeratedly, as long as you like it, I'll give you as many as you want. Chu Fian looked up at Ro, her expression earnest. I'm just joking. Having Yaya is enough. I can't bear to let you suffer through so many hardships for more children, Ro said, but Yaya isn't. Before she could finish her sentence, Ro suddenly grasped her from behind. Realizing that their little girl was no longer a mere 3-year-old, she could understand more than they thought. Consequently, she quickly fell silent. Grasping Ro's unruly hand and shifting the topic, you want to know what Mu Chung came to discuss with me just now? What? Ro inquired. His curiosity piqued instantly. Chu Fian bent down, retrieving some compressed biscuits and water from beneath the bed, helping Ro open them and bringing them to his lips to eat. Before continuing, Mu Chung has yet to awaken her abilities. You must have heard of this, right? Ro nodded. The 4 campus beauties of Deep Sea University were all prominent figures. And while 3 of them had already awakened their powers, Su Mu Chung, as one of the 4 beauties, had yet to do so, which naturally sparked much gossip. Could it be? Ro's thick eyebrows raised slightly as he looked at Chu Fian, already guessing Su Mu Cheng's purpose for visiting. Indeed, I suddenly awakened my abilities, and Mu Chung specifically came to seek guidance. Chu Fian confirmed. Ro, upon hearing this, asked, Did you tell her? Chu Fian cautiously glanced at him, unable to discern his mood, and then bit her enticing red lips, confessing, I didn't reveal that you possess extraordinary treasures. I merely told her that after being with you, you helped me awaken. You are not as foolish as I thought, Ro remarked, his hand reaching up to stroke her head, nodding in satisfaction. I am a professor at Deep Sea University. Where do you see foolishness in me? Chu Fian swatted Ro's hand away from her head, standing tall and proudly displaying her gleaming little tiger teeth, appearing adorably innocent. Back then, you used to call me Sister Chu. Now, what's this? Are you aiming for the heavens? Sister Chu, if you keep this up, my temper will flare, Ro warned, his gaze fixated intensely on her, and had it not been for the little girl in his arms, he would have surely pounced on her. Chu Fian noticed the change in his demeanor and immediately softened her stance, refraining from being overly bold. The little girl was watching nearby, and Ro had to exert effort to restrain himself. Wait, what did you and Su Mu Chung discuss? How did I help you awaken? And why did she look at me strangely when she left? As his thoughts whirled, Ro suddenly sensed something amiss and, adhering to his usual approach, directly posed a series of questions to Chu Fian. Chu Fian, hearing this, shrank her chin almost into her chest, her ears flushed crimson, and her voice became hesitant. It's just that. You and I awakened my powers, Ro. You've essentially revealed everything to her except that I possess extraordinary treasures, Ro retorted. You realize the consequences of what you've just said. If this gets out, I'll have every woman who hasn't awakened their abilities eyeing me, and who knows, some men might want to give it a try too. Mu Chung is my student. Over the past few months, she has been assisting me, and I know her character well, which is why I told her I specifically cautioned her not to spread this matter, Chu Fian hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Ro's brows knitted deeper, looking at her with bewilderment. Then what was your purpose in telling Sumu Cheng all this? She could have had a better reason. Why did you specifically share these intimate details? Something fell off, and Ro had reason to believe that Chu Fian must have an ulterior motive. How'd I want to compensate you? Chu Fian replied, looking up at Ro. Compensate me? Ro was utterly perplexed. I feel unworthy of you. And with a child in tow, I want to. Chu Fian spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, Ro's muddled mind was suddenly illuminated by a flash of realization. She intended to help him build a harem. Logically, he should feel pleased by such thoughts, yet he couldn't shake off a tinge of discomfort. I consider you family, yet you want to push me away. Is that it? Ro said, looking at Chu Fian with mild irritation. No, that's not it, Chu Fian exclaimed in a panic. Daddy, Mommy, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The little girl blinked her big, sparkling eyes, shifting her gaze between Ro and Chu Fian. Confusion etched across her face. Mommy and I are discussing some adult matters. When Yaya grows a bit older, you'll understand, Ro smiled, ruffling the little girl's hair and redirecting the conversation. Yaya, do you want to go out and play with Daddy? Yes. The little girl's attention was instantly captured, her face lighting up with joy. Stuck in the confines of the small cabin all day, she naturally longed for the outside world. However, she also understood that her mother was afraid of the cold. So she had never asked to go outside. Now, hearing that they could go out, how could she not be thrilled? Ro chuckled as he helped the little girl adjust her outfit, finally wrapping her up snugly like a dumpling before they exited the cabin. Chu Fian watched the father and daughter share laughter, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart, yet it only solidified her resolve. Ro was so kind to her and treated Yaya as his own. She too should do something for him. She had read Ro's Emperor's internal classic, and aside from the 18 blush-inducing internal cultivation methods, it concluded with 8 prophetic lines, 3,000 beauties. Ascending to immortality. Clearly, she could not achieve this alone. Chu Fian hurriedly chased after the vehicle, just as she was about to persuade Ro. Suddenly, a group of people appeared ahead of the convoy. Fang Qinghan and others had finally returned, dragging along the 7 wild boars on snowmobiles. Avril and another girl were carrying a stretcher that caught Chu Fian's attention. Her expression shifted as she rushed over, and upon seeing the pale and weak-faced Situ Qing, she finally understood the peril hidden behind Ro's earlier nonchalant words. It's so dangerous outside. Why didn't you tell me? Chu Fian's eyes reddened as she looked at Ro, her voice trembling with emotion. Isn't it all fine? Luo Wei chuckled nonchalantly. Come back to the carriage with me. With that, he unceremoniously pulled Luo Wei back into the car, then took Yaya from his arms and tucked her snugly under the covers. Swiftly, he drew a curtain to shield Yaya's view and said, Be good. Yeah, stay here for a while, and Mama will take you out to play later. All right? The little girl obediently nodded, neither crying nor fussing. Displaying a maturity that tugged at one's heartstrings, Chu Fian gently caressed her daughter's head, showering her with affection as she planted a kiss on Yaya's forehead before turning to leave the bed. I really am fine. Luo Wei observed the worry etched on Chu Fian's face and couldn't help but throw a few playful punches at the air. Chu Fian paid him no mind, taking matters into her own hands as she forcibly removed his clothing. Only after confirming that he bore no injuries did she let out a sigh of relief. So concerned for me, yet you push me into the arms of another woman. What on earth are you thinking? Luo Wei remarked, unable to suppress a murmur as he gazed at the visibly relieved professor. Women are indeed intricate in their thoughts, perceiving unspoken feelings at a glance. She instantly grasped the reason for Luo Wei's earlier irritation. Ah, so you are upset that I don't regard you highly. Chu Fian smiled, her lips curving in amusement as she spoke. Her hands busily tidied Luo Wei's attire. Indeed, I have genuine feelings for you and Yaya. But what about you? Luo Wei grasped Chu Fian's hands and questioned, What do you take me for? Just a tool to be used at your convenience and discarded at will. Though I, Chu Fian, have been divorced and believe I am unworthy of you. I am not a frivolous woman. Since I have chosen you, and you truly care for both me and Yaya, I shall wholeheartedly reciprocate. If it were possible, I would wish to be by your side at all times. But I cannot, for I have Yaya to care for. Chu Fian tilted her delicate face, her enchanting eyes glistening with an unprecedented resolve as she gazed at Luo Wei. You are an exceptionally wonderful person. In this world, It is unlikely to find anyone better. Alas, I am but a fleeting encounter. She raised her hand to cover Luo's mouth and continued, I have never considered pushing you towards someone else. The thought of sharing you with another brings me sorrow, yet I cannot be selfish. You are cultivating the Emperor's internal classic, and if you wish to elevate your strength swiftly, this is the only way. The stronger you become, the better our lives will be in this world, won't it? Luo, what can I possibly say about you? Luo gently removed her hand from his mouth, exclaiming in exasperation, Please, no more talk of worthiness. There are countless divorced individuals in this world. Those who remarry multiple times still live their lives freely and joyfully. As for the Emperor's internal classic, I believe in going with the flow. With my abilities, I assure you, it is not boastful to say I could easily win over women. Upon finishing his statement, Luo lowered his gaze. I never forced anything. It was Mu Chung who sought me out. Chu Fian pushed Luo away and glanced back at the curtain, saying, Actually, having another woman accompany you could be beneficial. At the very least, she could help look after Yaya, or at best, assist you in relieving some physical stress. The air conditioning in the carriage hummed loudly, the noise considerable, and the two lowered their voices deliberately, not overly concerned about Yaya overhearing. Over an hour later, Luo and Chu Fian arrived beside a train with Yaya. Entrusting her care to a girl before stepping into the carriage, this compartment was specifically designated for treating the injured. It was clean, tidy, and relatively spacious. Inside the vast compartment lay only 6 hospital beds, with Situ Ching resting on one of them. Professor Luo, Professor Chu, you have arrived, greeted the attending Avril, quickly rising to usher them to sit. Professor Luo, Professor Chu, Situ Ching's weak voice followed, Don't move. Just lie down and rest well. Chu Fian quickly approached, placing her hand on Situ Ching's shoulder, Don't mind us. We are just here to see you. Situ Ching did not put on a brave front, obediently lying on the bed. Her eyes sincerely meeting Luo's as she said, Thank you, Professor Luo, for what? The one who saved you was Wang Xiu. Luo waved his hand dismissively. Had I not put aside past grievances to save you from that wild boar, you would not have waited for Wang Xiu to rescue you. You are both my saviors. Situ Ching replied, Do you think I'm ugly? Luo chuckled. The sudden leap in logic left even someone as exceptional as Situ Ching momentarily speechless. There is a saying online, if a woman is saved by a handsome man, she would express her gratitude by offering herself in return, while if the man is less than appealing, her response would be quite different. So, do you think I am handsome? Luo inquired with a grin. Situ Ching's pale face suddenly flushed with 2 rosy spots, momentarily at a loss for words. To call him handsome would imply a desire to repay him with her body. To say otherwise would be disingenuous and ungrateful for his life-saving act. Haha, just kidding. Luo smiled gently, sparing Situ Ching any embarrassment. Professor Luo's handsomeness is widely acknowledged. Many junior students, as well as other professors, refer to you as a male god in private. Avril chimed in with a laugh. Chu Fian glanced at Luo's handsome face and couldn't help but nod in agreement that it was, after all, one of the reasons she had chosen him. Haha, it seems Professor Chu is also a fan of good looks. Avril teased with a giggle, pulling Chu Fian closer. I have been meaning to ask, Professor Chu, would you mind revealing when you and Professor Luo got together? Chu Fian's cheeks flushed, feeling too embarrassed to confess to Avril that she had willingly surrendered to Luo for the sake of survival. Sensing her discomfort, Luo interjected, I began pursuing Professor Chu 3 years ago. Chapter 18. Su Muching. Hearing this, Chu Fian cast a grateful glance at Luo, feeling that her sacrifices were worthwhile. Her gaze softened as she looked at him, filled with affection. I never realized that you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, could tell a lie without batting an eyelash. Outside the vehicle, Chu Fian wrapped her arms around Luo's arm, gazing at his handsome profile, and teasingly remarked, Indeed, how could I, this young man with thick brows and bright eyes, deceive anyone? I shall return to inform Avril and Situ Ching of the truth. Luo smacked his forehead, halting in his tracks, and as he spoke, he turned to head back towards the ambulance. No, I was wrong. I apologize. Chu Fian quickly grasped his arm. Is a mere apology sufficient? Luo scoffed. What do you wish for then? Chu Fian inquired. The game we just played. Accompany me 3 more times, Luo stated. No, absolutely not. Chu Fian promptly rejected. Very well. Then I shall simply tell Situ Ching and Avril that one fateful evening, a highly educated, esteemed beauty professor unexpectedly knocked on the door of this bachelor. Luo Wei declared that Chu Fian clung tightly to Luo Wei's arm, her crystalline teeth gently biting her rosy lip as she bashfully replied, "Once. At most. Just once, at least twice." They both understood that one feigned retreat was a ruse. And the other's refusal was equally insincere. They were merely playing. Ultimately, Chu Fian pouted like a wronged child and reluctantly agreed to Luo Wei's request for 2 rounds. "Mommy and Daddy, do you not want me anymore?" A crisp voice suddenly broke through the wind and snow. Luo Wei and Chu Fian halted in their tracks, exchanging glances before recalling the existence of their daughter. Initially, both felt the girl was somewhat superfluous. Though this was merely a jest, Luo Wei quickly dashed to the little girl, crouched down to brush the snow from her head, and scooped her up, saying, "How could we ever abandon our little angel? Are you cold? Come, let us take you home." With that, he cradled the little girl in one arm, while holding Chu Fian's hand with the other, making their way toward their designated compartment, due to the wild boar incident. The convoy had been delayed for over 3 hours, and by now it was already noon. Fortunately, they lingered a bit longer, allowing everyone to finish lunch before continuing their journey. The storm raged on. The snowflakes fluctuated in size, yet the temperature remained steadily cold. By the end of the day, 2 more individuals succumbed to the harsh chilled in the evening. The convoy came to a halt at a group of people gathered around several campfires, numbly consuming the rations they had received. "Damn it! Why must I endure this suffering?" One individual, unable to bear it any longer, flung the food from his hands and rose, angrily shouting, "Fang Qinghan, come out here. Why must we migrate when we were fine in Deep Sea City? If you do not provide us with an explanation today, what do you intend to do?" A figure clad in a flowing white fox fur appeared. Fang Qinghan gliding through the snow with an ethereal grace, her voice accompanying her arrival among the crowd. That I found myself ensnared by Fang Qinghan's starkly contrasting, tranquil gaze. His eyes, as still as an ancient well, extinguished the fervor that had surged within me, leaving an inexplicable chill in my heart. At that moment, I faltered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. "If you choose to leave, I will not detain you," Fang Qinghan declared, surveying the crowd with a cold, unfeeling tone. "To be honest, should you all depart, it would be a boon for me. So why do you cling to me so stubbornly?" Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the group. Observing their reaction, Fang Qinghan's voice softened slightly. "In this bitter cold, loss of life is inevitable. I understand the weight of your burdens. Thus, I shall overlook this instance. However, should it happen again, do not expect me to show leniency." With that, he strolled away, effortlessly quelling the turmoil with mere words. Why did she not reveal to them that their migration aimed to discover a hidden paradise? The tale of longing for plums to quench thirst is one we learned in elementary school. Offering them a glimmer of hope could ignite their motivation. As the university president, Fang Qinghan must surely comprehend this principle. Right? Luo Wei turned to Chu Fian, voicing his confusion. Of course, Sister Qinghan understands the concept of longing for plums, but that story is not applicable now. Chu Fian replied, gazing at Luo Wei as she patiently elucidated. Today's people are not as naive as those of ancient times. They won't simply believe whatever you say. Furthermore, our current environment is far more brutal than the one depicted in that tale. No one can predict how long this journey will take, and should someone exploit this situation, the consequences could be dire. So, if she says nothing, how will these people perceive her? Luo Wei asked. "I know Sister Qinghan. She is indifferent to such matters," Chu Fian replied, shaking her head with a heavy expression. Luo Wei couldn't help but admire that woman, who bore countless burdens without fear, seemingly prepared to face any challenge. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the vehicle. Luo Wei and Chu Fian turned to see who it was. Upon recognizing the figure at the door, Luo Wei's lips twitched slightly, while Chu Fian cast him a knowing glance. Rising eagerly, she opened the door, exclaiming, "Mu Qing, what brings you here? Come inside. It's cold out." "No, I won't go in. Teacher Luo, could you step out for a moment? I need your help," Su Mu Chung pleaded, her gaze evasive as she spoke. Luo Wei understood what Su Mu Chung sought and exchanged a glance with Chu Fian. Their eyes met, and Chu Fian playfully winked at him, discreetly offering a gesture of encouragement in the dim light. Luo Wei's lips quirked as he smiled at Su Mu Chung, nodding before stepping outside. As he brushed past Chu Fian, he reached out and playfully pinched her softly. Chu Fian's exquisite face twitched in surprise. nearly crying out in pain. Her sparkling eyes glistened with tears, filled with reproach as she glared at Luo Wei. Despite her benevolence and understanding, here he was, treating her with such harshness. Chu Fian felt a swell of grievance. But Luo Wei left her only with the memory of his broad back. Bang! The car door shut automatically, and Chu Fian quietly watched the two figures recede into the distance. A pang of regret and worry welled up within her, causing her to gently bite her alluring red lips. Realizing she had made a mistake, she regretted giving Luo Wei to someone else, fearing that he might grow weary of her. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. As Luo Wei and Su Mu-chung drifted further away, Chu Fian returned to her bed, lying closely next to Yaya, but she could not recapture the feeling of being held by Luo Wei. A sense of loneliness gnawed at her heart like countless ants. Chu Fian had never felt so sentimental, questioning whether she had truly fallen for him, but if not, why did it hurt so much? Chapter 19. Willing to pay any price beneath the cold moonlight, the two trudged through the snow at a measured pace. Once akin to strangers, their paths gradually converged. Continuing further, they would soon lose sight of the camp. After walking for over 10 minutes in silence, Su Mu-chung remained mute, prompting Luo Wei to remind her in this desolate wilderness, with snow blanketing the ground, straying too far from the camp could lead to losing their way in the dark. A perilous situation indeed. Upon hearing his words, Su Mu-chung paused, finally lifting her downcast head. Tall and slender, even bundled in thick leather, her graceful silhouette remained apparent at Deep Sea University. The four campus beauties were all striking, possessing flawless looks and poise. Unlike the others, Su Mu-chung hailed from an ordinary family, yet the apocalypse, which many viewed as an opportunity, brought her only endless dread and unease. In peacetime, her extraordinary beauty might have offered her advantages. But in this world, it was a curse. Fortunately, Fang Qinghan was there to maintain a semblance of order, though he could not oversee everyone at all times. Ultimately, her safety depended on her own strength. Unfortunately, while those around her awakened their extraordinary abilities, she felt as though fate had forsaken her. In this icy expanse, she dared not stray from the group at night, fearing that a hand might reach out from the darkness, dragging her into an unknown abyss. Such thoughts plagued her, leading to many nights spent waking from nightmares. Each day felt like a countdown to her demise, every moment stretching painfully, leaving her in agony. She often contemplated surrendering to death, yet she lacked the courage to confront it, knowing her parents had sacrificed much to raise her. Life, a gift from them, was not something she could abandon lightly. Perhaps tomorrow, she too would awaken her powers. Amidst hope and despair, she drifted through countless days, feeling as though she was suffocating, uncertain of when she might lose her sanity. Just then, Chu Fian awakened her abilities. Clinging to her last shred of hope, Su Mu-chung approached Chu Fian. Initially holding little expectation to her surprise, she discovered that Chu Fian's awakening was not spontaneous, but rather induced in that moment. She felt as if she had glimpsed a beacon of light amidst her despair. "Teacher Luo, may I ask if Chu teacher's awakening was because of you?" Su Mu-chung inquired, gripping her clothing tightly with gloved hands, her eyes sparkling with hope. Even through her goggles, Luo Wei could sense her yearning. "Yes," he replied, nodding gently under her hopeful gaze. Upon hearing this, Su Mu-cheng's hands instinctively grasped his arm tightly. "Teacher Luo, please help me. I don't want to die. My parents are still waiting for me in the countryside." At that moment, Su Mu-chung resembled a drowning person clutching onto a final lifeline, her frail form exerting a surprising grip on Luo Wei's arm. "Calm down," he urged, gently prying her fingers away as he spoke with a serious tone. "Fian must have explained to you how she awakened. That I feel somewhat embarrassed. You might think I'm taking advantage of the situation. But apart from that method, I truly have no other means." "Teacher Luo," Su Mu-chung began, removing her mask and goggles, letting her long, lustrous hair cascade down in the faint moonlight. She was beautiful, with a delicate face as pale as jade and features reminiscent of an angel fallen from grace, radiating a pure aura. "Teacher Luo, do you think I'm pretty?" As she spoke, a subtle blush crept across her fair cheeks. "Beautiful. How could our little fairy from Deep Sea University not be beautiful?" Luo Wei answered sincerely. Su Mu-chung was the kind of girl who would evoke memories of first love in any man fortunate enough to meet her. Innocent, pure, untouched by the grime of the world. "Teacher Luo, you are a gentleman. but I am willing to pay any price to awaken. Su Mu Chung bit her lip lightly, determination igniting in her eyes as she prepared to unfasten her clothing. Luo Wei understood her intentions and quickly raised his hand to stop her. This was not a matter of him being a gentleman. He simply did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability. Given Su Mu Cheng's physique, shedding the protective garments made from monster hides would leave her vulnerable to the cold in no time. Are you trying to get yourself killed by undressing here? Luo Wei exclaimed, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Su Muching suddenly recalled her own limitations, feeling a wave of embarrassment and urgency wash over her, leaving her at a loss. That I'm not anxious. Why are you? Luo Wei remarked. Speechless, as he grasped Su Muching's hand and urged, let us go. We can devise a plan later. In the past, houses were a scarce commodity. Now, even in this post-apocalyptic world, the situation remains unchanged. Outside, the cold could freeze a person to death. And within the convoy, there was no suitable place at this moment. Determining where to take Su Muching to awaken her abilities had become the most vexing dilemma. Su Muching kept her head bowed throughout the journey, allowing Luo Wei to lead her. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, her earlobes were flushed, rendering her exceedingly adorable. Why are you two back so soon? Chu Fian inquired, her face lighting up with a hint of joy upon seeing the duo return in less than half an hour, which was quickly followed by a look of confusion. Luo Wei's expression darkened at her words. You're a professor, not a beast. Don't drive recklessly. Su Muching cast Chu Fian a bewildered glance. After Chu Fian allowed them into the vehicle, she was about to speak when the radio in the cabin suddenly crackled to life. Fian, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. It was Fang Qinghan's voice. Understood. I'll be right there. By the way, should Luo Wei come along too? Chu Fian replied. The voice on the other end paused briefly before responding. Yes, bring him with you. All right. Chu Fian's face instantly brightened. Luo Wei, witnessing this, felt utterly perplexed, questioning why this woman seemed so elated. Little did he know, Chu Fian's joy stemmed solely from his return, as it meant she could be by his side once more. It was at this moment that she truly recognized Luo Wei's significance in her life. Despite having spent merely a few days together, she realized she had already become dependent on him. However, Chu Fian soon recognized a dilemma. What about Yaya? The child was still too young, and the nights were cold. Bringing her along might expose her to illness. This concern was shared by both Chu Fian and Luo Wei, and they soon found themselves synchronously directing their gazes at Su Muching. The poor girl, who had yet to find help to awaken her powers, was instead drafted to become an unpaid caretaker. Hee. I must have had the foresight. Under the moonlight, Chu Fian clutched Luo Wei's arm tightly, her head tilted back with a look of triumph. Chapter 20. The prophet Luo Wei wore an odd expression. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed that this childlike beauty of a professor seemed to have grown more attached to him. Moreover, her joy arrived in the most inexplicable manner, leaving him utterly baffled. What is so good that you're smiling so broadly? Share it with me. Luo Wei inquired with curiosity. Nothing at all. Chu Fian replied, looking bewildered, yet her smile was radiant and captivating. How can you be so happy with nothing good happening? Luo Wei remarked. Just consider it as me having found myself a good man and being pleased about it. Chu Fian answered brightly. Haha. Why the sudden sweetness? Come here, let me see if you've smeared honey on your lips. Luo Wei chuckled, pretending to lean in for a kiss. Chu Fian, noticing this, hastily raised her hand to block his mouth. Her voice ringing clear, we are at least referred to as teachers. Even though it's night, we are still outside. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, we should be mindful of our image. All right then. Luo Wei relented, albeit with a hint of disappointment on his face. Observing this, Chu Fian's eyes darted around, and upon noticing the absence of others, she swiftly rose on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on Luo Wei's cheek before darting away. Luo Wei. So, it's a case of allowing officials to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Is it? Such double standards are simply outrageous. For individuals like her, one ought to strongly condemn them. It would be best to catch her and give her a good smack on the backside. Luo Wei lengthened his stride and pursued her. As they playfully bickered, they soon arrived at the location Fang Qinghan had specified. At this moment, a tent had been erected beside Fang Qinghan's vehicle, with a charcoal fire burning in the center, and over 20 men and women were seated around it. Among them were Xiao Cheng and Wang Xiu, whom Luo Wei had seen earlier, along with 2 other women. Additionally, Avril, Yao Xingtong, and several leaders from Deep-Sea University, as well as a few heads of refugee groups from the outside world, were all gathered here. The tent, although limited in space, felt somewhat cramped, yet even so, a clear meter of space remained around Fang Qinghan, making her stand out even more distinctly. As Luo Wei and Chu Fian entered the tent, the collective gaze of the crowd turned towards them. Curiosity, scrutiny, envy, and jealousy reflected in their eyes as they fell upon Luo Wei, who was holding Chu Fian's hand. "Professor Chu, come sit over here." Yao Xingtong beckoned, rising from her seat. Chu Fian, still holding Luo Wei's hand, navigated past a few women and quickly reached Yao Xingtong's side. Avril, noticing this, seemingly conjured 2 folding stools from her space and handed them to the pair. "Thank you." Chu Fian expressed her gratitude. Luo Wei, however, shook his head and replied, "I'm fine standing." Although the tent was not large, there was certainly room for Luo Wei to sit if he chose to. Yet, surrounded by girls, he felt it inappropriate to do so. Nonetheless, his decision inadvertently earned him the admiration of several young women nearby. Unlike certain individuals, Yao Xingtong glanced at Xiao Cheng, who was squeezed among Wang Xiyu and the other women, his hands never remaining still, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. In today's world, truly, the forest is vast, and all sorts of birds can be found, living as if he had never seen a woman before. "Beauty, do you want to squeeze over here? I can make some room for you," Xiao Cheng remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration as they fell upon Chu Fian, despite the current climate causing all women to dress heavily, making them less visually appealing. Some individuals stood out remarkably. Fang Qinghan was one such person, and so was Chu Fian. The moment she removed her hood, many male eyes in the tent sparkled with interest. Even though the 3 women beside Xiao Cheng were not lacking in beauty or figure, they still fell short in comparison to Chu Fian. Xiao Cheng's gaze burned with intensity, unabashedly displaying his fervor. To him, this was simply being true to oneself that a graceful lady is best matched with a gentleman. The natural inclination of men and women towards each other is humanity's essence after the apocalypse. Xiao Cheng had completely let himself go. His ability was called the Prophet. With this power, he occasionally glimpsed into the future. Over the past 2 months, he had seized opportunities, acquired treasures, sought out women, and taken care of future enemies. Truly indulging in the thrill of being the protagonist, not long ago, he caught a glimpse of a significant opportunity awaiting him at Deep-Sea University. Thus, he brought his woman along to join. Now, gazing at the makeshift meeting room, Xiao Cheng knew his chance was about to arrive. However, at that moment, his eyes fell upon Chu Fian, and he saw another glimpse of the future, one that involved her. In this vision, Chu Fian donned a striking red gown that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding an aura of a queen with every movement, radiating strength and dominance. The combination of her softness and assertiveness was utterly captivating. Xiao Cheng felt that having encountered such a woman, he should not let the opportunity slip away. "Thank you. I'm quite comfortable sitting here." Chu Fian politely declined Xiao Cheng's offer with a smile. Luo Wei turned to regard Xiao Cheng's face, which could only be described as passably handsome, and frowned slightly. His sixth sense as a man alerted him to the fact that this young man, who wore a perpetual smile, harbored ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, he looked at Xiao Cheng's smiling visage and found it increasingly unsettling, even feeling an impulse to slap that face and see if the grin would remain. Noticing Luo Wei's gaze, Xiao Cheng turned to him, offering a smile that seemed laden with meaning. Luo Wei then shifted his attention to Wang Xiyu, saying, "If Miss Wang has no place to sit, you're welcome to join me here." Wang Xiyu, nestled in Xiao Cheng's embrace, quickly pressed down on Xiao Cheng's restless hands upon hearing Luo Wei's words, shaking her head and blushing slightly. "Thank you, Teacher Luo, but no, I'm quite fine here." Just as she finished speaking, Wang Xiyu suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft cry of pain, evidently having been pinched by Xiao Cheng. "He-s just a dying man. Why bother with him?" Xiao Cheng grumbled, biting Wang Xiyu's ear in displeasure for her conversing with Luo Wei, his grip only tightening. In truth, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Luo Wei, who not only towered over him in height and handsomeness, but also had a woman of superior quality by his side. "Tong Tong, please make 30 copies of these documents and return." Fang Qinghan's voice rang out suddenly. Having been engrossed in her writing at a desk, Fang Qinghan finally lifted her head and handed the completed documents to Yao Xingtong. "Understood," Yao Xingtong replied promptly, taking the documents with both hands and weaving through the crowd to exit the tent. After Yao Xingtong departed, Fang Qinghan surveyed the tent, her gaze ultimately resting on Wang Shiyu, whose cheeks were flushed and whose eyes sparkled like spring water, her brows knitting slightly. The previously brazen Xiaocheng immediately withdrew his hands from Wang Shiyu upon noticing this. After all, it pertained to his own opportunity. Wang Shiyu was his woman. There was no need to rush things. Miss Wang, you saved my life and I've promised to owe you a favor. Now you may speak freely about what you desire. Fang Qinghan declared that as long as it fell within her capabilities, she would endeavor to fulfill their requests. Chapter 21. Autocratic Fang Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyu instinctively turned to glance at Xiaocheng behind her. Throughout their journey together, ever since she had allied with him, she had developed a habit of heeding Xiaocheng's words, whether they concerned trivial matters or significant issues. Today, her actions in saving someone were no different. Could any request be made? Xiaocheng smiled wryly, patting Wang Shiyu's thigh, signaling her to rise. Wang Shiyu stood, moving aside, while Xiaocheng also stood up, his gaze fixating on Fang Qinghan. His eyes, filled with an aggressive intensity, brazenly scrutinized Fang Qinghan's tall and alluring figure. Fang Qinghan furrowed her brow, suppressing the impulse to draw her sword, and glanced at Wang Shiyu. Taking a deep breath, she forced down her disgust and fury, stating, "Indeed, as long as it is within my capability, I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Upon hearing this, Xiaocheng grinned widely, enunciating each word with deliberate slowness. Then, "I want you." Clang, as Xiaocheng's words trailed off. A sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed from within the tent, the piercing cry of a sword resonating through the air. A cold, snowy light illuminated the tent, deep and chilling, radiating an aura of lethal intent. All present felt a shiver run down their spines, a wave of goosebumps enveloping them. Luo Wei hastily pulled Chu Fian behind him, his expression one of sheer horror as he regarded the slowly rising Fang Qinghan. What power did this woman possess? Luo Wei had once believed himself quite formidable, a figure of note. Yet now, in comparison to Fang Qinghan, he instantly grasped the meaning of the phrase, "One must compare to understand." Realizing the shallowness of his own experience. Just a joke. Surely Principal Fang would not seek to repay kindness with malice. At that moment, Xiaocheng's voice emerged, dry and strained. It was then that everyone noticed a bronze ancient sword had inexplicably pierced Xiaocheng's brow. Its tip dangerously close to breaching his skull. That a hush fell over the group as they silently pondered whether they could have evaded such a strike. Your jest is far from amusing. I hope there will not be a next time. Moreover, I rather appreciate your current gaze. Fang Qinghan's voice resounded once more, drawing attention to Xiaocheng, whose eyes trembled slightly with fear, cold sweat beading on his pale face. The contrast between his current state and his earlier nonchalance was striking. Such a gaze must not reappear. Should I catch you looking at me in that manner again, I will remove your eyes. Her words, light and ethereal yet devoid of emotion, sent chills through those who heard them. Very well, Xiaocheng gulped, nodding rapidly, his demeanor akin to a frightened quail. Clang, the ancient bronze sword, like a flash of lightning, darted back to Fang Qinghan, swirling around her twice before gradually shrinking and, astonishingly, vanishing into her forehead. Was this the extraordinary nature of a top-tier artifact? It surely rivaled the legendary treasures, one could surmise. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone couldn't help but marvel internally. Now, you may express your desires. Fang Qinghan resumed her seat, her gaze fixed upon Xiaocheng. This time, Xiaocheng complied, casting a brief glance at Fang Qinghan before hastily averting his eyes. Contemplating, I require the complete version of what you just replicated. He emphasized the final words heavily. Possessing the foresight of a seer, he understood that what Fang Qinghan had presented was incomplete. Fang Qinghan, taken aback, regarded Xiaocheng with a hint of suspicion, pondering whether he was a reincarnated individual. However, such thoughts were fleeting. In this world filled with inexplicable phenomena, it was conceivable that he possessed some extraordinary abilities, had connections with others of unique talents, or perhaps wielded some form of treasure. Inquiring would not guarantee honesty, and thus she dismissed the notion, stating, "The materials were just organized by me. Currently, only the basic version exists. If you seek the complete version, you may need to wait." When not provoked, Fang Qinghan proved to be quite accommodating, her demeanor pleasant and devoid of arrogance. "I can wait. I hope Principal Fang will honor her promise." Xiaocheng replied. Naturally, Fang Qinghan nodded, signifying her acknowledgement at that moment. Yao Xingtong returned with the printed documents. Fang Qinghan gestured for her to hand a copy to Xiao Cheng. Once he received the documents, she promptly issued a dismissal, asserting that the ensuing discussions were reserved for the higher echelons of leadership, deeming Xiao Cheng unfit to remain. In truth, Fang Qinghan simply wished to avoid the presence of these individuals, particularly Xiao Cheng and the trio of women. The men were lecherous, and the women lacked discretion. Yet, Fang Qinghan did not feel entitled to pass judgment on them, recognizing that the women might simply be acting out of necessity. Hence, she merely desired their departure, preferring not to behold them any longer. However, her casual remarks were met with keen ears. Principal Fang, since you have declared this a high-level meeting, ought we not to ask this gentleman to leave as well? A man in his 30s rose, his expression provocative as he gazed at Luo Wei, seizing the opportunity to voice his challenge. The man, fair-skinned and of refined appearance, donned gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication, akin to a paragon of virtue. Fang Qinghan, Luo Wei whispered to Chu Fian, his tone affectionate. Meanwhile, he discreetly observed the man, noting the twitch at the corners of his mouth and the darkening of his expression as he witnessed Luo Wei's intimate gestures towards Chu Fian. His hands instinctively clenched into fists as he came to a realization. An adversary. His name is Wu Fei, a specially appointed professor at the academy. Luo Wei muttered. Chu Fian, feeling the warmth of Luo Wei's breath tickling her ear, instinctively recoiled slightly, whispering, "This person is quite bothersome. 4 years ago, when I first arrived at the school, he persistently pursued me. I've heard he has violent tendencies, a third-tier ability user, for the past 2 months. My greatest fear has been encountering him. Not only a scoundrel, but also a pervert," Luo Wei grumbled, recalling that Chu Fian had not been divorced 4 years prior, for a specially appointed professor at the academy to obsess over a married woman, coupled with violent tendencies, indicated not just a lack of character, but a clear descent into depravity. Wu Fei, is it? Before Luo Wei could interject, Fang Qinghan spoke first, her fair visage as cold as ice, her eyes devoid of emotion as they bore into Wu Fei. Wu Fei felt a jolt of realization at the gravity of his actions. Fang Qinghan had long been a figure of fear in the educational realm, unchallenged, and since the celestial upheaval, she had seemingly shed her restraints, mercilessly exacting retribution. In the past 2 months, the number of heads she had claimed was not fewer than 300, a figure that instilled terror. Yet Wu Fei was no ordinary man. His mental fortitude was commendable. Chapter 22. The Saintly Mother. The more than 20 individuals within the tent fell into a hushed silence, scarcely daring to breathe. Wu Fei swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at those around him before mustering the courage to nod. "Principal Fang, I am Wu Fei. If memory serves, you are a specially appointed professor, correct?" Fang Qinghan's voice followed swiftly, her emotionless gaze fixed on Wu Fei. "Thus, you hold no formal position at our institution, correct?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, attempting to mask his embarrassment and anxiety. "Yes, that is correct. You lack formal standing. What right do you have to partake in our school's high-level meeting? Leave." Fang Qinghan's voice was frigid. Wu Fei's face involuntarily twitched, but for the sake of his pride, he could no longer afford to feel fear. "Principal Fang, I am a specially appointed professor at the academy, and besides, not all attendees of this meeting are from the school. Furthermore, I command a staff of over 200 AS." He mentioned his 200 subordinates. Wu Fei straightened his posture, asserting, "In my territory, I dictate the terms. I may decide who remains and who departs. Would anyone here contest my words?" Fang Qinghan interjected, her gaze sweeping the room as her eyes fell upon each person. They promptly lowered their heads, not daring to voice dissent. "Are 200 individuals truly significant?" Fang Qinghan resumed her focus on Wu Fei, stating, "Perhaps you should return and bring your 200 staff members to speak with me." As she spoke, a hint of icy menace emanated from her. Wu Fei felt the weight of her murderous intent, an involuntary chill creeping up his spine as he averted his gaze. He opened his mouth to speak, but upon witnessing the impatience flickering in Fang Qinghan's eyes, he wisely refrained from continuing. "Get out. I do not wish to repeat myself." Fang Qinghan observed that Wu Fei had fallen silent, yet she had no intention of letting him off the hook. Upon hearing her words, Wu Fei realized that Fang Qinghan was resolute in her decision to use him as a means to establish her authority. The circumstances were more formidable than the individual, and with a sense of indignation, he could only huff in frustration. casting a fierce glare at Luo Wei before sweeping away in a huff. "Principal Fong, I shall take my leave as well." Luo Wei spoke up, eager to step out and procure some supplies. However, Fong Qinghan saw through his intentions immediately. "You shall remain where you are," she admonished him with a piercing gaze that in response. Luo Wei could only manage an awkward smile. Reluctantly retracting his previously lifted foot, standing obediently behind Chu Fian, while he turned his attention to the remaining individuals within the tent. The assembly present this evening consisted primarily of influential figures among the more than 20,000 individuals in their ranks. Either they possessed formidable strength or were supported by numerous followers. Luo Wei preferred to avoid the limelight. Thus he had always lingered on the periphery, but this time he was fortunate enough to enter the upper echelons by virtue of Chu Fian's influence. Nevertheless, he viewed all of this as superficial and was indifferent to it that in this world. Only genuine strength held true value. Yao Xingtong and Avril each held a stack of neatly copied documents. Distributing them among the attendees. "These are the cultivation methods I have compiled. Those interested may take them back for further study." Fong Qinghan's voice resonated, her tone so casual it seemed as though she were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, upon receiving the documents, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with newfound interest. "Thank you, Principal Fong," they chorused, their expressions ranging from sincere gratitude to feigned politeness. Yet at that moment, their gratitude felt earnest. After all, Fong Qinghan possessed not one but two supreme treasures, and any cultivation method she offered would undoubtedly be extraordinary. "There is no need for thanks that I require you to impart these cultivation methods to everyone. The overall strength of this group is far too weak. If this continues, the migration to ancient Chang'an will be an uncertain affair," Fong Qinghan stated. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically for those in power. Having weaker subordinates was preferable for control. However, under Fong Qinghan's unwavering gaze, they could only nod in agreement. "If that is settled, you may all return now," she declared, issuing an implicit dismissal as the group began to rise. A few remained behind. "Speak. What is it you wish to discuss?" Fong Qinghan addressed the lingering individuals. "Principal Fong, might you be able to allocate some additional food supplies to us? Our group consists of many elderly, women, and children, and during this migration process, relying on labor for sufficient food is proving quite challenging." Fong Qinghan glanced at the middle-aged speaker, then turned her attention to the other two. "And you? Do you also seek food?" "No, Principal Fong. I was wondering if we could be assigned one or two of the empty supply trucks. The 3-shift rotations are exhausting, and many are struggling to endure," one of them replied. "Indeed, 2 of our vehicles have broken down. Could we possibly be given a few replacements?" With over 20,000 individuals migrating, the daily consumption of supplies amounted to astronomical figures, and indeed, dozens of supply trucks had become available. However, distributing them in such a manner would inevitably lead to chaos. "For humans are not troubled by scarcity, but by inequality. I understand the situation you described. Please return for now, and I will provide you with a response shortly," Fong Qinghan replied at that moment. Her brows knitted together, the aura of the formidable leader dissipated, replaced by a sense of deliberation. Luo Wei discerned her transformation. This woman was truly a soft-hearted soul beneath her sharp tongue, embodying the greatest compassion in a world rife with strife. Yet, she was also astute, possessing both the means and the strength to navigate various situations, adapting her demeanor according to the individual she encountered, never allowing herself to be manipulated. Following such a compassionate figure brought a sense of security. "Fian, how do you propose we handle this matter?" she inquired after the 3 individuals reluctantly departed, rubbing her temples in mild distress. "I believe we should distribute the supplies, but we cannot simply hand them over. Otherwise, some may become insatiable." Chu Fian suggested we could allocate according to need. Those requiring assistance could participate in tasks, such as patrol duties, thereby earning a vehicle in return, which would also allow others to gain more living space. Avril added, "We can manage the vehicles in such a manner. But what of the food?" Fong Qinghan questioned her words. Everyone furrowed their brows in contemplation. The distribution of food was indeed a pressing issue. Previously, at school, they could allocate food based on labor points, but amidst migration, the available work was scarce while the need for food remained constant. Observing Fong Qinghan and the others wearing troubled expressions, Luo Wei, ever perceptive, decided to fade into the background. The plight of these highly educated and intelligent women left them at a loss. and he thought it unwise to intrude, for he possessed neither superior intellect nor an extra brain. Perhaps we should adopt the capitalist approach, Chu Fian proposed, suggesting loans to those in need of food, with repayment through labor or other means once they reached a suitable location. As a finance professor, she was adept at devising such plans and quickly formulated a comprehensive proposal. Yet, there remained a key concern. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise en route, the resources they took would essentially be lost. Nevertheless, Fang Qinghan and the others did not intend to exploit these individuals. Rather, they sought a reasonable way to distribute resources to those in need, ensuring their survival. But if we proceed in this manner, Qinghan, you will surely face severe criticism from these people, Chu Fian remarked, her expression tinged with empathy as she regarded Fang Qinghan. Let them criticize. After all, there are few who do not speak ill of me behind my back. Fang Qinghan replied nonchalantly. Once an agreement had been reached, her demeanor relaxed considerably. She cast a sidelong glance at Luo Wei, who had remained silent nearby. Luo Wei, what is your current strength? Early stage of the 4th tier. I just broke through this morning after the battle, Luo Wei replied. He had no reason to conceal his abilities, especially since such matters were transparent. Fang Qinghan nodded. Over 3,000 gene of strength is commendable, but do not become complacent. Many in our group have already reached the 4th tier. Luo Wei nodded, adopting a humble demeanor. Then, curiosity got the better of him. Principal Fang, may I ask what tier you currently occupy? Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan regarded him thoughtfully. My classification of strength levels differs from yours. Luo Wei's expression turned serious as he listened intently. Pleased with his earnestness, Fang Qinghan sought to enlighten him. I categorize strength into stages: the strengthening stage, blood transition, body refinement, and unification. At present, my strength is roughly equivalent to the 3rd level of blood transition. What does the 3rd level of blood transition correspond to in terms of awakened individuals? Chu Fian inquired. This question echoed in the minds of all present, though they hesitated to voice it directly. That is a valid query, Chu Fian pressed. Fang Qinghan observed the curious gazes surrounding her. Offering no concealment, in the strengthening stage, I possess over 10,000 gene of power, which you may equate to the level of awakened individuals. Isn't that the level of a 10th tier awakened individual? Yao Xingtong exclaimed, astonished. Can a person truly possess such strength? She gazed enviously at those around her. Although her awakening was unique, she was fundamentally frail. Watching these potential powerhouses, she felt a deep sense of envy. Roughly speaking, as far as I know, once an awakened individual reaches the 10th tier, they automatically enter the blood transition stage, during which every level they advance grants them an additional 2,000 gene of strength. Most importantly, they can mobilize their entire circulatory system, resulting in explosive increases in power, speed, and physical resilience. Luo Wei noted, his earlier arrogance swiftly dissipating. Are there many individuals who have reached the blood transition stage? Avril inquired. Fang Qinghan, possessing a radio to communicate with the authorities, was privy to many secrets unknown to others, which prompted Avril's question. Not many, but relatively speaking, it is significant, Fang Qinghan explained, panting slightly. Those who have acquired supreme treasures generally find their cultivation at or around the blood transition stage. At this, Chu Fian glanced toward Luo Wei, who similarly felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Despite possessing a treasure himself, the disparity was glaring. While others had already attained the blood transition stage, he was still reveling in his breakthrough to the strengthening stage. By the way, Principal Fang, how are treasures classified? And do you know how they come into existence? Luo Wei inquired eagerly, seizing the opportunity to ask without reservation. No one understood treasures better than Fang Qinghan. The classification of treasures is quite simple. Those that can be absorbed into the body are considered supreme treasures, while those that cannot are regarded as ordinary treasures. She elucidated. As for how treasures are born, that is more complex. However, one thing is certain: the richer the cultural heritage of the item, the greater its potential to become a treasure, and consequently, its power will be enhanced. However, the acquisition of top-tier extraordinary treasures cannot be forced. It is solely dependent on one's fortune. After discerning the patterns surrounding the birth of these treasures, some individuals have even set their sights on our national treasure, the Simua Ding. Before Fang Qinghan could finish his sentence, Yao Xingtong eagerly interrupted, asking, did he succeed? He died, reduced to a mist of blood on the spot. Fang Qinghan replied, shaking his head lightly. How perilous! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That is why I assert that top-tier extraordinary treasures cannot be compelled. Aside from the Simuwa Ding, numerous other significant national treasures have been attempted, yet most have ended in failure, Fang Qinghan continued. The only two successful instances were not due to the individual's choice of the object, but rather the object choosing its master. The more powerful the extraordinary treasure, the more sentient it becomes, capable of selecting its own owner. Now, I share this with you as a precaution. Fang Qinghan clapped his hands and said, Waiter, you and Tong Tong should return to rest. I need to speak privately with Fian. Upon hearing this, the two women promptly stood up to take their leave. Luo Wei, feeling somewhat awkward under Fang Qinghan's gaze, scratched his head and then turned to Chu Fian, saying, You two chat. I will wait outside. With that, he turned and exited the tent. The biting wind howled, and the white expanse of snow reflected a soft glow from the moonlight, making the surroundings not overly dark. Once Luo Wei had distanced himself from the tent, he summoned a book into his hands. This was his extraordinary treasure, the Huangdi Neijing. If what Fang Qinghan said was true, then his Huangdi Neijing could also be considered a top-tier extraordinary treasure. However, his own strength. Never mind, it was best not to dwell on that. But then, Luo Wei swiftly realized that those who possess top-tier extraordinary treasures must have already begun their cultivation, while he had only practiced twice thus far. Furthermore, although the Huangdi Neijing did not directly enhance his combat prowess like Fang Qinghan's bronze ancient sword, it bestowed upon him an indestructible body, a trump card akin to having a cheat. Such an ability was likely not possessed by the vast majority of top-tier extraordinary treasures. Thus, what was there to be dissatisfied about? If he lacked strength, he could only blame himself for not seizing the opportunity to cultivate diligently. With this thought in mind, he glanced toward the nearby tent, feeling an overwhelming desire to rush in and urge Chu Fian to seize the moment and return to cultivation. Then, he thought of Su Muching. He quickly shook his head, forcefully dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and took out the cultivation method Fang Qinghan had given him. Although the Huangdi Neijing contained some methods for physical training, who would ever scoff at having more good things? Luo Wei focused intently on the cultivation method in his hands, committing its principles to memory, his hands mimicking the movements as he gradually became engrossed. Fian, do you blame me? Inside the tent, Fang Qinghan gazed at Chu Fian, who sat across from him by the fire pit. Blame me for what? Chu Fian replied, her face a picture of surprise. We are friends. Yet at the most critical moment, I urged you to find someone to rely on. I was so irresponsible. Do you not hold it against me? Fang Qinghan said. Chu Fian, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle and shake her head. I thought it was something serious. I'm not a naive little girl. Some things I can comprehend. Sister Qinghan, your care for me has been more than sufficient. The journey has been fraught with peril. And when you asked me to find someone, it seemed like you were shirking responsibility. But in reality, you were being considerate. After all, you are but one person, without multiple heads or arms, nor the ability to clone yourself. Chu Fian looked at Fang Qinghan and continued, Given the numerous challenges we have faced, the burden on your shoulders is already quite heavy. If I were to rely solely on you for protection, it would not only be a burden to you, but would also be playing with my own life. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan's flawless face broke into a knowing smile, and in that moment, her charm was truly unparalleled. Is he good to you? Fang Qinghan glanced toward a particular direction outside the tent, her expression revealing concern that it was she who had initially suggested that Chu Fian find someone to accompany her on this journey. And Fang Qinghan was deeply worried about her friend's well-being. If it turned out otherwise, she would feel entirely responsible. Chu Fian noticed the worry etched on Fang Qinghan's face and gently shook her head. Her stunning visage glowing like a ripe persimmon in the firelight, radiating allure. With a tender smile, she replied, He treats me very well. Good, that's a relief. Fang Qinghan nodded. If he ever bullies you again, let me know. And I'll help you deal with him. Bully me? Chu Fian replied in confusion. Wei is very kind to me. He has never bullied me. Who says he hasn't? On the night of our migration, you clearly said you didn't want to. As Fang Qinghan's voice trailed off, it grew softer, yet she persisted in finishing her statement. That fellow disregarded a woman's wishes. Isn't that bullying? Chapter 24. The reason upon hearing this, Chu Fian nearly exploded on the spot, awkwardly pressing her fingers into the ground, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Fang Qinghan looked at Chu Fian, whose head was buried between her legs, and felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, this was a personal matter for Chu Fian, but it was due to her that Chu Fian had sought out Luo Wei. She had been genuinely concerned about her dear friend's well-being. No, it's not what you think, Sister Qinghan. You don't understand. Wei is very good to me. You don't need to worry or feel guilty, Chu Fian insisted, raising her head to meet Fang Qinghan's gaze. Suppressing her embarrassment as she explained, in fact, I should thank you if it weren't for you. I wouldn't have had the courage to meet such a wonderful man like Wei. Fang Qinghan scrutinized her friend's eyes, ensuring she was not lying before finally feeling relieved, and then quickly shifted the topic. As the moon hung low in the sky, Chu Fian and Fang Qinghan stepped out of the tent. One after the other. Sister Qinghan, I'll head back first. You should rest early, Chu Fian said, glancing at Luo Wei, who was practicing his punches in the snowstorm, and then waved goodbye to Fang Qinghan. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Wei noticed that the two had finished their conversation and immediately ceased his training, walking towards them. Principal Fang, we'll be leaving now. See you. He called out. Yes, you got injured during the fight this morning. I'll grant you a day off tomorrow to spend more time with Fian and Yaya, Fang Qinghan replied. Luo Wei was momentarily taken aback by her words, but quickly regained composure and nodded, saying, Thank you, Principal Fang. It's merely a formality. No need for formalities, Fang Qinghan said, turning to enter her dedicated vehicle. Wei, are you hurt? Is it an internal injury? Tell me where it hurts, came Chu Fian's worried voice from outside the vehicle. Fool, I'm not injured. Don't make a fuss. Principal Fang has opened the back door for us. Can't you see that? Luo Wei's deliberately lowered voice responded. Fang Qinghan turned her head, watching through the car window as the two, nestled together beneath the moonlight, left, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips, in the cold moonlight. Chu Fian clung tightly to Luo Wei's arm, her gentle and enchanting profile illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a blissful smile as she gazed at him, her eyes seemingly sparkling. It was only at that moment that Fang Qinghan fully believed Chu Fian's words. Luo Wei truly treated her well. Otherwise, she would never have displayed such an expression. Suddenly, Fang Qinghan recalled her earlier conversation with Chu Fian, her fair face flushing with embarrassment, followed by a cold huff. I don't understand. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. But upon reflection, she realized she really hadn't seen one. Principal Fang treats you very well, perhaps even more so than a biological sister, Luo Wei remarked after hearing Chu Fian's account. Of course, Sister Qinghan is like my own sister. If you dare bully me, I'll tell my sister and have her deal with you, Chu Fian declared proudly. She recounted her conversation with Fang Qinghan to Luo Wei, omitting only the more awkward details. Bully you? Tell me how I bullied you, Luo Wei exclaimed, pulling Chu Fian into his embrace, feigning anger. Are you not bullying me right now? Chu Fian's face instantly took on a pitiful expression. Is this what you call bullying? Luo Wei silently cursed the enchantress, then chuckled wickedly. We're only just getting started. When we return, I'll show you what true bullying is. With that, he hoisted Chu Fian onto his shoulder, giving her a playful slap. The sensation is quite nice. Chu Fian squealed in surprise, quickly covering her mouth, fearful of disturbing others, and whispered, You're not afraid I'll tell Sister Qinghan, are you? Under the peony. One dies as a ghost, still flamboyant. Would I have to fear? Luo Wei retorted. Sister Qinghan, I'm just playing around with Wei. Don't be angry. Wei, put me down quickly. Chu Fian suddenly began to struggle. Luo Wei was startled, believing her to be serious, and hurriedly set her down, turning to look behind him, only to find the space empty. This woman. Luo Wei turned back, a hungry tiger pouncing, and lunged toward Chu Fian. In a playful chase, the two swiftly returned to their respective vehicle compartments. The night was cold, but neither felt it. Rather, they found the distance between them too short. Under the moonlight, they embraced tightly, exchanging playful banter. Engaging in a delightful exchange, after a while, the car door swung open. Su Muching, who had nearly dozed off while leaning against the bed, jolted awake like a tightly wound spring, quickly drawing a dagger from her sleeve. Her expression wary as she peered towards the car door. Luo Wei and Chu Fian exchanged a glance, and only then did they remember that there was another person in the car besides Yaya. Teacher Luo, Professor Chu, you have returned, Su Muching said upon seeing them, her tense expression finally relaxing as she looked at the two with evident fatigue. Then I shall take my leave. With that, She cast a fearful glance outside, but still took resolute steps towards the car door. It's unsafe for you to go out alone at this late hour. Why not stay here tonight? Chu Fian suggested this. Su Muching hesitated at her words, her gaze falling upon Luo Wei. Since Professor Chu has spoken, then you should stay, Luo Wei said. The three of you can squeeze onto the bed while I sit here until dawn. That won't do. How about you two take the bed, and I will. Su Muching hurriedly replied. All right, listen to me. You and Fian go sleep on the bed, Luo Wei insisted. Upon hearing this, Su Muching dared not refute, and was then pulled by Chu Fian to lie side by side on the small bed. Rest assured and sleep. Tomorrow, I will have someone move the supplies from the back of my car.at that point. You can come over, and we can live together, Chu Fian said. Su Muching was taken aback. Unsure of what Chu Fian meant by that, seeing her still in a daze, Chu Fian pulled the blanket over their heads and began to whisper under the covers. Luo Wei shook his head, already knowing what the two were murmuring about without needing to guess. However, he was too lazy to concern himself with their chatter. After learning about the strength of the world's top powers from Fang Qinghan, a sense of urgency began to grow within him. Now, he had come to a realization that in this frigid apocalypse, where resources were scarce and the rule of law had crumbled, nothing was more crucial than strength. Only with sufficient power could he ensure a better life for Chu Fian and Yaya. Without strength, he feared that he might not even be able to protect Chu Fian, and having come to this understanding, he found himself no longer resisting Su Muching. With this thought, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a plastic bag, from which he poured out 7 thumb-sized orbs, under the moonlight streaming through the window. These orbs shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. These were the crystal cores generated within the brains of the beasts. Human ability users could absorb these cores to rapidly enhance their strength and even gain some abilities from the monsters. These few crystal cores were the spoils from the wild boars he had slain that morning. That a total of 7 wild boars had been killed, 6 by Luo Wei and the last by Fang Qinghan. Just earlier, Fang Qinghan had given all 7 cores to Chu Fian in exchange for the corpses of the boars. One could not definitively say who had gained or lost in this arrangement. It was merely a matter of mutual need. Holding the crystal cores, Luo Wei sat in the aisle, leaning against the supplies behind him, and slowly closed his eyes. At 6 in the morning, Luo Wei's internal clock rang punctually. Upon opening his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Luo Wei asked, staring at Su Muching, who was straddling him with her legs spread apart, a strange expression on his face. Su Muching realized her awkward position and blushed. Stammering, I wanted to go to the bathroom. Luo Wei then noticed that his long legs had taken up the entire aisle, meaning Su Muching could only crawl over him to exit. I'll accompany you. It's unsafe for you to go out alone, Luo Wei said as he stood up. Su Muching stole a glance at him and gently nodded. Chapter 25. Human hearts. Eating, drinking, and other bodily functions are simply part of human nature. There is no reason to feel shy about it. On the way back, Luo Wei looked at the bashful girl and offered her some words of comfort. Su Muching's cheeks were flushed the entire way. Her head bowed in silence. Upon hearing his words, she felt even more embarrassed and softly replied with an I can help you awaken your powers. But before that, I have something to ask you. Luo Wei quickly changed the subject. What is it? You can ask me anything. I will certainly tell you everything, Su Muching replied promptly, raising her head and forgetting her shyness. Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. Luo Wei waved his hand dismissively. Help you awaken your powers only requires one time. I want to ask if, after awakening, you would still be willing to follow me. Or to put it more bluntly, do you wish to be my woman? Su Muching was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself, is this not a big deal? After giving it serious thought, she looked up at Luo Wei and said, I'm just an ordinary person. But if Teacher Luo does not mind, I am willing to follow you and be your woman. Luo Wei gazed at Su Muching and reached out to pat her on the head, inwardly marveling at how impressive Professor Chu was. Truly, she was a master of persuasion, having managed to convince this child in just one night. Luo Wei understood very well that Su Muching's willingness to agree so readily was entirely due to Chu Fian. 3 of a kind beats a 3.3 kings beat a 5. I have a royal flush. No one wants it. I win, Luo Wei declared triumphantly as he discarded his cards, glancing at the 2 girls across from him who were covered in sticky notes. He then turned, raised his palm, and slapped it against Yaya's. Yaya, it's your turn. Yaya, already eager to play, took a note and held it to her mouth, spitting it out with a sound. Seeing this, Chu Fian's eyelids twitched. And just as she attempted to dodge, Luo Wei caught her in a firm embrace in that instant. Yaya slapped the note onto Chu Fian's face. When it was Su Muqing's turn to face punishment, she was quite obedient, gently raising her delicate face and allowing the little girl to stick the note on her. Enough, enough, you little traitor. You saw our cards and told your dad. How are we supposed to win? Chu Fian huffed, tearing off the note on her face and glaring at the already exposed little cotton jacket. That's not quite right. My cards were just good. You and Muqing were exchanging looks. Even if you had the best cards, you wouldn't win against me. How can you blame Yaya? Luo Wei countered. Exactly, Yaya chimed in, nodding vigorously. Traitors, you two enjoy yourselves. We have work to do. Chu Fian shot a glare at Yaya before leading Su Muqing out of the carriage. As the logistics minister, Chu Fian was responsible for the food and drink of nearly 20,000 people. Every mealtime was when she was busiest. Luo Wei embraced Yaya, watching Chu Fian direct the logistics personnel, overseeing the unloading of supplies from various vehicles. Yaya, do you see how impressive your mother is? Luo Wei asked, observing Chu Fian standing amidst the wind and snow like a queen, commanding everyone with poise. Yes, Mommy is very impressive. When I grow up, I want to be as impressive as Mommy, the little girl said, looking up at her mother with adoration. I also want to fight monsters, find more supplies, and give Daddy and Mommy the best life. Luo Wei couldn't help but smile at her words, saying, Yaya, when you grow up, you will definitely be as impressive as Mommy. Daddy and Mommy will be waiting to enjoy the good life. Once Chu Fian ensured that everyone had moved most of the food, she led a few people towards her vehicle. Then, she personally began to remove a large amount of supplies from the car. This was her first time utilizing her authority for personal gain, and to be honest, it felt a bit guilty. Yet, thinking of Luo Wei, she suppressed her unease. Last night, Fang Qinghan's words had not only moved Luo Wei, but had also instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis in Chu Fian. A person will die for their confidant. Luo Wei liked her, cared for her, and respected her. She too should sacrifice certain things for him, and for their family. Chu Fian did not take everything from the vehicle, because if she did, occupying the vehicle alone would surely attract criticism. Unlike Fang Qinghan, she did not possess the ability to disregard rumors, which was why she had not touched her vehicle's supplies for so many days. Even if the living space was cramped, at least it afforded her a degree of privacy. After clearing out a space for Su Muqing to settle in, Chu Fian finally stopped. Luo Wei, you take Muqing back to tidy up. I will take care of Yada. By the way, take this gun with you. While firearms are not particularly effective against monsters and corpses, their deterrent effect on humans far surpasses that of knives and swords. Saying this, she handed a handgun to Luo Wei. Luo Wei nodded, handing Yaya over to Chu Fian, accepting the handgun she offered, and then walked alongside Su Muqing towards the rear of the line. Along the way, shadows of people flitted about. Some were cooking, some warming themselves, some complaining, and others cursing at the elderly or scolding children. All sorts of individuals were present. Don't be afraid. Luo Wei grasped Su Muqing's gloved hand and gave her a reassuring smile. At the same time, he intentionally displayed the handgun at his waist. For humans, the deterrent power of firearms, representing truth, far surpassed that of gleaming swords and knives. Those with ill intentions towards Su Muqing immediately backed away upon seeing the shining truth, none daring to approach her. Luo Wei brought Su Muqing to the carriage where she usually rested but did not enter. Su Muqing's carriage was a communal area, akin to a women's dormitory, and it had to be rotated among 3 shifts as a man. Luo Wei naturally could not enter the women's dormitory casually. Su Muqing soon emerged, carrying a small bag on her back. Her possessions were already scarce, and in the current environment, the items she could utilize were even fewer, resulting in her backpack containing merely a few changes of intimate apparel. Mu Chung, will you accompany this individual? Have you succumbed? You must not bow to fate. You are one of the 4 renowned campus beauties and a top student of the Deep Sea Academy. How could you allow yourself to be so easily subdued by a man? A girl with a rather angular appearance emerged, and upon seeing Luo Wei at the door, she hurriedly advised Su Muqing with gentle words. Initially, Luo Wei thought this person was a friend of Su Muqing's and nodded amicably. But upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. This woman appeared to have good intentions, yet her underlying motives were far from benevolent. She persistently urged Su Muqing not to submit to fate, nor to be conquered by a man, entirely disregarding the predicament Su Muqing was facing. Luo Wei quickly realized that in this world, there exist all kinds of people, many of whom cannot bear to see others thrive. This girl was likely one of them, contemplating the once great figures who now lived lives akin to her own. If not worse, what satisfaction must fill her heart? Who is this woman? Luo Wei inquired of Su Mu Cheng while eyeing the angular girl. Uffed. Su Mu Cheng let out an ungracious laugh at his words, but quickly suppressed her amusement, turning to the girl with the round face, who looked visibly displeased, and said, "This is my roommate. Zhou Yuan. Your classmate. I thought she was some old hack." Luo Wei replied with a smirk, saying, "Why not call her Zhou Zheng? It sounds pleasant, memorable, and suits her well." As Luo Wei spoke, he took Su Mu Cheng's hand and moved forward, not sparing Zhou Yuan another glance. Chapter 26. Jealousy transforms one's countenance. You bastard. Stop right there. Zhou Yuan's voice erupted in an uncontrollable roar, her palm gripping tightly, leaving a distinct imprint on the steel-welded car door. Luo Wei paid no heed to the ruckus behind him. "You bastard. Did you go deaf when I told you to stop?" Zhou Yuan's rage was palpable. That it was the first time in 2 months she had endured such humiliation. In the past, she could tolerate mockery and disregard, but since her awakening, the once lofty campus beauty could only serve her tea and water, while those who once looked down upon her now bowed and scraped, leading her to become intolerant of any slight. "Who are you calling a bastard?" Luo Wei halted, leisurely turning around to regard Zhou Yuan's flustered expression, grinning. "You bastard. I'm talking about you," Zhou Yuan retorted, her mind catching up with her mouth after the 4 brief words. "Why are you calling me a bastard?" Luo Wei inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Zhou Yuan's face darkened, yet her heart brimmed with jealousy. Su Mu Cheng was merely a waste. Why should she attract such a handsome man's attention? Was it merely due to her beauty and figure? Jealousy distorts one's appearance. She was losing her mind. "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I can crush you with a flick of my wrist?" Zhou Yuan hissed menacingly. This unfamiliar, angular creature truly hailed from the Deep Sea Academy? She didn't even recognize me. Luo Wei gazed at Su Mu Cheng in astonishment. This was not mere narcissism. Rather, his striking looks had drawn a throng of admirers since he became the library administrator, doubling the daily foot traffic, predominantly female. Those who desired his beauty were certainly no fewer than any campus beauty's suitors, were it not for his slight professional ethics and concern for job security. He might have already engaged in academic discussions with those young and beautiful female students. "Please, Professor Luo, don't say another word." Su Mu Cheng signaled to Luo Wei, explaining, Yuan is a Tier 3 awakened, possessing immense power. After revealing Zhou Yuan's strength, Su Mu Cheng continued, Yuan has always focused on her studies, showing little interest in other matters. Hence, she does not recognize you, Professor Luo. Yuan, this is our academy's library administrator, Professor Luo, and he is also Professor Chu's boyfriend. This incident is a misunderstanding, since Professor Chu's vehicle has a bit of space, and as her assistant, I was asked to move in with her. Hee. Zhou Yuan scoffed coldly, saying, "Don't think you can intimidate me by mentioning Professor Chu. That I don't care why you're moving. All I know is that the one named Luo insulted me." Zhou Yuan felt no fear of Chu Fian. The former deep-sea goddess and renowned professor was a paragon of talent and beauty, but now she was merely an ordinary person, while Zhou Yuan stood as a high-ranking Tier 3 awakened. "Now, I offer you 2 choices. One of you can stay behind to serve me tea, warm my bed, and make my bed. Or both can stay." Zhou Yuan, now done with pretense, revealed her true self. Her round, glimmering eyes betrayed undeniable greed as they fixated on Luo Wei, akin to a wolf spotting a beautiful prey, eager to pounce and strip him bare. The library administrator, Professor Luo, was a well-known heartthrob at the Deep Sea Academy, and she had never had a boyfriend before, making him an enticing target. As her thoughts raced, a hint of blush crept onto her angular face. Luo Wei shivered involuntarily, reaching for his gun to shatter the repulsive visage before him, only for Su Mu Cheng to swiftly place her hands over his. "Professor, Principal Fong has issued a strict order. During relocation, unless life is at stake, no one is allowed to fire a weapon. Those who disobey will be expelled from the team, or worse, executed on the spot," Su Mu Cheng urgently explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei recalled the command. The undead were extremely sensitive to sound. Firing a gun in the wild could easily attract hordes of them. A single undead was not terrifying, but a swarm posed a grave danger. Moreover, Professor Chu had only entrusted him with the gun to give the appearance of authority, as it was not merely a weapon but a symbol of identity and power. Once drawn, everyone would weigh their actions carefully. You actually have a gun? Zhou Yuan was startled by Luo Wei's drawn weapon. Although awakened individuals were formidable, they were not necessarily impervious to bullets. And the innate fear of firearms was deeply embedded in humanity's genes, not easily erased. Luo Wei, upon hearing this, couldn't he be bothered to glance at her again, taking Su Mu Cheng's backpack and slinging it over his shoulder as he turned to leave with her. Haha, Su Mu Cheng, I truly misjudged you. I initially thought you were a proud and virtuous person, but it turns out you were just like every other woman, ultimately reduced to selling your body for material gain. Zhou Yuan's taunts echoed from behind. Damn it. Luo Wei could no longer contain himself. With a furious curse, he turned, striding to the car door, seizing the collar of the girl leaning against it with a triumphant smirk. Yanking her out, he swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. Luo Wei's movements were so rapid that Zhou Yuan, a newly minted Tier 3 awakened, could not react in time. She was left dazed. Her once angular face visibly rounding from the blows. The Tier 3 awakened so formidable? Luo Wei scoffed disdainfully, delivering 2 more resounding slaps. He then glanced around, both inside and outside the vehicle. Numerous onlookers met his gaze, quickly averting their eyes, pretending not to see anything. Zhou Yuan's head buzzed, and she felt as if countless stars were swirling before her. Finally regaining her senses, she let out a piercing scream. On the brink of madness, however, Luo Wei showed her no mercy, flipping her onto the snow. What was meant to be a scream turned into her mouthful of snow. The icy flakes filled her mouth, sending a jolt of fear coursing through her. She scrambled to her feet, disregarding Luo Wei, and hunched over, spitting frantica amidst the peculiar gazes surrounding us. There was never a lack of goodwill. Chapter 27. Idling away. Both Zhou Yuan and I were children from rural backgrounds, and we had maintained a decent relationship during our school days. Zhou Yuan, once characterized by her inferiority complex and sensitivity, approached life with utmost caution, always donning a facade of ingratiation. However, after her awakening, she gradually transformed. Those who had bullied and mocked her in the past have faced her retaliation over the past 2 months. During this time, she has shown me considerable care, shielding me from various troubles. Is it true that the troubles she has shielded you from are primarily posed by capable boys who have been overly attentive to you? Upon hearing Su Mucheng's remark, Luo Wei couldn't help but smirk. This is hardly care. It's clearly an effort to prevent you from thriving too much. I had been oblivious to her intentions until her recent insults jolted my awareness, allowing me to truly recognize her character. Su Mucheng sighed. I simply did not expect such a profound change in a person within such a short span. Perhaps her true nature is inherently malevolent. Human hearts are inscrutable. Don't waste your mental energy on someone unworthy, Luo Wei commented. Indeed, Su Mucheng nodded, looking at Luo Wei with gratitude, feeling slightly embarrassed as she shyly said, "Thank you, Brother Luo." "There's no need to be so formal with me," Luo Wei chuckled, "but I must admit, I quite like being called Brother Luo." "Then I shall call you Brother Luo from now on," Su Mucheng replied. The image of Luo Wei, akin to a warrior, fiercely defending her against Zhou Yuan flashed in her mind, and she found herself feeling something more for him. "Brother Luo, I leave it to you." Upon returning to Chu Fian's vehicle, Su Mucheng stated, "Oh dear, you've only just stepped out and already calling him Brother Luo." Chu Fian's teasing voice chimed in, observing the evident closeness between the two. Teacher Su Mucheng, feeling bashful, greeted her before swiftly snatching her backpack from Luo Wei and hastily retreating to the back of the vehicle. "Jealous, are we?" Luo Wei remarked, looking at Chu Fian. "I am not." Chu Fian replied, her expression slightly awkward. "Mommy is lying. She is clearly jealous, and I feel it too." "How sour." The little girl's sweet, innocent voice piped up. "Mommy, it's not good for a child to tell lies." "You're so chatty. I'll be sure to add vinegar to your dinner," Chu Fian retorted, her face turning a shade of crimson as she glared at the child, raising her hand in a mock gesture of striking. "Ah, Daddy, Mommy is telling lies and wants to hit me. You must intervene," the little girl exclaimed in alarm. Luo Wei chuckled as he grasped Chu Fian's hand, saying, "How could my adorable daughter be punished by her mother? Mommy is merely playing with her." Really, Mommy? The little girl blinked her large, curious eyes at Chu Fian. False, Chu Fian muttered, then opened the rice cooker, retrieving steaming dishes before calling out to the rear of the vehicle. Mu Qing, come over for dinner first. We can tidy up afterward. All right. Su Mu Qing was aware of the current conditions. Once the food was out, it would be troublesome if it cooled. She quickly made her way to Luowei. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning maintained a temperature of around 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. Although it was a bit chilly, it was preferable to wearing heavy fur coats. Chu Fian, donned in a brown sweater and leather pants with knee-high boots, appeared mature and capable. Her alluring curves accentuated. Su Mu Qing, tall and slender, wore a white turtleneck sweater and similarly fitted leather pants. While her figure may not rival Chu Fian's voluptuousness, she possessed a striking silhouette that exuded youthful vitality. With two stunning beauties accompanying him, Luowei relished his meal immensely. Go help Mu Qing tidy up her living space. I can handle the things here, Chu Fian instructed after dinner, ushering Luowei and Su Mu Qing to the back compartment of the vehicle. This compartment measured approximately 12 to 13 meters in length and 5 meters in width. In the past, such a vehicle would have been unfit for the road. However, times had changed. As long as it could be constructed, one could roam freely. Luowei and Su Mu Qing navigated a narrow aisle to the far end of the compartment, which had been cleared into a space of about 2 meters in diameter. Luowei rolled up his sleeves and tidied the area, expanding it to 2 by 5 meters, roughly equivalent to the size of Chu Fian's living quarters. While Luowei busied himself, Su Mu Qing was not idle either. Although still an ordinary person with limited strength, she adeptly organized what she could. However, the space was still quite cramped, and their bodies occasionally brushed against one another in this confined space, with only the two of them. Even a virtuous man like Luowei found himself feeling a bit parched. At last, a scene typical of novels and films unfolded. While busy tidying, Su Mu Qing inadvertently stepped on a bottle on the floor, instinctively letting out a startled cry before falling directly into Luowei's embrace, as if it had been rehearsed. What happened? Before the virtuous man could lose his composure, Chu Fian's timely voice interrupted, disrupting Luowei's moment in nothing. I almost fell and was startled. Su Mu Qing quickly rose, glancing at Chu Fian, feeling somewhat guilty. Glad to hear that. I brought you a lamp, Chu Fian stated. Thank you, Teacher Chu, Su Mu Qing replied as she accepted the lamp. There's no need for such formality. We are all family now. Just call me Sister Chu from now on, Chu Fian said with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Qing felt her cheeks flush slightly. Recalling Chu Fian's words from the previous night, she furtively glanced at Luowei and softly called out, Sister Chu, acknowledging their newfound familial bond. Wei, you take care of Yaya. I'll help Mu Qing tidy up here, Chu Fian instructed. Luowei nodded. He had already moved the larger items, and besides, Chu Fian was now an awakened individual, possessing considerable strength, making it easy for her to assist. After spending a short time playing with Yaya at the front of the vehicle, Luowei soon returned to find Chu Fian and Su Mu Qing backed. At this moment, the lunch hour outside had officially concluded, and the entire team prepared to set off again. Before Luowei's vehicle, two massive, muscle bulls exhaled clouds of steam from their nostrils, striding forward, dragging the vehicle as their speed increased and their pace became more relaxed. Wow, these old bulls are incredibly useful, though this sight was not new to him. Luowei couldn't help but marvel each time, simultaneously feeling envious of Yao Xingtong's extraordinary abilities. The greatest function of these abilities was to unlock genetic potential. Most powers lacked formidable offensive capabilities. Yet, Yao Xingtong's ability not only allowed her to control monsters in battle, but also proved advantageous in various aspects of daily life. Truly remarkable. I wonder what ability Mu Qing will awaken? Chu Fian suddenly spoke, glancing at the two beside her. Since we have some downtime, and the living space has been tidied up, why not awaken your powers now? Upon hearing this, Luowei instinctively turned his gaze towards Su Mu Qing. Chapter 28. For the sake of survival. It is easy to dodge a blatant threat, but difficult to guard against subtle malice. The invisible provocation almost caused me to strain my back. Upon hearing Chu Fian's words, Su Mu Qing's fair complexion flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Cough, cough. Luowei cleared his throat, his gaze fixed on Chu Fian as he inquired. Teacher Chu, what do you mean by saying idling away is also idling? As he spoke, Luowei extended his arm, wrapping it around Chu Fian's waist and drawing her into his embrace. What are you doing? Yaya is right here, Chu Fian exclaimed in surprise, her expression flustered as she glanced around. What should we do if mommy misbehaves, Yaya? Luo Wei asked, turning to the little girl, playfully raising his eyebrows. When mommy misbehaves. She scares me by saying she will spank me. Daddy, you should scare mommy too. Yaya responded innocently. Luo Wei chuckled at this. I'm just joking with Yaya. How could a father who loves his mother bear to frighten her? Luo Wei affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, Yaya and Sister Mu Chang can play here while mommy and I chat in the back for a bit, alright? Okay. But daddy mustn't bully mommy. Otherwise, I won't talk to you today or tomorrow. The little girl earnestly warned. Of course. I promise not to bully mommy. I will make her happy. Luo Wei reassured her that Chu Fian looked at her innocent daughter, feeling a mix of frustration and tenderness. Since we have some downtime, let us go. Professor Chu, I have some academic questions I wish to discuss with you. With that, he firmly grasped Chu Fian's hand, turning to Su Mu Chang to give her a brief instruction before striding towards the back of the vehicle. This place is quite well organized, Luo Wei remarked as he sat down with Chu Fian, eyeing the makeshift bed fashioned from wooden crates, pressing his hand down to indicate his satisfaction that it is broad daylight. Could you please refrain from acting recklessly? Chu Fian bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, fidgeting restlessly as she gazed at Luo Wei, her expression tinged with timidity. Fian, surely you do not wish for us to perish in a state of confusion on this road? Luo Wei replied solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Chu Fian. Although she was aware that he was merely making excuses, her initial reluctance began to dissipate significantly. Seizing the moment, Luo Wei swiftly extended his arms, enfolding Chu Fian's mature and graceful figure within his embrace. On the snow-laden ground, shadows flitted about, forming a lengthy queue that stretched into the distance, occasionally punctuated by individuals riding snowmobiles patrolling the flanks. Despite the knowledge that the vehicle's glass was specially crafted, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to glimpse inside, the brightness of the light was overwhelming. Though she felt a twinge of embarrassment, Chu Fian repeatedly reassured herself, convincing her mind that this endeavor was for the sake of training, to grow stronger, and ultimately to survive. Sister Mu Chang, have you heard any sounds? Up ahead, Yiya gazed at Su Mu Chang with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Chang listened intently, then remarked with uncertainty, it seems to resemble the sound of a cow's breath. Yet, it appears to be emanating from behind us. Yiya added. If it is coming from behind, that would make sense, as there are indeed cows back there, Su Mu Chang asserted confidently. The young girl nodded in agreement, convinced by her words. After a short while, the little girl inquired, Sister Mu Chang, do you feel the vehicle is moving? Of course I do, Su Mu Chang replied. The two sturdy cows are pulling us forward, hence the vehicle must be in motion. However, the little girl shook her head, stating, no, it seems the vehicle is swaying side to side. Is that so? Su Mu Chang responded, carefully attuning herself to the sensation. Soon, a look of realization crossed her fair visage as she explained. This must be due to the uneven road causing the swaying. It's nothing to worry about. Oh, the little girl replied hesitantly, then turned to peer into the cabin, murmuring, what could mommy and daddy be doing? Why haven't they returned yet? Sister Mu Chang, do you think they might have sneaked off to play without us? No, surely not, Su Mu Chang replied. She suspected she knew what they were up to. Especially since Teacher Chu was exceedingly beautiful, any woman would be captivated, let alone. However, she could not divulge such thoughts to the little girl. How about we sneak a peek and see if they are still behind us? The little girl proposed. Clearly, Su Mu Chang's lack of confidence had failed to convince her. Suddenly, Chu Fian's voice echoed from behind a mommy's voice. Are they still back there? Is daddy being mean to mommy? I must protect her. Daddy, you cannot truly harm mommy. Upon hearing the voice, the little girl's eyes filled with tears, glistening like pearls, and she rushed towards the back of the vehicle. Yiya, no, don't go over there. Mommy and daddy are just tidying up. Something almost fell and startled me. Chu Fian's anxious voice rang out. Hee. Teacher Chu, children who tell lies must face punishment. Luo Wei's mischievous laughter followed. What do you intend to do? Chu Fian retorted weakly. Luo Wei answered with his actions. Chu Fian turned, casting an annoyed glare at Luo Wei, who had suddenly shifted positions to stand behind her. Unbeknownst to them, the hazy moon rabbit had replaced the golden crow in the sky as night descended. After an afternoon of training, Luo Wei felt invigorated and spirited as he assisted Chu Fian back to the front of the vehicle. Mommy, how are you? Are you all right? The little girl noticed Chu Fian's frail appearance, and silent tears rolled down her cheeks, her pitiful expression tugging at one's heartstrings. Yeah, it's all Daddy's fault for making Mommy train, causing her to tire. But I assure you, Mommy will feel better by tomorrow morning, Luo Wei reassured. Yet, the little girl, usually so attached to him, this time ignored his words, her watery eyes fixed intently on Chu Fian, filled with concern. Mommy is fine. Daddy is correct. Mommy just needs a bit of rest. Chu Fian quickly approached and patted the little girl's head, embracing her gently in comfort. Luo Wei wished to join in the embrace, but upon seeing Chu Fian shake her head subtly, he could only retract his hand in disappointment. You and Mu Cheng should go rest. I will take care of you, Chu Fian suggested. Chapter 29. Military base. 2 hours later, Luo Wei gazed at Su Mu Cheng nestled in his arms. Once she had regained her strength, he inquired, "Can you sense whether you have awakened your abilities?" Upon hearing this, Su Mu Cheng's weary eyes sparkled with excitement. She raised a small hand, and a soft, radiant light emanated from it.my ability is called Holy Light, possessing formidable healing powers alongside a high temperature suitable for combat, Su Mu Cheng exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm. After the awakening of one's abilities, the awakened can sense many pieces of information that others cannot. With such strong healing capabilities, why not use it on yourself first to see if it alleviates your discomfort? Luo Wei suggested. Su Mu Cheng's cheeks flushed at the suggestion. She turned her palm over, gently placing it over her wound, as a gentle glow flowed like a soothing stream into the swollen injury. She shivered, abruptly losing control of her ability. Then she felt her injuries vanish entirely, and the sensation of discomfort was replaced by the carefree spirit of a young girl once more. Brother Luo, thank you. I am no longer useless, Su Mu Cheng exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. The following morning, Luo Wei stepped out of the warm cabin under the watchful eyes of Chu Fian and Su Mu Cheng. As the cold wind swept over him, he lamented, how much I miss the warmth of home. Those 24 years were truly wasted. Yet he was grateful that he had not acted foolishly in those years. For otherwise, Chu Fian may never have sought him out. It seems every action, no matter how trivial, has its destined outcome. Luo Wei pressed forward, feeling a significant increase in strength compared to yesterday, over 800 pounds more. The fatigue from the previous day had not adversely affected him. Rather, he felt like a freshly fueled beast, brimming with energy and vigor. Teacher Luo, how is your recovery? On the road, he encountered his teammate, Ai Wei'er. The girl remained as beautiful and gentle as ever, exuding an air of confidence. I was never truly in bad shape. It was merely a breakthrough in my cultivation. Principal Fong merely provided an excuse for me to adapt. Luo Wei replied. Ai Wei'er nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Soon after, the rest of the team gathered. Aside from Si-Tu Qing, who remained injured and unable to return, the others resumed their roles. The 6 of them leaped over Fong Qinghan's lead vehicle and continued forward, soon encountering the night patrol team. After exchanging duties, Luo Wei hopped onto a snowmobile, and Ai Wei'er, without hesitation, seated herself behind him, one hand resting on his waist while the other wielded a long spear, ready for the day's work. As they ventured further from the city, the number of undead creatures diminished, making their tasks relatively easier, yet they remained vigilant. Fortunately, those assigned as the vanguard were all skilled individuals, both in experience and combat prowess. An hour slipped by unnoticed. During this hour, they had dispatched only 2 undead creatures before returning to their respective posts. Upon returning to the cabin, Luo Wei could scarcely spare a moment to eat the breakfast that had just been prepared. Instead, he immediately dragged Chu Fian to the back of the vehicle to commence training. Seeing Luo Wei's frantic demeanor, Chu Fian felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Initially, she thought something serious had occurred, only to find that it was all for this purpose. After 2 hours, Luo Wei felt ravenous, his stomach nearly touching his back, leaving him utterly drained. What is going on? Where did all the energy from my training go? Luo Wei was bewildered. What is the matter? Chu Fian inquired, her expression one of confusion. Luo Wei could only lament, sharing his plight of having gained no benefits from the training. Chu Fian paused, then after sensing her own condition, her expression became somewhat peculiar. Her strength continued to surge, and despite feeling slightly weak, her mental state was exceptionally good. I understand now. It seems I can draw energy from you, but you cannot absorb any from me, Chu Fian concluded. Isn't that redundant? Luo Wei rolled his eyes. Could it be that your technique can only be used on one individual at a time? Chu Fian pondered, then suddenly shook her head vigorously, dismissing her own guess. Both had trained 3 times together. Was it a matter of time? Professor Chu continued her analysis, stating, during our first and second training sessions, we were unfamiliar with the technique, and we also held back. Furthermore, it was our first time training together. Let us not dwell on it in a few days. We can try training again. If you're feeling dissatisfied, you could always train with Su Mu Chang. Luo Wei remarked, already leaning towards accepting Chu Fian's hypothesis. Yet, upon hearing her last statement, he maintained an attitude of why not try, calling Su Mu Ching over. Thus, they proceeded with the attempt, even if it seemed futile. Rove felt lethargic throughout the day, devoid of the morning's vigor. After finishing his meal and taking a brief nap, he regained a modicum of energy in the afternoon. As dusk descended, Fang Qinghan's team finally arrived at their destination. This was a naval base, now transformed into a refugee camp under the relentless assault of extreme cold storms. With regular troops stationed here, the influx of ordinary people had swelled to over 200,000. You must be Principal Fang, said Liao Changming, the overall commander of the naval base. A tracked military vehicle approached, halting at the forefront of the assembly. A general disembarked from the vehicle and addressed Fang Qinghan, stating that he had received orders to facilitate their passage, yet he lamented the disparity in numbers. His troops barely numbered 30,000 against the overwhelming civilian populace. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan furrowed her brow. Scanning the vast base, which was teeming with human figures, far more congested than the communal dormitory of their group. Realizing Liao Changming spoke the truth, she understood that her request for supplies was likely futile. General Liao, I will forego requests for food and clothing. Instead, could you assist us in procuring some vehicles? Fang Qinghan said courteously. Liao Changming's expression turned troubled. What? Are you implying that such a large base cannot spare a few vehicles? Fang Qinghan retorted, no, we have vehicles, but they are outdated military models, most of which are inoperable in this harsh environment. Liao Changming explained. Cannot they be repaired? Where are your weapon designers? Your mechanics? Fang Qinghan pressed. The designers were infected by the virus a month ago. The mechanics have been working overtime to modify vehicles according to the blueprints from above, but with so many people, Liao Changming's difficulties became increasingly evident. Then provide us with materials and tools. We shall undertake the modifications ourselves. Surely this is feasible? Fang Qinghan proposed. That, of course, is not a problem, Liao Changming replied, though an uneasy expression crossed his face. In this world, resources were as critical as strength. Whether food, clothing, or means of transport, they were indispensable for any faction's advancement. As an ambitious individual, Liao Changming would prefer not to offer assistance. Yet Fang Qinghan's formidable background compelled him to treat her with utmost seriousness. Even in these dire times, Feiyun, inform those idlers that work has arrived. All students and professors from the mechanical engineering department report to the factory. Within 3 days, I expect at least 500 snow vehicles ready. Fang Qinghan commanded, we will remain here for 3 days. During this time, apart from logistical personnel, all abilities must venture into the surrounding cities to search for food. The journey ahead will become increasingly arduous. We will no longer have supplies or external assistance. Everything will depend on ourselves. Moreover, we must confront not only the bitter cold but also zombies, beasts, and countless other dangers. Of course, you may choose to stay here, provided there are sufficient resources to accommodate you. Very well, return and rest. We depart promptly at dawn tomorrow. As the moonlight cast a hazy glow, Chu Fian nestled against Rove's chest, her face etched with concern. Do not be afraid. Everything will be fine. I survived alone in Deep Sea City and have made it this far, Rove reassured in a sage-like manner. That was in the past. Now you are not alone. You have me, Yaya, and Mu Chung. Chu Fian murmured, tracing circles on his chest with a delicate finger. I long to accompany you, but I recognize my limitations and fear I would only hinder you. Rest assured, I shall return safely for you, Yaya, and Mu Ching, Rove vowed. Upon uttering these words, he felt as though he were under a protective buff, and he chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around Chu Fian before closing his eyes. Quickly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Rove beheld the anxious expression on Su Mu Cheng's face. With a smile, he wrapped his arms around her waist and, in front of Chu Fian, shared a deep kiss. Be good and stay home. The first 18 forms of Huang Di Nei Jing can enhance bodily functions and improve strength. You can practice individually, In principle, Fong has provided unique methods of training that can be combined effectively. Please train diligently at home. Rove glanced at Su Mu Chong, whose cheeks flushed with shyness and concern, and reassured her, I will be fine. Once you have the means to protect yourselves, I shall bring you along next time. After embracing Chu Fian once more, he cast a final glance at the still sleeping Yaya before resolutely stepping out of the warm cabin into the biting cold of the snowy world. One team will head left and the other right. During the search for supplies, no infighting will be tolerated. Anyone caught will face dire consequences, Fong Qinghan declared, clad in a white fox fur coat. Her tall figure standing atop a vehicle, her dark hair billowing like a proud plum blossom amidst the snow, exuding an unparalleled elegance. With a single command, the 2,000-strong team divided into two. Perhaps you were not acquainted before, or some may harbor grudges, but now you are all part of the same team, a family that I hope you will support one another, and at the very least, do not hinder each other. That I wish for everyone to survive. Fong Qinghan's voice resonated through the snowstorm. The primary mission is to gather supplies. We are not saviors, yet we are not cold-blooded executioners that if you encounter someone in need, extend your assistance if possible. But do not force it if you cannot. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. I await your safe return. As Fong Qinghan's words faded, the engines roared to life across the snow-blanketed expanse. Black smoke billowing as vehicles thundered forth toward the horizon. Each member had a set quota, with each person required to collect at least 1,000 pounds of food. For those with family, the requirement increased to 1,200 pounds. For instance, Rove, with Chu Fian and Yaya as his kin, needed to gather this greater amount. The principle of with great power comes great responsibility rang true. Those who wished to remain part of the team needed to contribute, as the group did not sustain idlers. Ordinary individuals provided labor, while the strong ventured forth to secure food and protect the group. Enjoying a relatively comfortable living environment as their privilege, Rove, shall we form a team? Aver and Yao Xintong approached him. Taken aback, Rove replied, I know I am quite amiable and my handsome visage appeals to all ages. But please, do tell me directly why you wish to team up with me. Since you insist on being straightforward, we shall not beat around the bush, Yao Xintong said with a playful smile, casually wrapping her arms around Rove's. First, it's due to your strength, and second, we trust teacher Chu's judgment. A man selected by her must be of exceptional quality. Rove chuckled, though he held a hint of skepticism regarding Chu Fian's discernment. If her judgment were indeed so impeccable, how could she have ended up divorced? Since you place such trust in me, you must follow my lead during this operation, Rove declared. Bringing along these two was certainly not out of the question. Aver possessed spatial abilities, capable of creating a vast storage space for items, a skill invaluable for gathering supplies. Yao Xintong, with her affinity for beast-like creatures, could form contracts and control them, though she herself was not particularly formidable in combat. These creatures would serve as excellent allies for both battle and reconnaissance. With such capable teammates, Rove was more than willing, provided they adhered to his guidance. Should they become too headstrong, he would prefer to act alone. That is perfectly acceptable, but on the condition that you do not abandon us in times of danger, Aver said, her beautiful visage breaking into a gentle smile. Count on it. I promise to be obedient. Yao Xintong declared, raising her right hand and holding up 3 fingers, her adorable face serious. Rove glanced back at Yao Xintong, who had inadvertently ensnared his arm, and with a bemused smile remarked, well then, Yao Xintong, perhaps you should release me now. Realizing her grip was too tight, Yao Xintong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly let go. Yet soon, she felt a twinge of indignation. As one of the 4 campus beauties. Despite not measuring up in height to the others, she excelled in certain aspects, particularly her delicate features paired with her striking attributes. What boy would not be enchanted by her? Yet with Rove, she often found herself at a disadvantage, facing his dismissive demeanor. It was a situation no one could endure, especially her. In the midst of the white snow, the world lay frozen, a vast expanse of desolation. To procure food, the only recourse was to venture into other cities and salvage the remnants left behind by humanity. Yet, within those cities, survivors were bound to exist. In this era, aside from the elusive and formidable corpse demons, the most perilous beings are our own kind. Those individuals with immense strength pose a greater threat than even the most powerful monsters. In the relentless quest for sustenance, humanity can resort to any means necessary. This is precisely why Avril and Yao Xingtong sought to join forces with Luo Wei. They harbor distrust towards others. Once the alliance was established, Avril retrieved a snowcat from her storage space, and the three swiftly boarded. Almost immediately, the vehicle emitted a plume of black smoke, its treaded wheels kicking up a flurry of snow as they sped off into the distance. The city we were heading to boasts a permanent population of around 3 million and hosts more than a dozen large supermarkets. Approaching the city from our direction, this supermarket is the closest. Luo Wei, holding a tablet, quickly scrolled through the previously downloaded map, confirming their destination before showing it to Yao Xingtong and the driving Avril. Both nodded in agreement. The advantage of the snowcat lies in its simplicity and lightness. Yet this very trait also serves as its downside. Riding it feels little different from being on a snowmobile. The only distinction being that the snowcat can carry more supplies and passengers. It seems this route has already been chosen by others, Avril suddenly remarked. As the saying goes, where the wild geese pass, they leave their call, and footprints left by humans in the snow are inevitable. Noticing the tire tracks left by others, Luo Wei nodded with a smile and suggested they follow. Rest assured, though robbing others may be exhilarating, it is undeniably unethical. Having spent 3 years in a prestigious institution, I possess some semblance of decorum, he explained, glancing at the two beautiful women beside him, who regarded him with curiosity. I'm merely stating the limitations of human capacity. Not everyone possesses spatial capabilities. If there are supplies in these supermarkets, even dozens or hundreds may not be able to carry them all. Understood, we said nothing about it, Yao Xingtong retorted, pouting slightly. Luo Wei could only respond with a non-committal chuckle. The three vehicles suggested that a group was working in unison, and given their apparent strength, they wouldn't dare venture this far otherwise, Avril observed. Luo Wei nodded, and as they approached, the three modified snow vehicles parked conspicuously at the mall entrance caught their attention. Who are they? As Avril's vehicle drew near, one individual jumped down from each of the three snow vehicles. Each person was cocooned in layers of protective gear, wielding AK-47s loaded with ammunition, their bayonets gleaming ominously. Fully prepared for combat. Deep Sea Academy, Avril announced as she opened the car door, directly stating their affiliation. Although similarly wrapped like a cocoon, her melodious voice was unmistakably enchanting, significantly lowering the guards of the three individuals across from them. This supermarket has already been claimed by us. You should seek another location, one of them replied, their tone noticeably softened. Just as Avril was about to respond, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed from within the supermarket. Bang, bang, bang. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Something's gone wrong. The three individuals no longer paid attention to Avril, swiftly pivoting and dashing through the shattered windows into the supermarket. Don't go, Luo Wei exclaimed. Gripping Avril's shoulder firmly, the girl, who had intended to follow, halted mid-motion, turning back to him, her eyes behind her goggles filled with confusion. The situation inside is unclear. Rushing in without knowing whether we can assist could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, which would be troublesome, Luo Wei explained. Avril, being astute, quickly grasped his reasoning. She realized that they were not affiliated with those individuals, and entering recklessly could easily arouse suspicion. At that moment, Yao Xingtong also stepped out of the vehicle, crossing her arms and stamping her feet to warm herself. Her frail constitution made her particularly susceptible to the cold. The gunfire soon subsided into silence, yet those within remained conspicuously absent. Luo Wei and the others did not venture inside immediately. After about 10 minutes, figures began to appear at the shattered window. They're coming, Luo Wei alerted the others. Avril and Yao Xingtong straightened, their expressions tense. Are you from Deep Sea Academy? The occupants inside the supermarket, cautious, did not rush out but instead inquired from the windows. Yes, Avril replied, lifting her hand to remove her hood, goggles, mask, and scarf, revealing a visage both exquisite and elegant, akin to a painting. But it's Avril, the junior, one of the individuals exclaimed before similarly shedding their protective gear, revealing a youthful and handsome face. Lower your weapons. Avril, the junior, is now Principal Fong's right-hand person. No need for suspicion, the young man reassured his companions. Hearing this, the group finally relaxed. Oh, it's Zhao Qingfeng. Avril, recognizing the identity of the person inside, felt a wave of relief wash over her and directly asked, Senior, what transpired inside? We heard gunfire just now. Are any of you injured? Zhao Qingfeng's expression darkened slightly as he replied with indignation. What you may not know, Junior, is that this supermarket was seized by some societal miscreants, that we had a minor conflict, and someone accidentally discharged their weapon, but fortunately, no one was injured. The name Zhao Qingfeng rang a bell for Luo Wei. Though he couldn't recall why, it seemed Avril and Yao Xingtong were quite familiar with him. Zhao Qingfeng is a legendary figure at the academy, the president of the student council, distinguished in appearance, talent, and social standing that he amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million before graduating from university, and is the dream man of countless young women. How could you not know him? Yao Xingtong looked at Luo Wei incredulously. Dream man, huh? In this day and age, who isn't a dream man? Luo Wei scoffed, responding defiantly, with so many young and beautiful girls at Deep Sea University, why would I focus on a man? I must be quite ill to do so. Ha! All men are just big pigs trotters, Yao Xingtong muttered, then added, this senior doesn't spend much time at school, so familiar might be too strong a word, but there is trust, as we are from the same academy. And he just happened to be at school when the disaster struck. We've cooperated on several occasions. Luo Wei nodded at her words, but retained his vigilance. In this world, exercising caution is never a mistake. Chapter 32. Gunfire. After a brief introduction from Zhao Qifeng, Luo Wei and the others gained a general understanding of the situation inside the supermarket. A supermarket of this scale could hardly be devoid of people. In fact, it was teeming with them, and supplies were plentiful. Following their introductions, Zhao Qifeng led the group back into the supermarket. The establishment spanned 5 levels, with the lowest level buried under a thick layer of snow, providing excellent insulation. Thus, the survivors resided on the first floor. Luo Wei trailed at the back of the group as they entered through a broken window on the second floor, the shopping area, which should have been orderly and pristine, could only be described with one word: chaotic. Shelves lay askew, plastic bags fluttered in the wind, and shattered glass littered the ground, creating a scene of desolation. According to the societal miscreants, they numbered over 300, with more than 100 being awakened individuals, while the majority were young and beautiful women. These awakened beings were divided into 10 teams, with 2 teams sent out daily to hunt monsters for crystal cores and to search for survivors, primarily targeting young women. The strongest leader among them was a 3rd-tier ability user who happened to be away with his team today. Otherwise, controlling the situation would have proven far more difficult, Zhao Qifeng explained as they walked. Initially, neither Avril nor Yao Xingtong found anything amiss in his words. However, upon entering the first floor and witnessing the plight of the surviving women, the true meaning of Zhao Qingfeng's remarks became apparent. Nearly 200 women, who in peaceful times would have been the epitome of youth and vitality, now appeared disheveled and half-clothed, huddled together like a pack of frightened puppies. Shivering in the frigid temperature of 6 or 7 degrees below zero. You scoundrels, get them some clothes. Avril, typically gentle and kind, could no longer contain her fury. They had faced battles and brushes with death. Yet this was the first time they confronted the stark reality of apocalyptic darkness so directly. They had been overly sheltered by Feng Qinghan. You imbeciles, did you not hear? Go fetch some clothes. One of Zhao Qingfeng's companions, witnessing Avril's outburst, grew impatient as the societal miscreants remained still. He swung his hand, striking one unfortunate soul nearby, sending the man's tall frame crashing to the ground, his teeth mixed with blood. I'll say it again. Go get them clothes, Avril declared, brandishing a fully loaded AK-47, its dark muzzle pointed threateningly towards the kneeling crowd outside. In the face of undeniable truth, none dared to disregard her. A throng of individuals, seemingly ablaze with urgency, scrambled and clawed their way up the stairs, driven by a primal instinct for survival. Just as others were poised to follow, they were abruptly halted by a single bullet fired by Zhao Qingfeng. You few, pursue them. Do not let those scoundrels escape, he instructed his companions. A chorus of affirmations followed as they armed themselves with AKs and ascended to the second floor. I shall also take a look, Luo Wei remarked, patting Avril on the shoulder. Be cautious down here, he advised the two before turning to join the others upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the area designated for clothing sales was already a disarray of garments hastily gathered by the fleeing crowd. Luo Wei and Zhao Qingfeng's 3 armed subordinates herded the disoriented group like criminals, compelling each to carry a substantial load of clothing down the stairs. Just as they approached the stairwell, a sudden influx of adversaries emerged from the shattered windows, catching both groups off guard. Damn it, they're raiding us, bellowed the leader of the opposing faction, as he cocked his shotgun and fired indiscriminately into the throng. Luo Wei, primarily focused on his immediate surroundings, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected emergence of a third party. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and lacking any weapon himself, he was not the primary target of their assault. He deftly dove behind a pillar just as the deafening gunfire erupted, followed by the cacophony of terrified screams and agonized wails. The shotgun's indiscriminate fire wreaked havoc, injuring one of Luo Wei's allies while simultaneously incapacitating several of the assailants. These bastards are armed. Zhao Qingfeng's seasoned comrades quickly adapted, retaliating with a volley of fire towards the intruders. As a prestigious institution, Deep-Sea University had produced an abundance of skilled individuals, and in response to the pressing demands of the populace, it had rapidly manufactured thousands of AKs, boasting firepower that eclipsed their adversaries by a significant margin. In the ensuing chaos, several opponents fell under the barrage of gunfire, while others scattered in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Wei hastily pulled back the unfortunate ally who had been struck by the shotgun blast. Fortunately, they were positioned over 20 meters apart, rendering the shotgun's effectiveness limited, and combined with the enhanced physical capabilities of the awakened, the injured party was left with merely a leg wound, devoid of life-threatening consequences. "Stay low," Luo Wei urged, reassuringly patting his companion's shoulder as he grasped the AK, feeling a surge of exhilaration as he chambered a round and aimed. Just then, a head emerged from the shattered window, and without hesitation, Luo Wei pulled the trigger. The yellow-orange bullet, trailing smoke, swiftly obliterated the target's head, while several stray bullets soared harmlessly into the sky. Frowning at his missed shots, Luo Wei recalibrated his aim and unleashed another barrage. This time, though he did not strike a target, his control over the weapon had noticeably improved. "What is happening?" Zhao Qingfeng's voice rang out as he and his team charged up from the first floor. "It appears those scoundrels have returned, armed and dangerous. They injured Lazy, but our firepower has them pinned down," one informed him, eyes fixated on the window. "Did you ascertain their numbers?" Zhao Qingfeng queried. "No," the man began to reply, when Luo Wei interjected. "One shotgun, 3 Type 95s, and an unknown number of handguns." Though Luo Wei's initial response had been slightly delayed, he had accurately assessed the enemy's firepower. "Are you certain?" Zhao Qingfeng asked, glancing back at Luo Wei, whose status as an outsider made his words less credible. Acknowledging this, Luo Wei nodded earnestly. "I am certain." Despite his skepticism, Zhao Qingfeng turned to Avril and Yao Xingtong, who confirmed Luo Wei's assessment with subtle nods. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qingfeng bellowed, "Prepare grenades. Let us obliterate these vermin." With that, he hurled a water bottle out the window, prompting the others to follow suit. The sound of the bottle shattering sent the assailants into a frenzied retreat. "Charge," Zhao Qingfeng commanded, brandishing his AK as he led the charge toward the window. Unleashing a torrent of bullets, the distance closed rapidly. The fleeing figures fell one after another. In the frenzy, a man, cornered behind a concrete wall, raised his hands in surrender. "Please, don't shoot. I yield," he stammered, pushing aside a woman he had used as a shield. The woman stumbled and fell, and as Avril moved to assist her, Luo Wei grasped her arm firmly. Confused, Avril looked back at him, but Luo Wei merely shook his head with a rueful smile, recognizing the naivety that had been instilled in them. Zhao Qingfeng, however, showed no mercy. Stepping onto the back of the fallen woman, "Who are you, and what is your relationship with your captors?" he demanded. "I was just taken by him. I have no connection to him," she cried in pain. "Is she telling the truth?" Zhao Qingfeng turned his gun on the man. Yes, I captured her this morning. She is of no consequence to me," the man replied nervously. Zhao Qingfeng nodded, and the man visibly relaxed. But that moment of relief was fleeting as Zhao Qingfeng's weapon suddenly erupted with fire. "That bullet was meant for my brother," he declared, firing again. "Those who harm my kin shall pay in kind." The man howled in agony, his leg now bleeding profusely. "Shut up! If you don't quiet down, the next shot will silence you forever," Zhao Qingfeng warned, pressing the barrel of his weapon against the man's forehead. The man fell silent, but his throat betrayed him with muffled whimpers. Satisfied, Zhao Qingfeng then pulled the woman to her feet. "Bring that man along. Let the others inside identify him and see if they speak the truth." At his words, the woman stiffened, then, without warning, drew a dagger from her sleeve and lunged at Zhao Qingfeng's neck. The unexpected attack left Avril and Yao Xingtong in shock, but Zhao Qingfeng did not flinch, allowing the blade to press against his skin. Suddenly, a glint of metal flashed as the dagger failed to pierce his flesh. "So, you've decided to drop the act?" Zhao Qingfeng chuckled coldly, seizing her wrist with a firm grip. Startled, she blinked in disbelief, her expression morphing into one of feigned innocence, as if adorned with delicate pink bubbles. In that moment, a nostalgic melody seemed to linger in the air. Zhao Qingfeng, momentarily taken aback, loosened his grip, prompting a flicker of hope in her eyes. Seizing the moment, she attempted to stab him again, aiming to use him as a hostage. Unfortunately for her, she was swiftly kicked away and crashed against the icy glass wall. Collapsing to the ground, Zhao Qifeng at that moment regained his senses. Gazing at the woman sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless, he recoiled as if confronted by a repulsive insect. Swiftly, he approached her and delivered a brutal kick that sent her head flying towards the horizon, while her body remained in the snow, oozing tomato juice. Good heavens, how ruthless! Luo Wei shuddered, startled by this individual's mercilessness. Thank you for your timely intervention, Teacher Luo, Zhao Qifeng said, hastening towards Luo Wei with a sincere expression. It was evident that the one who had just kicked the woman away was none other than Luo Wei himself. That woman's ability appears to be charm. Don't blame me for disrupting your plans. Luo Wei chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Teacher Luo, I would never hold you accountable. If it weren't for your intervention, I might not have survived today. Zhao Qingfeng replied. That's a serious claim. With your strength, even if captured, escaping wouldn't pose much difficulty, Luo Wei remarked. For some reason, Zhao Qingfeng's gaze unsettled him. Perhaps it was merely his own misperception. Regardless, Luo Wei wished to avoid further contact with this dangerous individual. Indeed, it is not the right moment for conversation. Zhao Qifeng acknowledged Luo Wei's reluctance and swiftly redirected the topic, saying, let us first address the matter at hand. We can discuss everything else later. Zhao Qifeng led his teammates, dragging the half-conscious bespectacled man back into the supermarket. Luo Wei lagged slightly behind, while Avril, visibly shaken, followed closely beside him. As for Yao Xingtong, she appeared thoroughly frightened by Zhao Qingfeng's earlier ferocity, clutching Luo Wei's arm tightly. Thank you, Teacher Luo, Avril murmured. If it weren't for you stopping him, I might have been the one to confront that girl. By the way, Teacher Luo, how did you discern that there was something amiss with her? Upon hearing this, even the frightened Yao Xingtong perked up in curiosity. Stay vigilant, Luo Wei advised. Did you not observe that woman's appearance? Does she possess any value that would attract the bespectacled man? Among all those women inside, which one does not possess a more appealing visage than her freckled face? Yet, she was the one who lingered with him, which raises suspicions. Chapter 34. The Deep Sea's Most Affectionate Teacher Luo. Your keen observation is commendable. You immediately noted that the woman's face was riddled with freckles and lacked beauty, Yao Xingtong remarked. Luo Wei. He could not ascertain whether she was belittling or praising him. Have you noticed that Zhao Qingfeng seems somewhat off? Luo Wei pondered, glancing at the two beside him and shifting the subject. Off? The two blinked in confusion before shaking their heads in unison. No. Avril regarded Luo Wei with a furrowed brow. Teacher, did you discover something? You seem quite guarded around them. Could Zhao Qifeng be an issue? No, forget it. Better safe than sorry. Let us head inside and see how they plan to deal with those individuals. Luo Wei replied, shaking his head to conclude the topic. The three of them finally entered the supermarket. Zhao Qingfeng and his companions, having returned to the first floor with their injured ally, were soon followed by Luo Wei and the others. Teacher Luo, how should we handle these scoundrels? And what about these women? Zhao Qifeng inquired, frowning as he gathered the victims and perpetrators into two distinct groups. You found these individuals. How you choose to deal with them should be your decision. Luo Wei stated, unwilling to become involved. Teacher, there are simply too many assailants here. If it were just a couple of ruffians, I could manage, but with hundreds, and considering the number of victims, many of whom are ordinary people, I find myself at a loss. Hence, I sought your guidance, Zhao Qifeng said earnestly, looking into Luo Wei's eyes. Luo Wei furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment, suggesting, why not just kill them all? Ah! Both Zhao Qifeng and Avril, as well as Yao Xingtong, were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they stared at Luo Wei. Teacher Luo, there are over 300 of them. You mean to kill them all? Avril stammered, uncertainty evident in her voice. I merely suggested it. Otherwise, those rascals pose a threat once released. What are you thinking? To kill them all? Do you think I'm a butcher? Luo Wei lightly tapped Avril's forehead with his hand. Avril instinctively flinched, sticking out her tongue as she rubbed her forehead. Her fair face, concealed beneath a scarf, flushed red. She had never engaged in such intimate gestures with a male before. She glanced up, secretly admiring Luo Wei, feeling that he was indeed very handsome, much like the readers in front of the screen. Moreover, Luo Wei seemed to be only in his mid-20s, unbeknownst to Luo Wei, who was oblivious to Avril's thoughts. He turned to Zhao Qifeng with a smile, saying, "That was just a casual remark. How you choose to handle this matter is entirely up to you. Do not take my words too seriously." No, no, no. Zhao Qifeng shook his head vigorously, insisting, "Teacher is right. These degenerates cannot be spared. They have forsaken their humanity, and releasing them would only lead to further harm to the innocent." Luo Wei gazed at Zhao Qifeng, who wore a serious and righteous expression, feeling utterly speechless. Was it really necessary to be so passionate? It's just killing, after all. Friends who frequently kill understand that they are devoid of feelings. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I will change. Don't cry. Come on, stand tall. After 18 years, we must strive to be good people. I am still young. I'm not of age yet. Please give me a chance. Let me go. Don't mess around. Buddy, you're bigger than I am, and your beard is fiercer than mine. You're not underage. I have elders above and children below. Various voices erupted, interspersed with sporadic gunfire, each shot causing a rebellious individual to collapse. Damn it, they won't let us live. It's death either way, let's fight back. A furious shout rang out from the crowd, and soon over 100 individuals erupted in chaos, unfortunately, faced with a dozen semi-automatic AKs. Even the awakened ones could only succumb to equality and death, becoming mere souls beneath the gunfire. The first floor of the supermarket transformed into a hellish landscape, the stench of blood overwhelming, with corpses strewn about. Yet, no one felt fear. Even Avril and Yao Xingtong, the two girls, merely frowned. Compared to the atrocities committed by these individuals, such a demise seemed almost too lenient. Too many lives had been ruined by them over the past few months. The over 100 people present were not the only ones. These individuals were merely the survivors. The number of those who had perished under their torment far exceeded these fortunate few. "Teacher Luo, what shall we do with those survivors?" Zhao Qingfeng approached Luo Wei, eager for his input. "But I'm not your father." Luo Wei internally cursed, realizing he had merely spoken offhandedly, unaware that this person would take his words so seriously. Truly intending to execute those individuals. What a mess. It seemed he was the one being placed in charge of their fate. How about you take those women back and care for them? Given the state of the world, why not be the good guy and take them all into your harem, providing these unfortunate women with a home? Luo Wei suggested, his expression earnest. Cough, cough. Zhao Qingfeng nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing Luo Wei's absurd suggestion. After coughing a few times, he finally spoke. "Teacher, you're joking. Although the world has changed, I consider myself a person with principles, and I already have someone I care for." Upon saying this, he furtively glanced at Avril and Yao Xingtong. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luo Wei, "What? You fancy both of them? Is that your so-called principle?" Luo Wei scoffed, his disdain evident. That no, just as Zhao Qingfeng was about to respond, Avril interjected, "No, Teacher Luo misunderstood. Zhao Qingfeng has feelings for Principal Feng. This is common knowledge throughout the academy. So, I'm not human, then." Luo Wei grumbled, displeased. "I didn't mean it that way." Zhao Qifeng confessed to Principal Feng shortly after entering the academy, and it caused quite a stir. "As far as I know, Teacher Luo only joined Deep Sea Academy 3 years ago, while Zhao Qifeng is already in his senior year. It has been a year since he confessed, so it's understandable that you weren't aware." Avril quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei scrutinized the young man before him. Standing just over 6 feet tall, with an upright posture and a well-proportioned physique, his fair complexion was quite handsome, albeit with a somewhat effeminate aura. Impressive. Daring to confess to Principal Feng and still standing here alive. I must say, you are a hero, and I admire you. Luo Wei regarded Zhao Qifeng as if he were gazing upon a hero, then suddenly shifted to a tone filled with curiosity. "So, tell me the outcome. After your confession, did Feng Qinghan agree?" She only replied with one word, Zhao Qingfeng stated. "Was it yes?" Luo Wei inquired, his curiosity piqued by Zhao Qingfeng's teasing demeanor. "No, it was go away," Yao Xingtong chimed in with a laugh. Luo Wei, such a response indeed aligned with that woman's character and temperament. Zhao Qingfeng, upon hearing this, did not take offense. Instead, with a face full of melancholy, "I mustered the courage to confess my feelings to her several times after being rejected. In response, perhaps tired of my persistence, she forbade me from appearing before her again, threatening to expel me from the academy if I did so. Although I cannot let go of her, as long as I remain at the academy, there will always be a sliver of hope, and I can still gaze at her from afar. Thus, for the past few years, I have refrained from showing myself in her presence." Zhao Qingfeng wore an expression of deep sorrow, his eyes filled with a profound melancholy, reminiscent of the deepest ocean's emotions, despite her cold demeanor towards me. Having scarcely exchanged a few words over the years, my heart has remained steadfastly devoted to her. How sentimental, how pretentious, it was utterly overdone. Luo Wei was unmoved by this display. Chapter 35. The yin-yang person Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was laden with sorrow, his entire being seemingly inscribed with untold stories. Yet, the performance bore an unmistakable heaviness. The man's sixth sense led Luo Wei to believe that this individual was merely acting, unable to pinpoint the exact reason. An inexplicable voice within him urged him to keep his distance from this character. Trusting his intuition, he regarded Zhao Qingfeng's theatrical display with a gentle pat on the shoulder, choosing silence as he turned away towards the storeroom for supplies. Teacher Luo, what if we reserve some supplies for the survivors? Many of them are awakened individuals, and we could share our cultivation methods with them. That would be a humane gesture, Zhao Qingfeng suggested as he hurried to catch up. These matters are yours to decide. This supermarket was discovered by you, so you may take charge without consulting me on every little thing, Luo Wei replied. Besides, I am not much older than you. In many respects, my experience may even pale in comparison to yours. Teacher Luo, there is no need for such modesty that I believe that anyone valued by Professor Chu must possess extraordinary qualities, Zhao Qingfeng countered. Think as you will, Luo Wei said lightly, adopting a demeanor that kept others at bay. Yet, Zhao Qingfeng was unperturbed, sticking closely to him like an unwelcome adhesive, incessantly peppering him with questions. Initially, Luo Wei responded with perfunctory remarks, but eventually fell silent entirely. Upon reaching the storeroom, the sight of mountains of rice, flour, and oil finally prompted Zhao Qingfeng to cease his chatter. The vegetable section was nearly spoiled, with only potatoes, pumpkins, and garlic. Vegetables with longer shelf lives remaining in modest quantities. However, in comparison to the towering piles of grains and oils, this meager selection seemed inconsequential. With all these supplies left for the survivors, they may not even be able to safeguard them. We could take half, Zhao Qingfeng suggested, his gaze clear and polite as he addressed AI Weier. May I inquire if you possess spatial abilities? At the mention of this, AI Weier did not hesitate to nod in affirmation. Her spatial abilities had long been revealed, leaving no need for concealment. In that case, might I ask if your spatial capacity can accommodate these supplies? Zhao Qingfeng continued. Luo Wei furrowed his brow, observing Zhao Qingfeng's polite demeanor towards AI Weier, contrasting sharply with his behavior in Luo Wei's presence. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to discreetly step back while vigorously rubbing the hand that had earlier patted Zhao Qingfeng's shoulder, as if it had come into contact with something unsavory. His expression mirrored the discomfort of having swallowed a fly. Teacher Luo, are you all right? Yao Xintong inquired. I'm fine. I merely felt a bit queasy from the scent of blood, Luo Wei replied, waving his hand dismissively. Turning to AI Weier, he added, if it cannot fit, we can seek supplies elsewhere. After contemplating certain possibilities, he wished to leave the area immediately. The mere thought of Zhao Qingfeng's gaze made him feel as if a gun were pressed against his back, ready to fire at any moment. Such a sensation was unbearable. Yet, he could not simply eliminate Zhao Qingfeng based on a fleeting suspicion. AI Weier, sensing the tension, glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and said, could you please step back for a moment? Taken aback, Zhao Qingfeng quickly responded, my apologies, and after casting a final glance at Luo Wei, he exited the storeroom. Perhaps I should also step back, Luo Wei suggested. That's unnecessary, AI Weier replied. You are someone chosen by Principal Fong. We naturally trust you. Luo Wei felt perplexed, wondering what it meant to be chosen by Principal Fong, but he had no opportunity to inquire further as AI Weier produced a pristine, translucent jade pendant from around her neck. Everyone assumes my spatial ability is vast, but they fail to consider my actual capabilities. Even with spatial powers, how much can I truly carry? AI Weier remarked with a light-hearted smile, shaking the jade pendant before Luo Wei. This treasure was gifted to me by Principal Fong and contains a space of 10,000 cubic units, sufficient to hold everything here. With that, she waved the pendant towards the towering pile of supplies, which swiftly transformed into shimmering streams of light, disappearing into the jade pendant in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the supplies vanished. I think I may have taken too much, AI Weier said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice, yet she showed no inclination to return any of the items. With only about 100 survivors, the remaining supplies would sustain them for a considerable time. If During this period, they failed to devise effective survival strategies. Even leaving all supplies for them would only lead to their depletion. Conversely, a slight scarcity might instill a sense of urgency, awakening their survival instincts. Sister. After the trio exited the storeroom, Zhao Qifeng regarded AI Weier with curiosity. I have taken more than half of the supplies, AI Weier informed him. Regarding the staples, I packed 300 bags of rice and flour, 160 bags of various grains, and a substantial amount of oils and seasonings. How do you wish to divide these, Senior Zhao? How about we split it evenly? Zhao Qifeng replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. If we do that, wouldn't we be taking advantage? AI Weier countered, shaking her head. That is not what I meant, Zhao Qifeng said, shooting a glance at Luo Wei. Sister, think about it. Without your spatial powers, how much could we have carried? Moreover, Teacher Luo has saved my life. It is only right that we benefit from this arrangement. As the team leader, I must account for my other teammates. I should have taken nothing at all. Receiving half is already quite shameless of me. All right then, AI Weier conceded, recognizing the merit in his argument. In that case, you can handle the remaining arrangements here. We have other matters to attend to. Once we return to the camp, feel free to seek me out for supplies. I will prepare a detailed inventory for you. Sounds good, Zhao Qifeng replied, momentarily taken aback, but ultimately agreeing, his gaze shifting to Luo Wei. Teacher Luo, you seem unwell. Are you feeling all right? Perhaps you should wait and take our vehicle back. It has air conditioning. Before Luo Wei could respond to the rambling of this overly sentimental individual, he swiftly pulled AI Weier and Yao Xintong away, turning to leave. Quite impressive, Zhao Qifeng thought, watching as Luo Wei confidently led the two prominent figures of the academy away, his expression one of mixed admiration and longing. Qifeng, why are you still staring after them? A voice chided, laced with playful reproach. As the words fell, a slender figure, around 1.70 meters tall, appeared, leaning into Zhao Qifeng's embrace. Chapter 36. With a thunderous roar, the engine came to life as Luo Wei swiftly boarded the snowcat with AI Weier and Yao Xintong. Teacher Luo, why the rush? AI Weier inquired, puzzled. I am not in a hurry, Luo Wei replied with a hint of irritation. Let us move on. I heard you mention that it was Principal Fong who sent you to accompany me. What is the story behind that? Well, we were sent out to gather supplies, and Principal Fong had some concerns. So she suggested we team up. Unfortunately, there are a few strong women in our group, and most teams are already formed. Thus, Principal Fong recommended you to us, Yao Xintong explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei felt a strange sensation within him. According to Chu Fian, she had sought him out due to Principal Fong's warnings about the dangers of the journey, and her concern for her safety prompted her to find a companion. It was clear that Principal Fong was his benefactor. Now, she was once again involved in his affairs. If she had been present, he might have impulsively embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek. She had always been exceptionally kind to him. As the vehicle roared to life, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes, the trio sped through the desolate, snow-covered city. Luo Wei and the others chose not to return to the camp but instead continued their search for supplies. In AI Weier's words, one must have goals. Otherwise, what differentiates them from a mere fish out of water? Thus, Avril has set herself a modest goal, to fill her space with jade pendants. Regarding the temperament of this girl, Ro has gained some understanding. Avril embodies a classic juxtaposition of gentleness and strength. Although her exterior is soft and elegant, presenting a kind demeanor to everyone, her inner self is that of an iron lady, a quintessential strong woman who is lenient towards others yet strict with herself. Ro recognized this when she insisted on participating in the patrol missions, so when he heard she intended to continue searching for supplies, he tactfully refrained from uttering a word. Alas, one wonders if Zhao Qifeng and his crew have managed to handle the follow-up tasks concerning those survivors. Yao Xintong, huddled in the car against the cold, sought to divert her attention. Don't mention that guy. Upon hearing her words, Ro was immediately irked. Initially, he had felt some pity for the girl, but now he found himself pondering how. In such frigid weather, her mouth had not frozen shut. What's wrong, Professor Ro? I noticed you were chatting quite amiably with Zhao Qifeng just now. He seemed to have quite a bit of respect for you. Why does he stir such emotions in you now? Avril, driving, turned her head back in surprise. Ro, taken aback, found himself momentarily speechless. Haven't you all noticed? Ro inhaled deeply. Noticed what? Yao Xintong blinked her large eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. Rodati stifled the impulse to kick this girl out of the car. If you don't mind, come a bit closer. It might warm you up. Ro loosened his coat and said to Yao Xintong, I don't mind at all. Hee hee. I thought our Professor Ro was a bit of a blockhead. unaware of cherishing the delicate, Yao Xintong exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, completely unembarrassed, as she opened her arms and leaped into Ro's embrace. Ro's body stiffened, not out of discomfort or anything else, but rather because it was simply too cold. Yao Xintong was bundled up warmly, standing just over 5 feet tall, resembling a small brown bear. And being held in his arms brought not a hint of softness. Rather, he felt waves of cold emanating from her, as if he were embracing a block of ice in the dead of winter. So warm. Yao Xintong, however, felt the opposite, as if she had wrapped herself around a furnace in this cold winter, involuntarily letting out a moan of comfort from deep within her soul, under Ro's coat. She wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head deep in his chest. That Ro's lips twitched as he looked at the oblivious girl in his arms, momentarily at a loss for words. "Oh right, Professor Ro, you mentioned we hadn't noticed anything?" Yao Xintong lifted her head from his embrace, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Ro fought the urge to push her away and let her freeze to death. "Aren't you in sync with your beast? Why not have your contracted beast, that eagle, fly over to take a look? You might discover the answer for yourself," Ro suggested. There were certain matters he found too embarrassing to voice aloud. And even the thought made him feel nauseous, let alone sharing it with others. Most importantly, he lacked absolute proof. "Go back to see whom?" Yao Xintong asked, looking adorably bewildered. "Are you suggesting we check on Zhao Qifeng and his group?" Ro chose to remain silent this time, his gaze sweeping across the snow-covered buildings lining the road. Seeing this, Yao Xintong pouted. Then, nestled in Ro's embrace, she shifted to a more comfortable position, closed her eyes, and connected with her eagle, instructing it to return to the supermarket they had just visited. "We've arrived." A few minutes later, Avril slowed the vehicle and came to a steady stop in front of another large supermarket. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking ice echoed as emaciated hands clawed their way out of the snow. Clearly, many had perished at the entrance of this supermarket. Now, these former corpses were disturbed, crawling out from the snow. Ah! At that moment, Yao Xintong let out a sudden scream. "Why are you shouting? They're just corpses. It's not like you haven't seen them before." Avril, startled by Yao Xintong's sudden outburst, turned back with a disgruntled murmur. She then retrieved a long knife and a long gun from her storage space, handing the gun to Ro. With a push against the car door, she leaped out, charging towards the throngs of zombies. "And don't let go. How long do you plan to hold on?" Ro looked down at the koala in his arms. Upon hearing his words, Yao Xintong quickly released her grip, her slightly chubby face flushed with a rosy hue, making her look irresistibly cute. It was hard to tell if her embarrassment was due to Ro's comment or something else. Ro paid no mind to the thoughts swirling in her little head. After she departed, he jumped out of the car, weapon in hand, and plunged into the horde of zombies. As she left Ro's warmth, Yao Xintong couldn't help but sneeze, then followed suit, jumping from the vehicle. Simultaneously, she seemed to produce a short knife from somewhere, quickly catching up with Ro. These zombies had been hiding in the snow, leading a hermit-like existence, but due to the viruses contained within the snow, their strength had been steadily increasing. Compared to ordinary humans, these zombies possessed terrifying physical attributes and strength. However, when compared to the elite among awakened humans, they fell short. Ro protected Yao Xintong, and together with Avril, they dispatched the zombies in just 5 minutes, reducing them to true corpses. To kill a zombie, there are only 2 methods: either shatter the skull to damage the brain tissue, or sever the spine. As a 4th tier awakened, Ro wielded over 3,000 pounds of strength with a single arm. Swinging the 100-pound-long gun, he could effortlessly break the zombies apart. Unfortunately, the energy contained within these zombies' cores was not only scarce, but also took considerable time to absorb. And Ro was too disinterested to waste time searching for it. The 3 of them circled the supermarket, finally locating the entrance. Chapter 37. A single punch after 2 months of relentless snow and freezing cold. The roads in the city were buried beneath thick layers of snow, and the outer walls of buildings were coated with heavy frost. Thus, without a proper entrance, gaining access to the supermarket proved quite challenging. Fortunately, there were still people living inside this supermarket. With the first floor buried in snow, they had broken a window on the second floor to serve as their entrance. This was the only window in the entire supermarket that remained uncovered by ice and snow. Just as Ro, Yao Xintong, and Avril stepped inside the supermarket, they were discovered by others. "Who are you? What are you doing on my turf?" A man with bushy brows and big eyes, accompanied by a group, approached menacingly. "We're looking for food," Ro replied straightforwardly, clear and concise. "Brother, the world has changed. If you want food, that's fine, but The leading man revealed a toothy grin, exuding a fierce aura. Either you are stronger than me, or you present something enticing enough to pique my interest. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might trade you some food. Otherwise, I suggest you return whence you came. You're not entirely devoid of wit. Ro acknowledged, glancing at the man with a smile. As for trading, I have a knife and a gun. Avril, hand me the AK. Without hesitation, Avril produced an AK from seemingly thin air and handed it directly to Ro. Click. Ro racked the slide, chambering around. He observed the man's pupils constrict, warily bracing himself, and couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems you're quite interested in this piece, but I won't be trading it to you. After all, if I hand it over, you might just turn it against me, and I'd be left dumbfounded. How about this? Let us in to take a look. There are only 3, though she remained masked throughout. She exuded the essence of a junior high school student, coupled with her current demeanor, reminiscent of an impetuous youth embroiled in a fervor typical of a second-year middle schooler. The leader, too, was gripped by the fear of a sudden bullet finding its mark. If he were to perish in such a manner, it would be an utterly humiliating demise. Upon unleashing his extraordinary abilities, his gaze fell upon Luowei. He was acutely aware of who among the trio wielded true authority. Brother, are we truly prepared to go down in flames? The man questioned, his bravado thinly veiling his trepidation. Rest assured, while the fish may perish, the net shall remain intact, Luowei replied, his words instantly darkening the man's expression. Just as the man contemplated whether to strike first, he witnessed Luowei raise his hand, gently pressing down on the micro-rifle that Yao Xingtong had aimed at. We have come in search of supplies, not to take lives, Luowei admonished her with a shake of his head, his gaze shifting to the leader across from him. Did you not present us with 2 options? It seems the exchange of supplies is off the table. Thus I must choose the first. With that, Luowei flashed a smile at the man. Suddenly, he stomped his foot against the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the hardened floor beneath him, utilizing the resulting recoil. He surged forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a straightforward punch to the man. The man's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Luowei's swiftness. In a flurry, he raised his arms to shield himself. Bracing for the impact of Luowei's blow, the force of Luowei's punch, unrestrained and fueled by over 3,500 pounds of strength, yielded a power far exceeding 10,000 pounds, although the man's transformed state was renowned for its strength. Withstanding such a blow sent his body hurtling backward like a projectile. He was violently thrown over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding back another 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. The onlooking group was left in stunned silence. Their invincible leader had been so easily felled by a single punch. They exchanged bewildered glances before one of them suddenly shouted, "Charge! Let's avenge our leader." The atmosphere ignited with fervor as the group turned crimson with rage, glaring at Luowei and his companions as if they were the murderers of their kin. Sensing the tension, Yao Xingtong instinctively raised her weapon once more. Avril also drew her AK, chambering around and leveling the ominous barrel at the opposing group. Everyone, stand down. Cough, cough. Just as they were about to launch themselves recklessly into the fray, a booming voice resonated from behind them. They turned to see their leader, not dead but struggling to rise from the ground. "Are you all right, boss?" A quick-witted subordinate rushed forward to support him, concern etched on his face. "I'm not dead yet," the man retorted, casting a sharp glance at his surrounding subordinates before fixing his gaze back on Luowei. "You've proven your strength. You may enter. However, I advise you to refrain from any excessive actions, lest I ensure you pay a bloody price, even at the cost of my own life. No need for threats. I reiterate, while the fish may perish, the net will remain unbroken," Luowei replied confidently, dismissing the man's warning without a second thought. Armed and unperturbed, bolstered by his indomitable spirit, he knew he could shatter them all in mere moments if it came to that. With a resolute stride, he advanced forward. The previously obstructive group instinctively parted to make way. Avril and Yao Xingtong hurriedly followed suit. "Boss, are we truly allowing them to pass?" one of the subordinates whispered, drawing nearer to the leader. The latter raised his head to regard the lad, irritation evident in his tone as he replied, "If you don't want them to enter, then you should stand in their way." As he flexed his arms, still regaining sensation from the earlier blow, he felt a mix of horror and regret. He had been careless, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easily overpowered. "But boss, our families are still inside. Letting them in could spell disaster," another subordinate chimed in. Chapter 38. Yang Rongguang, what can I do? The man lamented, sharing the same frustration. "We cannot match their strength, and they possess firearms that I would prefer not to let them in. But what means do we have to stop them?" faced with a grim reality. They could only gamble on the hope that the intruders held some sense of morality and would not harbor ill intentions toward their families. He surveyed the faces of his comrades and added, "Nonetheless, we must prepare for the worst. We cannot entrust our fates entirely to others. Whoever dares to harm my wife, I will tear a piece of flesh from them, even if it costs me my life. Indeed, anyone who threatens my daughter will face my wrath. Same here. If anyone lays a hand on my sister, I will fight to the death." Seeing the fervor among his comrades, the man nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed. We shall follow them and see what they intend to do." With that, he led the charge toward Luo Wei. The man was named Yang Rongguang. Once a bouncer at a nightclub, he was known for his boisterous and righteous character. Thus, when the apocalypse struck, he quickly rallied a group of individuals to seize control of this supermarket. The people he had gathered were primarily family-oriented, ensuring their loyalty and preventing treachery. Their families remained inside the supermarket. And his willingness to let Luo Wei in was not purely a gamble. Despite his imposing stature and bovine-like appearance, he had quickly established a foothold in the post-apocalyptic landscape, a task that required a keen intellect. Luo Wei's evident strength, coupled with his possession of firearms, signaled that he was not a typical villain. Moreover, he was accompanied by a woman and a girl. Yang Rongguang suspected that the two might indeed be Luo Wei's family. A person who would venture into such a perilous environment with their family was unlikely to be a malevolent individual. Given these considerations and his intuition, he felt justified in allowing Luo Wei and his companions entry into the supermarket. Little did he know, Luo Wei had refrained from aggression not only because he found the man's words intriguing, but also due to his inherently carefree nature, devoid of grand ambitions, before the apocalypse. Luo Wei simply wished to live a peaceful life, free from worries, and would have welcomed a kindred spirit to share it with. If fate had not provided such companionship, he would have remained content regardless. Thus, he held immense gratitude for Chu Fian, who had afforded him 3 years of such a carefree existence. As the blizzard approached and the world descended into chaos, Luo Wei's character remained largely unchanged. He still yearned for the untroubled life he once knew. Whether labeled a sluggard or lacking lofty aspirations, this was his enduring philosophy. Life is but a fleeting few decades, as long as there is enough money to live on, good food to savor, and a roof to shelter under, he would be satisfied. However, with Chu Fian's arrival in his life, he found a new purpose: to grow stronger and share a joyful life with her and her daughter. Now, another addition, Su Mucheng, joined their ranks. Upon entering the supermarket's first floor, where families comprised of elderly, women, and children thrived, Luo Wei felt a surge of disbelief. The imposing figure outside, reminiscent of a gang leader, seemed to reflect their reluctance to allow him entry. Fearing a theft of their resources, while also being wary of their own misdeeds being revealed. But now, it appeared to be an entirely different scenario. The people here seemed to be thriving. "Who are you? Where is Rongguang?" An elderly man, his hair grizzled, instinctively shielded the children playing behind him, eyeing Luo Wei and his companions warily. "Uncle, it's all right. These are my friends. They're in need of supplies and have come to borrow some from me." Yang Rongguang, who had caught up from behind, interjected to defuse the tension. However, the elderly man's keen perception, honed over a lifetime, saw through the ruse. Although he remained silent, his eyes scrutinized Luo Wei and his companions with palpable caution and vigilance. "Do you not seek supplies? I can take you to where you can take as much as you need," Yang Rongguang offered grandly. After all, the supplies were not his, and he viewed this as a generous gesture on behalf of others. More importantly, Luo Wei and his companions were but 3 individuals. Even if they were immensely strong, their hands could only carry so much. Yet, upon hearing his words, Luo Wei smiled. "Are you certain we can take whatever we like?" "As much as we desire?" He glanced at Avril before addressing Yang Rongguang. For reasons unknown, Yang Rongguang suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, he was not one to backtrack on his words, having already declared it. He felt he had no choice but to stand firm. Of course, I, Yang Rongguang, never retract my words. "Take as much as you wish," he asserted, bracing himself for the consequences. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's smile widened. He turned to Avril, exchanging a knowing glance, and said, "Brother Yang is a good man. In that case, we shall take half as a token of goodwill." "All right." Avril nodded in agreement. As Yang Rongguang listened to their exchange, his brows twitched uncontrollably. He suddenly recalled that the world had changed, and many matters could no longer be judged by conventional reasoning. What if the other party truly possessed the means to simply take away half of his supplies? However, with the situation as it stood, he could only watch helplessly, hoping that Luo Wei was merely boasting. After leading Luo Wei and the others on a tour around the warehouse, his complexion turned ashen. As though his soul had been lost. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep, even wishing to slap himself a few times. The thought of his supplies vanishing into thin air filled him with an impulse to bash his head against the wall. How foolish. Why did he have to speak so recklessly? What need was there to flaunt bravado? The only solace for Yang Rongguang was that Avril was kind-hearted and had not taken away half of the supplies as Luo Wei had suggested. Instead, she left him a substantial portion. The supermarket was stocked with ample supplies, and with over 100 people, including men, women, and children, that would have enough to sustain them for quite some time. Would you like to join us? Avril suddenly extended an invitation to Yang Rongguang as they were leaving the supermarket. Initially, she had assumed that this man was a ruthless thug, but after their experience in the supermarket, she realized how misguided her perception had been. He held considerable respect among his group. Join you? Are you suggesting that we become part of your team? Yang Rongguang asked with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Avril did not respond immediately. Instead, she removed her hood and face gear, revealing a visage seemingly sculpted by the heavens. She then gently nodded and said, "While the environment here is pleasant and your protection may allow for a period of comfort, what comes next? If the snow does not melt and temperatures fail to return to normal, the supplies will eventually run out. How will you survive then? Do you have a solution?" Yang Rongguang inquired. However, Avril remained silent, gazing at him patiently, awaiting his response. Should he choose to follow their group, she would naturally reveal everything. Otherwise, imparting such knowledge would be futile. Her primary concern was the welfare of the children and the elderly, and she wished to offer them a chance at survival. If Yang Rongguang declined, she would not press the matter further. Yang Rongguang's gaze shifted to Luo Wei. Meeting Yang Rongguang's eyes, Luo Wei shrugged and stepped aside. As the second in command of the team, Avril held a status and strength that surpassed that of Chu Fian, and her invitations to join the group were not subject to Luo Wei's interference. Chapter 39. The feeling of being liked by a man. Yang Rongguang's eyes flickered as he beheld Avril's stunning countenance. A face so striking that any ordinary person might instinctively lower their defenses and agree to follow her. Yet, Yang Rongguang was not one to succumb so easily. As the leader of the group, he possessed foresight and had already contemplated the possibility that this calamity could endure for an extended period. Yet, he had no strategy in place. Now, gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him, she seemed to possess knowledge beyond his reach. Following her might indeed present a viable escape. However, the survival of over 100 individuals weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him unable to make a swift decision. Take your time to think it over. We will rest for 3 days at the Southeast Military Base. That if you decide to join us, you can come to the military base and mention my name. I'm Avril. Sensing Yang Rongguang's dilemma, Avril did not press him. After speaking, she turned to leave, but suddenly seemed to recall something. She raised her hand, producing a stack of papers. These are some training methods compiled by Principal Fang Qinghan. Regular practice can effectively enhance your strength. Since we have taken your supplies, we shall offer this as a small compensation. She handed the papers to him before turning and departing without looking back. Don't go to the western part of the city, came Yang Rongguang's warning amidst the roar of the engine. Don't go to the western part of the city? Yao Xingtong immediately nestled into Luo Wei's embrace as she entered the vehicle, whispering, "I wonder what lies in the west. Sister, could you tone down your curiosity?" Luo Wei remarked, watching the girl who had instinctively sought refuge in his arms. Curiosity killed the cat. You know, ahem, Teacher Luo. I want to see the western part of the city too. Avril interjected with a light cough. But don't worry, Teacher Luo, we will go quietly. I have drones in my space. We can observe from a distance without taking risks. Upon hearing Avril's words, Luo Wei nodded expressionlessly. Curiosity was not inherently dangerous. Ignorance was, and what was even more perilous than ignorance was fearlessness. Thankfully, Avril's curiosity was tempered with strategy, rather than being reckless. By the way, Tong Tong, what did you see right before we entered the supermarket? Why did you suddenly react so strongly? Avril asked as she turned the steering wheel toward the western part of the city. Hearing this, Luo Wei also felt intrigued. Well, I saw Zhao Qingfeng kiss that injured guy named Lei. Yao Xingtong's face turned visibly uncomfortable as she spoke. Haha, I thought it was something significant, Avril replied with a smile. Perhaps they were just whispering sweet nothings. Your eagle-eye view might have misled you. I had to finish speaking. Yao Xingtong retorted hastily. At first, I thought I was mistaken, but later, Zhao Qifeng kissed every other team member, seemingly worried they might get jealous. She added, and it wasn't just a Western cheek kissing. It was on the lips. Avril. Luo Wei. If I'm not mistaken, aren't all of Zhao Qifeng's team members male? Avril asked uncertainly. You're not mistaken, Yao Xingtong confirmed. Hiss. Avril inhaled sharply, then looked at Luo Wei through the rearview mirror. Teacher Luo, did you notice something earlier? Is that why you avoided Zhao Qingfeng? Luo Wei nodded silently. Wow, I never noticed before. I thought Zhao Qingfeng was a decent person, treating us no differently than other girls. Now I realize that he... Wait, Teacher Luo, does he have a crush on you? Yao Xingtong asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Luo Wei, all while nestled in his embrace without a scarf or goggles. The moment she uttered that last sentence, the vehicle jolted, and Avril's shoulders trembled noticeably. Such a beautiful face. Why does it have to say so much? If it must speak, why not say something of substance? Luo Wei remarked, pinching Yao Xingtong's chubby cheeks, causing her adorable face to transform into a dumpling-like visage. Yeah. Yao Xingtong mumbled incoherently. Avril could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. If you want to laugh, go ahead. Why hold back so painfully? Luo Wei scoffed. Ha ha ha. Avril laughed uncontrollably, her smile bright and unrestrained. Luo Wei. I was just making a casual remark, and you actually found it amusing. What about your emotional intelligence? Your intellect. Luo Wei felt a bit exasperated, glancing down at Yao Xingtong, whose face he had playfully pinched into a dumpling shape. The girl, perhaps feeling a bit hurt, shook her head and struggled a little. But unable to pry open Luo Wei's hand, she turned her head and attempted to bite his palm. Luo Wei jumped in surprise, instinctively withdrawing his hand, and then, without thinking, delivered a light slap to her securely wrapped backside. Ah, Teacher Luo, Yao Xingtong exclaimed, startled. Didn't he really hurt? In fact, the sensation was quite muted, especially since Luo Wei hadn't used much force, and she was bundled up thickly. However, the action left her quite astonished. Luo Wei felt a bit embarrassed. Why all that was good, he had merely slapped her playfully. How could a virtuous gentleman like him take advantage of a girl for no reason? Teacher Luo. I never expected you to be like this. Yao Xingtong looked at him with wide, glistening eyes, appearing as if she had suffered a great injustice, her expression pitiful. If I say that slap was merely a misunderstanding, you would believe me, wouldn't you? Luo Wei asked. I would believe you, but only if you can tell me what it feels like to be loved by a man. Then I'll believe you. Otherwise, I'll tell Professor Chu about how you bullied me, Yao Xingtong replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Pfft. Luo Wei nearly spat his drink all over Yao Xingtong's face. As the campus beauty of Deep Sea University. Haven't you ever been loved by a man? Why ask me? He retorted, exasperated. He could see through her. The girl was clearly not genuinely upset. Otherwise, she wouldn't be snuggling up to him so tightly. Of course, he also acknowledged that he had not slapped her very hard. I have been loved by many men, and some even love me to the point of obsession. But honestly, I find it more annoying than anything else. Yao Xingtong said, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Wei. Now, I want to know. Teacher Luo, what do you feel? Disgusting, Luo Wei replied flatly. That's too dismissive. Be more specific. What exactly makes you feel disgusted? Yao Xingtong pressed, dissatisfied. Are you done yet? With a grim expression, Luo Wei remarked, just think about it. What would it feel like if a girl were to constantly dwell on you from behind? So what if she does? What feelings could that possibly evoke? Yao Xingtong replied, her face a mask of confusion. Puffed. Damn it. Change your perspective. Imagine you are having a nightmare, and every night you dream of someone wielding a cold spear, pursuing you from behind with the intent to stab you. How would that feel? Luo Wei continued. Upon hearing this, Yao Xingtong was taken aback, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Chapter 40. With great power comes great responsibility. The car finally fell into silence. Yao Xingtong seemed to comprehend the fear and ceased her antics. The vehicle navigated through a world blanketed in snow and ice. Luo Wei vigilantly scanned his surroundings, noting that while the city appeared lifeless, there were, in fact, numerous survivors. However, these individuals were either hiding in their homes or quickly retreating at the slightest disturbance, creating the illusion that the entire city was devoid of life. As the vehicle continued its westward journey, Luo Wei observed the increasing signs of human activity amidst the wrecked shops. It seemed as though every establishment and residence had been ravaged. This must be the place, Luo Wei declared, instructing Avril to pull the car over. After the trio disembarked, Luo Wei pointed to a nearby window and said, "We'll go up from here, then use the drones to search." "All right." Avril and Yao Xingtong nodded in unison, showing no doubt in his words. Avril stored the vehicle in her space, and they entered the building through the shattered window. After locating the stairs, they swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Avril produced 3 drones, handing one each to Luo Wei and Yao Xingtong. We'll each take a different direction. These drones can cover a radius of 20 kilometers. If we search together, we will surely find what Yang Rongwang specifically warned us about. Operating the drones posed little challenge. Even Luo Wei, who had never used one before, quickly adapted. The drones took flight, racing toward the horizon. The drones, meticulously prepared by Avril, were notably quiet during flight, their sounds easily masked by the howling wind and snow. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed, and as Luo Wei observed the footage relayed from the drone, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Better to be a peaceful dog than a chaotic human." In this chaotic world where life held little value. The drone's surveillance revealed 3 brutal encounters within just 5 minutes. The 2 women beside him were equally transfixed by the monitor, their expressions a mix of anger and barely concealed terror. This was the true apocalypse. Human beings fighting to the death over a pack of instant noodles or a loaf of bread, sacrificing their dignity for a sip of water. Ugh! Yao Xingtong suddenly retched. Luo Wei turned to glance at her, feeling queasy himself. On Yao Xingtong's monitor, the drone's camera was focused on a window emanating smoke. Despite the thick ice encasing the exterior, it did not hinder the high-tech camera's detection capabilities. The horrifying image of cannibalism within was starkly visible. Found it. Oddly enough, why are there only women? Avril's voice broke through. Luo Wei turned to see a high-end villa community appearing on Avril's monitor. Most of those villas were abandoned, yet one stood out as particularly peculiar. Shadows danced within, laughter echoed, and every face radiated joy, as if they were entirely unaffected by the dire external circumstances. As Luo Wei glanced over, Avril began to maneuver the drone's camera. When it focused on the 3rd floor of the villa, Avril gasped, nearly dropping the controller. Her cheeks flushed, and her body quivered slightly, uncertain of what she had seen. Luo Wei quickly took the communicator from her, and upon viewing the footage, his eyes widened in disbelief, involuntarily clicking his tongue. Not particularly attractive, yet they seemed to be enjoying themselves, Luo Wei murmured, observing the scene filled with women of varying shapes and sizes, all surpassing the threshold of beauty. Teacher Luo, stop watching. Avril snapped back to reality, noticing Luo Wei's rapt attention. Her fair cheeks tinged with crimson as she shot him a reproachful glare, swiftly retracting her hand. A hint of regret flickered in Luo Wei's eyes, followed by a bemused gaze directed at Avril. No wonder she had screamed earlier. Any respectable woman encountering such a scene would likely react similarly. Especially someone as innocent as Avril. Have you satisfied your curiosity? If so, shouldn't we be on our way? Luo Wei suggested. Agreed, Yao Xingtong replied, casting a puzzled look at Luo Wei. What do you intend to do if we don't leave? Luo Wei sighed at the naive girl before him. In this world, no one can truly save anyone. Everyone is struggling to survive. We are not saviors. We are merely survivors. Helping others within our means is one thing. But forcing change upon others' lives is meddlesome and thankless, potentially costing us dearly. Teacher Luo makes a valid point, Avril remarked, taking a deep breath. If we cannot rescue others from peril, it is best to refrain from intruding upon their lives. Yao Xingtong nodded, though with a hint of confusion. Shall we return to the military base or continue searching for supplies? Luo Wei inquired. Glancing at the darkening sky, it had unknowingly approached afternoon since their early departure from the military base. Let us search for more supplies, Avril suggested. Our group consists of over 20,000 people. The resources we gathered from just over 2,000 awakened individuals will be depleted in no time. Do you really think you and Fang Qinghan can sustain the entire group? Luo Wei frowned. Relying solely on one person is indeed insufficient, which is why we must unite our efforts to overcome challenges. Avril gazed at Luo Wei, her eyes betraying an uncontainable smile. With you, our principal Fang, and Professor Chu, if each of us contributes, I believe we can easily surmount the current obstacles. Don't include me. I am not as noble as you all. I merely wish to live in peace, Luo Wei retorted, curling his lip. With great power comes great responsibility. Some matters, whether you wish to or not, you simply cannot evade, Avril countered. Moreover, consider this. As social beings, if you and Professor Chu were the last humans on Earth, even with Yiya, what significance would your existence hold? What do you mean by significance? At least our survival itself is meaningful. And when that time comes, it sounds rather pleasant, Luo Wei rebutted. Seeing that Avril was about to speak again, he quickly changed the subject. Enough of this nonsense. If we are to find supplies, we must do so quickly and return before we freeze. Upon hearing this, Avril and Yao Xingtong exchanged glances, a smile gracing their faces. Teacher Luo, if you truly don't wish to continue, you may head back first, Yao Xingtong proposed tentatively. Fang Qinghan asked you to team up with me. And if I return alone, and something happens, do you think Fang Qinghan would let me off the hook? Luo Wei shot Yao Xingtong a disdainful look. Teacher Luo is right. If something were to happen to us, Professor Fang would certainly make you pay, Yao Xingtong replied, her mischievous nature surfacing as she gleefully clung to Luo Wei's arm. So, it seems we are all in this together, Teacher Luo. Let us set off. With that, she dashed behind Luo Wei, playfully pushing him onto the vehicle. Luo Wei shook his head in resignation, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Had he known this would happen, he would have opted to venture out alone. Had he done so, he would have already returned to the warmth of his home, surrounded by his family. Chapter 41. Hitting a brick wall in the subsequent hours. The trio searched several supermarkets. However, it appeared their luck had run dry. These establishments were left in disarray, with usable supplies long since scavenged by others. As dusk approached, hunger gnawed at them, and Luo Wei jested with Avril. Do you still wish to pursue your little goal? Unexpectedly, his words ignited the girl's competitive spirit. I refuse to believe that in such a vast city, I can't find enough supplies to fill my space. Luo Wei fell silent, regretting his earlier comment. Enough of this. I'm cold and hungry. If we don't eat soon, I fear I won't last much longer, Yao Xingtong said weakly. Let us find a place to eat, Avril suggested. Luo Wei had no objections to this, and Yao Xingtong was so delighted she nearly leaped for joy. In this post-apocalyptic world, empty houses were abundant. The trio located a high-rise community and entered a building that showed signs of recent habitation. Ascending the stairs, they arrived at a dusty door handle, and without hesitation, they broke in. The spacious apartment, exceeding 100 square meters, was adorned with a wedding photo of a young couple. The man was tall and handsome, his radiant smile directed at his wife, whose demeanor exuded a sense of delicate happiness as she nestled against him. It was a heartwarming scene of joy. At last, as they surveyed the dust-covered photo in the living room. Each felt a pang of emotion, especially the two girls. Avril's eyes were filled with profound sorrow. Despite the grim likelihood that the two might not survive, she still sent silent blessings in her heart, hoping for their safety. At that moment, Yao Xingtong seemed to forget her hunger, gazing mournfully at the photograph before her. Had it not been for this heavy snow, surely they would have been living happily together. Luo Wei could only sigh, reflecting more on the capriciousness of fate. In the face of disaster, everyone is equal, regardless of whether one is a noble, a merchant, a wealthy tycoon, or a destitute beggar, irrespective of beauty or ugliness, health or illness. In this global catastrophe, no one can escape unscathed. With a sigh, Luo Wei stepped into the kitchen and glanced into the refrigerator. The owner of this house likely seldom cooked, as the fridge was already barren. Teacher Luo, there's no need to busy yourself. I observed many doors in the neighborhood had been pried open when we went upstairs. This place has surely been visited already, Avril remarked, upon finishing her words. She found a towel and wiped down the coffee table in the living room, then retrieved a variety of food from her space, meticulously arranging it on the table. Luo Wei's eyes brightened at this sight, nearly forgetting that he had a mobile pantry by his side. A dual-flavor hot pot, an alcohol burner, and an assortment of fresh ingredients. Is this the apocalypse? If life during the apocalypse were like this, I would gladly embrace it, Luo Wei thought, rubbing his hands together and pitching in to help. The ingredients Avril brought out were nothing short of exquisite, top-grade Wagyu beef, and the vegetables appeared as if they had just been plucked from the garden. Vibrant and enticing. Moreover, there were precious delicacies such as lobster and king crab. Is this how you usually live? Luo Wei inquired. Occasionally, Avril replied with a shy smile. Seeing this, Luo Wei chose not to press further. Having been self-reliant since childhood, his practical skills far surpassed those of the two young ladies before him. Soon, a half-spicy, half-fragrant hot pot was ready. Steam wafted as the three gathered around to enjoy it, each savoring the meal with immense satisfaction. The delicate, fair faces of the two girls flushed a rosy hue, and their alluring lips glistened more brilliantly under the spicy stimulation, just as they were relishing their meal. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Luo Wei's expression shifted slightly, and although the two girls were a beat slow to react, they simultaneously halted their movements. The aroma must be emanating from here. While my awakened ability may lack combat prowess, my sense of smell is exceptionally keen, allowing me to detect scents imperceptible to others. A voice called from outside. Immediately after, a sinister tone followed. Those inside, Open the door. The community is delivering warmth. At this moment, even a fool would know that the community could not possibly be delivering warmth. Luo Wei exchanged glances with the two girls, then rose to approach the door. Opening it with a decisive click, the group outside had not anticipated that someone inside would actually open the door. After shouting, they were ready to force their way in, but as the door swung open, one of them, poised to kick it down, was caught off guard, performing an unintended split. His face turned pale instantly. After a full 2 seconds, he finally let out a yelp, clutching his groin and collapsing to the ground. Howling in agony, Luo Wei glanced at the foolish figure before him, then shifted his gaze to the 3 individuals at the door. They were all bundled up, making it impossible to discern their ages. But one could infer they were all male. Delivering warmth? Luo Wei asked, his face devoid of expression. Would you like to come in and have something to eat? The 3 outside looked at Luo Wei with uncertainty. Suddenly, one of them tugged at the middleman's clothing, silently urging him to glance into the room. Following the gaze, that individual's eyes lit up, greed flashing behind his protective goggles. Indeed, we are here to deliver warmth. But I can see you're not the rightful owner of this place. Come with us for an investigation. Without batting an eyelash, the man spouted a stream of nonsense. Or perhaps you should come inside. Avril interjected, revealing an AK-47, its ominous barrel aimed squarely at the door. What a feisty beauty, I like it. The middleman chuckled, then swiftly brandished a handgun, aiming it at the occupants within. His movements were so quick they nearly defied normal reaction times. However, Avril and Yao Xingtong were anything but ordinary. As level 3 awakened individuals, their reflexes were lightning fast. The moment the man drew his gun to point inside, Avril and Yao Xingtong's guns fired. Bang, bang. 2 bullets struck the man's hand almost simultaneously. Flesh and bone exploded, blood spraying, and the gun fell from his grasp before he could even brandish it. He screamed, clutching his shattered wrist, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Avril and Yao Xingtong. Only then did he realize he had bitten off more than he could chew. Reflecting on the current state of affairs, he realized that without some modicum of skill, one could hardly afford to feast. Especially not with 2 such beautiful women. Please, don't kill me, the man stammered, eyes trembling as he gazed at the 2 advancing women. Moreover, they were denied even the slightest opportunity for a comeback. Having their leader's qualifications stripped away entirely, the 3 individuals were engulfed in fear, yet simultaneously overwhelmed with relief. Fortunately, they had refrained from resisting or attempting to flee. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. You few display considerable intelligence. Luo Wei spoke, casting a disapproving glare at Avril as he did so. This fellow had discharged her weapon without a word, splattering his trousers with blood. Upon noticing this, Avril sheepishly stuck out her tongue, her countenance adorably innocent, entirely incongruous with the fact that it was she who had callously taken a life moments ago. Tell us about the one named Yitian. Luo Wei instructed as he checked the knots binding their captives, then proceeded to secure the last individual before tossing all 3 into the room. He beckoned Yao Xingtong and Avril to retake their seats, inquiring as he dined, aside from being a 4th-tier supernatural being, does Yitian have any formidable allies? Yes, the women around him are quite impressive. The 3, bound together, gazed enviously at their captors by the hot pot. Swallowing hard, however, their strength is likely inferior to Yitian's. Besides those women, he has many subordinates as well, yet the strongest among them is roughly on par with our leader, the one who was just killed. Oh, Yitian has many followers. How many? Luo Wei probed. Indeed, there are quite a few, probably over 300, mostly supernatural beings. With so many followers, he must possess substantial resources. No, Avril inquired. Taking a bite of vegetables, her curiosity piqued. Most likely, we've handed over all the supplies we collected to him, and he allocates our daily sustenance. This revelation. The 3 exchanged glances. Luo Wei set down his chopsticks and stood, unceremoniously tossing the 3 bound individuals into a nearby room. What? Are you contemplating targeting Yitian? Resuming his seat, he dipped a piece of beef into the pot, casting a glance at Avril. But don't forget, he commands over 300 subordinates, and Yitian himself is a 4th-tier supernatural being. Teacher Luo. Avril's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on him. Mimicking Yao Xingtong's playful demeanor, she grasped his arm and exclaimed, Aren't you also a 4th-tier supernatural being? Moreover, your abilities are extraordinarily formidable. I've witnessed it myself. Don't emulate Yao Xingtong. I am resolute and unyielding. Your charms will have no effect on me. Luo Wei retorted, freeing his arm from her grasp. What's wrong with that? Isn't it fine for Wei to learn from me? Yao Xingtong chimed in, her mouth full like a hamster. Teacher Luo, I understand you possess a strong sense of justice, and you wouldn't want either me or Tong Tong to come to harm. Would you? Avril continued, her expression one of innocent appeal. Despite his refusal, she remained undeterred, her eyes glistening with sincerity. You heard what kind of person Yi Tian is. He is a veritable lecherous fiend. Can you bear to let us fall into his clutches? Since you are already aware of his nature, why provoke him? Luo Wei countered. Did I provoke him? He initiated contact with us. His underlings have already bullied us. Are we to simply retreat in shame? Avril retorted. Indeed, Yao Xingtong echoed, supporting her friend. Luo Wei found himself at a loss, unable to counter the relentless arguments of the women. Very well, you've won, he conceded. Hee. Teacher Luo is the best. Truly the idol of our deep-sea academy. Avril and Yao Xingtong celebrated, simultaneously bestowing compliments upon him. Chapter 43. Even protagonists have their strengths and weaknesses. Luo Wei shook his head, although he had agreed to accompany the two on their daring venture. He remained vigilant. He analyzed the situation for the two women, saying, firstly, his surname is Yi, and his given name is Tian. Those familiar with literature will recognize what this surname signifies, and with Tian as his name. He is undoubtedly exceptional, a quintessential protagonist archetype. Listening to Luo Wei's insights, the amusement in the eyes of the two women was unmistakable. They clearly did not take his analysis seriously. However, once Luo Wei brought up the three captives for further questioning, their expressions gradually turned grave. Firstly, he is an orphan. Secondly, he was recently dumped by his girlfriend just before the apocalypse. With a wealth of experiences, he rapidly ascended, seizing resources, hunting monsters, seeking treasures, recruiting subordinates, and exacting revenge on his ex-girlfriend. His life seems scripted, as if he possesses foresight, always leading others. Furthermore, surrounded by beauties, each of whom were once unattainable goddesses. This is undeniably the hallmark of a protagonist, perhaps even one of a reincarnated hero. Teacher Luo, Yao Xingtong suddenly fixed her serious gaze on him. I'm not trying to touch a nerve, but I recall you are also an orphan, correct? And what of it? Luo Wei responded, puzzled by her line of questioning. Cough. If Yi Tian is a protagonist, then I believe Teacher Luo resembles one as well. Yao Xingtong asserted, adopting a wise demeanor. Look, although Yi Tian possesses skills and strength to rise, he expends immense effort, yet he is merely a fourth-tier supernatural being. Our Teacher Luo, though unassuming, is not to be underestimated. Beside them, Avril nodded earnestly. Moreover, when it comes to beauty, I doubt the women surrounding Yi Tian can match up to our Professor Chu. Luo Wei. Avril regarded him seriously and added, Tongdong is right, Teacher Luo. If we all found ourselves in the same narrative, I would firmly believe you to be the protagonist. Stop joking, Luo Wei replied, amused by their antics. He believed that effort could triumph over fate, that each individual holds dominion over their own life, and that everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Thus, he never subscribed to the notion of a singular protagonist or that the world revolves around any one individual. Teacher Luo, don't be timid. We believe in you. I am convinced that even protagonists have their strengths and weaknesses, and you are the strongest protagonist. Tonight, we shall confront him, eliminate the one named Yi Tian, and show him what a true protagonist is. Yao Xingtong fervently encouraged from the sidelines. What if he truly is a reincarnated being? He might already anticipate our actions tonight, and we could easily fall into his trap. Luo Wei cautioned. Haha. Teacher Luo, you genuinely believe in reincarnated beings? Avril laughed. Tiomi, he likely possesses a form of precognitive ability. Teacher Luo may not know, but we have someone like that in our team. Oh, who is it? Luo Wei inquired curiously. Xiao Chong, Avril disclosed. Though this is merely my conjecture, it's highly plausible that Xiao Chong wields an ability to foresee events, one that he currently cannot control. Triggering randomly. Luo Wei, teacher, your powers are formidable. If we speak of instantaneous explosive strength, aside from Principal Fong, you are undoubtedly the most powerful combat supernatural being I have encountered. Avril remarked. I believe that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots are rendered futile. Assuming Yi Tian is aware of our plans for tonight, we have gleaned some understanding of his capabilities. It's akin to playing a game of cards where everyone lays their cards on the table, and the game is determined by sheer strength. You have such confidence in my abilities? Luo Wei asked. Of course. Before Avril could respond, Yao Xingtong interjected, Teacher Luo, you may not realize it, but you are the idol that Weier had a crush on when she first arrived at Deep Sea University. Tong Tong, what nonsense are you spouting? Avril exclaimed, her delicate face flushing crimson as she hurriedly attempted to cover Yao Xingtong's mouth. Unfortunately, Yao Xingtong was both quick-witted and agile. Her petite frame evaded Avril's grasp. Darting behind Luo Wei and peeking out from behind him, sticking out her tongue and making a face at Avril. Am I wrong? Can you honestly say your phone doesn't have pictures of teacher Luo? Avril was momentarily speechless, meeting Luo Wei's curious gaze. Her already bashful demeanor deepened, turning her neck crimson. Luo Wei, witnessing this, wore a bemused expression that he recognized that many harbored secret affections for him at Deep Sea University. Yet he had never anticipated that the renowned beauty of the academy had once admired him. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no thrill at this revelation. Teacher, please don't misunderstand. I only took a photo of you when I first arrived at school, not fully mature in my thoughts. Catching sight of you jogging on the playground, Avril stammered, her cheeks flushed. Just one? Luo Wei inquired. I seem to recall there being quite a few. Yao Xingtong chimed in, playfully undermining her. Boom. Avril's already rosy cheeks flared like a sunset, nearly igniting with embarrassment. All right, enough of these frivolous discussions. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let us focus on our next steps. In confronting someone with the ability to foresee events, all our preparations may fall under their control. We must exercise utmost caution, leaving no room for negligence. Luo Wei felt that if he remained silent any longer, Avril might, in her embarrassment, leap from this building. Upon hearing this, Yao Xingtong understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from further provoking Avril. The nearly explosive Avril couldn't help but exhale slowly, her gaze towards Luo Wei brimming with gratitude. When she first arrived at school, she was indeed young and naive, like other girls of her age, and had harbored an infatuation for Luo Wei for quite some time. However, that was a matter of the past. Over the span of 3 years, she had matured significantly, having long since cast aside those childish notions. Little did she anticipate encountering treachery, being stabbed in the back by a close friend, leaving her utterly unprepared. Now, upon reflection, she realized she might have overreacted. After all, who hasn't experienced youth? Teacher Luo is actually quite admirable, handsome, capable, and astute. Where have you truly moved on from him? Just then, as Luo Wei entered the room to retrieve the captives, Yao Xingtong leaned closer to Avril and whispered her inquiry. How dare you bring that up? Avril retorted, tugging at Yao Xingtong's ear with irritation. That it's been ages since then. Bringing it up now only serves to create unnecessary awkwardness. Ouch. That hurts. Yao Xingtong cried out, hastily promising not to speak of it again. However, once Avril released her ear, Yao Xingtong quickly forgot her earlier vow. Previously, she had only seen Luo Wei's looks, but after spending time with him, she realized he was genuinely a decent person. Unfortunately, Weier, he's already taken. No matter how much you like him, it must remain a secret admiration. Avril feigned a strike. Chapter 44. How reasonable. Yao Xingtong, now prepared, was naturally not easily caught by Avril this time. As the two girls playfully tussled, Luo Wei emerged from the room with 3 captives in tow. Speak of everything you know. Should you dare conceal even the slightest detail, the corpse outside the door will be your fate. Luo Wei threatened, then seated himself upon the sofa, listening intently as the 3 began recounting their tale, each contributing in turn. Through their narrative, Yutian's character gradually became more three-dimensional. Before the apocalypse, Yutian had merely been an unremarkable delivery man, lacking in both education and connections, utterly alone, existing at the very bottom of society. Perhaps due to his status, his body had early on been exposed to the toxins within the snowflakes, yet by a stroke of luck, he survived and inadvertently awakened his abilities. Thus began his rise, a journey akin to being blessed with extraordinary luck. Moreover, the women surrounding him were far from ordinary. Notably, the mistress of this house possessed an unusual ability that slowed down others' movements. Akin to a curse, another woman could render herself invisible, appearing and disappearing at will, leaving others defenseless. Beyond this, the 3 captives were unclear about the abilities of the others, as Yitian typically resided in a penthouse with his women. Avoiding contact with them and ensuring his women did not mingle with other men, Luo Wei exchanged solemn glances with Yao Xingtong and Avril. Recognizing the weight of the situation, he stood up and unceremoniously tossed the 3 captives back into the room. The information you provided is disappointingly scant. Even regarding Yutian's abilities, we can only speculate. Are you certain you wish to take this risk? Luo Wei gazed at the 2, his expression grave. If not, we could return to seek out Principal Fong. Principal Fong must guard the camp and cannot leave easily, Yao Xingtong replied, shaking her head, though her resolve wavered. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested. How about we first use a drone to assess the situation? All right, the target is directly across. The distance is not far that we can launch the drone from here. Luo Wei agreed. Good. Avril nodded. With a clear objective in mind, and to avoid detection, she produced only one drone, personally operating it as she sent it soaring into the wind and snow, resembling a hawk navigating the skies. Young Master Yi, what troubles you? In the opulent penthouse, a young man in his 20s lounged on an expensive sofa. His brow furrowed in deep thought. A tall, slender woman clad in a silk robe approached from behind, her delicate features framed by her graceful figure as she leaned on his shoulder. Have you encountered some vexing issue? You can share it with me. As she spoke, her soft, delicate hand began to caress his robust chest. The man tilted his head back, leaning against the woman, and with a great hand, he pulled her from the sofa towards him amidst her startled exclamations. Stop it. I'm already troubled enough without you adding fuel to the fire, he grumbled, revealing himself to be Tian. Unbeknownst to him, today he felt an unusual unease, as though something ominous loomed on the horizon. Despite thriving in the aftermath of the apocalypse, thanks to the advantages of being a reborn individual, this sensation was entirely new to him. Ironically, the moment of his rebirth coincided with today, and the storylines he had altered through his own actions had rendered his memories obsolete. Damn it. System, where are you? Aren't systems supposed to be standard for reborn individuals? Tian's expression darkened as he simmered with frustration, cursing fate for granting him rebirth yet withholding the system, forcing him to rely solely on himself. Was this mere mockery? The woman beside him, oblivious to his inner turmoil, misinterpreted his brooding demeanor and decided to perform her most captivating talent, having once been a multi-talented streamer before the apocalypse. How wonderful! Tian exclaimed, momentarily casting aside all worries. He appeared to revel in the moment, failing to notice a small dark figure several hundred meters away. Pa. Avril spat softly. Her cheeks flushed as she handed the monitoring device to Luo Wei. Luo Wei, perplexed by the sudden burst of anger from this typically gentle and refined girl, looked down at the device in confusion, his brows slightly raised. The man appeared unremarkable, lacking any discernible talents. While the woman's skills could surely be of interest to Professor Chu, Luo Wei pondered. Men are such pigs, Avril muttered, noticing Luo Wei's genuine focus on the monitor. Don't say such nonsense. I'm primarily observing Tian to see if he is aware of our presence. If not, you may take over, Luo Wei retorted, his keen ears catching her words and offering the device to Avril. No way. You can keep watching. Avril's face turned as red as a ripe persimmon as she stepped back, refusing to glance at the monitor. What's wrong with you two? It's just monitoring someone. If you can't, let me do it, Yao Xingtong interjected, reaching for the device. Luo Wei, of course, would not relinquish it to her. Just sit tight, he admonished, retracting his arm. Fine, let Teacher Luo handle the monitoring alone. We'll take a break, Avril said, pulling Yao Xingtong back to their seats. It's so cold. Within 3 minutes of the two sitting together, Yao Xingtong began to complain, casting sneaky glances at Luo Wei. Such impropriety between men and women. Young lady, please maintain your decorum, Luo Wei remarked, fully aware of her intentions. She had grown accustomed to using him as a human heater. Had she worn less, he might have begrudgingly acquiesced, but her thick clothing made her feel more like a rolling ball than a delicate girl, leaving no softness to embrace, aside from the faint fragrance of her hair. Teacher Luo, once a teacher, always a father. How can you be so cold-hearted, watching your two daughters suffer in the cold? Yao Xingtong lamented, her audacity surpassing Luo Wei's expectations in an effort to stave off the cold. Yao Xingtong shamelessly invoked the title of foster father. Avril, upon hearing this, instinctively shifted to create distance, appearing embarrassed to be associated with her. You can claim a foster father for yourself. Don't drag me into this. Yet, Yao Xingtong ignored her protests, boldly pulling Luo Wei onto the sofa, then unbuttoning his coat to nestle into his embrace, wrapping her icy form tightly against him. Luo Wei's mouth twitched in defeat. Overwhelmed by her audacity, he simply retrieved a fur blanket from his backpack and draped it over the two of them. Wow, Weier, this is so comfortable and warm. Aren't you coming in? Yao Xingtong's head poked out from Luo Wei's chest, her gaze innocent and her tone beguiling. Teacher Luo is our instructor. As his students, it's only natural that he has the responsibility to care for us while we're out here. Luo Wei. Her reasoning was so compelling that he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Chapter 45. Heart-stirring Tong Tong's words held merit. After all, they did call him teacher. Moreover, when out in the world, one must be flexible. All right, Luo Wei said, his gaze shifting towards Avril in contrast to the shamelessness of Yao Xingtong. He found himself drawn more to Avril's sensitivity and intrigue. Upon hearing Luo Wei's words, Avril froze, her crystalline teeth gently biting her rosy lip, torn between a desire to refuse and an inability to voice her objections. Ultimately, she found herself unable to decline Luo Wei's kindness. The fair and exquisite beauty of her delicate visage flushed slightly as she unveiled the blanket draped over Ro and settled beside him. Come a little closer, you're sitting too far away. With such a considerable gap between us, your chill is quite uncomfortable for me as well, Ro remarked. Besides, we're merely sitting together. When we executed our mission, we shared a motorcycle without any hesitation. Indeed, I fail to comprehend your shyness. You ought to learn from me. A pure heart invites no malice, Yao Xingtong added. Their banter only made Avril more bashful. With a final determination, she lifted Ro's arm and nestled herself under his armpit, creating an illusion that he was embracing her. Ro, taken aback by her sudden boldness, dismissed the thought, attributing it to her heavy attire that left little to the imagination. His attention returned to the monitor, a wave of warmth radiating from his body. As Avril leaned against him, feeling his warmth, a contented expression graced her face. It was indeed far more comforting than braving the cold alone. She discreetly glanced at Ro before following his gaze to the monitor. Having studied biology, she quickly surmised the reason for Ro's body heat. However, she averted her gaze after a fleeting glance, her heart racing like a startled deer, pounding as though it might leap from her throat. The scene on the monitor was intensely thrilling, and even Ro dared not look too long. Currently, there seemed to be no anomalies. That fellow likely remains unaware of our presence. If we are to act, let us set the time for 2 o'clock this morning, Ro suggested, shifting the focus. Moreover, what stance should we adopt towards Yi Tian and his companions? Should we kill or capture them alive? Upon hearing this, Yao Xingtong, who had previously tucked herself beneath the blanket, poked her head back out. The strategic decisions are yours to ponder. Since we've confirmed the timing for action, I shall rest for a while to regain my strength. With that, she withdrew her head like a turtle retreating into its shell. Ro and Avril exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of resignation. Based on the testimonies of the 3 captives, Yi Tian was a ruthless individual, perhaps having suppressed his darker inclinations for too long. Now his methods were exceedingly violent, quick to resort to murder, but I believe we should prioritize eliminating him, leaving no room for respite, Ro stated. As for the women surrounding Luo Wei took a deep breath. Casting a glance at the nearby monitor, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling in disdain as he silently cursed the brute. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of envy and resentment surged within him. Damn it! Others held beautiful women in their arms, resided in spacious, temperature-regulated apartments, and lived carefree lives, indulging in whatever they desired, though he too had a beauty beside him. Well, then never mind. After all, who were they to challenge the principles of a gentleman? Luo Wei let out a soft sigh, then directed the drone to leave the expansive apartment where Yi Tian resided, commencing a patrol to survey the terrain and establish a well-defined course of action. Avril covertly stole a glance at Luo Wei, entranced by his earnest demeanor as he piloted the drone. She found herself momentarily lost in thought. In her youth, she had been infatuated with Luo Wei, largely due to his striking appearance and charisma. Yet, as the saying goes, while attractive exteriors abound, intriguing souls are rare gems. With time and experience, she began to value a person's inner character more profoundly. It was precisely because she had encountered many handsome men that she could, with quiet resolve, set aside the innocent stirrings of her youth. It was only through their recent interactions during duty and today's expedition that she gained a clearer understanding of the one she once secretly admired. He possessed not only an impressive exterior but also a noble spirit. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Avril had encountered a myriad of individuals, ruthless tyrants, those who treated women as mere garments, and social thugs who found amusement in tormenting others. The vast majority regarded women as mere objects, stripped of any semblance of respect. Yet Luo Wei remained steadfast, treating everyone with unwavering courtesy, a quality that was exceedingly rare. Luo Wei's lips twitched slightly, realizing the girl in his arms was once again sneaking glances at him. He intentionally shifted his body, causing her to flinch, swiftly closing her eyes in a pretense of sleep. Luo Wei took a deep breath, restraining his tumultuous emotions. He understood full well that Avril would never share her affections with another. Unlike Su Muching, Avril was a woman of means, ideas, strength, and independence. Even if he were to employ flowery words to seduce her, he would never win her genuine heart. Moreover, rather than resorting to cunning schemes, Luo Wei preferred to let things unfold naturally, especially with a bright light bulb resting in his embrace. It was hardly conducive for him to act. Regaining his composure, Luo Wei's attention shifted back to the images transmitted by the drone. Towering buildings rose in orderly succession, encircling Yi Tian's residence in a bastion of safety. The residents of these outer structures served as his natural guardians. Infiltrating this area would prove challenging. "Do you have a large drone capable of transporting us directly from the sky?" Luo Wei inquired. Instinctively, Avril replied in the affirmative. However, her fair cheek flushed slightly as she feigned composure, adding that they could actually use Tong Tong's eagle to fly over. "Is that eagle truly so remarkable? I must see it up close someday," Luo Wei remarked. "That depends on Tong Tong's willingness," Avril replied. After a brief conversation, Avril's previously tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Luo Wei nodded, discussing various other details with her. Suddenly, Avril fell silent, and when Luo Wei looked down, he realized that she had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Shaking his head, he single-handedly maneuvered the drone, weaving between the buildings. The drone's camera captured clandestine activities hidden from the public eye. The phrase "there are no good people in the apocalypse" played out vividly before him. Regardless of gender, all were driven to survive, resorting to deceit and manipulation as schemes and treachery proliferated. Luo Wei witnessed a woman, appearing as pure as a white lotus, feigning vulnerability to lure a man into her chamber. Moments later, 6 or 7 burly men sprang from her closet, overwhelming the unsuspecting victim. What shocked Luo Wei even more was the sight of another woman, a mother with her child. Both bore ashen faces, emaciated and frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. Yet, their attire suggested they had once lived in opulence before the apocalypse. The woman, with her child, so in his perception. 3 individuals stealthily entered the stairwell from the rooftop, quickly losing their presence due to distance. Shortly thereafter, a muffled thud resonated from his door. To his astonishment, the specially reinforced door was forcefully kicked open. A flicker of confusion crossed Yu Tian's mind. His door should not have been so fragile. However, the intruders offered him no time for contemplation, as they swiftly surged into the room, storming into the bedroom. Yi Tian intended to rise and astonish these intruders. But as he moved, he discovered his limbs were firmly restrained. "Master, on such a late hour, where do you think you're off to?" A delicate, sultry voice echoed through the night. The sound. Yi Tian broke into a cold sweat. Even if he were dim-witted, he would realize that there was indeed a traitor among them. Otherwise, the fortified door could not have been so easily breached. This nighttime ambush was clearly a premeditated attack. Upon grasping the situation, he found an unsettling calm washing over him. "I have treated you well these past 2 months. Why betray me?" Yi Tian gazed at the 2 women who had previously been so eagerly devoted to him, their eyes now brimming with cold malice. He despised betrayal above all else. With a sharp crack, the lights flickered on, and a group of people surged into the room. "So it's you. Lu Ziaichio. Do you truly believe that your ragtag bunch can pose a threat to me?" Yu Tian sneered as he recognized the leader among them. The shrill screams of women pierced the air, awakening those who had been in slumber, startled by the sudden chaos. Bang! Lu Zihao frowned and raised his weapon. Yi Tian, his limbs held captive by the 2 women, had no time to intervene, nor had he considered doing so. Crimson blood sprayed forth, splattering across the grand bed. "Whoever dares to make a sound shall meet their end," Lu Zihao declared coldly, his voice low yet chilling, causing the women on the bed to huddle together in terror, sealing their lips tightly. "What benefits did Lu Zihao provide you that led you to choose betrayal? Now that you have seized control of the situation, are you still unwilling to speak?" Yi Tian licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a mocking smile gracing his features as he addressed the 2 women. Seeing Yi Tian remain unfazed even in such dire circumstances, a twinge of unease crept into the hearts of the 2 women. However, upon hearing his words, they laughed scornfully, as if he had uttered the greatest folly. "Why would we betray you?" One of the women scoffed. "You, a lecherous scoundrel, think yourself esteemed. You keep us like dogs, demanding our loyalty as if we would forget how you coerced us into submission. We have yearned for your demise for countless nights, yet opportunities eluded us. Enough, enough. Villains often perish from their own verbosity. Have you not seen enough films?" Lu Zihao interjected, his voice cutting through the tension. He raised his firearm, ready to take Yu Tian's life. At that moment, Yu Tian erupted with fury. With a swift motion, He jolted his arms, sending the two women who constrained him hurtling against the wall with a shriek, collapsing to the ground, bloodied and incapacitated. Chapter 48. The Strike? Lu Zhehao's eyes glinted with malice at the sight. He raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Yu Tian, who, like a phantom, performed a flawless somersault, evading every shot. However, his women lacked his agility. Several fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Fools, did you forget everything I taught you? Yu Tian bellowed, his ire directed not at the wounded women but at their incompetence. They had appeared so formidable when slaughtering the undead, yet now they cowered before a mere handful of adversaries. Activate your abilities and eliminate him. Lu Zhehao threw away his empty gun, his voice a roar as he transformed into a beastly figure. Claws extending from his hands, thick brown fur erupting from his back, tearing through his clothing as he charged at Yi Tian. His subordinates, seeing this, wasted no time, unleashing their own transformations or brandishing weapons, all intent on ending Yi Tian. The clash of blades and the sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed relentlessly. Amidst the chaos, bodies collided with furniture, screams of pain mingling with shouts of rage, reverberating through the night. After an indeterminate time, the sounds of battle ceased, plunging the room back into darkness. Cough, cough. Yi Tian, you are not a level 4 ability user, but a level 5. Lu Zhehao's voice, laced with agony and fury, broke the silence. Heh, now you know. It's too late. Yi Tian's voice was cold, followed by a sickening crack as bones shattered, and Lu Zhehao's presence faded entirely. With a snap, the lights flickered back to life, revealing Lu Zhehao's head grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle. I provided for you, and you chose to be my dogs. Was that not a satisfactory existence? Yu Tian approached one of the women, crouching to lift her chin, curiosity etched on his face. Pa. She spat defiantly, her eyes filled with hatred. Yi Tian brushed the spittle from his face, then with a swift motion, sent her flying. Why betray me? You know I detest treachery. Why subject me to this? His gaze turned savage as he fixed his eyes on another woman, his expression a blend of cruelty and madness. The woman instinctively shivered, then offered a pained smile. We are human. We refuse to live as dogs. We seek respect, to live as normal beings. What wrong have we committed? You are merely a beast in human guise, providing us scraps to satisfy your own desires. You manipulate us with sweet words, seeking to crush our wills. Do you truly think we are fools? I was once the president of a multi-million-dollar company, and you, a mere wretch, presume to command me. It is laughable. Yi Tian dismissed her with a derisive grin. What, should I not only provide you sustenance but also worship you as deities? It's merely the law of the jungle. The strong prevail, the weak perish. You possess strength, resources, and thus you hold the moral high ground. I concede this fact. Yet, you pride yourself on decisiveness. Come, grant me a swift end. The woman's eyes sparkled with mockery, her tone indifferent. Do you truly believe death will come easily? Yi Tian smirked, then turned to the other women cowering on the bed, his expression filled with disdain as he waved his hand. Take her and get out. The women, seizing scattered garments to shield their modesty, hurriedly dragged their injured companions from the bedroom. Are you all right? A voice whispered in Yi Tian's ear. He stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but was caught by a sudden embrace. A figure clad in elegant attire materialized beside him, concern etched across her features. I've exhausted my abilities and am slightly fatigued. It's nothing serious, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. I warned you multiple times to be cautious while playing. Yet you never listen. After this lesson, perhaps you'll finally learn. Yi Tian flashed a cheeky grin. Huijia, I acknowledge my mistake and shall amend my ways. I hope so. Quickly, put on some clothes. This is hardly appropriate. She sighed, realizing Yi Tian had disregarded her advice entirely, her expression one of helplessness. Suddenly, she blushed, turning away as she noticed Yi Tian's state of undress. Just as she spoke, her pupils dilated in shock as a figure lunged at her. She opened her mouth to scream, but a sharp pain struck her neck, and she fell into darkness. Who? Yi Tian roared, his reflexes swift. Yet the next moment, he felt a heavy fist crashing towards his chest. As the fist drew near, a piercing pain enveloped his skin, and he realized this blow was insurmountable. In that moment of crisis, his latent abilities surged forth, a gleaming metallic sheen enveloping his chest. Bang! The colossal fist descended, and Yi Tian's chest visibly caved in 2 inches. His seemingly indestructible body nearly shattered from the impact. His 1.75-meter frame was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall and embedding himself within it. Who are you? Blood trickled from Yi Tian's lips as he struggled to speak. However, the assailant offered no response that a large hand grasped Yi Tian's face, yanking him from the wall with a swift kick. His legs were shattered, and with a twist of his arms, they too were broken. Helplessly, Yi Tian let out a series of anguished cries, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the figure before him. Speak. Where are your supplies? The figure's aura dissipated, voluntarily ending his abilities, the entire ordeal taking less than 5 seconds. A flawless visage emerged, and the figure crouched down, regarding the crumpled Yi Tian as if he were a mere dead dog. His expression icy. Hearing the question, Yi Tian felt a flicker of hope amid his fear. You have set me free, and in return, I shall provide you with supplies. Otherwise, I shall perish, and you shall not lay claim to even a grain of rice or a drop of water. He declared ominously. Humph. It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of reality. The man chuckled coldly, then drew a curved knife from his waist, tracing it ominously across Yi Tian's body before striking down towards his fifth limb. Yi Tian, terrified, clamped his legs together, nearly losing control. However, the knife embedded itself deeply into the cement floor between Yi Tian's legs. Mere inches from his vital organs, he could even feel the chill emanating from the blade, sending shivers from his soles to the crown of his head, his otherwise unremarkable face turning as pale as a sheet. I apologize. That strike was perhaps a tad too forceful. I shall be more cautious next time, the man said with a disconcerting smile. Just as Yi Tian braced himself for another strike, he was nearly paralyzed with fear and hastily called for a halt. What? Are you willing to divulge the location of the supplies? The man inquired. I will tell you. But could you first reveal your identity? How have I offended you? Yi Tian stammered. Humph. It seems you remain oblivious to the reality of your situation. If that is the case, I must express my regrets. Just as he was about to swing the knife, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Teacher Luo, we have captured the woman, but she too does not know where Yi Tian has hidden the supplies. With that, 2 figures, one tall and one short, entered, dragging a fainted woman along. Chapter 49. Dimensions. Unquestionably, the shadow that burst in was none other than Luo Wei, though merely a Tier 4 ability user with a strength of a little over 3,000 pounds. Upon activating his powers, his strength surged to over 10,000. The duration of his indomitable form was brief and came with considerable aftereffects. Yet the enhancement it provided was astonishing. In that fleeting moment of activation, his power, speed, and physical resilience reached an almost monstrous level. With a single punch, he severely injured the Tier 5 ability user, Yi Tian, and subsequently, decisively incapacitated him, rendering him utterly unable to resist. Their original plan had been to eliminate Yi Tian, a dangerous adversary. However, while Yi Tian dealt with Lu Zihao and his gang, Luo Wei and his companions searched through adjacent floors, discovering no supplies whatsoever. Luo Wei swiftly altered their strategy, splitting into 2 groups, sending Avril and Yao Xintong to confront the most enigmatic woman by Yi Tian's side, while he personally dealt with Yi Tian. Yet, to Luo Wei's astonishment, the cloaked woman who could render herself invisible revealed herself, as if fate had conspired to present her without effort. Thus, Luo Wei wasted no time in subduing her. Everything unfolded with an unexpected ease. Now that Avril and Yao Xintong had also captured the most elusive woman, Luo Wei couldn't help but sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was engulfed in despair. Since the apocalypse, he had painstakingly cultivated his trusted subordinates, only to witness their complete annihilation at this moment, leaving him ashen-faced, devoid of any hope. With a swift slash, the sharp blade severed Yi Tian's head, which rolled away. His eyes bulged as he summoned the last remnants of his vitality to utter, "Curse you, reborn wretch. This is but a fleeting dream before death." In those final moments, he comprehended everything. What rebirth was there? Merely a fate contrived by others. Regrettably, he had failed to cherish it, viewing this opportunity for rebirth solely as a chance for vengeance and ascendance, willing to tread upon all to rise above the masses. The arrival of Luo Wei and his companions was akin to an antivirus program in a system, tasked with eliminating this malignant tumor. His demise was not unjust. Teacher Luo has thus slain him. Yet we have yet to uncover the supplies, Yao Xintong remarked. The supplies can be sought at our leisure. Keeping him alive poses an inevitable threat. That you've seen the movies, right? The villain perishes due to excessive verbosity. This is a lesson I hope you will always remember, Luo Wei stated, wiping the blood from his blade as he addressed the 2. Just then, a brilliant white light erupted from Yi Tian's lifeless chest, hurtling straight towards Avril's forehead. Luo Wei, startled, swung his curved knife, but could only watch helplessly as the beam of light penetrated Avril's forehead. Avril! Both Luo Wei and Yao Xintong exclaimed in unison, rushing to her side. They beheld Avril's previously clear, expressive eyes now wide with dilated pupils. Standing motionless despite their calls, Luo Wei felt a heaviness in his heart, while Yao Xintong's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Just when both feared the worst for Avril, the girl suddenly shivered slightly. Moments later, her pupils regained focus, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of joy in her eyes. "Teacher Luo, Tong Tong, do not worry, I am fine. Let us leave this place," Avril declared. After saying this, she grasped their hands and led them back to the rooftop. "Avril, what happened? Why are you suddenly so joyful? We still haven't found the supplies," Yao Xintong queried, her expression one of confusion. "He, who said we haven't found the supplies?" Avril beamed, waving her hand as a mountain of supplies materialized before them on the rooftop. This, Luo Wei and Yao Xintong were momentarily rendered speechless. Simultaneously, Luo Wei regarded Avril with a peculiar gaze, mingled with suspicion and wariness. "What is your name?" Luo Wei inquired. Avril, taken aback, replied, "I am Avril." "How old are you? Where are you from? Who are your family members?" Luo Wei continued. Avril furrowed her brows, puzzled by his inquiries, yet answered truthfully. 21, from Xishan province. My family consists of my parents, grandparents, and an older brother. What's wrong with Teacher Luo? Why are you asking me these things? She added, looking quizzically at Luo Wei. Tong Tong, is she telling the truth? Luo Wei disregarded Avril and posed the question to Yao Xintong. Avril has mentioned her family situation to me. It is indeed as she says. Yao Xintong observed Avril, her expression contemplative, before nodding and asking, Avril, what is your boyfriend's name? Tong Tong, are you looking for a fight? Are you unaware of whether or not I have a boyfriend? Avril retorted, glaring at Yao Xintong in annoyance. Do not attempt to evade the question. We suspect you have been possessed, so answer truthfully. If there is even a hint of deception. Yao Xintong's smile took on a sinister edge as she regarded Avril. Avril, the girl turned to Luo Wei, only to find him wearing a serious expression, making her feel both amused and exasperated. You're insane. Fine, you may ask. What is your height? Yao Xintong questioned. 176 centimeters. Avril answered without hesitation. Yao Xintong nodded and continued. What is the number of our dormitory? 502. What did we eat during our first meal together? Coca-Cola chicken wings and pig trotter rice. You had 2 servings. What is my height? 159 centimeters. The measurements. That can indeed be mentioned. Luo Wei interjected. No, it cannot. Yao Xintong blushed, insisting, you must answer whatever I ask. I did not ask for your input. Avril nodded in agreement. Which star do we both admire? The King of Heaven from the harbor. What was the reason for your first truancy? I had relatives visiting. What was the name of the first movie we watched together? Who is the person we dislike most in Deep Sea Academy? Who is the most handsome teacher in the academy? Avril's gaze brought satisfaction to Luo Wei, though no words were exchanged. Everything was communicated. Yao Xintong asked. Avril answered, effectively eliminating the possibility of her having been possessed. However, Yao Xintong seemed to relish the game, akin to a truth or dare challenge, and continued with her questioning. Yet, as the inquiries progressed, the tone shifted slightly. When was the first time a boy confessed to you? I forgot. I have been admired since childhood, and the number of confessions has been overwhelming. Who keeps track? What shoe size do you wear? Shoulder width. With so many admirers throughout your life, is there anyone you like? What are your measurements? Tong Tong, are you seeking trouble? Avril finally reached her limit, stepping forward to grab Yao Xintong by the ear. Anticipating this, Yao Xintong quickly turned and fled. Luo Wei observed the 2 girls frolicking in the snow, a smile of understanding gracing his face. Chapter 50. Harvest in the frigid temperatures of 30 to 40 degrees below zero. Amidst the icy wasteland of the apocalypse, witnessing a scene of laughter and joy is indeed a rarity. Luo Wei felt a surge of delight, the fatigue from his indomitable form dissipating significantly. Of course, the reason he did not feel as drained as before was that he had terminated the activation of his indomitable form before reaching 10 seconds, thus preserving some of his strength. After the 2 had played for a while, Luo Wei finally called for a halt. Avril, gather the supplies. I will handle those women below. With that, he turned to descend the stairs. However, just as he lifted his foot, someone grasped his arm. Teacher Luo, perhaps we should reconsider. It's hard enough for everyone to survive. Avril grasped Ro's arm and gently shook her head. Ro, with a slight furrow of his brow, remarked that failing to uproot the problem would lead to endless troubles. And it was difficult to guarantee that none among those individuals held an unwavering resolve against Yitian. Rest assured, Teacher Road, we are dressed so heavily, and we did not reveal our faces during the altercation. Even if someone wishes to retaliate against us in the future, they will not recognize us, Avril quickly replied. Ro considered this and nodded, turning his gaze back to Avril before casting a glance at Yao Xingtong, who stood over 10 meters away, a look of profound astonishment in his eyes. How had Avril, who had just been with Yao Xingtong, suddenly appeared by his side and seized his wrist? Avril, perceptive and astute, immediately discerned Ro's confusion. Without explanation, she released her hands and, with a gentle sway of her body, Ro felt a flash of white light before him. When he focused again, Avril had reappeared beside Yao Xingtong. What is this? Both Yao Xingtong and Ro stared at Avril in bewilderment. Kiki, this is it, Avril said, beaming at their expressions and not keeping them in suspense. A soft glow began to radiate from her forehead, and a completely white lotus pendant slowly emerged from her brow. This is a rare treasure. Ro and Yao Xingtong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They quickly recalled the white light that had entered Avril's brow moments earlier. Indeed, it seems you both have surmised correctly, Avril stated. It was that white light. Does this mean, Avril, that you now possess a top-tier rare treasure? Yao Xingtong inquired. Upon hearing this, Ro involuntarily raised his eyebrows. According to information from Feng Qihan, only those capable of absorbing such treasures into their bodies could be considered top-tier. Thus, Avril must now own such a treasure. Teacher Ro, I owe my acquisition of this treasure to you, Avril said, her eyes sparkling beneath her goggles as she looked at Ro. That if you hadn't killed Yitian, I would never have obtained this treasure. Feng, the principal, had mentioned that top-tier treasures could be encountered but not forced. One could only acquire them through fate. The fact that you earned this treasure's acknowledgement is indeed your own fortune. Ro shook his head, refusing to take credit, and with a hint of curiosity, he asked, what is the remarkable quality of this top-tier treasure, and what was the ability you just demonstrated? If it is inconvenient to discuss, that is perfectly fine. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Avril replied, the treasure I obtained is called the 36-petal lotus platform. Its most fundamental ability is storage. Perhaps due to my spatial abilities, after acquiring this treasure, I immediately comprehended the ability of short-range teleportation. She pondered how Yutian had acquired this treasure but concluded that he had only managed to establish a preliminary bond with it, merely mastering the storage aspect. Otherwise, if he had truly possessed the ability to teleport, it would have been far from easy for them to kill him. Ro, contemplating this, couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. If Yutian had truly mastered teleportation, they could have exhausted him to death. Fortunately, there were no ifs. Yutian was dead, and the treasure had chosen a more suitable master in Avril. Teacher Ro, this treasure should rightly belong to you, Avril said, gazing at him. However, it is now deeply bound to my soul. Unless I die, it cannot be re-acknowledged. All right. Top-tier treasures are not to be sought after. If this treasure truly belonged to me, it would not have recognized you as its master. Ro waved his hand, smiling at Avril. Each person has their own fortune. You need not say such things as being indebted to me, lest it disturb my resolve and give rise to greed. I believe Teacher Ro would not. Avril replied with a giggle, affectionately wrapping her arms around Ro's arm. I won't utter anything that might affect your resolve. Although Yutian is dead, he left behind many valuable items. As she spoke, a gleam flashed from her right hand, and a bronze spear materialized before her. Just then, Avril stumbled, nearly falling. Ro, quick to react, caught the spear and helped her steady herself. His expression shifted slightly. The bronze spear was extraordinarily heavy, far exceeding the weight of the bronze itself. Ro estimated it weighed at least 5,000 or 6,000 pounds, which was clearly abnormal. After a moment of thought, Ro bit his fingertip, employing the simplest method to bond with the bronze spear through a drop of blood. Upon contact, the blood was instantly absorbed. The once exceedingly heavy bronze spear became incredibly manageable in his grasp, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. A rare treasure. Ro's eyes lit up, and he attempted to absorb the spear into his body, but it remained unmoving. Disappointment washed over him. While the bronze spear was indeed a rare treasure, it evidently did not belong to the top tier. As if sensing his thoughts, the bronze spear suddenly emitted a humming sound, breaking free from their grasp and soaring into the air, emitting a series of ringing sounds as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Then, a surge of controlling knowledge flooded Ro's mind. He quickly discovered some information about the bronze spear. It was indeed not a top-tier treasure, yet it possessed the ability to adjust its size and weight at will. Akin to the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, capable of becoming longer or shorter, heavier or lighter, with a maximum weight of 100,000 and 8,000 pounds, a maximum length of 100,000 and 8,000 miles, and a maximum diameter of 100,000 and 8,000 meters. Naturally, these figures were merely theoretical, as Ro could not achieve such feats. All right, I was wrong to underestimate you, Ro said, as if coaxing a child. The bronze spear seemed to comprehend his words and flew back into his hand. Ro caressed the spear, his previous doubts entirely replaced by elation. The spear was already his favored weapon, and now it possessed such spirit. Ro felt that his combat prowess would undoubtedly increase severalfold. Unable to contain his excitement, he began to manipulate the bronze spear to dance in the air, using the controlling knowledge he had just acquired. Avril watched in astonishment as Ro commanded the bronze spear to soar and shrink, her heart swelling with joy for him. While the two of them were delighted, one person remained quite unhappy, Yao Xingtong. Stop pouting, there are several more weapons here. I wonder if any are rare treasures. Come over and see if there's anything you desire, Avril said with a smile at Yao Xingtong's demeanor. Hearing this, Yao Xingtong finally reined in her expression and hopped over. She then shoved Ro aside, cheerfully declaring, "You already have that spear. Now it's my turn to choose." After spending some time together, Ro had grown accustomed to Yao Xingtong's occasional childishness. Thus, he was not angered, but rather smiled as he watched her select. Avril produced an array of weapons: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, most notably, a fire axe that was clearly not a rare treasure. To qualify as a rare treasure, an item must possess a certain historical significance, and most of what Avril presented were modern creations. After some deliberation, Yao Xingtong settled on a beautifully crafted ancient bow. The bow was a simple cow horn recurved bow, appearing unremarkable, yet when Yao Xingtong grasped it, she immediately sensed its uniqueness. The grip was exceptionally comfortable, even evoking a faint feeling of kinship. Almost instinctively, she bit her tongue and smeared her blood on the bow. Chapter 51. Yi Tian was a good person. Yi Tian was dead, but his spirit lived on. The three of them observed a moment of silence for Yi Tian, reflecting on the fact that he was a genuinely good person. Ro, Avril, and Yao Xingtong sincerely appreciated his generosity, for he had not only left behind an immeasurable amount of survival supplies, but also 3 rare treasures for them. Yao Xingtong, clever as she was, once she successfully bonded with the bow, took advantage of her still-healing fingertip wound to smear her blood on each of the weapons. Ro watched in astonishment, initially feeling regret for his slow reaction, which soon morphed into ruthless amusement. Rare treasures were hard to come by. Even in this ancient land with 5,000 years of history, they would not be found everywhere. To acquire 3 at once was sheer luck. We truly need to thank Yi Tian, Ro thought, as Yao Xingtong, still yearning for more, seemed to be indulging in fanciful thoughts. Yao Xingtong blushed at Ro's merciless laughter and, in a fit of embarrassment, dove into his embrace once more, treating him as a warm heater. This time, their success in eliminating Yi Tian was sheer luck, and they could not afford to be so reckless in the future. In the darkened bedroom, Ro's voice rang out with a gravity that underscored their perilous undertaking. "Yes, I understand, Teacher Ro," Avril softly replied. Though Yi Tian was gone, as they reflected on the events, the trio realized just how dangerous their mission had been. Had it not been for Yi Tian exhausting considerable energy that night, had Lu Zihao not appeared unexpectedly to assist, had Yi Tian not lacked mastery over the true secrets of top-tier treasures, had the confines of the room prevented him from utilizing his weapon, and had Ro not launched a surprise attack with all his might, any one of these factors could have led to their failure. Fortune has smiled upon them this time. Yet the capricious nature of luck remains unpredictable. The 3 individuals, being astute, are well aware of the significant role luck has played in their recent success, serving as a timely reminder for them to exercise greater caution in their future endeavors. Teacher Luo, both Weier and I will remember this. We owe our gratitude to you, and we shall certainly be more vigilant in our actions henceforth, remarked Yao Xingtong earnestly. Though this individual sometimes displayed a childlike demeanor, she never trifled with serious matters. Luo Wei nodded in satisfaction as the 3 huddled together for warmth, succumbing to slumber. The following afternoon, a swift vehicle raced towards the military base, and Luo Wei, seated in the rear, gazed out at the receding landscape with a mix of nostalgia and contemplation. Silently, he vowed never again to team up with these two young women. Had he been alone, he would have returned long ago to immerse himself in the study of the Huangdi Neijing with Chu Fian, rather than endure this ordeal. The mere thought of Chu Fian ignited a warmth within Luo Wei's heart, stirring an inexplicable longing that made him wish he could sprout wings and fly back to her. Teacher Luo, what are you thinking about? The koala nestled in his arms, undeterred by the cold. Eagerly broke away from Luo Wei's warm embrace, gazing up at him with a shy expression. Ahem, I was merely pondering about my dear Yaya. If it weren't for the two of you insisting on scavenging for all sorts of oddities, I would have been back at the base by now, Luo Wei replied. Yao Xingtong pondered this, considering that if he were merely a 13 or 14-year-old girl, she might have believed him. She might even have thought Luo Wei concealed a dagger about his person. However, at 21, she had attended a few biology classes, and while she had no personal experience, she understood enough. Stealing a glance at Luo Wei's waist, she nimbly maneuvered from the back seat to the front passenger seat, her heart racing uncontrollably. Initially, she thought that her thick clothing made her resemble a ball and that, combined with her youthful appearance, a paragon of virtue like Luo Wei would have no interest in her. Yet now, it appeared her allure could not be so easily concealed by a few layers of bulky attire. Alas, it seemed all men were alike. Even Teacher Luo was not immune to her charm. With an innocent smile gracing her youthful face, Yao Xingtong felt a blend of bashfulness and self-satisfaction, unable to suppress her vanity. Luo Wei remained oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would have chided her for her shamelessness. The vehicle sped across the snowy terrain, and just as they neared the base, they encountered another modified snow vehicle. However, in terms of performance and aesthetic appeal, it paled in comparison to the one driven by Avril. Avril, as the two vehicles were about to pass each other, a voice emerged from the opposing vehicle, resonating with a hint of familiarity and surprise. Suddenly, the brakes were applied, and the vehicle skidded across the snow. Avril, noticing the other vehicle had come to a halt, slowed down accordingly until they finally stopped. Avril, is that you? I am Yang Rongwang. Three figures leaped from their vehicle, running towards Luo Wei and the others while calling out. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It belonged to him. Avril exchanged a glance with Luo Wei before both exited their vehicle, nodding in acknowledgement as they observed the approaching figures. What brings you here? Yang Rongwang removed his hood and protective gear, revealing a broad smile as he addressed Avril. Did you not invite us to join your team yesterday? I thought I would come and see how things were going. Oh, and how do you find it? Avril inquired. Yang Rongwang's potential involvement was not a matter of great significance to her. Her invitation had merely been a fleeting moment of compassion upon seeing the elderly and children. Haha, I wish to join you, he replied, scratching his closely cropped hair, his expression sheepish. However, we have quite a few elderly and children among us, so it may be somewhat inconvenient on the journey. I hope you can assist us. That is only to be expected, Avril nodded. Are you all preparing to return to fetch supplies? Upon hearing her words, Luo Wei instinctively sensed a hint of trouble. However, before he could voice his concerns, Avril, seeing Yang Rongwang nod, declared, since we've crossed paths, I shall assist you in gathering some supplies. That would be splendid, Yang Rongwang exclaimed, his face lighting up. He had witnessed Avril's capabilities and knew that with her assistance, not a single grain of rice or drop of water would be left behind. In these times, even the smallest morsel could mean the difference between life and death. He had intended to seek Avril's help before departing, but she had not been at the military base, leaving him distressed for quite some time. To unexpectedly encounter her now was a stroke of fortune. Teacher Luo, why don't you and Tong Tong return first? I'll accompany Mr. Young for a quick trip, Avril suggested before remembering Luo Wei and Yao Xingtong, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment. Let us go together, Luo Wei replied, shaking his head, having accompanied her thus far. He was not about to quibble over a little more time, though Yao Xingtong was freezing. Her sense of loyalty would not allow Avril to brave the venture alone, with both agreeing to accompany him. Avril felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. All right, let us get in the car. This time, I'll drive, Luo Wei said. The engines roared to life as the two vehicles plunged once more into the snow-laden path towards the city. Everything proceeded smoothly. When Luo Wei and the others returned to the base with over 100 people, the hour had grown late, yet the entire compound remained brightly illuminated, as if it were midday. Under the glow of the lights, silhouettes bustled about, the sounds of assembling vehicles, the cries of children, and the hum of conversation mingling together, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Mr. Yang, Your vehicle is rather rudimentary. You should entrust it to the staff over there for reinforcement and modification. Otherwise, it won't endure for long, Avril advised as she approached Yang Rongguang. Sure, but please, refrain from calling me Mr. Yang. It sounds rather odd. I am only a few years older than you. Just call me Old Yang, he replied. Yang Rongguang, wise and unpretentious, opted for an informal title rather than demanding the respect of a grander title from a strikingly beautiful woman. Very well, I shall henceforth call you Old Yang, Avril agreed, leading him to a professor in charge of vehicle modifications, ensuring everything was arranged. Once Yang Rongguang's matters were settled, she realized Luo Wei had already vanished from sight. Standing there, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Without needing to guess, she understood where Luo Wei had gone, her heart filled with mixed emotions, rendering her speechless, although they would still encounter each other during duty. The prospect of sharing solitary moments as they had in recent days, huddled together for warmth at night, seemed a distant dream. Where? What are you thinking about? You're not pondering. Yao Xingtong began teasingly but was swiftly silenced by Avril, who placed a hand over her mouth. Don't say anything reckless. If that were to reach Professor Chu's ears, what would become of me? Avril whispered urgently. I was merely going to ask if you were thinking of Principal Fong. Where did your thoughts wander off to? Yao Xingtong wriggled free from Avril's grasp, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. Avril's fair face flushed a deep crimson, but fortunately, her protective gear concealed her embarrassment from all but Yao Xingtong. Where? Are you inadvertently confessing? Yao Xingtong teased, struggling to suppress her laughter. Having lived together in the same dormitory for 3 years, she could easily discern that Avril was intentionally provoking her. Meanwhile, Luo Wei had returned to his vehicle. Sister Mu Qing, why has Daddy returned yet? The sweet voice of a girl resonated from the cabin, filled with yearning and longing, melting Luo Wei's heart as he approached the door. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Qing turned to glance out the window, her own eyes betraying a hint of longing and concern, yet she smiled brightly at the little girl, asking, Does Yaya miss Daddy? Yes, the little girl nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yaya has learned to write Daddy's name. I want to tell him as soon as he returns. My little princess is quite impressive, isn't she? Luo Wei's voice rang out as he opened the door. His tall figure, weathered by the elements, appearing at the entrance. Holding his goggles and scarf, he gazed warmly at the two inside the vehicle. Yay, Daddy is back. The little girl froze for a moment before leaping joyfully into Luo Wei's arms like an agile rabbit. He caught her effortlessly and carried her back into the vehicle. Daddy, Sister Mu Chung has been teaching me how to write. I can write your name now. The little girl nestled comfortably in Luo Wei's embrace. Beaming with pride. Is that so? Luo Wei feigned surprise, then added, Let me see if you can truly write it. Of course. I can, the little girl proclaimed, quickly scrambling from Luo Wei's arms to retrieve paper and a pen. Carefully positioning herself at the small table they usually used for meals, with focused determination, she began to write, stroke by stroke. Seizing the moment, Luo Wei reached out to take Su Mu Qing's hand. Su Mu Qing's body involuntarily trembled, a delicate rosy hue blossoming on her fair and exquisite face as she hurriedly lowered her head. Despite having already been with Luo Wei, she was still merely a 21-year-old girl. And their relationship was unrecognized and informal, making it impossible for her to stand as confidently as Chu Fian, unperturbed by rumors and gossip. I'm sorry to worry you, Luo Wei said, wrapping his arm around Su Mu Qing's willow-like waist. Drawing her soft form into his embrace, his voice gentle, upon hearing his words, Su Mu Qing lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she mustered the courage to say, I'm so scared. Scared that you might leave and never come back. Just as she spoke, Luo Wei steadied her heart with his own means. Rest assured, your man possesses formidable combat power. It would be impossible for a mere ordinary person to detain me, he declared confidently and dominantly while gazing at Su Mu Qing. Enchanted by his self-assured demeanor, she found herself momentarily entranced. Daddy, I finished writing it. Take a look. The little girl's voice piped up. At this, Su Mu Qing promptly extricated herself from Luo Wei's embrace. Luo Wei squatted down to pat the little girl's head, and under her expectant gaze, he reached out to take the paper from her hands. Not bad, not bad. You've written it well. Each stroke is precise, reminiscent of the splendor of my youth, he said, suppressing a chuckle as he nodded earnestly. Daddy, you mustn't use foul language, the little girl retorted. Her small face stern, hands on her hips. Mama said that using bad words isn't the behavior of a good child. Luo Wei, unable to contain his laughter at the little girl's adorable expression, scooped her up, saying, I'm not just a name. I'm a renowned figure, and that is not a foul word. Really, The little girl asked. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask Sister Muching, he said. Giving her a light pat on her bottom. Su Muching, her cheeks still flushed, looked into the little girl's eager eyes and gently nodded, saying, I am known as Laozi, a great philosopher and educator. The Tao Te Ching is my work. Is Laozi really that impressive? The little girl queried. Indeed, I am quite remarkable, Luo Wei replied. Daddy, are you more impressive, or is Laozi? The little girl asked innocently. Su Muching couldn't help but laugh. Of course, Laozi is more impressive, Luo Wei asserted. The little girl nodded, then added, although Laozi is impressive, he is from ancient times. I believe you will certainly surpass him, Daddy. Luo Wei's lips twitched, regretting his previous boastfulness. Hearing the little girl repeatedly refer to Laozi, he felt an odd sense of internal injury. Fortunately, Su Muching could no longer bear to listen and interrupted their conversation. Yeah, it's getting late. Let us allow Daddy to pick up Mama. Shall we? Su Muching suggested. I want to go too. Can Daddy take me along? The little girl looked at Luo Wei, her big eyes sparkling with hope. It's already late at night, and it's too cold outside. Luo Wei said, shaking his head upon seeing the disappointment on her face. He smiled. Yaya and Sister Muching should wait at home for Daddy to bring Mama back. Tomorrow, I'll take you both out to play. Okay, really? Daddy doesn't he have to work tomorrow? The little girl's dejected expression instantly transformed into one of joy and anticipation. Luo Wei nodded with a smile. Yay. Chapter 53. Fang Qinghan's killing intent. After calming the little girl, Luo Wei cast a grateful glance at Su Muching. Then, under her watchful eyes, he turned and walked away. Once he was far enough, he couldn't help but glance back at the vehicle, a deep sigh escaping him. Su Muching, despite her humble beginnings, had always maintained her integrity, striving diligently through her own efforts. If not for the unexpected heavy snow, her future would have undoubtedly been bright. Now, however, she was forced into a shadowy existence, which felt rather unjust to him. Luo Wei couldn't help but think of Yution's women. Although Yution had gained their bodies through his own strength and enjoyed temporary pleasure, he ultimately faced betrayal. And what about himself? With Su Muching also? Luo Wei quickly shook his head, dispelling the thoughts that crept into his mind. Regardless of others, he resolved to stay true to himself and remain unperturbed. With that, he set off towards the direction Su Muching had indicated. In the distance, he spotted a large crowd surrounding a vehicle. These individuals were primarily returnees from various missions. They bustled about, some submitting supplies, others exchanging goods, creating a scene of lively activity. Luo Wei maneuvered through the throng to the side of the vehicle, finally catching sight of the busy figure inside. She wore no protective gear, and under the biting cold of the night, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead from her exertion. Professor Chu, are you not off work yet? Luo Wei approached, tapping lightly on the side of the vehicle in front of Chu Fian. Smiling, Chu Fian stiffened slightly at his words, abruptly looking up to see the suddenly appearing Luo Wei, her eyes filled with surprise. During his absence, she had felt as though she were hollowed out. Only through her busy work could she find a semblance of fulfillment and avoid spiraling into chaotic thoughts. It was well past her quitting time, and upon seeing Luo Wei, she swiftly completed her handover with her colleagues, her long and graceful legs carrying her down the vehicle in a rush, directly into Luo Wei's embrace. Woo, you're finally back. I was so scared while you were gone. Did you know that? Chu Fian whimpered. But I have returned. Haven Ti, Luo Wei replied, laughing as he held her soft waist tightly, glancing around at the curious and envious gazes before leaning closer to her ear. Whispering, Sister Fian, you're a renowned university professor. Is it appropriate for us to be so affectionate in public? Chu Fian lifted her head and indeed noticed the many inquisitive eyes upon her, turning her face a deep shade of crimson. Professor Chu, why don't you introduce us to this handsome gentleman? Someone teased with a grin. At this, Chu Fian regained her composure. She and Luo Wei were both unmarried and were openly dating, so why should she feel shy? This is my boyfriend, Luo Wei. Allow me to introduce him to you all, she said, taking Luo Wei's hand possessively. In the future, while you're out on missions, I hope you can look out for one another. Of course, if anyone dares to trip him up, just know that I won't hold back in my retaliation. Professor Chu, you're being too harsh. We're all part of the same team and must look out for one another. Someone interjected. Yes, a chorus of agreement followed. All were wise enough not to offend the logistics chief. All right then, everyone is busy, so we'll take our leave now. See you tomorrow, Chu Fian said with a bright smile. Nodding to those around her, she then wrapped her arms around Luo Wei's, walking back as if afraid that loosening her grip might cause him to vanish, sensing her attachment to him. Luo Wei chuckled softly, pinching her delicate nose. I'm right here, safe and sound. I want to run off. Why the fuss? Don't you like it? Chu Fian blinked her large eyes, her doe-like gaze filled with unspoken affection and joy. Yet there was also a touch of vulnerability. Simultaneously, her slightly pouting, rosy lips added a playful charm. She was a captivating enchantress, a peerless beauty. Luo Wei swallowed hard, responding, I do like it. I would like it even more if you wore something a bit thinner. Chu Fian's face flushed at his words, but she didn't release him. Instead, she tightened her grip on his arm. Even clad in a thick leather coat, her astonishing curves remained evident. As she pressed against him, Luo Wei's arm inevitably sank into her softness. Surveying their surroundings, he noticed they were in the space between two vehicles, which emboldened him. He pulled Chu Fian into his embrace, and under her startled gaze, he lowered his head to kiss her. Chu Fian transitioned from surprise to acquiescence in mere seconds. The two became utterly lost in each other, oblivious to the world around them. Unbeknownst to them, on a nearby vehicle's rooftop, a figure clad in white stood, staring blankly at the scene before her. Fong Qinghan, seeking a leisurely stroll and a patrol to prevent any unforeseen incidents, had unexpectedly encountered Luo Wei and Chu Fian. She had intended to greet them, her hand raised, but was taken aback as the pair enacted a passionate display before her eyes. Fong Qinghan watched in stunned silence, unsure whether to speak or remain quiet. Once the couple parted, she finally regained her wits, swiftly disappearing from sight. Luo Wei released Chu Fian, his gaze shifting to the rooftop, furrowing his brow. What's wrong? Chu Fian gasped, perplexed. I must have sensed something incorrectly. Luo Wei replied, shaking his head without elaborating further. With a swift bend, amidst the startled exclamations of Chu Fian, he scooped her up and, with long strides, hurried towards his vehicle, as if pursued by a ravenous wolf. Yet, Chu Fian was acutely aware that the man holding her was the true wolf, a predatory beast eager to indulge in a lavish feast. Chu Fian couldn't help but wonder if she was entirely unperturbed by the unfolding events. After their departure, a whisper emanated from the darkness, followed by the emergence of a perfectly sculpted, slender leg, draped in a pristine fox fur coat, complemented by a silvery soft leather jacket and white knee-high boots. She blended seamlessly into the vast expanse of snow, radiating an air of pure elegance. Her breathtaking visage turned towards the direction in which Luo Wei and Chu Fian had left, shaking her head. As a sudden disinterest replaced her initial intent to patrol, with her statuesque legs in motion, she retraced her steps toward her residence. Inevitably, she passed by the vehicle occupied by Chu Fian and Luo Wei. Instinctively casting a glance towards the compartment, the car's windows were specially designed, rendering it nearly impossible to see inside during the day, but at night, a closer proximity allowed for a clearer view. Though curtains hung in the compartment, they fluttered at that moment, and through the slits, Fong Qinghan immediately recognized the girl leaning against the window was Su Muching, with none other than Luo Wei standing behind her. In that instant, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Fong Qinghan. Chapter 54. Misunderstanding. Fong Qinghan's face was as frosty as ice as she stepped forward to Chu Fian's car door, forcefully flinging it open with a resounding click. The loud commotion startled both Chu Fian and Yaya. Sister Qinghan, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chu Fian asked, her gaze fixed on the icy expression of Fong Qinghan at the doorway. Perplexed, Fong Qinghan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Chu Fian, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Given Chu Fian's presence, she should have been aware of the happenings behind the vehicle. Could it be that Luo Wei had coerced Fian? Containing her rising anger, she was about to inquire when Luo Wei emerged from behind the car that a quick glance revealed that he had not only failed to fasten his buttons, but also neglected to secure his belt. Igniting an uncontrollable fury within Fong Qinghan. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn pierced the air. No! Chu Fian exclaimed, her body suddenly exploding with an astonishing force as she raced to position herself in front of Luo Wei. Arms outstretched to shield him. Luo Wei was taken aback. He had initially thought Fong Qinghan sought Chu Fian, never anticipating her would strike at him with such ruthless intent. It was a deadly assault aimed at his life, and he found himself unable to react in time. Fortunately, Chu Fian was swift enough. Luo Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his bronze spear expanding in his grip as he stood behind Chu Fian. Coldly regarding Fong Qinghan, prepared to fight to the death. Even knowing he was outmatched, he was determined to ensure this woman would pay a price. Sister Qinghan, why did you suddenly attack Luo Wei? Chu Fian stood defiantly before Luo Wei, struggling to swallow as her gaze shifted from the blade poised perilously close to her brow to Fong Qinghan, her tone laden with confusion. You question me. But I too wish to understand what you are doing here. Bring Muching out. Fong Qinghan's frosty demeanor lingered. Hearing this, Chu Fian momentarily froze, then a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Sister Chi-Han. Could it be that you've misunderstood? Chu Fian ventured. Just then, a disheveled Su Muching stumbled out from behind the car. Principal Fong, why are you here? She asked, her eyes darting around nervously. Do not be afraid. Tell me, has someone coerced you? Fong Qinghan demanded. The occupants of the car were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by her ambiguous inquiry. Sister Qinghan, perhaps you should come inside. It's quite cold out here, and Yaya might catch a cold. Chu Fian suggested. Yaya, having been frightened by the unfolding scene, huddled under the blankets, her big eyes darting back and forth between the adults, her lips quivering as if she might cry but dared not. Fong Qinghan's gaze softened slightly as she looked at the pitiable child hiding beneath the covers. Do not fear, Yaya. I will have a conversation with your mother, Fong Qinghan assured gently before turning her attention back to the adults inside the car. You three, step out, she commanded coldly. With that, she stepped aside, and the bronze sword vanished in a flash, absorbed back into her being. Inside the vehicle, Luo Wei, Chu Fian, and Su Muching exchanged glances before reluctantly exiting to stand beside Fong Qinghan. Principal, I am at a loss as to what I have done to incur your wrath so profoundly. Why must you seek to take my life over a mere disagreement? Luo Wei inquired, gripping his bronze spear as he advanced towards Fong Qinghan. What is the first rule of my team? Fong Qinghan replied icily. The first rule is to never bully women, Luo Wei stated. Good, then you may die now, Fong Qinghan declared, summoning her bronze sword once more, ready to strike. Chu Fian rushed forward, arms outstretched. Sister Qinghan, could it be that you have misunderstood? Misunderstood? What I witnessed was not a misunderstanding. Fong Qinghan's stunning visage was as unyielding as ancient ice. Her gaze fixed coldly on Chu Fian. What did you see? Speak clearly. If I am to die, let me do so with understanding, Luo Wei interjected. Very well, Fong Qinghan retorted, her breath quickening. The elegant contours of her face flushed with barely contained rage. Muching, tell me, did he bully you in the back of the car just now? Do not be afraid. Speak boldly, and I will advocate for you. Fong Qinghan's gaze bore into Su Muching. The Su Muching momentarily froze, realizing she was the source of this turmoil. Instantly, her face flushed crimson at the thought of Fong Qinghan witnessing the recent events, overwhelmed with embarrassment and wishing to vanish into thin air. Unable to voice a word, Sister Qinghan, you have misunderstood, Chu Fian interjected, finally grasping the cause of Fong Qinghan's fury. Misunderstood? It appears you are aware of what they were doing behind the vehicle. Now, tell me. What role did you play in this? Fong Qinghan's voice held a newfound edge. Sister Qinghan. Chu Fian felt a chill at Fong Qinghan's penetrating gaze, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. Fong Qinghan was resolute in her principles, unwavering in her disdain for wrongdoing. If this matter was not clarified, it seemed unlikely that their friendship would survive. Chu Fian glanced at Su Muching, took a deep breath, and confessed, I not only know of the affair between Wei and Muching, but I also played matchmaker for them. Then you and he. Fang Qinghan's brows knitted in confusion as she gazed at Chu Fian. Fong Qinghan was perplexed. Despite her sharp intellect, she struggled to comprehend the intricate dynamics among the three. Wei and I are genuinely in love, Chu Fian affirmed. Wei and Muching's relationship was facilitated by me, and I assure you, it is entirely consensual, with no element of coercion. As Chu Fian's words fell, Su Muching, still flustered, finally regained her composure. Principal Fong, you have misunderstood. No one has coerced me. I am with Brother Luo entirely of my own volition. Fong Qinghan's breath caught in her throat. Seeing this, Luo Wei couldn't suppress a smile. Stepping closer to wrap his arm around Su Muching's slender waist while embracing Chu Fian with the other, provocatively challenging Fong Qinghan. Principal, do you intend to meddle in matters that are consensual? You, very well, Fian, Fong Qinghan retorted, feeling a flicker of irritation, though she was not one to engage in unreasonable disputes. Her gaze softened as it landed on Chu Fian, her voice gentler. While I may not have experienced love, I understand that no woman willingly shares the man she loves with another. Tell me, has he coerced you? Chu Fian's eyes turned to Luo Wei. If this matter was not clarified, Fong Qinghan would not relent. Yet, to clarify it would require exposing Luo Wei's secret. Luo Wei nodded, aware of her intentions. Nevertheless, Fong Qinghan was trustworthy. After all, she was the epitome of righteousness in this apocalyptic world. If her character could not be trusted, then there was no one left worthy of belief. Chapter 55. Fang Qinghan's secret a flicker of light emanated from Luo Wei's hand as he produced the Huangdi Neijing, offering it to Chu Fian. He then cast a glance at Fang Qinghan before leading Su Mucheng back into the vehicle. Fang Qinghan observed intently, her eyes widening in surprise upon witnessing Luo Wei reveal the precious tome. She had not anticipated that he possessed such a remarkable treasure, and a pang of regret washed over her for her earlier impulsiveness. It seemed she had indeed misjudged the situation. However, she still desired to hear Chu Fian's explanation. Sister Qinghan, before I explain, please take a look at Wei's treasure, Chu Fian urged. Fang Qinghan hesitated at her words. The information she has encountered far surpasses that of others, and she is acutely aware that any tome akin to a treasure typically harbors a complete lineage of knowledge. Can such a thing truly be comprehended by oneself? I place my trust in Qinghan. Just observe, Chu Fian remarked. She could likely surmise what Fang Qinghan was apprehensive about. Upon hearing her words, Fang Qinghan reluctantly accepted the tome. The 4 characters Huangdi Neijing first caught her eye. As far as Fang Qinghan knew, it should pertain to a medical text. Yet, upon opening it, she was met with a series of simplistic yet peculiar illustrations. At first glance, Fang Qinghan realized these images were beyond her ability to practice. But when she turned to the 18th page, her hand trembled, nearly causing the book to collide with Chu Fian's face. I am, after all, the principal of a university, dedicated to teaching and nurturing. And you present me with this? Fang Qinghan glared at Chu Fian, her face tinged with a faint blush, a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Sister Qinghan, this is no mere royal book. It is a profound method of cultivation, rich with the principles of yin and yang. Chu Fian remained unfazed, gesturing for Fang Qinghan to continue, observing her friend's earnest demeanor and fueled by trust. Fang Qinghan suppressed her discomfort and pressed on. With delicate fingers, she turned the pages, unwittingly becoming engrossed, correlating it with her own practice and validation. Fang Qinghan possessed 2 treasures. The world had only seen the ancient sword. Yet unbeknownst to many, she had also acquired a diagram of the 8 trigrams through fortuitous circumstances. This diagram not only contained intricate formations, but also embodied the principles of yin and yang. The cultivation method she had recently compiled stemmed from this very source. Now, as she gazed at the Huangdi Neijing in her hands, her understanding of the yin and yang deepened, providing her with a clearer vision for her future cultivation. Exhaling deeply, Fang Qinghan closed the tome, releasing a long breath. Upon raising her head, she found Chu Fian observing her with an unusual gaze. Fang Qinghan's ethereal visage flushed instantly, a beauty that even Chu Fian, being a woman herself, could not help but admire in awe. Ahem. Fang Qinghan coughed lightly. Speak. I wish to hear your explanation. As she handed the tome back, Chu Fian inquired, have you finished? Yes, Fang Qinghan responded softly, feeling her face burn as she awkwardly dug her toes into the ground. Wishing she could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment from it. Become captivated by such a book in front of others, she had never felt so embarrassed in her life. Wei is a truly wonderful person. By the time I sought him out, he had already acquired this cultivation method, Chu Fian began, unabashedly praising Luo Wei. The world has changed, morals have decayed, and the rule of law has collapsed. Yet Wei has not succumbed to the temptation of using his strength to oppress others, but rather upholds the fundamental principles of humanity. I am fortunate to be his first woman. Chu Fian's face blossomed with a hint of happiness as she recounted. I distinctly remember when I first approached him, he wouldn't even let me enter. At that moment, I knew I had not misjudged him. The cultivation of Huangdi Neijing requires assistance to harmonize yin and yang. And after practicing with him, I awakened my special abilities, thus unlocking my genetic potential. Mu Cheng heard of my sudden awakening and rushed to inquire. Sister Qinghan, you are aware of my situation. Yaya is still young and requires constant care. So naturally, I cannot cultivate in front of her with I.So you told Mu Cheng that your awakening was due to Luo Wei, did you? Fang Qinghan surmised. No need, Chu Fian replied, as Fang Qinghan had already pieced everything together. In this world, no one can resist the allure of power. Su Mu Cheng, a lonely little girl without anyone to rely on in this chaotic end times, must live in constant fear without strength. Yet possesses astonishing beauty. She would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to awaken her abilities. Sister Qinghan, do you now look down on me, considering me despicable for calculating against my own students as a teacher? Chu Fian gazed at Fang Qinghan with a sorrowful smile. No. Fang Qinghan shook her head, her clear eyes meeting Chu Fian's. I do not look down on you. Rather, I feel for you and find it unjust. Sister Qinghan. Chu Fian, upon hearing this, could not restrain herself and dove into Fang Qinghan's embrace, holding her tightly. Fang Qinghan's body stiffened. It had been over 20 years since anyone had touched her. Fortunately, in that critical moment, she resisted the impulse to push her away. Raising her hand, she awkwardly patted Chu Fian's head, slowly exhaling a breath of pent-up emotion. Were it not for this cataclysm, with your beauty and intelligence, you should be living a life akin to that of a princess. Yet now, you not only must rely on others, but also contend with other women. No, Sister Qinghan. Chu Fian interjected, lifting her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Fang Qinghan. Away dotes on me. I have never suffered any grievances. Since Mu Cheng's arrival, he has not grown weary of me, but rather cares even more for my feelings. He, Fang Qinghan, unsure whether to laugh, replied, as an outsider, I cannot judge the matters between you two. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. Yet, with newfound seriousness, she added, nevertheless, I still stand by my words. If he dares to bully you, inform me, and I shall stand up for you. Sister Qinghan, you are truly kind. But alas. Chu Fian's face fell with sadness. Alas, what? Fang Qinghan inquired. Alas, you are not a man. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly marry you without hesitation. Chu Fian declared. Fang Qinghan, upon hearing this, shook her head earnestly. If I were a man, I certainly would not marry you. Why not? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Chu Fian exclaimed. No, Fang Qinghan replied seriously. You are simply too plump. I can hardly breathe. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian realized her body was pressed tightly against Fang Qinghan's. Sister Qinghan, I apologize. I lost control in my excitement and forgot about your cleanliness. Chu Fian quickly disentangled herself. Allow me to share a secret that no one else knows. Fang Qinghan, taking the initiative, leaned close to Chu Fian's ear and whispered, in truth, I do not possess any cleanliness obsession. Those were merely excuses to decline unnecessary contact. I simply grew accustomed to it over time. Chu Fian, upon hearing this, gazed at Fang Qinghan with a peculiar expression, murmuring, Sister Qinghan, I never imagined you were this kind of person. You have deceived us all. Chapter 56. Human Affection. Chu Fian took the initiative to link her arm with Fang Qinghan's. In that moment, they truly resembled the best of friends. However, if the scene were witnessed by others familiar with them, it would likely provoke disbelief. After all, everyone acquainted with Fang Qinghan knew of her severe cleanliness obsession. Regardless of gender, no one could approach within 3 feet of her. Yet, no one would have guessed that her cleanliness was merely an act she had maintained for over 20 years, fooling everyone with her impeccable performance. Chu Fian embraced Fang Qinghan's arm. She tilted her head to gaze at the hazy moon above, her rosy lips moving as she chattered away. Fang Qinghan, with her cool and reserved demeanor, belonged to the quiet type, so most of the time, it was Chu Fian who spoke. Chu Fian recounted their shared memories since their acquaintance, eventually leading to the calamity of the world, and inevitably mentioning Luo Wei. To speak a word against humanity, I must admit I am rather grateful for this catastrophe. Had it not been for this upheaval, I would never have come to be with Wade. Chu Fian's lovely face bore the innocent exuberance of youth. Are you truly not upset at all? Even with another woman by his side, and potentially more in the future? Fang Qinghan queried. She simply could not fathom why a woman of her caliber, having been shaped by modern knowledge and thought, would suddenly adopt such a mindset. Not only was she infatuated, but she also seemed to lack reason, her thoughts regressing to an ancient era, readily accepting the notion of her beloved having multiple wives. Fang Qinghan found this utterly inconceivable. Akin to the fantasies depicted in certain harem novels favored by university students. Sister Qinghan, I know you view me as a fool right now, but I understand that is only because you have yet to encounter someone who truly stirs your heart. Chu Fian said, turning to Fang Qinghan. When you meet that one person who captivates your heart, you will realize that all you give for them is worthwhile. Fang Qinghan was left speechless, feeling as though this woman had been thoroughly brainwashed. Completely lost in her infatuation. Are you not worried that he might grow tired of you? Fang Qinghan inquired. I trust Wei, and I have confidence in myself. Besides, the value of the sea goddess is undeniable. Is it not? Chu Fian responded with self-assurance. After a pause, as if recalling something, she suddenly grew anxious. Sister Qinghan, am I really that overweight? Chu Fian now remembered Fang Qinghan's earlier remark. If she were a man, she would not marry her because she was too heavy. Well, a little. Fang Qinghan nodded, scrutinizing her closely. Your hips are rather wide. Chu Fian, upon hearing this, looked down and realized Fang Qinghan was pointing directly at her chest, only to find she could not even see her toes. Hearing Fang Qinghan comment on her wide hips, She could not help but burst into laughter. Fang Qinghan, after all, is a woman and cannot truly comprehend the nature of men. Her figure, a delicate yet voluptuous silhouette, is the epitome of a classic hourglass shape, which has invariably captivated Luo Wei. Suddenly, Chu Fian lifted her gaze and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, reached out to pinch Fang Qinghan's chest. Chu Fian couldn't help but inhale sharply. Sister Qinghan, you claim I'm overweight, yet you are hardly in a position to judge. Fang Qinghan's cheeks flushed crimson, a testament to her long-standing aversion to such intimate encounters. Those who have been beautiful since childhood often face the vexation of elders wanting to pinch their cheeks or shower them with affectionate embraces. To evade such situations, she deliberately distanced herself from others, maintaining a barrier, yet this evening, all her efforts crumbled. Ahem. Sister Qinghan, I should be on my way now. Chu Fian realized her actions had crossed a line and hastily released Fang Qinghan's arm, intending to make her exit. Wait, Fang Qinghan called out, causing Chu Fian to halt in her tracks. I was reckless just now. Please apologize to Luo Wei on my behalf. I owe him a favor. In the future, if it does not contravene my principles, I would be willing to risk my life to assist him. Fang Qinghan declared. Sister Qinghan, it's not that serious. Chu Fian observed her, adding, your anger must have its roots in my actions. I will explain things to Wei. I nearly killed him. He must be feeling quite unsettled. Please relay my words to him. I hope it brings him some comfort. Fang Qinghan responded. All right then, Sister Qinghan. It's cold outside. You should return and rest early. Chu Fian nodded and returned to her vehicle. As she opened the door, she saw Luo Wei and Su Mucheng playing with Yaya. The little girl, having swiftly recovered from her earlier fright, now wore an expression brimming with joy, her rosy cheeks adorably charming. Yay! Mommy's back! Yaya extended her chubby arms toward Chu Fian. Seeking a hug, Chu Fian scooped up Yaya, glanced at Luo Wei and Su Mucheng, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, constrained by the child in her arms. Time passed, and 2 hours later, the exhausted little girl finally drifted into a deep slumber. Mucheng, I'm sorry. Chu Fian looked at Su Mucheng, her expression tinged with regret. It's my fault for placing you in such an awkward position. No, Sister Fian, everything is voluntary on my part. Brother Luo consulted me before helping me awaken my abilities. It was my choice to follow him. You accepted me without resentment for my involvement between you two, and for that, I am immensely grateful. How could I blame you? Su Mucheng replied, not lacking in awareness. After perusing the Huangdi Neijing, she had grasped Chu Fian's intentions. Though there were some ulterior motives involved, they paled in comparison to the gifts she had received. Ultimately, the world was perilous. Having unlocked her abilities, Su Mucheng felt even more acutely her own insignificance. Without the protection of a strong ally, her beauty would inevitably make her a target. It was Chu Fian's intervention that led Luo Wei to accept her, allowing her to awaken her powers while providing her with protection. Thus, her feelings towards Chu Fian were solely gratitude. Family members do not speak of such matters. Let us not make it so formal. Luo Wei wrapped his arms around the waists of both women, declaring, in truth, he was the one feeling most vexed. He had narrowly escaped being eliminated by Fang Qinghan. Had he been stronger, he would never have swallowed his pride, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Indeed, Sister Fian, did you not say we are family? Let bygones be bygones. United as one, we will survive this cataclysm. Su Mucheng asserted. Yes, thank you, Mucheng. Chu Fian said, her gratitude evident as she grasped Su Mucheng's hands. Sister Fian, you are back again, aren't you? Su Mucheng said with a hint of a smile, her expression slightly exasperated as she looked at Chu Fian. It's my fault. I want to mention the past again. Chu Fian quickly replied. After saying this, she turned to Luo Wei and said, Sister Qinghan asked me to convey her apologies to you. Haha. Luo Wei smiled slightly, waving his hand dismissively. There's no need to apologize to me. She is the leader of our team, and maintaining order is her duty. Chu Fian was not naive. Having spent time with Luo Wei, she was not entirely oblivious to his temperament. It was clear to her that he bore some resentment. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. Anyone would be upset after nearly facing death. Sister Qinghan mentioned she owes you a favor. If you ever require assistance, she is willing to risk her life to aid you, provided it does not violate her principles. At these words, Luo Wei feigned surprise, responding with a smile. Well, with Fang Qinghan's words, it feels as though I have acquired a get-out-of-jail-free card. I can now navigate this team with ease. After saying this, he wished to change the subject. Glancing outside, he said, It's getting late. Let us turn in for the night. Chapter 57. broadcast in Luo Wei's view. Fang Qinghan's so-called favor was no different from a boss painting a rosy picture for an employee. He glanced at the sky, dismissing Fang Qinghan's promise entirely. It's late. Let us get some rest, Luo Wei stated. Then I shall head off to sleep, Su Muching said as she prepared to leave. However, Luo Wei was reluctant to let her go. Ultimately, the three of them nestled together on the dimly lit bed, Su Muching's innocent face flushed with color, her heart racing like a startled deer. Though she had accepted her identity, the thought of the three of them still rendered her bashful. Fortunately, after Fang Qinghan's interference, Luo Wei had long lost his enthusiasm. Away, please don't hold it against Sister Qinghan. All right? Chu Fian broke the silence. I won't blame her, considering your feelings, Luo Wei replied. Really? Chu Fian asked, pleasantly surprised. Of course, more genuine than gold, Luo Wei affirmed. Then smile for me, will you? Chu Fian said, leaning against his chest. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Hee. Luo Wei grinned, revealing his white teeth. That smile looks forced. It's clearly not heartfelt, Chu Fian remarked. Enough with the antics. I've had a tiring couple of days outside. Having witnessed too much darkness, how could I possibly smile? Luo Wei countered. Then let me find a way to cheer you up, shall I? Chu Fian insisted. It's late. Let us sleep, Luo Wei said disinterestedly. No. Chu Fian pouted, her charm irresistible. We agreed that if you're happy, you'd forget tonight's unpleasantness, right? She pressed on. All right, my greatest virtue is forgetfulness. Once I'm happy, all grievances will swiftly fade, Luo Wei replied. Aro, brother Luo, I think I'll sleep in the back. Su Muching interjected. Don't. Professor Chua's class. You should study hard, Luo Wei retorted. Chu Fian shot him an exasperated glance. But to mend the rift between her best friend and her man, she chose to endure her discomfort. A sleepless night passed. The next morning, however, Luo Wei awoke feeling refreshed, rising early from the cozy vehicle to practice his martial arts in front of it. Soon, others began to stir, braving the cold to join him in practice. They were all following the training methods provided by Fang Qinghan, and although their movements were not perfectly synchronized, there was a certain grandeur to their collective effort. After a half hour, the vehicle door behind Luo Wei swung open, and Chu Fian and Su Muching emerged one after the other. Upon seeing Luo Wei, their eyes met, and Su Muching quickly hid behind Chu Fian. The bond between the two women had undoubtedly deepened after last night. Come, perform a set of martial arts. Let me see your progress over the past few days, and I'll offer you some guidance, Luo Wei instructed, standing with his fists at his sides. Hearing that they would be assessed on their training results, the two women set aside all other thoughts and quickly found their positions. Taking a deep breath before executing a slow set of movements, raise your hips a bit higher, Luo Wei directed Chu Fian. Tuck your waist, pull in your abdomen, chest out, and head up. He instructed Su Muching. Both women suspected that Luo Wei was teasing them, yet they had no proof. The sun rose gradually, its rays more vibrant than before, dispelling the lingering haze. Attention, citizens. Attention, citizens. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the military base. Firstly, I have good news to share. Our space station has transformed into a technological marvel amidst this celestial upheaval. The announcement left everyone momentarily stunned, instinctively looking up towards the sky. The space station has become a treasure. According to reports from the staff aboard the space station, the internal space has expanded exponentially, enabling enhanced research and agricultural operations. It can now serve as our planet's eyes and ears, relaying information from beyond Earth. The following message is crucial for all citizens to remember. The age of blizzards is soon to be a thing of the past. However, our planet has gone off course and is hurtling toward the sun. Perhaps soon, we shall face an even graver challenge. What specific challenges await us ahead remains a mystery to all. No one can articulate it clearly. If possible, it would be prudent for everyone to stockpile as much water as they can. Here, I hope that all can unite in solidarity to weather the storm together. Furthermore, if it is within one's means, I suggest that everyone consider migrating inland as much as possible. The broadcast concluded. Silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity. What does it mean for our planet to be off course? Why has it gone awry? At present, no one can provide clarity on these matters. However, the extreme cold is about to subside, and the impending heat wave instills a sense of trepidation in all. What could be the cause of this? How could our planet be derailed? Su Muching's face turned pale as she murmured to herself. Unable to contain her emotions, fear not. We have endured the bitter cold. This mere heat wave is inconsequential. Do not forget your sister Fian's extraordinary abilities, Luo Wei gently patted Su Mu Cheng's head, encouraging her. In the face of the sweltering heat, we possess a natural advantage over others. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Cheng recalled the significance of Chu Fian's powers, although her abilities were of little utility against the cold. They would prove invaluable in the heat that in comparison to others, they indeed held an advantage, which eased Su Mu Cheng's anxious heart. Why did the broadcast suggest migrating inland? Is there a hidden agenda behind this? Someone pointed out the anomaly. Indeed, the government would not propose such advice without reason. Are we not currently migrating inland ourselves? Do you think Principal Fong knows something? It is said that Principal Fong has direct communication with the upper echelons of the government. Perhaps she truly harbors secrets unknown to us. Let us go and inquire about what she has concealed from us. That a voice stirred the crowd. However, those who have survived this extreme cold are not easily swayed. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed, showing no signs of being incited. Everyone has their secrets. Regardless of what Fong Qinghan conceals, it is clear to all that she genuinely wishes for everyone to survive. Understanding this suffices. The rest bears little relevance to them. Meanwhile, Fong Qinghan perched atop a vehicle, squinting at the sun adorned with a golden halo, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. With her capabilities, she could swiftly return to the heart of Central Plains alone. Even seizing a paradise in advance would be well within her grasp. Yet, Chapter 58, stealing a moment of leisure. Daddy, the snowman you built is so ugly. Watch out for the snowball, Daddy. Haha, Sister Mu Cheng, run quickly. Daddy is chasing after you. Mommy, be careful. Oh dear, Mommy is so clumsy, she couldn't dodge that. After breakfast, Luo Wei took Chu Fian, Su Mu Cheng, and Yi to an open area. They built snowmen and engaged in a snowball fight. Although the snowflakes harbored a deadly virus, after consuming a special antidote, the risk of infection was minimal as long as they did not consume the snow as food like those beasts. The four of them lay in the snow, exhaling thick clouds of white breath, their faces alight with joy. The three girls' cheeks were rosy against their pale complexions, making them look exceedingly adorable. Once their playful activities concluded, Chu Fian had to return to work, while Luo Wei and Su Mu Cheng reluctantly led Yi back to the vehicle. Yi, be good. It's too cold outside, but don't catch a cold. That I promise to bring you out to play another day. Luo Wei reassured with a smile. Really? Upon hearing this, Yi's initially reluctant expression was instantly replaced with delight. Of course. Luo Wei nodded. Then let us make a pinky promise, the little girl exclaimed. All right, pinky swear. 100 years without changing. Seeing Yi's spirits lifted, Su Mu Cheng took out her handwritten book and began teaching her how to read and write. Luo Wei watched for a while before quietly leaving the vehicle. Where are you going? Teacher Luo, a voice suddenly called out. Luo Wei turned to see a man whose brow furrowed slightly. Nowadays, people dressed warmly, their faces and heads wrapped tightly, making it difficult to distinguish one from another if unfamiliar. It's me, Zhao Qingfeng. Teacher Luo, where are you headed? The man said as he removed his scarf and goggles, revealing a seemingly fair and sunny, yet somewhat effeminate handsome face. And where are you off to? Luo Wei inquired. I'm going to find Junior Weier, Zhao Qingfeng replied. What a coincidence. Luo Wei smiled slightly. We're not on the same route. Weier and her group are ahead, while I need to head to the back of the line. Zhao Qingfeng's expression turned awkward as he looked at Luo Wei and said, Teacher Luo, about the life-saving grace from last time. Enough, Zhao Qingfeng. I am not a man of pretenses. I speak plainly and do not appreciate beating around the bush. Luo Wei interrupted before Zhao Qingfeng could finish. Let me be frank. Do not appear before me again. I have no desire to be a meddlesome interloper. Zhao Qingfeng's expression shifted, his face oscillating between emotions before he forced a smile. Teacher Luo, is there a misunderstanding? I merely wish to invite you to dinner as a token of gratitude. Dinner is unnecessary. Regardless of whether there's a misunderstanding, I hope you remember what I just said. Farewell. With that, Luo Wei turned and departed, fearing that lingering any longer might provoke his breakfast to resurface. Zhao Qingfeng stood there, watching Luo Wei's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with a deep sense of resentment. I didn't reveal any flaws. How did he know? He murmured to himself, confusion slowly replacing his resentment, only to be followed by an overwhelming excitement, akin to that of a perverse individual. The more mysterious you are, the more I resist, the more thrilled I become. Luo Wei quickened his pace until he nearly ran to the place where Chu Fian worked. Teacher Chu looked out. A female teacher working alongside Chu Fian noticed Luo Wei and gently nudged Chu Fian with her elbow. Teasing. Teacher Chu's charm is truly remarkable. She has only been working for a short time, and Teacher Luo is already eager to pick her up. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian looked up to see Luo Wei, her eyes betraying a hint of sweetness, her fair and delicate face breaking into an unabashed smile. What brings you here? Chu Fian asked as she stood. I even need to ask. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Teacher Luo is still young and full of vigor. After completing his tasks outside, he must be yearning to be by your side, remarked an older female teacher with a laugh. Lu Jia. Chu Fian blushed at the comment, playfully glaring at the older teacher. Haha, you've been working overtime these past few days. Why not take an early leave today and let someone else take over your duties? The teacher suggested. Chu Fian hesitated, clearly tempted, but ultimately declined. Today is the last day for collecting supplies. The work is tedious and requires manpower. Away. It's freezing outside. If you have nothing to do, you should go back. I'll return once I finish. Chu Fian said to Luo Wei. I'm not cold. You focus on your work. I just came to see you. Luo Wei replied, shaking his head. He wasn't lying. He indeed came to see the beauty and refresh his eyes. In that case, if you find yourself truly bored, you can help weigh the collected supplies, Chu Fian said. That's simple enough. Luo Wei agreed with a smile. Chu Fian and several female teachers took a seat inside the vehicle to record, while others outside sorted, organized, and packaged the supplies, weighing and counting them. However, the logistical staff were mostly ordinary people who had not unlocked their genetic locks, unable to surpass their physical limits. What seemed simple for those with abilities became quite challenging for ordinary individuals. The supplies brought back by the empowered individuals required cranes or levers to assist in weighing. Nevertheless, with Luo Wei's presence, everything became remarkably effortless. He could lift hundreds of pounds with a single hand. While those outside felt relieved, those inside responsible for recording became quite busy. Teacher Luo has truly remarkable strength. One of the female teachers remarked. Wei is an empowered individual. It's only natural for him to possess such strength. Chu Fian smiled as she glanced at Luo Wei. With such great strength, Teacher Chu, can you handle him tonight? The women, all teachers, were unreserved in their banter. How could you say such a thing? Have you forgotten that Teacher Chu is also an empowered individual? Teacher Chu, how did you awaken your powers? Is there a secret you could share with us? 3 women engaged in lively conversation, and with 5 or 6 gathered, the topics multiplied. Chu Fian felt a mix of embarrassment and exasperation as the women's whimsical discussions unfolded. When asked about her awakening, her gaze inadvertently fell on Luo Wei. The reason she could unlock her powers and break through her genetic limitations was entirely due to Luo Wei. Teacher Chu, did Teacher Luo help you awaken? How did it happen? Even highly educated university professors could not escape the allure of gossip. Teacher Chu, that look in your eyes, you wouldn't have awakened during a scandalous moment. Would you? One female teacher teased. Chu Fian. What a clever person indeed. Chu Fian's face was adorned with an alluring blush. She barely had time to speak as the topic was continuously tugged between the women, shifting from one subject to another, oscillating between the mundane and the risque. The scene hardly resembled that of university educators. At long last, the end of the workday arrived, amidst the laughter of her female colleagues. Chu Fian seized Luo Wei and fled as if an escape. Away. Do you think the weather will truly become warmer? On the way, Chu Fian clung to Luo Wei's arm. It should, I suppose. Just a couple of days ago, snowflakes were falling, yet today, there are signs of clear skies. Perhaps it won't be long before the temperature rises and the ice and snow begin to melt. Luo Wei replied, but is the melting of snow and ice ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? Chu Fian asked, perplexed. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Luo Wei shook his head. With the end of the world approaching in just over 2 months, let's not overthink things today. It's a rare moment to relax. Chapter 59. The Unexpected Visitor. Chu Fian nodded lightly, yet her face remained etched with concern. While the harsh cold was indeed daunting, people had gradually adapted to such conditions over the past 2 months. If the climate merely warmed, it would be manageable. However, the fear lay in it suddenly becoming excessively hot, leading to an unknown number of casualties. After all, once the weather warms up, the accumulated snow will melt, and the resulting water could inundate rivers and lakes, potentially leaving humanity in a dire situation of water scarcity. And that was merely one aspect. With the loss of snow's protective barrier, lurking monsters, the undead beneath the snow, and even humanity itself would likely become far more aggressive. Noticing Chu Fian's worried expression, Luo Wei chuckled to lighten the mood. I actually look forward to the rise in temperature. Chu Fian gazed at him in bewilderment. Did he not understand that life would become increasingly arduous with climate change? Hee. Luo Wei grinned mischievously. Once it heats up, you won't have to bundle up so tightly every day. Really? What on earth are you thinking? Chu Fian, taken aback by his lightheartedness at such a time, playfully raised her hand to swat him. Luo Wei laughed heartily and darted ahead, prompting Chu Fian to chase after him. After lunch, Chu Fian returned to her work, while Luo Wei chose not to follow. After a nap, he held Su Muching in his arms, the two whispering sweet nothings to cultivate their bond and savoring this rare moment of leisure. Finally, the next day, the team departed from the military base. As usual, Luo Wei led the patrol in the morning, aiding the main force in clearing obstacles ahead. However, this time, Situ Qing had rejoined the team. She had sustained severe injuries, and under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be able to rise for at least a month. Yet, this world was far from normal. The physique of an ability user far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and with Wang Shiyu's assistance in healing, it was said that Su Muching also played a significant role in her rapid recovery. The holy light ability that Su Muching had awakened had proven highly effective in treating Situ Qing over the past few days. Patrol missions were not without their challenges, occasionally encountering wandering monsters or the undead. Fortunately, the group was sufficiently cautious and powerful, navigating through their journey without incident. Time flew by like a swift current, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Through diligent training, Luo Wei, along with Chu Fian and Su Mucheng, had deciphered some patterns related to cultivating the Emperor's internal classic. This practice allowed Luo Wei to continue training as the primary practitioner, while Chu Fian and Su Mucheng acted as supplementary practitioners, taking turns every 3 days for optimal results. Any attempt to force training would be counterproductive, transforming Luo Wei into merely a source of sustenance for the two women. Of course, it was not impossible to force training, provided the two did not channel their abilities. However, that would entail the two women unwittingly supporting Luo Wei, which he would never allow. Over the course of 10 days, through numerous training sessions, Luo Wei's cultivation had once again broken through, reaching the 5th tier with a strength exceeding 4,000 pounds, with the 6th tier now within reach. The more powerful he became, the greater the benefits for those training alongside him. This was the remarkable strength of the Emperor's internal classic. Reasonable training without excessive greed could yield tremendous enhancements. Thus, as ordinary individuals, Chu Fian and Su Mucheng had experienced terrifying improvements over these days. In just 10 short days, Su Mucheng had reached the 3rd tier, while Chu Fian was not far from the 4th. Teacher Luo, see you tomorrow. In recent days, the temperature had steadily risen, and with the melting snow, the warm sunlight bathed them in comfort. As patrol time concluded, Luo Wei bid farewell to Ai Wei'er and the others before heading back. Brother Luo is back. Come eat, Su Mucheng exclaimed upon seeing him, quickly rising to take his protective gear and coat, setting them aside to let him sit down. After days of travel, their supplies were rapidly depleting, and the vehicle Chu Fian drove was visibly emptying. With more space available, Yaya had room to play, and everyone could gather together for a meal. Noticing that Yaya was not in sight, Luo Wei reached for Su Mucheng, smiling as he asked, "What delicious dishes did you prepare today?" Jijia Fian steamed buns, made porridge, and braised pork. I cooked chicken legs with potatoes, Su Mucheng replied. Hearing this, Luo Wei moved closer and embraced Chu Fian as well. All right. Lord Luo has worked hard outside. Come taste our cooking. If it doesn't suit your palate, don't hold it against us. Chu Fian chuckled as she pushed him away. Luo Wei settled at the table like a king, watching the two women bustling about, a hint of contentment crossing his face. At this moment in life, what more could he desire? If only it could always be this way. Alas, this wretched world made such peace a fleeting dream. Of course, had the world not been so dreadful, he would not have been able to find such tranquility. As the steaming dishes were served, Luo Wei turned to call into the vehicle, Yaya, it's time to eat. Is Daddy back? The little girl scampered out of the vehicle, arms outstretched for a big hug upon seeing Luo Wei. What were you so engrossed in inside that you didn't realize Daddy was back? Luo Wei inquired. Hee. Daddy, look, this is a drawing I made. The little girl grinned mysteriously, pulling out a piece of paper from her pocket. Luo Wei leaned in for a closer look, and there appeared 4 indistinguishable stick figures, colored in vibrant hues, with a bright yellow halo like the sun adorning their heads. Luo Wei's lips twitched, but he still praised her sincerely. "Yaya, your drawing is wonderful. Hee hee. Of course. I'm going to be a great artist someday," Yaya declared proudly. Nearby, Chu Fian and Su Muching stifled their laughter, both aware that the little girl lacked any artistic talent but unwilling to dampen her enthusiasm. "Yaya, it's time to eat. Afterward, let your daddy admire your masterpiece," Chu Fian said with a smile. The little girl obediently hopped down from Luo Wei's embrace. The four of them gathered around the table, quickly devouring the food laid before them. Chu Fian, having often cooked for Yaya, demonstrated her culinary prowess, while Su Muching, raised in an ordinary household, managed to prepare quite a decent potato chicken dish. The steamed buns were sweet and delightful, the chicken tender, the potatoes fragrant, and the braised pork was a feast for the senses. A bite of bun followed by a piece of meat, washed down with a sip of porridge, it was akin to a feast fit for nobility. In these times, merely filling one's stomach was a considerable challenge. Even ability users rarely had the privilege of such a sumptuous breakfast. After the meal, Luo Wei intended to spend some time playing with Yaya when an unexpected visitor arrived. Chapter 60. Fang Qinghan's ability. Fang Qinghan made a sudden appearance. Luo Wei's expression instantly turned cold, the treasured bronze spear materializing in his grasp, his gaze as frigid as an ancient glacial pool, fixated on Fang Qinghan. Should she make even the slightest move, Luo Wei would not hesitate to strike. Even knowing the futility of such an act, he would ensure she bore the consequences. "Qinghan, what brings you here?" Chu Fian quickly rose, patting Luo Wei's hand with a smile. "I came to find Luo Wei for a matter," Fang Qinghan replied to Chu Fian, then turned her gaze towards Luo Wei. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on her flawless visage. "Unmarred by a single flaw. I must apologize for my actions last time. I acted without understanding the circumstances." She stood outside the vehicle, slightly bowing her head. Luo Wei narrowed his eyes, replying, "An apology is one thing. Fian has already spoken on your behalf. You mentioned seeking me out. What is it that you need? In this world, might was the ultimate truth. Were it not for this woman's formidable strength, Luo Wei would have ensured she understood the consequences of her actions without hesitation. Given the current situation, to issue threats would only serve to humiliate himself, revealing his own limitations. "What I need from you," Fang Qinghan began, but did not clarify. "Fian, I just need to borrow your Wei for a bit. Rest assured, it will be beneficial for him," she teased Chu Fian before striding away into the distance. Luo Wei furrowed his brow, glancing at Chu Fian and Su Mucheng. "I'll go see what she's up to." "Be careful," Chu Fian cautioned. Her concern for Luo Wei was not due to a lack of trust in Fang Qinghan, but rather an instinctive response. Luo Wei nodded, donned his outerwear, equipped his goggles and protective gear, and stepped out of the vehicle. The sun shone brilliantly, and the snow slowly melted. The warm breeze lifted Fang Qinghan's hair and fox fur as she stood atop a snowy hill, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Luo Wei approached from behind, standing alongside her, casting a sidelong glance. "It must be acknowledged that the beauty of this woman could easily fulfill the fantasies of all men regarding their ideal partner. She appears as if she has emerged from another dimension, not belonging to this world. Standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with a flawless and delicate visage, a lithe and graceful figure. Her curves are perfectly sculpted, and not a single blemish can be found on her entire being. It seems as though every word used to describe beauty has been tailor-made for her." "Speak, what brings you to me?" Luo Wei said, taking a deep breath to harden his tone. Fang Qinghan turned her head, her commanding phoenix eyes glinting with curiosity as she regarded Luo Wei. "Fear not. I shan't devour you. Who is afraid?" Luo Wei retorted defiantly to Ta. Fang Qinghan chuckled softly, her gaze shifting back to the horizon. She then pointed toward a location 60 kilometers away. "There lies an opportunity. Shall I take you to eliminate the misunderstandings between us?" "Opportunity? What kind of opportunity?" Luo Wei inquired. "You'll know once we arrive. However, let me state this clearly. What lies within his mind, and you shall not seize it," Fang Qinghan replied. Luo Wei seize. "I would like to. But one must possess the capability," Luo Wei remarked, not out of self-deprecation, but rather a recognition of one's limitations. Amidst the impending apocalypse, how many have aspired to achieve greatness, brimming with ambition? Yet, after 2 months of calamity, how many have succeeded? Most have transformed into mere bones, while others have seen their aspirations extinguished. It is only when ambition aligns with ability that one can emerge as a formidable figure. Otherwise, one risks their own demise. Luo Wei nodded. "If there truly exists an opportunity to enhance his strength, what do the misunderstandings with Fang Qinghan amount to?" Observing Luo Wei's agreement, Fang Qinghan lightly waved her arm, and a snowmobile materialized. Luo Wei's pupils constricted. Could this woman possibly possess another spatial treasure? Upon reflection, the spatial artifact that Avril began using was purportedly a gift from her. It would not be outlandish if she possessed another. Yet, her fortune seems extraordinarily favorable. While others struggle to obtain a single treasure, she appears capable of gifting them away. If there were a protagonist in this world, Luo Wei felt that it would be Fang Qinghan. Get in. Fang Qinghan settled into the driver's seat and glanced back at Luo Wei. He nodded and took his place in the rear. Regardless of their past grievances, Fang Qinghan's character is beyond reproach. If she truly wished him harm, there would be no need for such convolutions. How do you know of this opportunity from 50 or 60 miles away? Luo Wei asked, inhaling the fragrant winds and admiring Fang Qinghan's translucent earlobes. Intuition, she replied. Luo Wei, you're not jesting, are you? He questioned. Do you know how I acquired my bronze ancient sword? Fang Qinghan countered. How would I know? Luo Wei replied, at a loss. The tales surrounding how Fang Qinghan procured that bronze sword were numerous. Yet she had never confirmed any, leaving Luo Wei in ignorance. Then guess my ability, Fang Qinghan proposed with a smile. Though she appeared aloof and unapproachable, her true nature was quite amiable when she was not angered. She was quite easy to converse with. That's absurd. Do you have a bird for me to guess? Luo Wei replied, exasperated. He did not consider himself particularly clever and usually preferred to avoid mental exertion. Especially when it came to unraveling others' secrets. Despite his internal protests, he could not voice them. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, could it be that your ability relates to your intuition? Indeed. Fang Qinghan nodded. My ability possesses no combat capabilities, yet it heightens my sensory perception to an extraordinary degree, enabling me to sense fortune and avert disaster. Prior to the celestial anomalies, my intuition was remarkably sharp. When I attended a conference at the Deep Sea City Museum and laid eyes on the bronze ancient sword, I had a premonition of its significance to me. Consequently, I sought out the museum's curator and borrowed this national treasure. Shortly before the heavy snow began to fall. Why share this with me? Aren't you afraid I might inform others? Luo Wei asked. Would you? Fang Qinghan turned to look at him. Her clear, bright eyes reflected the world around them and Luo Wei's countenance. His heart raced uncontrollably, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Rumor has it that Principal Fang is cold and proud, rarely speaking. Why reveal all this to me today? My intuition tells me that if I do not sever our entanglements, I will face endless troubles in the future, Fang Qinghan stated. Very well. Luo Wei conceded to what seemed to be a rather implausible explanation. He shifted the topic. If that's the case, the opportunity ahead is also based on your intuition. And you have not witnessed it with your own eyes, correct? Indeed, Fang Qinghan confirmed. However, I can sense that what lies within that opportunity is of great importance to me, though. Luo Wei regarded Fang Qinghan. Are you seeking to resolve our grievances, or do you wish for my assistance in obtaining the treasure? I am still uncertain about the specifics of that opportunity. I can only discern its significance once I see it for myself. As for the treasure within, do not harbor thoughts of seizing it. Should the opportunity prove insufficient, I will offer you compensation to ensure that your trip is not in vain, Fang Qinghan stated earnestly. The vehicle sped across the snowy terrain, traversing hills and valleys with ease. In less than half an hour, a peculiar peak emerged before them. Chapter 61. The duality of Yin and Yang. A mountain standing 50 to 60 meters high. One half encrusted with ice and snow, the other flowing with magma, presented an unusual sight. Without needing Fang Qinghan to speak, Luo Wei already surmised that the opportunity she mentioned was undoubtedly atop this small mountain. As the saying goes, rare treasures are invariably guarded by extraordinary beasts. Surely, there must be some terrifying creature lurking upon this mountain. Luo Wei pondered as he disembarked. You are quite cautious, Fang Qinghan remarked with a slight smile. She then drew forth the bronze ancient sword, and with a gentle flick, a visible sword light sliced through the air. With a soft sound, a small crimson serpent, almost indistinguishable from the volcano, was cleaved in two. In quick succession, Fang Qinghan swung the bronze ancient sword once more, sending another blade of light toward the snowy mountain. Another soft sound echoed as bright red blood splattered, revealing the two unfortunate serpents. Damn, if I had come alone. Luo Wei's heart raced in alarm. Fang Qinghan waved her arm, and the severed serpents instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into her storage space. Luo Wei opened his mouth, tempted to seize the opportunity, but he knew he would be no match. In the apocalypse, treasures capable of storage were exceedingly coveted. Let us proceed. After dispatching the two serpents of unknown strength, Fang Qinghan took the lead up the small mountain. A rare glimmer of anticipation and excitement shone in her clear eyes. The closer they approached the mountain, the more she affirmed her intuition. The fortunes contained herein were of paramount importance to her, even capable of influencing her entire life. Luo Wei followed closely behind. Both were fifth-tier ability users, aside from those extraordinary individuals possessing top-tier treasures. They were among the forefront of evolution. Their ascent was swift. Scaling the 50 to 60-meter peak, they swiftly reached the summit. Upon reaching the top, they beheld a circular opening at the center. The opening was situated over 10 meters above the peak, and at its base lay a water pool of indeterminate depth. Within the pool, two distinct liquids were clearly separated, one a vibrant red, the other a serene blue, bubbles occasionally rising to the surface. However, the most captivating sight was the two lotus flowers rooted within the two-colored liquid. One blue and one red. The blue appeared as clear as the sky, while the red resembled the brilliant hues of a sunset. "Is that what you desire, those two lotus flowers?" Luo Wei inquired. Glancing at Fang Qinghan, he harbored doubts about whether it was safe to make contact with the liquid in the pool. Would he survive the descent? "I also desire the lotus roots," Fang Qinghan replied without lifting her gaze. "Are you suggesting you wish to descend?" Luo Wei asked. "Not just me." Fang Qinghan lifted her head to gaze at Luo Wei. "It is we. This place lies at the juncture of cold and heat, precisely gathering vast amounts of yin and yang energy. Since men embody yang and women embody yin, should either of us descend alone, the balance of yin and yang would be disrupted, resulting in certain death. However, if we descend together, there would be no issue." "Luo Wei, is this also your intuition?" he questioned skeptically. "Not entirely," she replied. With that, Fang Qinghan raised her right hand, and a disc that appeared neither entirely gold nor entirely jade, neither wood nor stone, slowly manifested in her palm. "This is my second top-tier treasure. When I acquired it, I came into contact with yin and yang energy, thus gaining some understanding of it." Fang Qinghan regarded Luo Wei. "So, do you have any further questions?" "Yes. What do I gain by accompanying you?" Luo Wei inquired. "The yin and yang energy itself is a creation. By refining your muscles and blood with it, your strength will soar, enabling you to break through to the next level and enter the blood refinement stage." "Is that benefit not sufficient?" Fang Qinghan replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's eyes brightened, his resolve solidifying, though he still wore a mask of hesitation. "Upon our return, I will also gift you a spatial-type treasure." "Surely, that will suffice," Fang Qinghan added. At this moment, confronted with the greatest opportunity of her life, her composure had been irrevocably shattered. When she saw Luo Wei hesitating to respond, she mistakenly assumed he found the benefits insufficient, prompting her to immediately increase the stakes. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Wei was merely concerned about the accuracy of her intuition. Upon hearing her words, he no longer cared about the potential dangers. "All right, how shall we descend?" Luo Wei nodded in agreement. "It's quite simple." Fang Qinghan stepped forward and grasped Luo Wei's arm. Under Luo Wei's bewildered gaze, she exerted a slight pull and dragged him into the chasm before them. "Wait, aren't you averse to dirt?" Luo Wei pondered internally, unable to voice his thoughts before a sensation of weightlessness engulfed them. With a resounding splash, they plummeted into the waters formed by the intertwining of yin and yang energies. The moment their garments came into contact with these energies, they disintegrated instantaneously. Luo Wei's mind went blank as the yang energy surged into his body. An excruciating pain coursed through him, as though his flesh was being crushed inch by a searing iron. The impurities accumulated within him were gradually purged. It hurts. Luo Wei could not suppress his cries of agony. From the mountaintop, the yin and yang energies appeared tranquil, akin to still waters. It was only upon entering that one realized they were gaseous, not impeding speech or vision. The alternating torment compelled Luo Wei to desire to bash his head against the wall, yearning for a hole to burrow into to escape the suffering. Suddenly, a crystalline arm, as pure as jade, fell into his grasp. Luo Wei immediately felt as though he had clutched the last lifeline of a drowning man. Pulling fiercely, Fang Qinghan emitted a muffled groan as her body collided heavily into his embrace. Luo Wei similarly let out a grunt. In stark contrast to his warmth, Fang Qinghan's body was icy cold. Instinctively, he tightened his hold around her. Having reached the blood refinement realm and previously encountered the yin and yang energies, Fang Qinghan did not lose consciousness. As she fell into the energies, her clothes were eroded, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Just as she was at a loss, she found herself pulled into Luo Wei's arms. His body radiated an alluring masculine energy, and being held by him stirred an unfamiliar sensation within Fang Qinghan, almost leading her to succumb. Suddenly, A jolt of alarm surged through her upon glancing at Luo Wei. She noticed the confusion in his eyes. Clearly, his mind had been affected by the energies. Luo Wei, wake up, Fang Qinghan called out, hoping to rouse his senses, only for Luo Wei's face to expand rapidly in her vision. His fervent lips pressed against hers, silencing her words. Fang Qinghan was taken aback. How could this happen? Under the influence of the yin and yang energies, her gaze momentarily turned vacant before swiftly regaining clarity. Without a second thought, she leaned her forehead against Luo Wei's, their foreheads touching intimately in that instant. Black and white light emanated from her forehead, gradually expanding to form a Taiji Bagua diagram, utilizing a top-tier treasure. Fang Qinghan's spirit ventured into Luo Wei's chaotic mind. Luo Wei involuntarily shivered, experiencing a peculiar sensation, as if caught in a dream, both illusory and real. Under the tempering of the yin and yang energies, his body felt reborn, undergoing a flawless metamorphosis from within. Time lost its meaning, and when he finally regained his senses, he gazed at Fang Qinghan, who was so close, as if awakening from a beautiful dream. That I'm awake. Fang Qinghan opened her eyes at that moment, looking at Luo Wei, who stared at her in a daze, and coldly remarked, "Let go." Upon hearing this, Luo Wei hastily released his grip. Chapter 62. The ring. Fang Qinghan observed Luo Wei's expression with clarity, instantly realizing the significance of the ring. A blush blossomed on her exquisite face. She had brought Luo Wei here intending to sever their fates, her intuition assuring her that this was the right course of action. Upon witnessing the enigmatic pool formed by the yin and yang energies, she became even more convinced of her instincts. Indeed, bringing Luo Wei along had proven to be an exceedingly wise decision. Without him, it would have been a daunting task for her to retrieve those 2 lotus flowers alone. Yet, who could have foreseen that entering the yin and yang energies would affect one's consciousness? Such a phenomenon had not occurred during her previous encounters with the energies, reflecting on the dreamlike experience. Fang Qinghan felt a mix of anger and frustration. However, as she had led Luo Wei here and had been the one to leap into the void with him, she was not one to act capriciously. Moreover, nothing untoward had transpired between them. It was merely a fusion of spirits. Fang Qinghan reassured herself, then turned to Luo Wei and feigned ferocity, saying, "If you dare to look again, I shall gouge out your eyes." Her words, rather than deterring him, only intensified Luo Wei's curiosity. As a paragon of virtue. With unabashed boldness, he stole a glance, his eyes nearly sparkling. The beauty of Fang Qinghan was unblemished, both in bone structure and skin. Her physique was perfectly proportioned, as if she were the most exquisite masterpiece of heaven. Fang Qinghan could hardly ignore Luo Wei's subtle gestures, and just as she was about to reprimand him, she found him obediently turning away. Faced with this, she could only grit her teeth, begrudgingly accepting this silent defeat. Luo Wei took a deep breath, disregarding the commotion behind him, and silently focused on himself. He could distinctly feel the flow of his vital energy. And with a mere thought, he harnessed strength surpassing 10,000 pounds, as if awakening a latent ability. "You go first." Luo Wei was about to test his newly awakened power when Fang Qinghan's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Ladies first." Luo Wei had intended to exhibit chivalry, yet a kick landed squarely on his backside. "I said to go first, so go." Fang Qinghan retorted impatiently. Luo Wei was taken aback, puzzled by her sudden outburst. However, it quickly dawned on him. They were both devoid of clothing. "Consider it a favor. Today, I shall let you witness my agile form," Luo Wei declared, wary of incurring another kick. With that, he propelled himself forcefully, leaping from the yin and yang energies. His movements were as nimble as a monkey, as he grasped the rocky walls of the cave and peered down into the pool below, seeing nothing but shades of red and blue. Unbeknownst to Fang Qinghan, upon witnessing Luo Wei's actions, her instinct prompted her to adopt a defensive posture, her cheeks flushing as she remarked, "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to gouge out your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wei merely scoffed and continued, using both hands and feet to effortlessly navigate the smooth, straight cave. Emerging from the cave, Luo Wei raised his right hand, a swirl of earthy yellow light materializing in his palm. Exuding a magnificent and weighty aura. Earth-type ability, Luo Wei mused, then enveloped himself in the energy, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities, while his arm's movements augmented his strength by over 30%, confirming the awakening of his Earth-type ability. He then attempted to unleash his flame ability. Previously capable of conjuring only a small fire serpent, he now found he could condense the flames into a serpent that shot forth over 10 yards from his palm. "Ha! This is more powerful than a flamethrower," Luo Wei exclaimed with excitement. Mastering fire for offense and earth for defense, With both attack and defense at his disposal, he mused that if he could awaken further powers in the future, invincibility would be within reach. Luo Wei's eyes gleamed with anticipation. At that moment, a noise came from behind him. He swiftly turned to see Fang Qinghan emerging. Though she had already donned her clothing, he wondered how she managed it. "You rascal, you should be more mindful." Even in the face of the apocalypse, Fang Qinghan chastised, her face reddening as she turned away upon seeing Luo Wei. Luo Wei glanced down and recalled that his own clothes had been disintegrated by the yin and yang energies. Feeling a bit awkward, he looked at Fang Qinghan and sheepishly asked, "May I borrow a piece of clothing?" Fang Qinghan realized not everyone possessed spatial treasures, and with reluctance, she tossed him a garment. Luo Wei caught it and hastily wrapped it around his waist. Fang Qinghan ignored him and began to descend the mountain, only to have her arm seized by Luo Wei. Frowning, she turned to face him. Her cold gaze fixated on his hand gripping her arm, yet she remained silent. Luo Wei quickly released her grip, then realized he was no longer the same person he once was. Therefore, he reminded himself not to be overly timid. Prolonged timidity would erode one's inherent courage. "After all, you were the one who pulled me off the cliff," Luo Wei stated. Fang Qinghan's expression subtly changed as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. With a frosty demeanor, she asked, "What is it? Hee. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" Luo Wei inquired, his hands rubbing together in embarrassment, his gaze wandering over Fang Qinghan. At that moment, she wore a simple white shirt on top and black trousers below. Her attire both neat and unpretentious. Yet, despite being clothed, she felt an involuntary chill, her mind drifting back to the moment she had been held in Luo Wei's embrace, prompting her to take a hasty step back. "What promise did I make to you? Let me remind you that your survival thus far is due to my vow to Fian that I would not harm you. But that does not mean you can act recklessly." Fang Qinghan, with a demeanor both fierce and inwardly restrained, stood poised. Luo Wei observed the fleeting panic that crossed Fang Qinghan's face. Momentarily taken aback, he then gestured towards her, and with a resounding clang, a melodious sword cry echoed through the heavens. The ancient bronze sword, which had belonged to Fang Qinghan, detached from her grasp and landed in his hands. "You may not necessarily be able to defeat me now," Luo Wei said with a smile, secretly appraising the long sword he held. The bronze sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, its 8-faced blade intricately engraved with motifs of flora, fauna, and celestial bodies. Evoking the sensation of witnessing the historical evolution of humanity, a profound sense of time washing over him, Fang Qinghan stood in stunned silence, realizing that her most potent artifact was now under his control. Accompanied by an unsettling feeling of being overshadowed, she attempted to summon back the ancient sword. It quivered slightly before returning to her, yet she sensed its lingering attachment to Luo Wei. Luo Wei felt an inexplicable emptiness in his grip, accompanied by a sense of loss. "You mentioned that upon my emergence, you would gift me a treasure from your storage space. Have you forgotten?" Luo Wei took a deep breath and directly addressed Fang Qinghan. Upon hearing this, she recalled her promise made before entering the Yinyang Xian Inn. She possessed 3 spatial artifacts. One, a pendant, had already been given to Ai Weier, while another, a family heirloom, a jade bracelet left by her mother, was, of course, not something she could bestow upon another. Fang Qinghan looked at Luo Wei, lifting her left hand to point at the ring on her finger, feeling somewhat awkward about giving away a ring. Yet, being inconsistent was not in her nature. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her right hand, channeling her vital energy to gently erase her mark from the ring, with a flick of her wrist. The ring expanded and slipped from her grasp, landing in Luo Wei's hands. "Can a ring be given away so casually?" Luo Wei remarked, a peculiar expression on his face as he gazed at Fang Qinghan. Her complexion turned slightly unnatural as she retorted, "You cannot give away a ring so thoughtlessly. Return it to me." Luo Wei, having given away the ring, saw no reason to reclaim it. He promptly completed the recognition of the artifact as his own, causing the ring to shrink to a fitting size, which he then adorned on his left ring finger. Fang Qinghan bit her lip. Chapter 63, a surge in power. Fang Qinghan forcefully averted her gaze, suppressing the strange feelings within her and the urge to reclaim the ring. She stepped forward and, within a few strides, found herself at the foot of the mountain, with a wave of her hand. The previously summoned vehicle appeared. After climbing aboard, she slammed her foot down on the accelerator, ignoring Luo Wei entirely as she sped towards the direction of their group. "Hey, wait for me," Luo Wei's voice called out from behind. Fang Qinghan paid no heed to his calls, a faint smile playing on her lips as she pressed the accelerator, eager to drive as if to bury the pedal into the fuel tank. "Why are you running so fast? I want to eat you," Luo Wei exclaimed, Having caught up and leaping onto the speeding vehicle, Fang Qinghan glanced back at him, pursing her lips. This opportunity has greatly enhanced your strength and bolstered your confidence, which I can understand. However, I do not wish for you to meet your demise as a result. Do not forget that I, too, have access to the same opportunities, and perhaps even more than you. This world is vast, not limited to a mere neighborhood, a city, or a province. Treasures abound in the world, and opportunities are countless. In comparison, we are but a fragment of it. Do you understand my meaning? Luo Wei listened attentively and nodded earnestly. I have learned. He understood the need for reverence towards the powerful. After being suppressed for over 2 months and nearly defeated by Fang Qinghan, he was eager to reclaim his standing before her. Now that he had acquired unprecedented strength, just know this. I do not care how many women surround you, but Fian is a good woman. If you dare to betray her, I will not spare you. Fang Qinghan warned, nodding in affirmation. And what about you? Luo Wei fixed his gaze on her intently. What about me? Fang Qinghan inquired, perplexed. Turning, she met Luo Wei's intense gaze. I do not wish to disappoint you. What shall I do? Luo Wei replied. Luo Wei. Fang Qinghan inhaled deeply, looking at him earnestly. Our relationship is merely a misunderstanding. I hope you can recognize this. Nothing has transpired between us. And I certainly do not wish for it to affect your relationship with Fian. A misunderstanding? The connection of our souls is far more intimate than mere physical contact. That sensation, which reaches the depths of my soul, I cannot forget, Luo Wei asserted, his emotions stirring within him, unbeknownst to himself. Fang Qinghan, however, did not respond. The vehicle sped forward, and after about 10 minutes, they halted on a small hillside. All right, you can get out now, she announced. What do you mean? Luo Wei queried. Let us talk again once you can defeat me. Fang Qinghan declared. With that, Luo Wei found himself inexplicably ejected from the vehicle. Damn, her power remains as unfathomable as ever, he thought to himself. But you cannot escape my grasp. Very well, when my strength truly surpasses yours, I shall carry you home, Luo Wei vowed. The communication between souls, pure and beautiful, lingered in his memory. Fang Qinghan remained silent as she drove away. Luo Wei watched her depart before sprinting towards the distant convoy. He would not forget the wondrous opportunity presented by the Yinyang Xian and, eager to share it with those closest to him, with his newfound strength, he dashed back to the moving group, vanishing into thin air. In silence, he found the vehicle where Chu Fian was located and slipped inside. The sound of the car door opening immediately caught Chu Fian's attention. With a gasp, she turned to see Luo Wei. Clad only in a woman's shirt, his torso exposed. Wei, what on earth happened to you? Where's your clothing? Why do you look so disheveled? Chu Fian asked, her surprise evident in her wide eyes. Big brother Wei. What happened to you? Su Muching exclaimed, rushing from the back of the vehicle at the sight of Luo Wei's muscular form, equally astonished. It's a long story. Muching, please help me prepare a few sets of clothes. Fian, you tidy up as well and prepare some outfits. Then I will take you to a special place, Luo Wei instructed. Su Muching, upon hearing this, did not ask further questions and immediately turned to gather clothes for him. Though Chu Fian had many questions, she understood from Luo Wei's demeanor that now was not the time for inquiries. Luo Wei quickly donned the clothing Su Muching brought him, then with a wave of his hand, he stored Chu Fian's clothes in his spatial ring. Chu Fian's gaze fell upon the ring on Luo Wei's left hand. She recognized it as the one Fang Qinghan wore before the apocalypse. How had it come into his possession? Muching, take care of Yaya. If anything happens while we are gone, you must take her to find Principal Fang immediately. Fian, and I will be back shortly. I will take you with me once I return, Luo Wei instructed. Okay. Big brother Wei, sister Fian, please be careful on your journey, Su Muching replied. Luo Wei nodded, and without further delay, he took Chu Fian by the hand and exited the moving vehicle. Where are we going? How will we get there? Chu Fian asked. We are heading that way. Hop on my back, and I will carry you, Luo Wei replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian immediately climbed onto Luo Wei's broad back. He took off running through the snow, his speed rivaling that of a high-speed train. Even though Chu Fian had attained the 3rd tier of her abilities, she struggled to catch her breath. Big brother Wei, slow down. Luo Wei, hearing her plea, reluctantly reduced his speed. Yet, even then, a journey that would normally take over half an hour was completed in less than 20 minutes as they arrived at the foot of the Yinyang Xian. Big brother Wei, how did your strength suddenly become so formidable? Chu Fian asked, placing her hands on Luo Wei's shoulders, her confusion evident. Fang Qinghan led me to an opportunity at the mountain's peak. Soon, your strength will also undergo a transformation, Luo Wei explained. Are you saying that I can also obtain this opportunity? Chu Fian asked in astonishment. Indeed, Luo Wei affirmed with a gentle nod, his expression turning serious. However, To attain this opportunity, you must endure indescribable pain and torment. If it's just pain, I am unafraid, Chu Fian declared, her expression resolute, resembling a warrior ready to face death. Seeing her determination, Luo Wei couldn't help but smile as he gently ruffled her hair. His tone softening. It's not as dire as it sounds. With me here, you will not face life-threatening danger. As they spoke, the two had already ascended to the mountaintop. They exchanged a knowing glance and stepped forward, leaping into the circular opening. With a splash, they landed in the water, and Chu Fian let out a cry of pain. Despite Luo Wei's earlier warnings about the impending agony, the actual experience overwhelmed her. And she couldn't contain a scream. It hurts. It hurts too much, she exclaimed, feeling as though her bones were being scraped and her cells shattered, her soul battered by a cold tempest. The pain was indescribable. In contrast, Luo Wei was not affected by the dual energies at all. Seeing Chu Fian's suffering, he quickly wrapped her in his embrace, providing comfort amidst the turmoil. An hour later, two figures emerged from the cave, one following closely behind the other. Wei, you mentioned that Qianjie brought you here. Does that mean you and Qianjie have also entered? Chu Fian stood behind Luo Wei, her curiosity evident. Yes, Luo Wei nodded, quickly adding, but rest assured, neither Principal Fong nor I didn't say anything. Why are you so agitated? Chu Fian interjected before he could finish. I merely asked because the ring you are wearing looks somewhat familiar. Oh, this. Luo Wei raised his left hand, glancing at the ring that had long since been transferred to his middle finger. We had a bit of a misunderstanding last time, and this is her compensation. Oh, Chu Fian responded non-committally. Your strength must have reached the blood refinement stage by now, right? Luo Wei shifted the topic. Indeed, Chu Fian nodded vigorously, an excited glimmer crossing her face. Let us race and see who is faster. All right. Whoosh. Hey, if you dare cheat, just wait until I catch you. Chapter 64. Opportunity. The 10th level of supernatural abilities, also known as the full strength stage, can be simply described as the phase where one relies on the body to exert overall power. Once one reaches the blood refinement stage, looking back one can realize just how rudimentary that previous level was. The blood refinement stage focuses on refining one's vital energy and blood, with a robust surge of vital energy propelling all of one's strength. One can effortlessly unleash destructive power 6 or 7 times greater. As the vital energy becomes richer, both strength and physique will further transform, growing even more formidable. Luo Wei estimated that his current strength was at least 14,000 Jane. And when utilizing his vital energy, delivering a punch with 70 to 80,000 Jane of force was quite feasible. He was practically a human monster, a walking nuclear weapon, an exaggeration indeed. Furthermore, his supernatural abilities seemed to have evolved, becoming even more powerful. Although Chu Fian's strength was slightly inferior to his, she too had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to her former self. Luo Wei swiftly returned to the car with Chu Fian, eager to take Su Muching for another dip in the Yinyang Mystic Pool. However, upon opening the car door, he was taken aback. What are you three doing here? Luo Wei asked, staring at the three unexpected guests in the vehicle. The three individuals were none other than the other three of the 4 campus beauties of the Deep Sea Academy. The sight of all 4 campus beauties gathered together would surely cause traffic jams in peaceful times. Teacher Luo is back. The three in the car turned upon hearing the door open, their eyes lighting up as Avril greeted him politely. Yes, it's rare for all 4 campus beauties to be together. It seems something significant is afoot. Luo Wei and Chu Fian entered the car. Upon seeing Avril, Yao Xingtong, and Sidu Qing's joint visit, Luo Wei had already begun to speculate, though he hesitated to confirm it. Cough, cough. Teacher Luo, we have something we would like your assistance with, Sidu Qing said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Let me speak. Yao Xingtong pushed forward, seeing her hesitating demeanor. All right, you are the bold one. Go ahead. Luo Wei nodded earnestly. I am not bold. Her face is just very delicate. Okay? Yao Xingtong puffed up her cheeks indignantly. I don't believe it. Unless you come here and let me squeeze it to see if it really is delicate. Luo Wei teased. No way. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. How can you say that as a teacher? Yao Xingtong quickly shook her head, as she despised having her face pinched. All right, let me take over, Avril said, suppressing her laughter as she noticed the topic had strayed. Principal Fong informed us of an opportunity, but to obtain it, we need the assistance of a man. Principal Fong suggested we find a trustworthy male who harbors a certain fondness for us. After much consideration, it seems you are our only option. Luo Wei inwardly mused, as expected. The Yinyang Mystic Pool, such a grand opportunity. With Fong Qinghan's temperament, she would undoubtedly inform someone she could trust. However, the dual energies of yin and yang were limited. And with the treasures within being harvested, the energies continued to dissipate. This urgency was precisely why Luo Wei had hurriedly taken Chu Fian to the yin-yang mystic pool first. He had initially intended to take Su Muching along. But it seemed that would no longer be possible. What kind of opportunity requires a man's assistance? Chu Fian inquired curiously. Principal Fong mentioned the yin and yang energies to undergo a cleansing of the body using these energies. A man must help stabilize the yang energy. Otherwise, if a person enters alone, the balance of yin and yang will be disrupted, and that person is sure to perish, Yao Xingtong explained. Chu Fian paused, glancing at Luo Wei. Even she, not particularly astute, now comprehended what opportunity the three women referred to. Yet, having just experienced the cleansing of yin and yang energies, Chu Fian understood that a man entering the yin and yang energies was not merely to suppress the yang energy. The man's primary role was to assist the woman in calming the yin and yang energies within her to achieve balance. Otherwise, she too would find it difficult to survive. Teacher Chu, let's go together. After all, those who encounter the opportunity should share in it, Yao Xingtong said, grabbing Chu Fian's hand and shaking it playfully. Clearly, they were still unaware of Fang Qinghan's true intentions behind asking them to seek a male they felt fond of. Moreover, Fang Qinghan would likely never dream that all three would approach the same person. Luo Wei felt speechless. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Fian subtly nudged him with her elbow. Let Teacher Luo accompany you. Chu Fian looked at the three women before her. Wearing an innocent smile, I can't leave Yaya alone here. I want to go. With that, she turned to Luo Wei and said, Ah Wei, take good care of them. As she spoke, she discreetly winked at him. Luo Wei. That moment, he realized Chu Fian was truly mischievous, yet he found himself quite fond of her. What was happening? All right, Luo Wei gently nodded. Since Teacher Chu was concerned about Yaya, they would go ahead first and return later to switch with Teacher Chu. After all, the opportunity would still be there and wouldn't run away. Good. Then you all should go and return early, Chu Fian said. Since Teacher Chu has spoken, Teacher Luo, let us depart. Yao Xingtong ran over to Luo Wei's side and directly wrapped her arms around his, pulling him out of the sea. Be careful on the way. Chu Fian smiled as she reminded Su Muching, don't worry, Teacher Chu. We will take good care of Teacher Luo, ensuring he is well fed and well cared for without losing a single hair. Yao Xingtong chuckled. Chu Fian smiled quietly, standing by the car door, meaningfully watching the four girls surround Luo Wei as they cheerfully boarded a vehicle and drove away. Are you sure you want me to accompany you inside? By the edge of the yin-yang mystic pool, Luo Wei looked at the four, particularly the three other than Su Muching, and said, perhaps you should find someone else. Teacher Luo, we, the four campus beauties of Deep Sea, will take turns accompanying you for a bath. Saying such things is rather ungrateful, Yao Xingtong replied, hands on her hips, with a proud expression. All right, but I hope you can still say that after we come out. Luo Wei felt quite speechless. After his dual cultivation with Fang Qinghan, he had awakened Earth-type supernatural abilities, and he had an instinct that as long as there were enough women, he could continue to awaken further. Thus, he naturally wished for more women. However, employing such deceitful means felt contrary to Luo Wei's principles as a gentleman. At that moment, he was filled with conflict. He both desired and hesitated, to put it bluntly. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Luo Wei couldn't help but look down on himself a little. Initially, he had considered being honest, but upon seeing Yao Xingtong's expression of not recognizing the situation, he could only swallow all his words. You three step back. Let me demonstrate first. Yao Xingtong waved her hand, signaling the other three girls to back away. Her petite frame exuded an imposing aura akin to that of a leader, and no one could dissuade her. Avril, Situ Qing, and Su Mucheng, left with no choice, could only retreat to a halfway point on the mountainside. I hope you don't regret this later, Luo Wei remarked, shaking his head in exasperation at her obstinacy. Enough chatter, let us go, Yao Xingtong declared, pulling Luo Wei's arm as she leaped into the cave. With a splash, as their bodies vanished beneath the yin-yang energies, their clothing disintegrated in an instant. Yao Xingtong let out an involuntary scream. Her consciousness quickly influenced by the yin-yang energies, her petite form clinging to Luo Wei like an octopus. The masculine energy emanating from Luo Wei felt like a warm fire in the cold winter, exuding an irresistible allure to her. Chapter 65, Supernatural Abilities Awaken. Again immersed in the waters formed by the yin-yang energies, Yao Xingtong's rationality was swiftly affected. All she could do was follow her body's instincts to seek greater comfort. Luo Wei, lacking the supreme treasure of the 8 trigrams Taiji diagram, could not allow his soul to leave his body. Sensing the girl's urgent need, he could only maintain his inner calm, neither initiating nor resisting. Time passed, and over an hour later, Yao Xingtong regained her composure. Did you know what would happen after we entered? Yao Xingtong glared at Luo Wei. Yes, Luo Wei replied honestly, feeling a sense of relief after confessing. You. Yao Xingtong regarded Luo Wei, wanting to question him about why he hadn't mentioned it earlier. However, recalling how he had urged them to find someone else before entering, her accusatory words stuck in her throat. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone else, Yao Xingtong declared. Pray tell, can Avril and her companions not partake in this? Inquired Luo Wei. They cannot, he replied. Then must they not join me? Queried Yao Xingtong. If they were to enter, it would only serve to benefit you, Luo Wei retorted. Do not dare tell me you are unwilling. The 4 illustrious flowers of Deep Sea Academy, merely acquiring one would be a dream for an ordinary person. Yet you have the fortune of obtaining 4. Truly, it is a boon for you that I require you to swear that the events between us today shall remain a secret. Upon observing Yao Xingtong's earnest demeanor, Luo Wei felt a pang of guilt and could only raise his hand to vow that he would divulge this matter to no one else. With Luo Wei's assurance, Yao Xingtong's taut features finally softened. And Luo Wei even caught a glimmer of mischief in her smile. A spark of realization flickered in Luo Wei's mind as he regarded Yao Xingtong, who was diminutive yet spirited, and he speculated with a hint of disbelief. You wouldn't be contemplating making others endure what you have, would you? I would not. You are slandering me. Yao Xingtong shot back, her face reddening like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Afterward, she glared at Luo Wei, threateningly asserting, do not forget your oath. You promised not to share this with anyone. Should you dare to speak of it, I shall curse you into a state of impotence. Goodness, this girl is quite ruthless, Luo Wei thought, momentarily speechless. Just as he contemplated reprimanding her, Yao Xingtong startled and swiftly leaped from the realm of yin and yang, nimbly climbing up the cave. In her past life, she must have been a monkey. How else could she be so agile? Luo Wei muttered, following suit and quickly donning his clothing. Lacking a storage space, Yao Xingtong naturally had no spare garments. Upon reaching the mountainside, Luo Wei saw Yao Xingtong's cherubic face flushed, clad in the attire Avril had given her, hiding behind the other 3 girls, appearing utterly bashful. Did you all witness that? Yao Xingtong serves as a paragon. Do you still require my company to enter? Luo Wei queried. This. The others exchanged glances, their cheeks slightly reddening as they recalled the image of Yao Xingtong dashing down the mountain in disarray. Seeking another to enter would yield the same result. It would be a waste of time, and as the saying goes, one should not trouble 2 masters for a single task. Perhaps we should request Professor Luo's assistance. Tu Qing suggested. Upon hearing this, Avril nodded in agreement, her resolve strengthening. Professor Luo, I shall accompany you this time. Luo Wei glanced at Yao Xingtong only to meet her menacing gaze, sensing the tension. He wisely chose to remain silent. Thus, Yao Xingtong, Tu Qing, and Sumu Cheng remained on the mountainside while Luo Wei and Avril descended into the enigmatic yin and yang pool. Once again, the preceding scene unfolded, and Luo Wei inevitably ruined yet another piece of clothing. He maintained his stance of neither initiating nor resisting, quietly circulating the Emperor's inner cannon. With the inexhaustible supply of yin and yang energy, he harbored no concerns regarding any adverse effects on Avril. Regrettably, even as Avril regained consciousness, Luo Wei had yet to awaken a 3rd extraordinary ability. Could it be that my instincts are mistaken? Luo Wei mused, detached, recognizing that he was not Feng Qinghan, whose intuition was so keen. Avril, are you all right? He inquired, observing the girl who had rested her head on his shoulder, silently weeping. I'm fine, Avril stammered, hastily withdrawing her arms and wiping away her tears. Professor Luo, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential. Do not let others know. Understood, Luo Wei affirmed, regarding the girl feigning resilience. If you consent, I shall take responsibility. That won't be necessary, Avril replied, shaking her head without hesitation. This was a misunderstanding of Principal Feng's intentions. What transpired between us is merely a miscommunication. After today, I hope you can forget this matter. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, Luo Wei responded. Avril appeared momentarily taken aback, her fair face flushing, before she swiftly leaped out of the yin and yang pool. Upon emerging, Luo Wei had yet to don his garments when Tu Qing approached him, with flushed cheeks and averted gaze. She spoke with a clear voice, Professor Luo, do not busy yourself. You shall only ruin another set of clothes. With that, she seized Luo Wei's hand and jumped into the pool without hesitation. As expected. With the circulation of the Emperor's inner cannon, not only did his strength increase, but his third extraordinary ability finally awakened. This newfound power possessed a metallic quality, enhancing the sharpness and resilience of his weapons, and even allowing parts of his body to become metallic in critical moments. The indestructible nature of Zhao Qingfeng's neck was a result of such metallic ability, and Yi Tian's survival from Luo Wei's punch that fateful night was also owing to his partial metallic transformation. Indeed, I have awakened yet another ability, Luo Wei exclaimed, elated, momentarily forgetting the principles he had set for himself, and he fiercely kissed the startled Si Tu-Ching, who had just regained her composure. Professor Luo. Si Tu-Ching stammered, her gaze fixed on him in astonishment. Please allow me to address you as such, Luo Wei said, his earlier embarrassment fading as he gently cupped her porcelain-like face, gazing into her trembling eyes. Will you be mine? I shall treat you well. Si Tu-Ching's heart fluttered, her pulse racing like a drum, her mind momentarily clouded. Is Professor Luo confessing to me, having lost her father at a young age and raised to be strong by her mother. She longed to be protected deep down. Luo Wei's display of formidable strength during her time of peril had left an indelible impression on her heart. Now, with such a declaration, she found herself momentarily dazed. Assuming her silence indicated consent, Luo Wei took the initiative for the first time. Chapter 66. The beauty of the campus flower in this world. There are far too many foolish individuals, and Luo Wei often fell into self-doubt. Feeling out of place among them, he mused that perhaps it was time for a change. Abandoning personal integrity and embracing a life devoid of virtue might not be such a poor choice. As he boldly confessed his feelings to Si Tu-Ching, he instantly recognized that while he may lack integrity, the thrill was undeniably exhilarating. As the saying goes, it is easy to learn to be bad but difficult to learn to be good. The dichotomy of human nature often hangs upon a single thought. Professor Luo, have Mu Qing and the others been waiting anxiously outside? After nearly an hour, Si Tu-Ching finally regained a semblance of composure and softly interrupted Luo Wei. He nodded, releasing her from his embrace. Si Tu-Ching, now reclaiming her autonomy, dared not meet Luo Wei's gaze and bolted away. Luo Wei, observing her retreat, could only scratch his nose in confusion. Si Tu-Ching projected an aura of aloofness, much like an insurmountable ice mountain. Yet, through their recent interactions, Luo Wei discerned that this was but a facade, a protective coloration. Only upon genuine contact could one reveal her true nature, a simple girl masquerading in coldness. With a soft and delicate heart, after a moment of contemplation, Luo Wei refocused. The pressing matter at hand was to guide Su Mu Qing into the cleansing pool, seizing this opportunity before addressing anything else. Why did you take so long? As Luo Wei emerged from the cave, Yao Xingtong's voice rang out with impatience. Si Tu-Ching, her head buried in her chest, remained silent, wishing for a hole in the ground to swallow her whole. Given the consumption by all of us, the yin and yang energy has dwindled, resulting in a longer cleansing duration, Luo Wei stated nonchalantly. Is that so? Yao Xingtong frowned, skepticism evident in her eyes, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. Luo Wei, upon hearing this, chose to feign ignorance. Mu Qing, it is your turn, he announced, directing his gaze towards Su Mu Qing. Upon hearing her name, a blush crept onto Su Mu Qing's cheeks, although her relationship with Luo Wei had developed over time. This was a matter unknown to outsiders. Now, witnessing Yao Xingtong, Avril, and Si Tu-Ching emerge in disarray, she felt a surge of embarrassment at the thought of facing a similar fate. The yin and yang energy is already tainted and continuously dissipating. If you do not act swiftly, this opportunity may slip through your fingers, Luo Wei urged gently. Realizing the urgency, Su Mu Qing steeled herself and stepped forward to join Luo Wei. Avril watched as Su Mu Qing and Luo Wei entered the yin and yang pool, her lips parting as she contemplated intervening. However, Yu Xingtong realized that the matter could no longer be concealed, and thus, in a reckless abandon, declared, with such a magnificent creation as the yin-yang mystical pool before us, I must inform you of what will transpire once you enter. Can you truly resist the urge to plunge in? Besides, what is the big deal? Just consider it akin to a dog taking a nibble. What is the harm in that? She chuckled softly. I hope your heart is as untroubled as your words suggest. Upon hearing this, Avril shot Yao Xingtong a fierce glare and withdrew her hand. The situation had already unfolded, and even the most obstinate fool could not alter the course of events. One could only lament their misfortune in encountering the wrong individuals. Moreover, Yao Xingtong had a point. If one were to truly understand what awaited after entering the yin-yang mystical pool, could they genuinely refrain from entering? Si Tu-Ching, having listened to their exchange, found herself momentarily bewildered. It dawned on her that to resolve the peril of the imbalance between yin and yang after entering the pool, they would need to rely on Luo Wei. Wouldn't that mean they were all? Avril turned her head, her cheeks flushed, interrupting Situ Ching's thoughts. Isn't it all this calamity's fault? What do you mean it's my fault? I am merely facilitating your journey. You know, if I had kept you in the dark, you would have been tormented by your doubts and hesitations. I did this for your own good, Yao Xingtong retorted. After all, we are good sisters. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me suffer alone. This is a splendid opportunity. Why not enjoy it together? Silence. Keep talking, and I shall tear your tongue out, Avril exclaimed. Her chest aching with frustration. It was true that she harbored feelings for Luo Wei, yet she had never considered interfering in his romantic life, nor had she envisioned that such entanglements would occur under such muddled circumstances. The most precious things in life had been lost, leaving her uncertain of her own feelings. Under the influence of the forces of yin and yang, she was devoid of any awareness within the cave. After Su Muching let out a piercing scream, she too swiftly lost consciousness, while Luo Wei remained acutely aware. The four renowned beauties of Deep Sea Academy, Yao Xingtong, the vivacious and lively one, Avril, the mature and capable, Situ Ching, the aloof and proud, and Su Muching, the innocent and genuine, each possessed their unique charms. No one could have imagined that one day they would all find themselves entangled in the same fate. If their admirers were to discover this, they would surely be driven to despair. 2 hours later, Luo Wei and Su Muching exited the cave one after the other. In contrast, Su Muching had already donned her clothing within the cave. Upon their emergence, they encountered 7 figures on the mountainside. In addition to Avril and the other 3 women, there were 3 additional women and 1 man. Luo Wei quickly recognized the man to be Xiaoqing along with his 3 companions. This fellow had quite a keen nose. Luo Wei sighed inwardly, recalling Xiaoqing's abilities. It was evident that he too had come in pursuit of the yin-yang mystical pool. However, after so many had partaken of its treasures, the essence of yin and yang within had diminished significantly. Whether it could catalyze a complete transformation for either of them remained in question, thus there was little to regret, now that they have emerged. Can we ascend? Xiaoqing asked, his expression stern as he regarded the 3 women before him. Had he not already confirmed that he could not overpower them, he would have acted decisively by now. Seeing Luo Wei and Su Muching appear, he could no longer restrain himself. Upon hearing his words, Avril and the others turned to look, and upon confirming Luo Wei and Su Muching's return, the 3 women stepped aside. Muching, let us go back. Yao Xingtong waved at Su Muching. Go ahead. You all return first. I'll follow shortly. Luo Wei nodded at Su Muching. Upon hearing this, Su Muching made her way toward Yao Xingtong and the others. Chapter 67. Laying traps. The 4 renowned beauties were each a vision of beauty and grace. Had circumstances been different, Xiaoqing would have relished the opportunity to engage them in conversation and forge connections, vying to add them to his harem. However, he was presently preoccupied with more pressing matters. In this world, nothing held greater significance than strength. After encountering Chu Fian, Xiaoqing had activated his talent once more. Glimpsing fragments of her newfound strength, based on the images he had seen, he quickly determined the direction and made his way there. But upon reaching the mountainside, he was intercepted by Avril and her companions. Xiaoqing had contemplated using force, but after Yao Xingtong inadvertently displayed a hint of her power, he promptly abandoned that notion, suppressing his agitation as he waited for over an hour. Now, seeing a path clear before him, he seized Wang Xiyu's hand and hastily dashed toward the summit. Gazing at the yin-yang mystical pool below, his eyes burned with intensity, his breath quickening. How did you discover there was an opportunity here? Luo Wei inquired. At this moment, every second Xiaoqing delayed entering meant a fraction more of the essence of yin and yang would dissipate. Luo Wei had no qualms about engaging him in conversation. Pure luck? Xiaoqing replied without lifting his gaze, preparing to leap into the pool. Yet, Luo Wei continued, if you 2 enter, what will happen to these ladies? Won't they face danger in this desolate wilderness? Xiaoqing's movements halted abruptly as he turned to regard the 2 women that were fine. Xiaoqing, you may proceed, one of the women assured him upon meeting his gaze. The other nodded, displaying their composure. Brother Luo, we bear no grievances against one another. If I have wronged you in the past, I hope you will not hold it against me, Xiaoqing stated earnestly. All good, Luo Wei nodded. In any case, feel free to go ahead. I will ensure the safety of your companions. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's expression darkened. What did he mean by feel free to go? Such words were rather irksome. However, the urgent matter of seizing the opportunity took precedence over everything else. Thank you, Brother Luo, Xiaoqing replied, Masking his irritation with a smile, he exchanged glances with the two women, nodded, and was about to leap when Luo Wei interrupted once more. Wait. Luo Wei's voice successfully halted their actions once again. What else is there? Brother Luo? Xiao Cheng asked. I have entered the Yinyang mystical pool before and possess some insights. Would you care to hear them? Luo Wei offered. Xiao Cheng's expression shifted as he considered the proposal. I would appreciate any guidance. Not so much guidance as mere experiences to share. Luo Wei waved his hand. To obtain the treasures within, one must have a male-female pairing. Only then can one seize the opportunity. Moreover, once inside, one must endure considerable tribulation. If your willpower is insufficient, you may not withstand it. Are you both prepared for this? Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's gaze fell upon Wang Xiu. I can manage. Wang Xiu nodded, displaying her fearlessness. Good courage. You have spirit. Luo Wei acknowledged, giving Wang Xiu a thumbs up. Thank you for the warning. Brother Luo, we shall proceed. Xiao Cheng stated, grasping Wang Xiu's hand. Hold on. Luo Wei interjected once more. Xiao Cheng paused, furrowing his brow, finally sensing something amiss. Brother Luo, why do you keep obstructing us? He asked coldly. Luo Wei shook his head lightly. Brother Xiao, you misunderstand. I merely wish to advise you that it would be prudent to bring extra clothing. Xiao Cheng's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Luo Wei, finding sincerity in his expression. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a couple of words through clenched teeth. Thank you. With that, fearing delay would lead to unforeseen changes, he took Wang Xiu's hand and leaped into the cave. Luo Wei watched them with a smile, then turned his gaze to the two women nearby. Both appeared to be in their 20s, possessing striking features. Upon meeting Luo Wei's gaze, they instinctively took a couple of steps back, their faces betraying a hint of wariness. What are your names? Luo Wei inquired. Li Jianing, Zhao Zihan, they replied. How long have you known Xiao Cheng? Luo Wei continued. Why do you ask that? Li Jianing responded coolly, her tone frosty. I'm merely curious. Just making conversation. Luo Wei smiled, unfazed by her demeanor. We encountered each other shortly after the apocalypse, Zhao Zihan interjected, gently tugging at Li Jianing's arm, subtly urging her to temper her tone. What did Xiao Cheng do before? How did he earn the admiration of you three lovely ladies? Luo Wei inquired with interest. He was previously a freelancer. Zhao Zihan replied diplomatically. Luo Wei feigned surprise, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. I find it hard to believe that someone of such unremarkable appearance could win the hearts of three stunning women. What sets him apart? Are you particularly interested in our affairs? Li Jianing sneered, her brow furrowing. Clearly, this woman was accustomed to her aloofness, and the apocalypse had not dulled her sharp edges. In response, Luo Wei lightly stepped forward, causing the solid black rock beneath them to crack with a resounding snap, fissures spreading beneath the two women's feet. They staggered, relying on one another for support to avoid falling. When they turned to Luo Wei, their faces were filled with terror, especially Li Jianing, who appeared significantly shaken. Before you presume to issue commands to me, I suggest you recognize your own position and refrain from adopting a condescending demeanor. Luo Wei stated. As Li Jianing was about to speak, Zhao Zihan suddenly tugged at her, preemptively saying, It is our fault. We should not have treated you rudely. We apologize. With that, she pulled Li Jianing along, compelling the latter to lower her proud head as well. Never mind. Luo Wei waved his hand dismissively, changing the subject. I merely feel it is a pity for both of you in terms of appearance and figure. Neither of you is inferior to Wang Xiu. Yet, it is evident that in Xiao Cheng's heart, your status is pale in comparison to hers. How so? Even Zhao Zihan, known for her good temperament, could not contain her irritation upon hearing Luo Wei's words and shot him an angry glance. I have witnessed Xiao Cheng being affectionate with Wang Xiu on several occasions, rather than with either of you. Luo Wei surveyed the two and continued, Moreover, regarding this opportunity, do you truly believe there is a place for both of you? Do not be naive. Xiao Cheng and Wang Xiu have already exhausted it. Impossible. Zihan, do not listen to him. This person harbors ill intentions. He is sowing discord. Li Jianing interjected. Whether he is sowing discord or speaking the truth, you shall see for yourselves. This opportunity will certainly not fall into your hands, Luo Wei said with a smile, then disregarded the changing expressions of the two women. People fear not a scarcity but an inequity. Luo Wei intended to plant a seed of discord within Xiao Cheng's harem. Even if the two women possessed an open-minded nature, indifferent to power and opportunity, Luo Wei would only be wasting a few words without incurring any substantial loss. However, judging by their expressions, the likelihood of them being indifferent was rather slim. It would ultimately depend on how Xiao Cheng would explain himself. Chapter 68. A return without reciprocity. Luo Wei could not forget that when he first met Xiao Qing, the latter had clearly harbored ulterior motives towards Chu Fian. Now that he had an opportunity to vex Xiao Cheng, Luo Wei was more than willing to do so. As the setting sun descended and the temperature dropped, even clad in beast hide, the two women trembled with cold. In stark contrast, Luo Wei appeared oblivious to the change in weather, seemingly unaffected. After reaching the blood-quenching realm, the weather had little impact on his body. As time passed, the two women frequently cast anxious glances towards the cave, revealing a hint of unease. It remained unclear whether they feared missing out on the opportunity or were concerned for Xiao Chang's safety. Finally, a strange sound emanated from the cave, followed by Xiao Chang leaping out. Luo Wei's eyes flicked over, and he could not help but smirk in disdain, having thought there was something impressive about Xiao Chang, only to find it utterly lacking and incomparable to his own abilities. His gaze then brightened as he noticed Wang Xiyu emerging behind Xiao Cheng, exclaiming with admiration, "What a splendid figure! No wonder Xiao Cheng is so fond of her." Ah! Wang Xiyu rushed out in a flurry, having assumed Xiao Cheng was in urgent need of assistance, not giving it much thought as she followed him out. To her surprise, she found herself caught in Luo Wei's gaze. Instinctively crossing her arms over her chest and letting out a startled gasp, Xiao Cheng was about to question Luo Wei when he froze, his attention shifting to Wang Xiyu, and his expression darkened as he hurried to shield her body. Observing this, Luo Wei quietly withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Since Brother Xiao has emerged, I shall leave my sister-in-law in your capable hands. I will take my leave." With that, he glanced at Li Jianing and Zhao Zihan, who were huddled together for warmth, and with a knowing tone added, "Remember my words. Should you ever need to enhance your strength, feel free to seek me out." After speaking, he departed swiftly, his speed so remarkable that he vanished from Xiao Cheng's sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao Cheng's pupils constricted slightly, and the words he had intended to say were swallowed back down. "What did he say to you two?" Xiao Cheng inquired, directing his gaze at Zhao Zihan and Li Jianing. The two, still frozen in shock, had only caught the gist of Luo Wei's parting words and looked utterly bewildered. "I ask you, what did that fellow Luo say just now?" Xiao Cheng demanded impatiently. "In nothing at all." The two women quickly shook their heads, having grasped his question this time. Sensing their response, a flicker of suspicion arose in Xiao Cheng's heart. However, seeing their current state, he felt a twinge of compassion. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Cheng declared, "Let us return." Return. The two were taken aback, glancing towards the cave behind Xiao Cheng. The energy inside had already been depleted. Upon witnessing their expressions, Xiao Cheng immediately understood their thoughts and retorted harshly, "This is now just an ordinary cave." Under normal circumstances, Xiao Cheng would not mind comforting the two, but presently, he was consumed by frustration and lacked the desire to do so. Depleted, Li Jianing and Zhao Zihan exchanged a glance. Realizing that Luo Wei had indeed spoken the truth, Xiao Cheng had not left them a single remnant of the opportunity. Unbeknownst to Xiao Cheng, the two women were reflecting on their thoughts, their expressions revealing their discontent. "I feel as though I could still improve, but the energy inside has run dry. If it weren't for that guy dragging me into endless chatter and wasting my time, I would surely have grown stronger," he lamented. Alas, it was just that little bit. Xiao Cheng's heart brimmed with frustration, wishing he could unleash a howl to vent his pent-up emotions. Moments before, he had truly considered confronting Luo Wei. Had it not been for Wang Xiyu's sudden scream, who knows, perhaps he would have not met his end. Now, as he regained his composure, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. The speed Luo Wei had displayed was far beyond his capabilities. He could see but a glimpse of the larger picture, realizing he was no match for Luo Wei at present. "Damn it, that fellow Luo, just you wait. All I wanted was your woman, you scoundrel. Ruining my opportunity and hindering my progress. I will not let this go unpunished." Xiao Cheng harbored deep resentment. Ching, how are we supposed to return like this? Wang Xiyu's voice, filled with indignation, broke through his thoughts. Xiao Cheng turned to her, and his ire flared even more. Not only had that Luo fellow disrupted their opportunity, but he had also seen his woman in such a state. Although he had not broken through his shackles this time, his strength had significantly increased, yet Xiao Cheng felt no excitement, only an overwhelming sense of frustration. "You too, do you not see that we are still exposed?" Xiao Cheng exclaimed, his irritation evident as he glared at the two trembling women. "Could you perhaps remove your outer garments and lend them to us?" The two women, taken aback, silently cursed him. "You bastard! Do you not see that we are about to freeze to death? How dare you ask us to strip down?" They thought bitterly, their minds involuntarily recalling Luo Wei's earlier words. It seemed that in Xiao Cheng's heart, Wang Xiyu indeed held greater significance. They were merely playthings, never truly considered. As they contemplated this, they reluctantly removed their outer garments and handed them over. Xiaocheng, oblivious to their true feelings, accepted the garments and haphazardly draped them over himself before turning to assist Wang Xiyu as well, though it was mostly an act of taking advantage. The two women perceived it differently. At that moment, the cold wind howled, and while they felt a chill on their skin, it paled in comparison to the icy dread rising within their hearts. Meanwhile, Luo Wei raced ahead, reaching the station convoy within 5 or 6 minutes. He swaggered back to his vehicle, but just as he was about to open the door, it swung open from the inside. A charming woman appeared at the threshold. Luo Wei's brow furrowed slightly as he took a step back, assessing the vehicle to ensure he had not made a mistake. Who are you? Why are you lurking around our vehicle? The woman regarded Luo Wei with suspicion. Mom, what is going on? Before Luo Wei could respond, a vibrant young girl emerged from behind the woman. Appearing to be around 18 or 19, she was youthful and radiant. Her face adorned with a youthful glow. Her clear, lively eyes fell upon Luo Wei, and with a slight wrinkle of her delicate nose, she asked, Mom, who is this person? Who are you? Why are you in my vehicle? Before the woman could respond, Luo Wei interjected, demanding answers. Your vehicle? The woman furrowed her beautiful willow-like brows. Isn't this the convoy's vehicle? How has it become yours? The girl, candid as ever, chimed in. Just then, the woman seemed to recall something and hastily grabbed her daughter's arm. Addressing Luo Wei, you must be Teacher Luo, right? I sincerely apologize. We are newly joined survivors in the group and truly have nowhere else to go. After the woman's explanation, Luo Wei finally grasped the situation. Cursing inwardly, damn Xiaocheng, that scoundrel. Why does he keep stuffing people into my vehicle, disturbing my peace? He certainly has no good intentions. The two women before him were both charming and graceful, given Xiaocheng's character. It was unlikely he would willingly share them, suggesting ulterior motives. Luo Wei could not believe that Xiaocheng would kindly send women his way, reflecting on how he had just laid a trap for Xiaocheng. He realized that this was indeed a case of reciprocity. Just you wait. Chapter 69. Gently lulling you to sleep. According to the two women, they were originally from Yunqing, 1,000 miles away. Returning home to visit family when they encountered heavy snow and became stranded here. Fortunately, the two individuals found themselves in a remote mountain village where the local customs were simple and unpretentious. Every household was well stocked with ample provisions, and after the heavy snowfall rendered the roads impassable, they enjoyed a period of relative comfort. Until a tragedy struck when someone succumbed to the cold. Turning into a corpse demon, the village's pigs, dogs, chickens, and ducks began to mutate, and awakened beings emerged, prompting the villagers to realize that this snowstorm was far more severe than they had initially perceived. Fortunately, the village was tightly knit, and with a small population, there were no instances of oppression or bullying. However, no matter how plentiful the food supplies were, they would eventually run out. As the villagers faced dwindling resources, Xiaocheng appeared, leading them to safety. Luo Wei could discern that the two women had yet to experience the darkness of the apocalypse. They still retained the innocence of peacetime and were immensely grateful to Xiaocheng for their rescue. Upon hearing their tale, Luo Wei inquired about the others in the vehicle. You must be referring to Teacher Chu and the young lady named Mu Cheng, the woman replied. They were called by the leader of the group for a meeting. It was Teacher Chu who informed me of your existence. She said that if you returned, I should let you know not to worry. Yeah, and the others are with them. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei nodded, knowing that given the current strength of the two women, he had no concerns for their safety within the group. All right, you may attend to your matters. I shall rest for a while, Luo Wei stated. After sending the two women away, he lay on the bed, feeling dejected, listening to the whispers not far off. His expression soured. It was only now that he truly understood how wise it had been for Chu Fei Yin not to unload the supplies from the vehicle initially. Although it had been cramped, at least they had a private space where he and Chu Fei Yin could do as they pleased. Now, with two more people around, it felt different, even if he were to disregard his own dignity and not care about anything. He still had to consider the two women. Damn it, Xiaocheng, I curse you to meet your end soon. How unfeeling. Luo Wei fumed internally. With a click, the vehicle door opened, and Chu Fei Yin emerged. Cradling Ye, followed closely by Su Mu Qing, the three appeared at the doorway. Your back. Luo Wei and Chu Fei Yin simultaneously caught sight of each other and spoke at once. Then exchanged a knowing smile. Luo Wei took the sleeping Ye from Chu Fei Yin and nodded at Su Mu Qing. Once the two women were seated, Luo Wei glanced inside the vehicle and remarked with irritation. What on earth is going on with those two? How could you agree to let them stay? And they moved directly into our vehicle. I didn't want to Chu Fei Yin replied helplessly. When Xiaoqing brought them, I intended to refuse and find them another place to stay. But that guy suddenly acted as if he had lost his mind and just dropped them off before running away. After hearing their story, I felt for the mother and daughter duo. They had it tough, and in a moment of impulse, I agreed to let them stay. You had a moment of impulse, but doesn't that mean our Mu Cheng has to suffer for it? Luo Wei said, wrapping his arm around Su Mu Cheng's slender waist, his hand shifting as he spoke. Our Mu Cheng is so delicate. If anyone discovers our relationship, what will happen then? Brother Luo, since you care for me, why not spend more time with Sister Fei Yin? Su Mu Cheng said, leaning against Luo Wei's embrace, playfully climbing higher in her suggestion. Wouldn't that mean leaving you alone in an empty room? How could I bear that? Luo Wei replied. You've been through enough today. Isn't that enough? Chu Fei Yin said, looking at Luo Wei with a teasing pout. You dare bring up today's events? Luo Wei remarked, casting a glare at the beautiful professor beside him. If the others find out about the role you played, how do you think they'll perceive you afterward? In that case, it seems you've truly succeeded, Chu Fei Yin said with a smirk, showing no signs of worry or guilt. If they truly hold a grudge against you, Luo Wei said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Chu Fei Yin. But before he could finish, she raised her hand to silence and I trust they won tea, Chu Fei Yin insisted, her soft hand gently resting on Luo Wei's lips, her voice firm and confident. They are rational individuals. Besides, their approach to you indicates their fondness. I merely facilitated things. They, like Mu Cheng, are good girls, and good girls deserve to be treated well. You are the man I have chosen. I have faith in your character. If possible, I hope you won't let them down. Mu Cheng, do you have any thoughts on this? Chu Fei Yin's watery gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Su Mu Cheng. Sister Fei Yin, what do you mean? Su Mu Cheng murmured, pressing Luo Wei's hand down. I'm suggesting that Brother Luo find you a few sisters. Do you have any objections? Chu Fei Yin proposed. Luo Wei's gaze shifted to Su Mu Cheng, eager to see her reaction. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Cheng's face betrayed a flicker of hesitation. As a normal woman, she naturally hesitated to share the man she adored with others. Yet, in an instant, she realized that Luo Wei had never belonged to her alone, and his cultivation required the assistance of others. I agree with Sister Fei Yin's arrangement. In this world, nothing is more important than enhancing one's strength. Only with sufficient power can one protect what they hold dear. Upon finishing her statement, her flawless face turned to Luo Wei, saying, Brother Luo, you can proceed without concern for me. I will never be a hindrance. Luo Wei gazed at the girl's earnest and resolute expression, smiling. Ever since the last time Fong Qinghan had tried to stand up for her, she had maintained her dignity despite her shyness. At that moment, this girl had captured his heart. Hearing her words now, her significance in his heart grew even stronger. Luo Wei released his arm from around Chu Fei Yin and gently cradled Su Mu Cheng's delicate face. Leaning in to tenderly, yet possessively, kiss her lips. Given that there were others present, and not just one, he refrained from being overly bold. He merely brushed his lips against hers before letting her go. Sigh. I wonder when this situation will come to an end. Luo Wei lamented, lying beside Chu Fei Yin and Yaya, a sigh escaping his lips. I have a way to prevent them from gossiping. Chu Fei Yin said, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. What's the plan? Luo Wei asked, intrigued. If you win both of them over, I guarantee they won't say a word, Chu Fei Yin declared confidently. Do you think of me as what, Chu? Luo Wei retorted angrily. His voice rose slightly, causing Yaya, who lay nearby, to grumble in discontent, her small body wriggling like a caterpillar, prompting Luo Wei to quickly lower his voice. Though I aspire to be a bit of a scoundrel, I'm not a complete pervert who seeks to conquer every woman. Chu Fei Yin was taken aback by Luo Wei's strong reaction. Her surprise evident as she stuck out her tongue and looked at him with her enchanting eyes, playfully asking, do you have a complex about maidenhood or something? How could that be? Luo Wei quickly denied, asserting, my feelings for you are genuine. Huffed, I was just joking with you, but enough of that. Let us sleep. Tomorrow holds many tasks ahead that you've upset me. Do you think I can sleep without you cheering me up? Luo Wei countered. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei Yin rolled her eyes at him, saying, then I'll use my hands to lull you to sleep. After Luo Wei nodded, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she extended her hands, gently patting Luo Wei's body, saying, sleep now. Really? Is this a joke? Chu Feiyin gazed at Luo Wei with an expression of astonishment, her brow furrowing as she remarked that humans are inherently social beings. each possessing their own uniqueness. If we were to sever ourselves from society, how would we survive? Would we truly rely on our own ingenuity for sustenance and shelter? She questioned. Luo Wei responded, what you speak of is hardly a concern. I currently possess a storage space that can provide ample resources for our family, enough to last until the end of time, but what if you tire of Mu Qing and me? Chu Fian teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she looked at Luo Wei. You must have faith in yourself. Luo Wei chuckled, adding, though the future is uncertain, I feel I shall never grow weary. I appreciate your candor, Chu Fian smiled, rising to plant a gentle peck on Luo Wei's lips, wrapping her arms around his neck. Away, you promised that I could express my thoughts freely in your presence, without any need for concealment. Do you remember? Indeed, Luo Wei nodded, his hands supporting Chu Fian's delicate waist. When you came to find me at the Deep Sea Academy Library, I spoke those very words. Then I shall speak plainly. Chu Fian stated that I do not wish to leave the group, not only because of my bond with Qing Han, but also because Yaya is still young. She needs to interact with a diverse array of people. Moreover, the glint of cunning flashed across her face as she continued, are you truly willing to part with Qing Han? She is the foremost goddess of the Deep Sea Academy, far surpassing me in popularity. Do you not wish to keep her close forever? And what of Avril, Sidu Qing, and Yao Xingtong? Can you truly let them go? I cannot, and yet, what does it matter? Can you charm Fang Qinghan into coming to me? Luo Wei scoffed. You claim nothing happened between you and Qinghan, yet your eyes gleam whenever I mention her. Feigning displeasure, Chu Fian retorted, I have not deceived you. Nothing indeed transpired between Fang Qinghan and myself. Luo Wei quickly defended. I merely perceive Fang Qinghan as my benefactor. It was because of her that you resolved to seek me out, leading to Mu Cheng's rather muddled affiliation with me. It was also due to her that Avril and Yao Xingtong approached me, thinking of me first upon learning of the Yinyang Xiantan. My current strength, along with my content family life, is entirely owed to Fang Qinghan. Come, let us extol the virtues of Principal Fang. If possible, I hope she can kill me a few more times, thus incurring a favor, and perhaps grant me some opportunities. So in your eyes, only Qinghan is virtuous while I am merely a manipulative villain? Chu Fian sighed, her expression one of melancholy and sorrow, evoking immediate sympathy. Alas, my choice of words was perhaps misguided, Luo Wei said, lightly slapping his own mouth in realization, then gazing at Chu Fian's delicate, fair face so near to him. You know I am not well read, so do not hold it against me. Humph, what if I insist on holding it against you? Chu Fian challenged. Luo Wei, aware that she was not genuinely upset, chuckled and replied, then I shall have to use my hands to bring you joy. With that, his hands from behind Chu Fian swiftly moved to her sides, giggling. No, that tickles, Chu Fian exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Her frozen demeanor melting away as bright laughter erupted from her rosy lips, echoing vibrantly within the dim confines of the vehicle. Coughing lightly, Yaya, who had been sound asleep, merely turned over, while a sharp voice from the adjacent compartment chimed in, clearly urging the two to lower their volume. Luo Wei was at a loss, contemplating whether to simply cast the two out. Away, it is late. Let us not disturb others' rest. Shall we attempt to circulate our vital energy and see if we can absorb the ambient energy of the world? Chu Fian suggested, noticing Luo Wei's gloomy expression. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei gazed at Chu Fian's alluring visage, swallowing hard and suppressing his desires as he resolved to arrange new accommodations for the two later. Agreed, Chu Fian replied that it is indeed quite inconvenient to have the mother and daughter duo here as the logistics officer. Though Chu Fian would never abuse her power for personal gain, she would not hesitate to act pragmatically when needed. While Luo Wei and Chu Fian practiced in the front, Sumu Cheng busied herself at the back. A night passed in silence. In the morning, Sumu Cheng traversed the compartment, approaching the front to find Luo Wei and Chu Fian waking simultaneously. Brother Luo, did you rest well last night? She inquired. Must you mention such things? Luo Wei shot her a glare, vexed. This girl was sharper than she appeared. Realizing her mischief, Sumu Cheng chuckled, sticking out her tongue playfully. Let us see how you bully others in the future. Just as Luo Wei prepared to warn her not to get too confident, a furious voice from next door erupted. What are you two chattering about so early? Can't anyone sleep in peace? It was the girl's voice, followed by the woman lifting the curtain that blocked their view, peering out with an apologetic smile. That I sincerely apologize. The child is still young and cranky. I am here to apologize on her behalf. Luo Wei, upon hearing this, merely shrugged, then replied with a smile. It's quite all right. It is natural for children to be heavy sleepers. Our fault for being too loud. Chu Fian and Su Mu Chung exchanged incredulous glances at Luo Wei's unexpected amiability. After enduring a night of frustration, it was unusual for anyone, especially Luo Wei, to respond so graciously to Chu Fian. Having consumed enough wisdom through the years, quickly discerned the phrase, to pamper someone to death. Chapter 71. Anger from embarrassment. The mother and daughter next door clearly led a life of luxury. Unscathed by the harsh realities of society, the girl was as innocent as a blank slate, oblivious to the struggles others faced, demanding silence while she slept soundly. Tea around 20 years old, such naivete was quite remarkable. And her mother seemed equally oblivious. Luo Wei, finding no merit in arguing with such individuals, opted to let them be, recognizing that the harsh world would inevitably teach them a lesson in humility. "Mom, can you please stop the noise?" The girl's petulant voice rang out once more. The woman, observing Luo Wei and the others, donned a sheepish smile, lowered the curtain, and retreated, murmuring softly to console the girl. Luo Wei's expression darkened slightly, yet a smile crept onto his face. Chu Fian shot him a reproachful glance, whispering as they exited, "Why bother with a girl who knows nothing of the world?" "Indeed, a mere 20-year-old girl is rather juvenile," Luo Wei conceded, shaking his head. "Let us not dwell on those two dimwits any longer." The trio awoke at 6, yet some had risen even earlier. In the dim moonlight, figures moved about, practicing punches and kicks, breathing heavily as sweat dripped down their brows. Luo Wei engaged in his own practice while attempting to circulate his vital energy, his eyes lighting up momentarily. The integration of these movements enhanced the efficacy of his energy circulation by at least 20% compared to mere meditation. He promptly shared this revelation with Su Mu Chung and Chu Fian. After over an hour of practice, Luo Wei felt invigorated and refreshed. Once their training concluded, he prepared to take his watch while Chu Fian had her duties, and Su Mu Chung tended to Yaya and prepared meals for the group. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Luo Wei was taken aback to see 5 girls before him. "Where are Avril and Sidu Qing?" he inquired. "They have been reassigned to other duties," an experienced team member explained. "These 2 new sisters are quite capable." Nodding, Luo Wei suspected that the pair might be avoiding him out of embarrassment, though it was equally plausible they were genuinely reassigned. Given their strength, teaming up with him would indeed be an overestimation of their abilities. Nevertheless, regardless of their reasons for leaving, Luo Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. "Does Teacher Luo not wish to team up with us?" the 2 newcomers asked, their expressions turning forlorn upon seeing his demeanor. "Of course not," Luo Wei replied, his frustration dissipating instantly. "I had a matter to discuss with them, but I will have to wait until after the mission. Now, shall we move on? Which of you lovely ladies would care to ride with me?" His words brightened the expressions of the younger girls, one of whom quickly mounted the snowmobile behind him, while the other looked on with regret. "Let us go." Luo Wei revved the engine, the snowmobile roaring to life as they sped away. Luo Wei was uncertain about the current strength of the zombies, having not encountered them in several days, and he found himself yearning for their presence. Unfortunately, they encountered none during their patrol, were the creatures now wiser or preoccupied with evolution? Regardless, the unknown posed a significant threat to humanity, and Luo Wei pondered this silently. After concluding the day's patrol duties, Luo Wei abruptly halted his steps as he passed by the lead vehicle of the convoy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his way directly toward the front car. Raising his hand, he was about to knock on the door when, to his surprise, it swung open with a click, revealing a pair of long, straight, and elegantly rounded legs. The interior of the vehicle was nearly a meter above the ground, so all Luo Wei could see from his vantage point outside was this pair of legs that seemed to extend far beyond the average human length. The delicate, translucent feet were clad in simple shoes, and the fair, slender ankles connected to calves resembling lotus roots, but all further view was obscured by loose white trousers. However, Luo Wei had witnessed the remarkable length, straightness, and allure of those legs just the day before, with the only regret being that he had not had the chance to touch them. Standing inside the vehicle, Fang Qinghan looked down at Luo Wei with an air of authority, her keen perception instantly detecting his gaze. Though she was clothed, under the intensity of his fiery stare, she felt as if she were laid bare, as if she had returned to the depths of an enigmatic abyss. "What do you want?" She steadied her nerves, suppressing her inner turmoil, and spoke in a chilling tone. "Do you believe me if I say I miss you?" Luo Wei replied, his eyes shifting from her legs, traversing her slender waist, past the towering peaks of her form, and finally resting upon her face. If there's nothing else, you might as well leave, she retorted, her demeanor unshaken by his words, as she prepared to close the door. Luo Wei, sensing her intent, quickly reached out to stop it, stating seriously, let us talk business. What is your current strength? Have you reached 20,000 pounds of power? Why do you ask this? Fang Qinghan questioned. Just a casual inquiry, Luo Wei chuckled. Your cultivation is personal privacy. Do you think I would divulge it? Fang Qinghan replied, both amused and exasperated. When Fian asked you, you didn't mention it was personal privacy. Did you? Luo Wei smirked at Fian and I are friends. What relationship do we share that warrants such disclosure? Fang Qinghan retorted, nearly laughing out of frustration. If you want to say it, then how about we find a place to spar? Luo Wei suggested. Are you implying a contest that could determine both victor and life or death? She inquired, drawing a bronze ancient sword into her grasp. Luo Wei as she began, but he interjected awkwardly, come on. Must the atmosphere be so tense? It's merely a friendly spar. Not interested, she declared, sensing the sword resonating with Luo Wei's presence, and promptly sheathed it, saying, if there's nothing else, then leave my sight immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Fine, where did Wei and Sidu Qing go? Luo Wei shifted the topic. Why do you want to know about them? I'll tell you this, Luo Wei, Mu Cheng has been harmed by you. And I have no words to express my thoughts. But do not even think about provoking Wei and Sidu Qing. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Fang Qinghan warned, her brow furrowing with agitation. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei almost revealed the truth to her, but managed to restrain himself in the end. What do you take me for? Wei and Sidu Qing are my team members, having executed missions together for so long. Isn't it reasonable for me to inquire when they leave quietly? Moreover, we now possess spatial treasures. Is it not logical to request supplies from Wei? Yet you, suddenly so agitated, seem rather irrational. Luo Wei regarded Fang Qinghan with a knowing smile. Continuing, could it be that you're concerned about us potentially becoming family in the future, and thus feel awkward upon encountering your former students? Nonsense. Who are you to suggest we are family? Fang Qinghan exclaimed, her fair visage flushing with indignation, and once more she unsheathed her bronze sword. Fuming, Wei is in the middle of the team with Yao Xingtong, and Situ Qing has gone to the rear. Unless you have something important, vanish from my sight immediately, or do not blame me for my rudeness. How about we find a deserted area to spar? Leave. With a resounding slam, Fang Qinghan forcefully shut the door of the vehicle. Once she confirmed Luo Wei had departed, she leaned against the door and let out a long sigh of relief. The encounter had been exceedingly perilous. Her heightened senses had faintly detected a threat of danger emanating from Luo Wei. Her instincts warned her that if they were to engage in a contest, the likelihood of her defeat was substantial. What would happen if she lost? Fang Qinghan dared not contemplate. Fortunately, her previous reputation still held sway, and Luo Wei was too wary to act recklessly against her, allowing her to narrowly escape a calamity. For the first time since the apocalypse, she felt a tangible threat, one she had unwittingly fostered herself. The thought of Luo Wei's gaze upon her sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, if she were to refine those two yin-yang lotus, gaining complete yin-yang inheritance, her strength would experience a significant surge. However, this would also mean she would inexplicably owe Luo Wei a debt. Initially, she had intended to bring him along to seek opportunities, hoping to resolve their grievances and leave no debts between them. Little did she expect their entanglement would grow ever more intricate. Unbeknownst to Luo Wei, he had missed a prime opportunity. Upon returning to his own vehicle, he found Su Mucheng had prepared a delectable meal. Though the dishes were commonplace home-cooked fare, Luo Wei relished them. Simplicity is the essence of life. A feast of lavish dishes is delightful on occasion, but can become tiresome if consumed too frequently. How fragrant! A soft voice chimed, as a disheveled head peeked out from beneath the curtain. Want to share a bite? I thought it was something exquisite. Turns out it's just a plate of stir-fried potatoes and some cabbage noodles. I am not eating that, the girl pouted, her expression one of disdain. Having been rescued by Xiao Cheng, she had overheard him speak of Luo Wei, painting him as a person of dubious character. Thus she held a prejudiced view of him. Luo Wei, upon hearing her words, only smiled wider. Not eating is even better. I was just worried you might become too familiar too quickly, which could complicate matters. He tore off a small piece of a fluffy white bun and offered it to Yaya, then began to eat heartily. Gurgle. The girl's stomach betrayed her, protesting loudly at the sight of Luo Wei enjoying his meal. Luo Wei, however, pretended not to notice. The girl's face flushed crimson, glancing at the steaming dishes, swallowing her saliva. But ultimately, feeling too shy after having just rejected Luo Wei, she quickly retreated behind the curtain. "Mom, what are we having for breakfast today?" she asked her mother, who was dressing nearby. The woman's expression stiffened at the question. After a moment's hesitation, she forced a smile, saying, "Be good, dear, let me go ask." "Okay. Hurry up, I want milk and bread," the girl replied eagerly. "All right." The mother nodded, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. "It's not even 8 yet. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? I'll be back soon." Before long, the woman emerged from behind the curtain and, seeing Luo Wei and the others seated together for breakfast, donned a modest smile, saying, "Please, Teacher Luo, keep an eye on my daughter. I'll be right back." "Not a problem. You go ahead. As long as she doesn't leave this vehicle, I assure her safety," Luo Wei responded with a smile. "Thank you, Teacher Luo. I'll return as soon as possible," the woman said softly. Then turned to leave. Luo Wei shook his head, finding the duo quite peculiar. The daughter was spoiled and rude, while the mother, though seemingly composed and educated, approached everything with an air of entitlement, as if her daughter's youth granted her immunity from criticism. Expecting everyone to cater to her whims, "Daddy," Yaya tugged at Luo Wei's sleeve, saying, "I don't like that aunt and sister." "Yaya, you mustn't be so impolite," Su Muching interjected quickly, signaling to Luo Wei that they were within earshot of others. The little girl's innocent voice was too loud to be concealed. Should it be overheard, a conflict might ensue. Luo Wei chuckled, ruffling the little girl's hair, then leaned down to whisper something in her ear, watching as her eyes gradually brightened with excitement. Not long after, Chu Fian returned. Su Muching hurriedly retrieved the meal she had saved for her. "Take your time eating. I'm going to look for a way," Luo Wei announced before standing up and leaving the vehicle. Brother Luo thinking, Su Muching pondered, observing Chu Fian with curiosity. Of course, Brother Luo must be thinking, after all, he is a man. What man isn't drawn to lust? Chu Fian laughed, serving Yaya a bite of food while glancing in the direction Luo Wei had departed. "However, do you think Wei's character would allow her to acquiesce?" She added that I'm not very familiar with Wei. Su Muching replied, "But she seems like the strong-willed type, appearing delicate yet possessing a resolute spirit. Moreover, given her genuine abilities and competence, she likely wouldn't stoop to mingling with us." "You little rascal. What do you mean by mingling? Are you looking down on us or on Brother Luo?" Chu Fian teased playfully. "Not at all. I'm merely stating facts that we have been raised with the belief in gender equality and monogamy. Altering such deeply ingrained views may prove difficult, especially for someone like Wei, who is a paragon of excellence." Su Muching explained earnestly that you're right. For Luo Wei to win Wei's heart, it surely won't be an easy task. Chu Fian concluded, turning her gaze to Su Muching with curiosity. "What about you? How have you suddenly accepted the situation? Is it out of necessity, a resigned choice, or have you genuinely fallen for Brother Luo?" Upon hearing this, Su Muching's expression turned blank, caught in a moment of contemplation. After some contemplation, she shook her head and remarked, "Perhaps it encompasses both, or perhaps neither. However, regarding Louis Jean, I am quite certain of my feelings. I find myself rather content with my current life, whether it be Brother Luo or Sister Fian. Both have treated me with great kindness. I harbor no grand ambitions. As long as Brother Luo does not disdain me, and Sister Fian does not harbor any ill feelings towards me. Once I return to see my parents, I shall cling to you for life, becoming your ever-loyal shadow. Why? You are the apple of Brother Luo's eye. Who would dare let you be a shadow?" Chu Fian laughed upon hearing this, secretly marveling at Luo Wei's fortunate circumstances. Not only had he been chosen by her, but he had also encountered such a pure and genuine girl as Su Muching. "If I am Brother Luo's little treasure, then Sister Fian, are you not Brother Luo's greatest treasure?" Su Muching retorted playfully. "What about me? Am I not included?" Yaya blinked her large eyes, gazing adorably at the two adults. Suddenly interjecting, the conversation between the two adults was as incomprehensible to her as a foreign language, yet the last few remarks were evidently within her understanding. Chu Fian and Su Muching exchanged glances, their faces unable to contain their smiles, and in unison declared, "You are Of course, the treasure of us all. Hee hee. Yaya is the heart's darling upon hearing this. Yaya's face immediately blossomed into an innocent and joyful smile. Ah, could you perhaps lower your voices a tad? It's quite noisy. Just then, from the adjacent space, a disgruntled voice rang out. Startled by the sudden noise, Yaya quickly burrowed into Chu Fian's embrace, seeing her precious daughter frightened to the point of being quivering. Chu Fian's fair complexion turned a shade of pale. Her ample bosom heaved as she struggled to suppress her rising anger for quite some time, ultimately joining Su Muching in softly comforting the frightened Yaya. In her heart, she resolved that this mother-daughter duo must not be allowed to remain. Chapter 73. Let us observe what unfolds. Luo Wei proceeded forward, casually inquiring about his whereabouts, and soon discovered the vehicle where Avril and Yao Xintong resided. Regrettably, both Avril and Yao Xintong refused to see him. After explaining his intentions, Avril waved her hand, tossing a mountain of supplies from the vehicle. Luo Wei hurriedly collected these provisions to prevent any unnecessary chaos or looting. Some onlookers, witnessing the supplies appear and vanish, merely assumed they had imagined it. If Teacher Luo has no other matters, it would be best to take your leave, Avril's voice called out from within the vehicle. Luo Wei was left speechless and unwilling to persist in his pursuit. He turned and took a glance at Sidu Qing, only to discover she had just stepped out on duty, although he contemplated waiting. The peculiar stares from those around him dissuaded him from doing so, as he feared his presence might tarnish Situ Qing's reputation. Resigned, Luo Wei retraced his steps as he passed by the vehicle of Avril and Yao Xintong. He caught a distant glimpse of Yao Xintong's petite and charming figure. Recalling her ample and graceful physique, he intended to approach, but she spotted him and swiftly slipped back inside the vehicle. Luo Wei. Ultimately, he could only return the way he came. What happened? You looked disheartened. You weren't turned away, were you? Chu Fian teased, observing the man's sour expression. Are you pleased by this? Do you dare to believe I shall have you sobbing on the floor tonight? Luo Wei threatened fiercely. Pulling Chu Fian into his embrace, the blush crept across her face as she was about to caution him that Yaya was still nearby when, suddenly, the car door creaked open. A charmingly attractive woman emerged, her face displaying traces of fatigue and embarrassment. Upon seeing Luo Wei and Chu Fian in an embrace, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry for interrupting. Not at all, Chu Fian replied hastily, breaking free from Luo Wei's grasp and smoothing her disheveled bangs. The woman, noticing this, hastily entered the vehicle. The morning air was still quite chilly, and dressed in ordinary attire. She was undoubtedly freezing. Once inside the warmth of the vehicle, she let out a long sigh of relief as she passed by Luo Wei and Chu Fian. They distinctly heard her mutter, "How shameless." Under normal circumstances, a woman's voice would be muffled and inaudible, but both Luo Wei and Chu Fian had reached the blood refinement realm, with extraordinary physiques, allowing them to hear her faintly uttered complaint with clarity. Chu Fian, upon hearing this, felt an urge to vanish into the ground. Clearly, the woman's words were a jab at her and Luo Wei's earlier actions. Wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Luo Wei's expression darkened as he called out to the woman. What is it? She asked, looking at Luo Wei. I just gathered some supplies outside and need to store them in your vehicle. I will secure another place for you. You want us to leave? On what grounds? The woman retorted. As far as I know, this vehicle is public property, not reserved for whoever arrives first. As soon as Luo Wei finished speaking, a disheveled girl clad in cartoon pajamas stormed out angrily. You are correct. This vehicle is indeed public property and not personally owned. Therefore, as compensation for you vacating this place, I can offer each of you a sausage and a cup of instant noodles. Humph. What do you take us for? That we would be satisfied with just a sausage and a cup of noodles, the girl began, but her words were swiftly interrupted by the woman. We will move. But could you possibly offer a bit more food? A cup of noodles and a sausage is simply too little, the woman pleaded, appearing quite pitiful. Clearly, after a brief excursion outside, she had realized the value of food. Very well, I will add a pack of biscuits for you, Luo Wei conceded amiably. Since he had endured up to this point, he did not mind allowing this mother-daughter duo to take a little extra. The girl attempted to argue several times, but was silenced by her mother's glare. Although the woman desired more, she hesitated to speak up upon seeing Luo Wei's robust physique. During her brief outing, she had observed how others regarded her with disdain for attempting to purchase food with money. and they had explicitly suggested alternative methods of exchange. She then realized the world had changed, and money had become worthless. Fearing she might become greedy, Luo Wei intensified his offer. Truth be told, the woman was quite clever, though somewhat oblivious. Luo Wei waved his hand and directly handed over 2 cups of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and a pack of biscuits to the woman. We are 2 people, so each of us gets a sausage and a cup of noodles. Why is there only 1 pack of biscuits? The girl protested boldly. Hearing this, Luo Wei merely chuckled, acknowledged his oversight, and produced another pack of biscuits. Receiving the food, the woman's expression softened somewhat. At least the immediate crisis had been averted. However, the daughter remained unsatisfied. Puffing up like a little rooster and glaring at Luo Wei that he paid her no mind. Compared to ordinary people, ability users were entirely another species, aside from superficial resemblances. Moreover, Luo Wei was now at the blood refinement realm. Frankly, with a single shout, he could easily incapacitate the 2 of them, but it hardly seemed worth the effort. Merely 2 ants, he considered it all a source of amusement. Luo Wei looked forward to their future behavior. Chu Fian wore a genuine smile, warmly inviting the 2 to leave. She personally found them a vehicle with a more pleasant environment. How did it go? They didn't cause a fuss, did they? Luo Wei inquired, grinning as Chu Fian returned. The mother was tolerable, but the daughter, Chu Fian, shook her head, sensing that it would not be long before the girl faced the consequences of her actions, possibly dragging her mother down with her. Enough of those peculiar individuals. Let us rearrange the vehicle, Luo Wei suggested with a smile, retrieving some supplies from his storage ring, and the 3 of them set to work. Daddy, isn't it spacious in here? Why are we placing all these things? Yaya asked curiously from the side, her fair little face clouded with displeasure as she watched her play area shrink. These are all items we will need in the future. Moreover, if we don't have them, that annoying sister and auntie of yours will come back to stay, Luo Wei explained. He certainly would not disclose to Yaya that the primary reason for storing these supplies was to prevent her from encountering certain items that would be detrimental to her growth. Upon hearing that as long as these items were present, that bothersome auntie and sister would not return, Yaya's frown vanished instantaneously, and she rolled up her sleeves, eagerly pitching in to assist. The 3 adults chuckled and shook their heads at Yaya's enthusiastic demeanor, but none deterred her. Due to the constraints of their environment, Yaya had been confined to the vehicle for an extended period. Rarely experiencing the outside world, that it was a rare opportunity for her to be so joyful, and they all cooperated with her. After over an hour of bustling about, the 4 of them, 3 adults and 1 child, finally restored the vehicle to its original state as it had been when Su Muching first moved in. Phew, it's finally done. Yaya wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at their laborious achievement with satisfaction. Her small, adorable demeanor evoked laughter from the trio. Had it not been for her meddling, they would have finished much sooner. Let us have some water. Chu Fian waved her hand, and a clear stream of water appeared out of nowhere, filling 3 cups, which she then presented to them. Chapter 74. Wu Fei having seen off the mother and daughter duo. Luo Wei finally felt free to express himself. After a brief nap, Yi eagerly pulled Luo Wei and Su Mucheng to practice together through the tempering of the yin-yang mystic pool. Su Mucheng's strength experienced a remarkable enhancement, allowing her to train alongside Luo Wei without him worrying about injuring her. Consequently, their training not only became more efficient, but also more harmonious, yielding results that far surpassed their previous efforts. Previously, their combined strength would increase by a mere 300 to 500 pounds after a session, but now, it felt as though they had gained 800 to 900 pounds with each practice. This rate of improvement was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Regrettably, this particular technique could not be sustained continuously. Otherwise, within 3 days, he would have been able to invite Fang Qinghan to join them in their training. After each session, Chu Fei Yin and Su Mucheng needed 3 days to recuperate before they could train again. Thus, Luo Wei had to restrain himself to training with 1 person each day. This way, he could joyfully continue with another person the following day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. That morning, after finishing his patrol duties, Luo Wei joined Chu Fei Yin, the early leaving Su Mucheng, and Yiya for a meal. Suddenly, 2 figures stumbled towards them, vaguely accompanied by muffled cries. Bang! 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 The car door was being pounded frantically. Chu Fei Yin cast a troubled glance at Luo Wei. Frowning, Luo Wei assured her, "Enjoy your meal. I will handle this." With that, he set down his bowl and chopsticks and opened the car door. "Who are these mad women?" Luo Wei declared, his gaze cold as he regarded the two disheveled women. "You, step aside. We want to return to our original compartment." The younger woman, with a flushed face marred by handprints, pointed accusingly at Luo Wei. "Your compartment?" Luo Wei retorted, swatting her hand aside and stepping out of the carriage. His towering stature imposed a significant sense of pressure, causing both women to instinctively retreat, leading one to stumble and fall. "Does this compartment bear your names?" Luo Wei asked, bemused. "Teacher Luo, I sincerely apologize. These two are insufferable. My sisters simply couldn't refrain from teaching them a lesson." One girl stepped forward from the onlookers, her face apologetic. "We patrol in shifts, and inevitably, some return at night, causing a ruckus." That girl just wouldn't stop her incessant chatter. And the woman kept apologizing without ever mentioning her daughter. "We endured them for your sake, Teacher Chu and Teacher Luo. But today we simply couldn't hold back any longer. Indeed, everyone is born of parents. No one is more noble than another. You have done well." Luo Wei nodded at the girl that I in our ranks. "No one is permitted to lose their life. If they dare to chatter again, feel free to teach them another lesson without regard for my or Teacher Chu's presence." "We are not acquainted with them. We're not going back. We want to return to our own compartment," the young girl exclaimed, panic rising in her voice as she attempted to climb back into the car. "If you wish to return to this vehicle, you may do so, but I won't ask for any interest. Simply return what I provided to you, intact." Luo Wei stepped forward, blocking her path. "Teacher Luo, I apologize. Everything is our fault. Please, just let us back on the car," the woman pleaded, a clear handprint visible on her elegant face. Just then, the car door opened behind Luo Wei, and Chu Feiyin emerged. "Teacher Chu, you are kind-hearted. We were wrong in the past. Please, let us back in," the woman exclaimed, looking at Chu Feiyin as if she were a savior. "Sorry, there are rules in our ranks that I have already helped you enough. It is you who failed to appreciate it." Chu Feiyin shook her head. "What a nice thing to say. What have you done for us? Giving us 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and 2 packs of biscuits was merely to drive us away from the compartment," the girl retorted, her discontent evident, as if she had been gravely wronged. Yet, upon hearing her words, many present perked up. Resources were scarce, and countless ability users were struggling to find enough to eat. Yet these 2 ordinary women had biscuits, instant noodles, and sausages. The crowd instinctively licked their lips, their faces revealing signs of longing. The woman noticed the reactions of those around her and realized just how precious the food Luo Wei had given them truly was. "Oh, you know who they are?" Chu Feiyin pointed to a nearby girl, not waiting for the flustered young woman to respond. "Her name is Zhang Qian, 21 years old, a third-year student at the Deep Sea Academy." Why are you saying this?" the girl protested. Chu Feiyin, however, paid her no mind and continued. "In the 2 months since the apocalypse began, Zhang Qian and her classmates have faced countless battles, sustaining 3 serious injuries and over 10 minor ones, just to gain access to that vehicle. A few days ago, her 2 roommates perished. They were not much older than you. With a vacancy in that vehicle, and being a woman with a child, I felt pity for your mother, which is why I arranged for you to stay inside." "You dare claim you helped us? You arranged for us to stay in a place where someone died. You," the girl began, her voice shrill, but before she could finish, Chu Feiyin raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. With a sound, the girl spun and crashed 3 meters away. "Teacher Chu, why bother arguing with a child?" a voice suddenly broke in, and a tall, handsome young man stepped out from the crowd. As he spoke, he crouched down to help the girl up, brushing her hair aside with a pained expression. "Look at what you did to her. She's bleeding." Wu Fei. Luo Wei recognized the man. He recalled the first meeting with Chu Feiyin at Fang Qinghan's tent, where this bespectacled gentleman had tried to drive him away, only to be made a mockery of by Fang Qinghan. After such a long silence, they finally met again. Luo Wei raised his hand to stop Chu Feiyin from speaking, instead smiling as he said, "Since Mr. Wu is so compassionate, why not take them back with you to care for them?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fei genuinely appeared to contemplate the suggestion. He then looked at the 2 women and said, "Would you ladies be willing to return with me? I have a spacious and clean place, and I assure you, you won't suffer any grievances." The woman, having eaten for over a decade longer than her daughter, though somewhat naive, understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. She was about to refuse when her daughter preemptively made a decision for her. "Thank you, uncle. You clearly are a good person. Unlike some who appear human but have a beastly heart, the girl stood beside Wu Fei, glaring fiercely at Luo Wei. Seeing this, Chu Fei Yin could no longer contain herself and raised her hand to strike. However, Wu Fei stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of the girl. Chapter 75. Traffic Rules Ungrateful. Another voice suddenly rang out. A tall, handsome youth emerged from the crowd, addressing the mother and daughter protected by Wu Fei. Do you know how tense the living conditions are right now? Many people are taking turns resting in a single vehicle, yet you come here and expect to have a fixed place to stay. While still being picky, Zhao Qingfeng, what do you want? Wu Fei asked, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. I simply cannot stand the ungratefulness of certain individuals. What? Do you have an issue with that? Zhao Qingfeng replied boldly, if you want to argue, take it elsewhere. Don't make yourselves a nuisance here. Luo Wei interjected, frowning. Wei. Chu Fei Yin tugged at Luo Wei's sleeve, signaling him not to indiscriminately attack. Ignoring her gesture, Luo Wei clenched his fist, and flames erupted around him. 2 to 3 meters away, both Zhao Qingfeng and Wu Fei felt a slight burn from the heat and instinctively stepped back from Luo Wei. Get lost. I want to say it a second time. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei shot Luo Wei a deep glare before angrily sweeping away his sleeves and departing. The girl quickly pulled her mother along to follow him. The woman turned to glance back at Luo Wei and Chu Fei Yin. Her lips parted in hesitation for a long moment before finally following in her daughter's footsteps. Teacher Luo. Zhao Qifeng began, but Luo Wei simply waved his hand, sending a thud through the air as Zhao Qifeng was flung backward, crashing into the onlookers. Everyone disperse, Luo Wei commanded, and the crowd instantly scattered like birds taking flight. Ah Wei, why are you so irritable? Wu Fei I can understand, but Zhao Qingfeng. Once they returned to the vehicle, Chu Fei Yin looked at Luo Wei in confusion, before she could finish her sentence. Luo Wei cut her off. Zhao Qifeng likes men. What do you mean? Chu Fei Yin was taken aback. Luo Wei, suppressing his disgust, reiterated, I mean he has an attraction to men. What are you implying? After pondering for a while, Chu Fei Yin met Luo Wei's gaze, her bright face struggling to stifle a laugh. Are you saying he likes you? Please don't say such revolting things. Luo Wei rolled his eyes in exasperation. That's not it. I recall that when Zhao Qifeng first arrived at school, he boldly confessed his feelings to Qing Han. Could it be that he is bisexual? Chu Fian remarked. Who knows? Perhaps his grand declaration of love for Fang Qing Han was merely a facade to conceal his unconventional preferences. Luo Wei responded. Indeed, although Zhao Qingfeng has maintained an excellent reputation at school, I have yet to hear of him dating any girl. Chu Fian added. Why are we gossiping about this? Let us refrain from mentioning that fellow again. Luo Wei said. Hiki, I simply find it amusing. Chu Fian chuckled and turned to Su Muching, saying, Muching, it seems our judgment is quite astute. Our dear Wei possesses the charm to captivate both men and women. Indeed, brother Luo's allure is truly remarkable. Su Muching nodded in agreement. Are you both praising me or repulsing me? Luo Wei's handsome face darkened, feeling more annoyed than flattered by their compliments. Brother Luo. What does it feel like to be liked by a man? Su Muching asked playfully. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian also displayed a curious expression. Want to know? Luo Wei smiled slightly, reaching out to pat Yaya's head and said, Yeah. Dear, could you help your mommy and daddy tidy up the dishes? I need to discuss something with your mother and Aunt Muching in the back. Okay, I will complete the task daddy assigned. Yaya replied, sensing something amiss. Chu Fian and Su Muching were about to slip away, only to be caught by Luo Wei, who said, Aren't you curious about what it feels like to be liked by a man? I am a man. Come on, let's go to the back of the car, and I will tell you. The three adults moved to the back of the car, leaving a little girl squatting by the basin, alternately gazing at the oxen pulling the cart and the swaying dishwater, with a puzzled expression. Mommy, our car is moving forward. Why was the water swaying back and forth just now? The little girl asked innocently, looking at Chu Fian as she emerged from the back of the car. It must be because the road is uneven, Chu Fian replied, casting a glare at the person beside her who was snickering. Then gently speaking to her daughter. Hey, Weier, this is Chu Fian. Please respond if you receive this. Chu Fian contacted Avril via the car's radio. I'm Avril. Is there something you need? Teacher Chu? Came Avril's voice from the other end of the radio. Chu Fian, being astute, immediately detected a hint of awkwardness in Avril's tone. She glanced at Luo Wei and cheerfully said, I wanted to ask for your assistance. Upon hearing this, Avril visibly relaxed. Whatever you need. Teacher Chu, just let me know. There's no need for formality. Avril replied. All right, I'll be direct. Today, Wu Fei took 2 people from me, and the vehicle he resides in is near you. Please keep an eye on them with Tong Tong, and make sure Wu Fei doesn't team mistreat them. Just as Chu Fian finished speaking, the communicator was seized by Luo Wei. Avril, this is Luo Wei. If you find that Wu Fei is indeed acting excessively, inform me immediately, and I will handle it personally. Luo Wei stated. As fellow women, and both with children, Chu Fian merely wished for those 2 women to recognize their reality swiftly. She did not genuinely intend to harm them. Thus, she sought Avril's assistance. Hearing her conversation with Avril, Luo Wei suddenly realized he might seize this opportunity to deal with Wu Fei. Avril, are you listening? Luo Wei called out after a pause, but there was no response from the other end. He inquired, are you there? I'm here. I'm listening. If I notice anything unusual, I'll inform you right away. I have something else to attend to, so I'll hang up now. After saying that, the communication ended. Although they had not witnessed it firsthand, both Chu Fian and Luo Wei could sense the panic of the person on the other end. Such a naive girl could only exist within the confines of school. Wei, regardless of whether you and she end up together, as a man, you must treat her well, Chu Fian advised. Naturally, I must heed my wife's orders, Luo Wei replied with a serious expression. Words from a man are often deceptive. If my words were truly so effective, I would have called for a stop earlier. Yet did you hear me? Chu Fian pouted. Did you call for a stop? Luo Wei scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chu Fian, Mommy and Daddy, what are you talking about? Yaya asked, bewildered, looking at the 2 adults. Chu Fian, gazing at the adorable visage of the little girl, intended to say that adults should not be interrupted by children, but found herself unable to voice it. Hee, Daddy and Mommy are discussing traffic rules. Luo Wei said. I know that. I'll teach you. Red light means stop, green light means go, yellow light. Chapter 76. Future circumstances. The night was inevitably dark and chilly, and the journey ahead was fraught with calamity. The planets were off course, and the moon had eloped. The moonlight spilled over the earth like liquid silver as a group sat huddled in the snow, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the papers in hand. The good news is that the bitter cold has receded. The bad news is manifold. Extreme heat is soon to descend, yet our supplies of food and potable water are dwindling. Furthermore, the evolution of the undead has become apparent to all. They have not only developed intelligence, becoming more cunning and ferocious, but they have also evolved into different branches. This is one I captured outside. It has grown a pair of fleshy wings and can currently glide short distances with a running start. However, it is evident that as it continues to evolve, it may very well be capable of flight like a bird. According to official reports, the dead can no longer be referred to as the undead. They now call themselves the demon race. Besides the flying variety, there are also crawling types, giants, and a breed specifically born for battle known as bone demons. In addition to these common demons, the authorities have discovered a more powerful and enigmatic breed, referred to by ordinary demons as kings or emperors. These kings and emperors are the natural leaders among the demons, possessing not only higher intelligence, but also means that are truly unfathomable. As Feng Qinghan's voice resonated, the atmosphere in the room grew even more somber. Everyone understood the implications of the undead's transformation. One undead creature is not frightening. An undead creature that relishes being a sixth wheel is also not terrifying. What is truly alarming is an undead creature that possesses intelligence and delights in being a sixth wheel. However, it is now more appropriate to refer to them as demons or the demon race. The great strength of the demon race is not inherently frightening. Possessing intelligence is not inherently frightening either. What is truly terrifying is that they have gained intelligence and now have leaders who understand how to unite all their forces. This is the true catastrophe for humanity. This blizzard has claimed at least a third of the population. Even if only half of them were to transform into undead and evolve into demons, that would amount to a staggering 10 to 20 billion. Yet, how many awakened individuals exist among humans? According to imprecise estimates, approximately 1 in 5 or 6 people awakens their abilities, unlocking their genetic shackles to gain extraordinary powers. Thus, the number of humans with supernatural abilities pales in comparison to that of the demon race. Initially, it was believed that the end of the world brought about by the blizzard was sufficiently difficult. Now it seems that this so-called end was merely an appetizer. Principal Feng, with the path ahead so arduous and filled with unknown dangers, why should we still take the risk to move forward? Frankly, with our numbers, it would be better to find a place and establish our survivor base rather than venture forth into peril. A middle-aged man stood up and looked at Feng Qinghan, saying, Principal Feng, could you provide us with some clarity about what lies ahead? Even if we must meet our demise, I wish to do so with my eyes closed. Fang Qihan regarded the man, paused for a moment, then scanned the surroundings before gently exhaling a breath of turbid air and said, "All right, since you all wish to know, I shall tell you." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, filled with an uncontrollable excitement as they gazed at Fang Qihan, that on the very first day that the national information was transmitted, everyone was encouraged to migrate as far inland as possible. Fang Qihan's objective had always been clear, to head inland. Would the answer finally be revealed at this moment? Everyone was filled with anticipation, though this did not include the few, like Luo Wei, who were already aware of the truth. Since the onset of the celestial upheaval, many paradisiacal realms have appeared among the famed mountains and rivers, places of exquisite beauty, a true utopia. Not only are these locations suitable for human habitation, but they are also filled with rare treasures that can enhance individual strength. Fang Qihan stated, "These paradisiacal realms are primarily located inland, which is why I am leading everyone there." Upon hearing this, apart from Luo Wei and a few others, many could not restrain their eager gazes, their minds racing with thoughts. "Teacher Fang, our pace with over 20,000 people is far too slow." One person could not help but speak up. "Since the authorities have already discovered the existence of these paradisiacal realms, we should seize the opportunity and rush ahead to seek our fortunes. Otherwise, if we continue at this slow pace, we may end up with nothing." "What do you mean?" Fang Qihan inquired, regarding the young man who spoke. "Principal Fang, rest assured, I do not wish to abandon the ordinary people. I think we can split into two groups. Dispatch a portion of the powerful awakened individuals as an advance team to secure one of the paradisiacal realms for us." The young man said passionately as he stood up, "That is indeed a feasible plan." Fang Qihan contemplated for a moment, then nodded. "Your name is Lin Dong, correct?" Upon hearing Fang Qihan's acknowledgement of his name, Lin Dong's face instantly displayed a hint of excitement. Gazing upon Fang Qihan's extraordinarily beautiful visage, he felt as though he held a unique place in the goddess's heart, different from others. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to engage her in conversation, Fang Qihan continued, suggesting that he might as well be the one to carve out a new paradise for them. "Very well," Lin Dong exclaimed, thumping his chest with determination, his head held high, his face aglow with fervor. "I, Lin Dong, shall not disappoint Principal Fang's high expectations." Fang Qihan nodded, as if indulging a simpleton, her gaze drifting away from him to survey the crowd. While the chance to discover a paradise is enticing, it is fraught with peril. Is there anyone willing to accompany Lin Dong and contribute to the growth of our team? "I will go. I will join as well." As soon as Fang Qihan finished speaking, more than half of those present rose to their feet. Clearly, once they had caught wind of the opportunity for a paradise, their thoughts had shifted far from the team's cohesion. In a corner, Luo Wei and Chu Fian exchanged glances, puzzled by Fang Qihan's maneuver. It could be argued that allowing these individuals to leave was a means of eliminating unstable elements within the team. However, with so many high-ranking members departing, it was evident that none of them would go alone, thereby significantly diminishing the team's combat capability. Despite Fang Qihan's formidable strength, she was but one person. The issue of sustenance for so many would soon arise. Chu Fian gently squeezed Luo Wei's hand, feeling the delicately soft touch. Luo Wei turned to look at her, their eyes meeting, as Chu Fian's glistening, ruby lips silently urged him not to worry. Seeing this, Luo Wei felt a sense of relief wash over him and shook his head. The person who understood Fang Qihan best was right beside him. If Chu Fian was untroubled, why should he fret unnecessarily? "You may all proceed, but the means of transport must remain. After all, you are all superhumans, with adaptability far superior to that of ordinary individuals," Fang Qihan declared. "Agreed. We are racing against time and seizing opportunities. Vehicles would only hinder our speed. I shall travel light, taking only essential survival supplies, while leaving the remaining resources for the team," Lin Dong asserted, immediately standing to express his agreement. His words resonated with the others, who concurred that since this journey was about expediency, excessive belongings would merely become a burden, making it wiser to leave supplies for Fang Qihan, thereby forging a bond of goodwill. One by one, the individuals expressed their willingness to contribute generously, determined to leave the majority of their resources for the team, with the bulk of the supplies now in the hands of these leaders. Their unexpected generosity alleviated the immediate food shortage for the group. A rare smile graced Fang Qihan's exquisitely pale face as she produced a map, patiently explaining to them which regions among the famed mountains and rivers were less perilous and more likely to yield rewards. Chapter 77. The subtle strategy. This journey is fraught with danger. I can only wish you all a triumphant and safe passage from here. With all arrangements settled, Fang Qihan offered her heartfelt blessings to the dozen or so individuals. No one was foolish. Initially, some may have acted impulsively in a fit of enthusiasm, but now, even the dimmest among them understood the gravity of the situation. They had been ensnared in Fang Qinghan's scheme. Perhaps she had long intended for them to depart, merely using the news of the paradise as a convenient pretext. Though all speculated that they might have been manipulated, none expressed regret over their decisions. Given Fang Qinghan's character, she would never use a matter of life and death as a ruse. They were all ambitious individuals. Following Fang Qinghan was a reluctant choice, but now that they had heard of the paradise, they recognized it as an opportunity to transform their fortunes, with dangers ahead. They preferred to seize their own destinies rather than follow Fang Qinghan alongside a group of ordinary people. It could be said that Fang Qinghan had deftly grasped their psychological inclinations. What confounded them, however, was how the team's defensive capabilities would plummet with so many strong members gone, leaving them to wonder how Fang Qinghan would manage in such a scenario. A mix of schadenfreude, confusion, and a tinge of concern swirled among the departing individuals, yet few hesitated in their exit. What's the matter? Why the long faces? Fang Qinghan inquired with a smile, addressing the few who remained. Those who stayed were mostly graduates from Deep Sea Academy. With only 2 exceptions, Principal Fang, their departure will undoubtedly take away many strong individuals. While the supplies they leave behind may alleviate our immediate food shortages, what will we do in the future? An elderly man with graying hair lamented. Where there's a will, there's a way. We've persevered through so many challenges thus far. Go back and reassure your subordinates. They must remain calm. Tomorrow will surely be brighter. Fang Qinghan replied. The old man hesitated, wanting to say more, but Fang Qinghan waved her hand, insisting, return and do as I say. If anyone feels unsafe staying with the team, they are free to leave. I will not interfere. Hearing this, the remaining individuals could only resign themselves to silence, leaving with their heads hung low. Luo Wei, Chu Fian, Avril, Situ Qing, and Yao Xintong lingered until the end. Why are you still here? Don't you have somewhere to be? Fang Qinghan cast a sideways glance at the seemingly leaden figures, particularly at Luo Wei, and urged, it's getting late. Hurry back. Principal Fang, Sister Fang. Could you please tell me if you already have a plan in mind? If you don't share, I fear I won't sleep a wink tonight, Yao Xintong pleaded, pulling Avril alongside her as she approached Fang Qinghan with a pitiful demeanor. Had it not been for Fang Qinghan's well-known cleanliness, she would have lunged at her. In 5 days, a plane will come to pick us up, Fang Qinghan revealed. Keep this information to yourselves to avoid inciting unrest. The next few days will require extra effort from all of you. Especially you, Xintong. Your contract beasts will serve as our eyes for the foreseeable future. Easy. Serving the people is our duty, Yao Xintong replied earnestly. Indeed, your resolve is commendable. Keep it up, Fang Qinghan praised before inquiring. By the way, I've been preoccupied these past few days and haven't been able to check in on you. Would you mind sharing who you all accompany to the Yinyang Xian Inn? As a matchmaker, I'd like to ensure they are worthy of our Deep Sea Academy's most cherished gems. Yao Xintong, Avril, Sita Qing. The faces of the 3 women flushed crimson, reaching down to their necks. Among them, Sita Qing was the first to falter, quickly averting her gaze while stealing glances at Luo Wei. Her expression nearly screamed her desire to whisper the truth into Fang Qinghan's ear. Noticing this, Fang Qinghan felt a pang of anxiety. Sister Fang, I must return to carry out the task you've assigned me. Please rest early, Yao Xintong said hastily before turning to leave. Avril glanced at the empty space beside her, feeling a pang of disappointment. This is what true friendship is. No negotiations when it comes to self-preservation, she thought, bolting away. Hey, wait for me. I have something to discuss with you. Chu Fian called out, then turned to Luo Wei, saying, I'll go speak with them. All right, be careful as night falls, Luo Wei replied. Okay, Chu Fian nodded, reaching out to take Situ Qing's hand, gently saying, Qing, it's getting late. Let me escort you home. Situ Qing, eager for an excuse to leave quickly, nodded vigorously in agreement. Fang Qinghan. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying warmth that fluttered Fang Qinghan's long locks. Yet she felt no warmth at all, only a chilling unease. The sole thought occupying her mind was the fear that those girls might have all sought out Luo Wei. Fang Qinghan's instincts had always been remarkably accurate. Aside from the last incident where she had been caught off guard, she had seldom erred. Of course, upon reflection, that previous incident hadn't been entirely a mistake. Her collaboration with Luo Wei had indeed resolved their past grievances, and he had assisted her in obtaining the 2 intertwined lotuses. The subsequent events could only be described as fate's unpredictability. But if her words inadvertently led to misfortune, that would be disastrous. In Fang Qinghan's view, while Luo Wei might not be a villain, he certainly wasn't an ideal match. regardless of how praiseworthy Chu Fian made him out to be. Fang Qinghan had her own judgment. Did Avril and the others go to that place with you? Fang Qinghan inquired, fixing her gaze on Luo Wei. Although those girls had many admirers at school, she had never seen them grow close to anyone. Conversely, Luo Wei had been with them during missions, rescuing Sida Qing and spending time with both Avril and Yao Xintong. The more she pondered, the stronger her suspicion grew that the girls had likely sought out Luo Weid. Oh, you want the truth or a lie? Luo Wei asked. Humph. Fang Qinghan sighed, releasing a long breath. Forget it. I won't ask anymore. You may leave now. With that, she turned and walked towards her vehicle. Luo Wei. Hey, what's with you? Luo Wei protested, discontent. Hearing his complaint, Fang Qinghan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she quickened her pace, slamming the car door shut with a resounding thud. Alas, she sighed inwardly, hoping fervently that her fears were unfounded. Fang Qinghan, the moonlight tonight is exceedingly beautiful. Would you care to step outside? I could accompany you for a stroll and enjoy the moon together, proposed Luo Wei, standing outside the car door. In no time, Fang Qinghan coldly replied with just 2 words, don't be like that. Opportunities like this are rare, and the future is unpredictable. Who can say what tomorrow holds? A splendid day like today may not come again, so we must seize the moment to revel in life's pleasures. Qinghan. Xiahanan. Inside the car, Fang Qinghan's lips twitched in irritation as she scratched her head, desperate to ignore the incessant chatter of Luo Wei, yet he was undeniably too noisy. Fang Fang, Xiao Fang, Fang Jie. As the saying goes, sincerity can move mountains. Luo Wei believed his earnestness had touched Fang Qinghan. With a click, the car door swung open, and Fang Qinghan stepped out. Fang Jie, you've finally opened the door. It seems you enjoy that title. From now on, I shall call you that. Luo Wei stepped forward. However, Fang Qinghan didn't spare him a glance and walked past him without a word. Luo Wei quickly followed. Aren't you keen on sparring with me? Come, let tonight fulfill your desire. Luo Wei. You aren't thinking of hitting me, are you? Luo Wei gazed at Fang Qinghan, tilting his head with an air of righteous indignation. To strike is to show affection, and if you wish to love me, then come forth. Fang Qinghan. Chapter 78. Fang Qinghan's method of cultivation. Fang Qinghan's flawless skin twitched slightly, and she felt a wave of suffocating frustration swell within her. Suddenly, an impulse to draw her sword and strike surged through her, yet she knew well that the sword would be of no use against Luo Wei. Perhaps due to their intertwined souls, the sword had come to symbolize Luo Wei's extraordinary treasure, as if he were its true master. The reason for this eluded Fang Qinghan. She was clad in a white-collared blouse and loose black trousers, her long, statuesque figure exuding grace and allure. As she listened to Luo Wei's incessant prattle, turmoil brewed beneath her composed exterior, threatening to break free, leaving Luo Wei both anxious and eager. If you don't cease your incessant chatter, do you believe I won't immediately sew your lips shut? Fang Qinghan retorted angrily. Her calm demeanor almost faltered in Luo Wei's presence. Upon hearing her words, Luo Wei hastily made a zipping motion across his mouth with his fingers. The two strolled beneath the moonlight. After a while, Fang Qinghan turned to the now quiet Luo Wei, taking a deep breath. You and I both understand that nothing substantial has transpired between us. It was all a misunderstanding. She paused briefly before fixing her gaze on Luo Wei. I can unequivocally assure you that there is no possibility for us. I only believe in the power of human effort. At this, Luo Wei's frivolous demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression as he looked at Fang Qinghan. I am well aware that nothing substantial has occurred between us. Be it a misunderstanding or fate. I know you dwell in my heart. I am an orphan. Before the apocalypse, I felt little connection to this world. It was Fian who altered my destiny, allowing me to witness the beauty of existence. Yet, I know that Fian and I belong to different worlds. I am self-aware. Luo Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly, gazing at the heavens, his voice resonating with longing. Throughout my life, I have never been in love. I had planned to save some money in hopes of meeting someone special to share my life with. Who could have anticipated the sudden apocalypse? When Fian found me and declared her desire to be my woman, I finally felt needed and recognized. Thus, I found a home and a sweet daughter. I devoted myself to caring for them, believing that perhaps this was love. But then, Mu Qing arrived. Honestly, don't mock me. I am quite naive and possess a bit of a purity complex, believing that love should remain constant and not be shared with others. Fian divided my feelings for her with another, which saddened me, yet I am but a normal man, and there were moments of secret joy. It was only now that I realized my feelings for Fian were not love but rather born of sympathy and gratitude. After spending so many days together, she became like a gentle older sister, considering everything for me and for Yaya. All I can do now is give my utmost to care for her. Yaya, and Muqing.to put it sentimentally, my heart is quite empty, until I discovered that the person I had been searching for was right beside me after our spiritual communion. I in the past. You were like the sun high in the heavens, visible yet unattainable, but now, I possess the confidence and courage to stand before you and declare my love. I can shield you from the storms of life and care for you for all eternity. Fang Qihan looked at Luo Wei. Through their profound spiritual exchange, she could clearly sense the truth in his words and understand his mindset. Just as Chu Fian had said, Luo Wei was indeed a good man. Such a person, truthfully, was ill-suited for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Fang Qinghan's heart was tumultuous. Despite her outward composure, her inner turmoil rivaled that of Luo Wei's. Throughout her life, she had resisted the touch of elders. Yet she had been candid with Luo Wei. Although no actual exchanges had occurred, Luo Wei had embraced her, kissed her, and crossed boundaries that should not have been crossed. How could she pretend as if nothing had happened? Moreover, the spiritual connection they shared was far more profound than mere physical contact. Now, upon hearing Luo Wei's confession, her heart was utterly in disarray. Seeing Fang Qinghan silently gazing at him, Luo Wei assumed her silence was acquiescence. He raised his hand, his heartbeat resonating like a drum, an unprecedented excitement flooding his chest, causing his hand to tremble slightly. As he beheld her delicate hand within reach, he summoned his courage, gritted his teeth, and grasped it. Principal Fang. Just as Luo Wei was about to clasp Fang Qinghan's slender hand, a voice echoed from afar. Fang Qinghan's body jolted slightly, her chaotic thoughts interrupted by the sound. Upon seeing Luo Wei's reaching hand, she instinctively withdrew her own and stepped back, creating distance between them. Damn, which fool is ruining my moment? Luo Wei turned abruptly, his gaze fierce as he glared in the direction of the voice. His expression as if he wished to devour the intruder. Xiao Cheng, why are you out here shouting instead of snuggling with your ladies on such a late night? Luo Wei shot a venomous look at the newcomer. Xiao Cheng was taken aback by Luo Wei's hostile demeanor, sensing the palpable tension but knowing he was no match for Luo Wei. Thus, he avoided answering and focused directly on Fang Qinghan. Principal Fang, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? What promise have I made you? Fang Qinghan inquired. You. Xiao Cheng hesitated, then took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. You once publicly stated that you would provide me with the complete cultivation method. Do you intend to go back on your word? Upon hearing this, Luo Wei was about to respond, but Fang Qinghan interjected. When did I ever agree to pass on the complete cultivation method to you? Xiao Cheng nearly faltered at her words. Observing his near distress, Fang Qinghan continued in a soft tone. It was Wang Shiyu who saved Sida Qing. I promised her a favor. If she requires the complete cultivation method, she may come to me. Principal Fang, I am here. Wang Shiyu's request is my request. I hope you can fulfill it, came a sincere voice from the shadows as Wang Shiyu approached, looking at Fang Qinghan earnestly. Very well, Fang Qinghan replied. Since it is your request, I shall do my utmost to accommodate. With that, she retrieved a stack of papers from her storage space and handed them over. Xiao Cheng's eyes widened at the sight. Fortunately, he had come to understand Fang Qinghan's temperament and suppressed his eagerness. Nudging Wang Shiyu to take the papers from Fang Qinghan, he eagerly grasped them, examining them under the moonlight. Wang Shiyu, this cultivation method has been given to you. I should not add further commentary, but I must advise you, practice it for yourself and do not share it with others, lest it brings harm to yourself and others. Fang Qinghan looked at Wang Shiyu. Her expression serious. Thank you, Principal Fang, but Xiao Cheng is not just anyone. Wang Shiyu replied. I've said all I need to. You may handle the rest as you see fit. With that, Fang Qinghan disregarded the two and strode back towards her vehicle. Chapter 79, The Heist Chapter 80, The Night Chapter 81, Revenge Chapter 82, Youngsters Lack Martial Virtue Chapter 83, Chun Rui and Zhang Lin Chapter 84, Pingqing Airport Chapter 85, A Triumvirate Chapter 86, Kakashi Chapter 87. The gift Kakashi felt as though she had been discarded like a mere object. Yet, as a woman in a foreign land, endowed with such beauty, she realized that without the support of her compatriots, she would struggle to navigate this unfamiliar territory. She recalled a long-standing saying from Longhua, unity is strength. For the sake of her hometown, and for herself, she must make sacrifices. Kakashi composed herself and swiftly made her way to the monitoring room. She needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the individuals before executing her plan. Without locating them, all would be in vain. Fortunately, the airport's surveillance system remained intact. After Luo Wei accompanied Fang Qinghan and Avril back He found himself with little to do. Chu Fian was busy arranging accommodations for everyone. Thoroughly occupied, while Su Mucheng was with Yaya. The temperature in the airport hall was pleasant, and the little girl was overjoyed, resembling a bird released from its cage, her face radiating delight as she hopped about. Luo Wei refrained from interrupting, intending to leave after observing for a moment. Suddenly, a soft body collided directly into his embrace. It was exceedingly deliberate. So much so that Luo Wei couldn't even be bothered to evade. I admit I am quite handsome, but surely a woman need not be so impatient, Luo Wei remarked. Luo, teacher Luo, I truly did not mean to, Chen Rui exclaimed, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. Quickly launching into a defense. All right, I'll share a secret with you. In just a few days, someone will come to pick you up, so you can prepare to leave. Please refrain from clinging to me any longer. Luo Wei stated, loosening his hold on the woman. Really? Chen Rui's face instantly brightened with surprise. False. Believe it or not. Luo Wei replied curtly, lifting his leg to depart, only to find his arm firmly grasped by Chen Rui. Teacher Luo, it's not that I don't believe you. I am simply too overjoyed to hear this news, Chen Rui hurriedly explained. Fine, I understand. Luo Wei nodded in acceptance of her explanation. Teacher Luo, where will we be taken? Will we lead normal lives? What awaits us? Chen Rui inquired, her hands gripping Luo Wei's arm tightly, her large, watery eyes gazing at him with a pitiful expression. As for where you will stay, I cannot say. Whether or not you can lead a normal life depends on you. Do you think this world can return to its former path? What awaits you hinges on how you wish to survive. Luo Wei replied. If you still desire to live a life of superiority, clearly that is impossible. Upon finishing, Luo Wei pried Chen Rui's hand from his arm and stepped forward. Chen Rui stood dazed, watching Luo Wei's tall figure recede into the distance, pondering his words. Can this world truly revert to its former state? Even Chen Rui, despite her innocence, understood the impossibility of it, even if there were national forces to retrieve her. The path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. Mom, what are you doing here all alone? Suddenly, someone patted Chen Rui's shoulder, followed by a familiar, melodious voice ringing in her ears. Turning around, she saw Zhang Lin's youthful face, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lip. Chen Rui pulled Zhang Lin into a secluded corner, and they began to whisper, their conversation laced with hints of quarrel. Luo Wei paid no mind to Chen Rui. Setting off to survey the airport's layout, Pengsheng Airport was vast, ranking among the top in Longwa's numerous airports. After wandering for over half an hour, from the departure lounge to the airport's supermarket, he found the shelves had already been stripped bare. Thus, he made his way from the airport's supermarket to the second floor, then the third, just as he intended to enter the airport along the corridor. A figure blocked his path. Lu Dong, it seems you are waiting specifically for me. Luo Wei initiated the conversation. May I inquire your surname, brother? Lu Dong replied with a faint smile. Luo Wei stated nonchalantly. Ah, it is brother Luo, Lu Dong responded, adopting an overly familiar demeanor. I wonder how old you are, brother Luo. Are you married? Lu Dong, are you conducting a census here? We aren't familiar enough for such inquiries. Luo Wei frowned, his expression displeased. Let's be direct. What exactly are you hoping to achieve by waiting for me here? Haha. Brother Luo, forgive me. I have been presumptuous, Lu Jiahe said, a smile plastered on his face. Since brother Luo speaks so candidly, I shall do the same. Luo Wei remained silent, merely observing him. Lu Jiahe, sensing this, wore an awkward yet polite smile. It's our first meeting. I am unaware of your preferences, so I have prepared a gift for you. With that, he clapped his hands, producing two crisp sounds. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of something striking the ground echoed. Soon, a voluptuous woman clad in a cheap house sauntered around the corner. This is my goddaughter, Yu, Lu Jiahe said, looking at Luo Wei with a grin. I see brother Luo is strikingly handsome. He must be an extraordinary hero. As the saying goes, beauty complements the hero. And Yu's beauty is indeed one in a million. So I present her to you. Goddaughter, Luo Wei smirked, then retorted without hesitation, I have no interest in associating with others in such a manner. If she were your biological daughter, I might have some interest. But a goddaughter is out of the question. Brother Luo has misunderstood. Yu is merely my goddaughter, recognized just a few days ago. Our relationship is entirely pure, Lu Jiahe hurriedly clarified. Yet, before he could finish, Luo Wei interrupted him directly. Enough. I have no interest in your relationship. Luo Wei's expression turned cold as he continued. I have undergone 9 years of national compulsory education and understand that some things are permissible while others are not. Though we live in chaotic times, Treating people as gifts is unacceptable to me. Lastly, let me offer you a piece of advice. Some matters may be handled discreetly, but once they are made public, they could lead to dire consequences. Having said this, Luo Wei strode past Lu Jia, respecting others' destinies, relinquishing the urge to assist, and avoiding entanglement in others' affairs. While Luo Wei might appreciate beautiful women, he was cautious of those whose backgrounds were murky. Moreover, the beauty before him fell short of stunning. Having grown accustomed to the likes of Su Muching and Chu Fian, Luo Wei's standards had been refined. Frankly, the beauty before him was even inferior to Chen Rui. Making it impossible for Luo Wei to take notice, Lu Jia stood there, his expression shifting as he grappled with whether Luo Wei's final words were a warning or a threat. Exiting the corridor, Luo Wei gazed at the expansive airport. With the rising temperatures, the snow was rapidly melting, and it wouldn't be long before flights resumed. Shaking his head, Luo Wei retraced his steps, Brother Luo, just as he encountered Lu Jia. Another man appeared. Who are you? Luo Wei frowned. I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Li Liangkai, the man said. May I ask your surname, brother? Luo Wei. Luo Wei replied directly. Brother Luo, I have some cigarettes and wine I wish to gift you as a token of friendship. Li Liangkai stated, having gleaned Luo Wei's temperament from Lu Jia, thus speaking plainly. Additionally, I would like to inquire about the purpose of Teacher Fong and the other's visit. The moment the man noticed that Luo Wei's slap had not landed, he immediately resumed his raucous shouting like a piece of floundering meat. Li Mingyang, silence yourself. 3 years ago, I informed you of my intent to divorce. Yet you obstinately refused. I was left with no choice but to submit my application to the court alone. Now, we are no longer connected in any way, quipped Chu Fian. You claim there is no connection? Where is the evidence? Present it, retorted Li Mingyang. Chu Fian's expression faltered. A divorce certificate was merely a piece of paper. And naturally, she could not carry it with her. Well then, are we all simply gluttons for punishment? Shouldn't we disperse? Suddenly interjected Fang Qinghan. The onlookers, upon hearing this, dared not linger and promptly scattered like startled birds. Li Mingyang, is it? Have you considered the consequences of causing a disturbance in my ranks? Fang Qinghan approached, looking down at Li Mingyang, who was crouched on the ground, her voice frosty. The once floundering Li Mingyang felt an unshakable unease upon encountering Fang Qinghan. As if he had met a formidable adversary, and he instinctively became cautious. No, I did not cause a disturbance. Chu Fian is my wife, yet she has been seeking another man behind my back. Li Mingyang stammered. However, before he could finish, Fang Qinghan interrupted him with a wave of her hand. I have seen the court's divorce decree. Strictly speaking, you are no longer connected in any manner. Fian is entitled to form a new family. That's not true. Principal Fang, I understand that you share a close bond with Fian, but you cannot allow that to bias your judgment. Our relationship cannot be dismissed with a mere statement from you. Li Mingyang exclaimed, his floundering nature resurfacing. Fang Qinghan's countenance grew even colder upon hearing this. Am I truly being too lenient with you? Luo Wei could no longer endure it, brandishing a bronze spear. He was about to thrust it into the mouth of that scoundrel. However, Chu Fian's reaction was even quicker, delivering a kick that sent him flying 100 or so meters away, crashing into a row of chairs and disappearing from sight. Given our past acquaintance, I shall spare your life this time. Should there be a next time, I will personally send you on your way, Chu Fian said coldly. Having said that, she turned to Luo Wei with an apologetic expression and said, I am sorry for dragging you into this. What nonsense are you speaking? Luo Wei raised his hand and gently ruffled Chu Fian's hair. I am merely curious. How did you ever come to fancy such a character? It was chosen by my parents. I had no say in the matter, Chu Fian replied, then looked at Fang Qinghan and said, Sister Qinghan, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Fang Qinghan shook her head and remarked, to me, it is but a trivial matter, yet you are far too indecisive. Had you revealed your strength earlier, I doubt he would have dared to act so brazenly. Let us not dwell on him any longer. Sister Qinghan, come, let us return and have a seat. Chu Fian suggested. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan glanced at Luo Wei, then quickly averted her gaze, saying, No, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, she turned and hurried away. Mu Qing, you and Ye go play outside for a while. I will speak with Wei and be with you shortly, Chu Fian said apologetically to Su Mu Chung. Sister Fian, do not worry. Ye listens to me. I promise to take good care of her, Su Mu Chung replied. Mom, don't worry, I will certainly behave and not cause any trouble, the little girl exclaimed, raising her chubby hand in assurance. My little Yaya is the most well-behaved, Chu Fian said, bending down to kiss the child's cheek and pat her head, praising her before turning to depart with Luo Wei. Speak. Then, in a secluded corner, Luo Wei and Chu Fian sat side by side on a long bench as he curiously regarded her. Despite having been together for so long, she had never shared her story. Why did she remain silent about the divorce? Luo Wei respected her enough not to pry, knowing only that Chu Fian's parents had perished in a plane crash, an event he had personally witnessed. Yet her private life remained a blank canvas. I have known Li Mingyang for a long time. We were practically childhood sweethearts, Chu Fian began, leaning her head against his shoulder as she spoke softly. Li Mingyang was nothing like he is now. Back then, he was quite mischievous and frequently got into fights at school. On one occasion, the brawl escalated, and many were injured. Li Mingyang was gravely hurt. But what terrified him more was the chastisement from his parents. Thus, he lied, claiming he was bullied and that he fought for my sake. My parents believed him, and the incident grew to monumental proportions. Most of the students involved were expelled, while my explanation went unheard. Li Mingyang was taken abroad for treatment, and when we reunited, he was already 20, having returned with his parents, and he fervently pursued me. My parents felt guilty for the events of that year, and upon hearing Li Mingyang claim that his injuries had healed, they continuously urged me to be with him. At that time, I had no one I fancied. And in a moment of impulsiveness, I agreed. After marriage, Li Mingyang revealed that his injuries had never truly healed. That I was indifferent to this revelation, but shortly thereafter, he insisted I undergo surgery to bear him a child, which I refused. To preserve his pride, I ultimately agreed to adopt a child, and thus, Yiya came to be. Yiya is an adopted child? Luo Wei felt a pang in his heart, yet upon reflection, he realized that although the little girl lacked biological parents, encountering Chu Fian was indeed a stroke of luck for her. One could only say that the loss of the horse could indeed lead to unforeseen blessings. I had originally thought that having a child would allow Li Mingyang to maintain some semblance of dignity outside, but then my parents met with an unexpected accident while abroad on business. Chu Fian continued, tears streaming down her face at the mention of her parents. Despite the years that had passed, I was overwhelmed with the aftermath of their passing, utterly exhausted, and had no heart for business. So I entrusted the company to Li Mingyang. As you may have heard, after my parents' demise, the business plummeted. Within 6 months, the vast enterprise collapsed. It was only then that Li Mingyang's true nature began to reveal itself. A person with lofty aspirations yet lacking in substance. Of course, if it had been merely this, I would not have resorted to divorce, but after he ruined the company, he became enamored with drinking and gambling. What I found most intolerable was that one time, in a drunken stupor, he attempted to strike Yiya, who was but over a year old and had just learned to walk. Li Mingyang's hand did not land on Yiya, but struck my back instead, waking me to the harsh reality that this man was beyond redemption. Thus, I sought a divorce, yet he obstinately refused, even fantasizing about imprisoning me. Fortunately, I managed to intimidate him with my work commitments and the name of Sister Qinghan, allowing me to escape that house with Yiya. I subsequently filed an application with the court unilaterally. Having finished her tale, Chu Fian looked anxiously at Luo Wei and said, "Wei, do you believe me? When I sought you out, I was already single, completely free of any ties to Li Mingyang." Luo Wei gently wrapped his arm around Chu Fian's shoulders and replied, "I believe you." Those 4 simple words filled Chu Fian with overwhelming emotion, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Luo Wei. Their gazes locked, and their heads instinctively drew closer together. In the flurry of repartee, Luo Wei gently caressed Chu Fian's smooth, fair cheek and exclaimed, "You silly girl, you were clearly still a pure maiden when we got together. Why did you not tell me sooner?" Chu Fian's delicate face flushed slightly as she replied, "How could I tell you?" Luo Wei paused, suddenly comprehending Chu Fian's decision to approach him had been impulsive, laden with a gamble. At that moment, discussing such intimate matters would have been impossible, and she likely feared he would not believe her. "Alas, I have wronged you." Luo Wei sighed softly, gazing at Chu Fian's enticing lips before kissing her once more. In retrospect, he realized that Chu Fian's initial awkwardness had not stemmed from shyness, but rather from mutual innocence. Recollecting certain moments from their first time together, they both smiled unconsciously, filled with shyness, sweetness, and deep emotion. Li Mingyang's presence had not tarnished their bond. Instead, it had drawn their hearts closer, deepening their connection. As time passed, a day swiftly went by. The following morning, Li Yongkai and his group arrived at their doorstep. "Principal Fong, my men clashed with yours yesterday, and today they are dead, and in such a tragic manner. You must provide me with an explanation for this." Li Liangkai declared vehemently. An explanation? You seek one from me? Fang Qinghan replied, her expression unruffled as she looked at Li Liangkai. In this world, people die every day. If everyone came to me carrying a corpse demanding an explanation, would I even be able to continue living? Principal Fang, you are the head of a prestigious university. Li Liangkai was unprepared for Fang Qinghan's retort. His expression shifting as he realized she was not to be trifled with, and he opened his mouth to attempt a moral high ground. As a result, Fang Qinghan merely waved his hand to bid farewell and dismissed my attempts at idle chatter. I, Fang Qinghan, have never relied on mere words to reach this point. If you possess evidence that my people have harmed yours, present it, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. However, in the absence of such evidence. At this juncture, the ancient bronze sword was unsheathed in an instant, its blade shimmering with a chilling radiance that extended several feet. As the sword tip struck the ground, it left behind a lengthy fissure. Li Liangkai's eyes twitched violently. What manner of advanced weapon is this, so razor-sharp? Li Liangkai was taken aback, not out of ignorance, but because those familiar with extraordinary treasures are few and far between. Principal Fang, what do you intend to do? Li Liangkai asked, his bravado faltering. What do you think I intend to do? Fang Qinghan raised his sword, pointing it directly at Li Liangkai, his voice frigid. I merely wish to request evidence from you. You have 2 minutes, produce it within that time, or you may either depart on your own or I shall sever your head and let it roll away. Li Liangkai's lips twitched, caught in a predicament. He had merely come to probe Fang Qinghan's resolve, yet he had not anticipated such fortitude from him. Luo Wei and Chu Fian, accompanied by Su Muching and Ye Ye, had just awakened to witness Fang Qinghan's intent to kill. They had expected to enjoy the spectacle, only to find themselves struck by the unfolding drama. Teacher Luo, Teacher Chu, you've arrived. A female classmate called them aside, glancing around anxiously. The person who troubled you yesterday has died. And his superior, the very Li Liangkai, came this morning bearing the corpse to settle scores, but was intercepted by Principal Fang. It would be wise for you to avoid him. Li Mingyang is dead? Chu Fian and Luo Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Teacher Luo, you didn't kill him, did you? The girl inquired. That is a question you ought to pose to Teacher Chu. She holds the most authority on the matter. Luo Wei replied. It his words. Chu Fian's fair cheeks flushed with a faint crimson, and she discreetly pinched Luo Wei, asserting, of course not. Teacher Luo was with me the entire night. Indeed, Teacher Chu and I were inseparable last night. Luo Wei stated with utmost seriousness, before stepping out of the crowd to examine the stretcher on the ground, casually exclaiming, Come, let me see how a perfectly healthy individual could suddenly be declared dead. With that, he sorrowfully unveiled the white cloth covering the stretcher. Before him lay a body, seemingly shattered like porcelain, haphazardly reassembled. Luo Wei scrutinized it for a considerable time. Had he not known this was Li Mingyang, he would scarcely have recognized him. Brother Luo, it is not my intention to trouble you, but your actions have gone too far. Why resort to violence when we could resolve matters through dialogue? Li Liangkai, seeing the principal's arrival, shifted his focus from Fang Qinghan to Luo Wei, lamenting, Li Mingyang was my kin, and now he has lost his life under such ambiguous circumstances. Smack, Luo Wei furrowed his brow, suddenly rising to deliver a resounding slap, the force spinning Li Liangkai around, leaving him dazed. Though I accepted your gift, do not presume that grants you the right to slander me without consequence. Luo Wei retorted coldly, You dare strike me. Li Liangkai regained his senses, pointing at Luo Wei, a mix of shock and fury overtaking him. This was the first time he had ever been publicly slapped. Both before and after the apocalypse. Chapter 92. Blood Demon Luo Wei's slap not only struck Li Liangkai's face but also trampled upon his pride and dignity. Had it not been for Fang Qinghan's imposing presence nearby, Li Liangkai might have met his demise. The threat posed by the ancient bronze sword instilled in him a sense of caution, allowing him to narrowly escape death. You wish to kill me? Luo Wei regarded Li Liangkai with a chilling smile. However, before you act, I must clarify one thing. This fellow on the ground was not slain by me. Consider the situation rationally. Do not be like Li Liangkai, whose intellect is underdeveloped. Even if I were to kill, I could not possibly drain every drop of blood from his body, could I? Anyone with common sense can come forth and verify. Does it appear that this man is devoid of blood? Am I to prepare a hot pot of blood stew? Several individuals among the crowd, possessing keen insights, had already discerned the anomaly. Upon hearing Luo Wei's words, they nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, even if Teacher Luo had committed murder, He could not have entirely exsanguinated the body. This is entirely illogical, suggesting there is more at play here. Fang Qinghan stepped forward, casting a glance at the disassembled corpse on the ground, his pupils narrowing slightly. Then, from his lips came the chilling words, "Blood demon." "What is a blood demon?" Luo Wei, standing nearby, inquired with curiosity. "A high-level creature that feasts upon human blood and entrails," Fang Qinghan explained. "Check to see if its innards remain within the corpse." "Why don't you do it yourself?" Luo Wei thought, yet his hesitation vanished without delay. The ancient bronze spear appeared in his grasp, directly prying open Li Mingyang's body, revealing an emptiness within the chest cavity. The organs had long since vanished. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. "Blood demon? What nonsense is this? You speak in alarmist tones." Li Yankai realized the situation was suspicious, yet he stubbornly refused to concede his error. "What are you barking about?" Luo Wei bellowed. Now that the facade was shattered, there was no need for restraint. The airport surveillance system should be operational. While you're busy howling here, why not check the footage to see if I left my room last night? Very well. You shall await your fate. If I uncover that Li Mingyang's death is connected to you, I shall not spare you, Li Yankai declared. "I'll take my leave." Luo Wei was incensed. "You truly think yourself important?" With a decisive step and a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Li Liangcai's face once more, the strength behind it far surpassing the previous blow, sending Li Liangcai hurtling away. Had Luo Wei not been concerned that killing him might create unnecessary complications for Fang Qinghan, a single slap would have sufficed to end him in the eyes of others, a formidable figure. Yet before Luo Wei's overwhelming strength, over 20,000 pounds in one arm, Li Yankai appeared no different from an ant, easily crushed at any moment. It was only then that Li Yankai grasped the reality of the situation. The initial slap had not been due to his oversight, but rather Luo Wei's restraint. The two were not even on the same level. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Li Liangcai's brow. And disregarding the stinging pain on his face, he scrambled to his feet, hastily approaching Luo Wei, nodding and bowing. "Brother Luo is correct. Li Mingyang's demise is indeed suspicious. I shall return and investigate thoroughly. And then I will come back to apologize to Brother Luo." With that, he turned on his heel and hurried away, as if pursued by a vengeful specter. Luo Wei stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Are people truly so adept at recognizing the times? He pondered. With Wu Fei before him, and now Li Liangkai, Luo Wei felt he had gained ample experience. However, Li Liangcai's actions had sealed his fate in Luo Wei's mind. Such individuals, overly adept at navigating circumstances, are often sly and treacherous. As the saying goes, a bright arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden dagger is hard to guard against. One can never be certain when these individuals might strike from the shadows. Thus, it would be better for them to meet their end. Yet, the time for such actions had not yet arrived. Fang Qinghan would remain here for several days, and eliminating Li Liangkai now could provoke unnecessary conflict between the other factions. Therefore, it was prudent to wait until Fang Qinghan's aircraft arrived to take them away before taking decisive action. All right, from now on, everyone must exercise caution at night. Blood demons typically prowl after dark. Unless absolutely necessary, do not venture out alone, and be wary of strangers encountered during the night. Fang Qinghan sternly warned the crowd. Principal Fang, what exactly is a blood demon? Someone inquired with curiosity. That a high-level monster evolved from corpse spirits. Indistinguishable from humans in appearance, yet fierce and cunning in nature. Encountering one guarantees death, Fang Qinghan elucidated. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, each wishing they could retreat to the safety of their rooms at once. Fang Qinghan did not linger any longer, turning to summon Chu Fian and Su Muching as they made their way to a small room. Luo Wei naturally followed suit. Shortly thereafter, Fang Qinghan also summoned Avril, Yao Xintong, and Sida Qing among others. Originally a group of over 20, counting Sida Qing and the others, there were now barely 10 remaining. In the coming nights, we must organize continuous patrols, Fang Qinghan stated with a grave expression. According to the information I have received, wherever blood demons appear, there are invariably demon kings or even demon emperors present. Is the demon emperor truly so powerful? An elderly professor asked, his countenance shifting. Can even you not contend with them? Uncertain, Fang Qinghan shook his head. That I have only heard of the demon emperor from other high-level demonic beings. To this day, perhaps no one has ever laid eyes on one. Or those who have are already deceased. Regardless of the strength of the demon emperor or demon king, our foremost priority must be to prepare for potential dangers. The higher echelons of the demon race already possess remarkable intelligence. How much more so do the more powerful and enigmatic demon lords and demon emperors? Should these demons launch a concerted assault, Even if I can contend with the Demon Emperor, I fear that my bare fist would be insufficient to fend off their multitude. At that time, countless ordinary lives would inevitably be lost. Fang Qinghan expressed his concerns, and upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily nodded in agreement. Elder Zhang, you need not worry about patrols and similar tasks. Your responsibility is to reassure the populace, reminding them to refrain from venturing out at night. Indeed, while we are of little help in combat, we shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion in this matter, the elderly professor, his hair a silvery white, declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Next, we must address the issue of our team formation. Fian, you need not participate as you will be caring for Yaya. After addressing Chu Fian, Fang Qinghan turned to Yao Xintong, his expression filled with regret. Tong Tong, I am aware that your home is in Guangzhou, but I sincerely hope you can remain a few more days to lend a hand. Consider this a request from your teacher. Principal Fang, you exaggerate. I have always regarded you as an elder brother. Were it not for the current perilous state of the world and my concern for my family's safety, I would genuinely wish to continue this journey alongside everyone and assist you before my departure. It would be my honor, and it brings me joy, Yao Xintong replied hastily. Very well. Fang Qinghan nodded gently, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Apart from Fian, we have 6 others that we shall form 3 pairs, each guarding a separate direction until dawn. Is that feasible? Yes. The 4 school beauties chorused in unison. Chapter 93. The fruit of force is not sweet. Chapter 94. Tong Tong in the darkness, creatures with blood-red eyes scurried around the waiting hall, occasionally creating a noise that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. This night proved to be far from easy for the majority. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred. As the sun rose, Fang Qinghan opened his eyes, rising to leap from the rooftop. All right, everyone, return to your rest. He called to Avril and the others who had also jumped down, making his way toward his residence. As Muching instinctively approached Luo Wei, following him as they walked back. Situ, have you noticed something unusual about Muching? Yao Xintong tugged at Situ Qing's sleeve, glancing at the departing Su Muching and Luo Wei with curiosity. What seems unusual? I have not noticed anything, Situ Qing replied, bewildered. Avril, observing the 2 departing figures, couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. That I noticed that Muching's gaze towards Luo Wei seems off. And have you all not realized? Muching has been living with Luo Wei and Teacher Chu. Yao Xintong spoke in a conspiratorial tone. What do you mean? Situ Qing asked, perplexed. Muching is Teacher Chu's assistant. She has been close to Teacher Chu since before the apocalypse. She was called by Teacher Chu to live with her. What's wrong with that? Oh dear. Situ, you truly are as dense as a log. The bear is not as big as I am. How can you be so foolish? Yao Xintong retorted, exasperated. Teacher Chu is living with someone named Luo. Teacher Luo. Situ Qing replied candidly. Exactly. Teacher Chu resides with someone with the surname Luo. In the past, we could excuse Muching's lack of awareness, or say it was Teacher Chu who invited her to live together. But after the incident at Yinyang Xiantan, Situ, would you still be comfortable living with someone named Luo? Upon hearing Yao Xintong mention the Yinyang Xiantan incident again, Situ Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, stammering, I would never live with him. Is that the response you should have? But look at Muching. Does she seem the least bit uncomfortable being with someone named Luo? Yao Xintong remarked that I now suspect that the 3 of them may have become entangled with each other. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Where? Yao Xintong suddenly exclaimed in pain, hastily covering her forehead and glaring at Avril. I seriously suspect you have some issues. Avril crossed her arms, regarding Yao Xintong with irritation. What issues do I have? Yao Xintong protested. Hee, it seems you are particularly concerned about that person named Luo. Right, Situ? Avril smirked, her gaze shifting to Situ Qing. Situ Qing pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. Indeed, she never used to mention any male, let alone give him a nickname. You all. Yao Xintong's youthful face flushed a deep crimson, and Avril's teasing expression made her feel inexplicably guilty, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. At this moment, her heart raced like a startled deer, nearly bringing her to tears. Fortunately, Avril, being perceptive, noticed that something was amiss with the girl and promptly advised, in the future, refrain from making wild assumptions. Even if Muching is secretly with Teacher Luo, that is their affair. Spreading gossip behind their backs is not a good habit. Let us go. I'm so tired. I need to get some sleep. With that, she turned and walked ahead, discreetly glancing in the direction Luo Wei and Su Muching had departed. Let us go. Situ Qing pulled the chastised Yao Xintong along, pursuing Avril. For Luo Wei, cultivating was the best form of rest, and the same held true for Su Muching. Upon returning home, after greeting Chu Fian, Luo Wei accompanied Su Muching to the adjacent room. Chu Fian lay on the bed, gently covering Yaya's ears, listening to the familiar sounds nearby, her enchanting eyes becoming increasingly dreamy. 2 hours later, Luo Wei emerged invigorated, brimming with energy. Once Su Muching had regained her strength, Luo Wei eagerly helped her dress, and only then did they leave the room. Sister Muching, Mom said that you and Dad are cultivating and not to disturb you, but I saved you some eggs. Hurry indeed. They're still warm. Yaya, with her keen eyes, rushed over to greet Su Muching with a bright smile. Yaya, did you only leave eggs for Sister Muching? I wonder if you saved any for Dad? Luo Wei chuckled. Yes, I saved 2 for Dad, the little girl proudly exclaimed. What a good girl. Luo Wei lifted the little one, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek, eliciting peals of laughter from her. After breakfast, with nothing pressing to do, Luo Wei decided to take his family on a stroll around the airport. Pingqing Airport was vast. Not long ago, it had been a bustling international hub filled with throngs of people. Yet now, following the cataclysmic changes in the world, everything seemed to have been paused, and in just 2 or 3 months, the once vibrant airport had fallen into disrepair. However, for children, such melancholy reflections were far from their minds. As long as there was a place to play, they were content. When Luo Wei produced 3 bumper cars from his spatial ring, Yaya was utterly delighted. Sitting in her mother's lap, she alternated between urging Chu Fian to crash into Luo Wei and then into Su Muching. Suddenly, engrossed in play, Chu Fian was captivated by a figure lurking in the corner. Little girl, where are your family? Why are you all alone here? Chu Fian inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. At this, the little girl timidly stepped out from the shadows, looking up at Chu Fian and softly replying, my parents have gone out for something. Auntie, can I play with the little sister? Without a second thought, Chu Fian reached out to gently stroke the little girl's head. Her voice filled with affection. Of course, you can. The little girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a delicate visage, large sparkling eyes, and thick, curled eyelashes. Her lips were as red as cherries, and her teeth were pearly white, making her even more exquisite than Yaya. Observing Chu Fian's intent to let the little girl play alongside Yaya, Luo Wei interjected, Fian, perhaps you should take Yaya, little one. What is your name? Come here, and uncle will take you to play with your sister. He was mainly concerned about the girl's young age and worried that she might inadvertently harm his own daughter. Chu Fian quickly grasped this concern and turned to the little girl, asking, little one, would you like to ride in the same car as uncle? Yes, thank you, uncle, thank you, auntie, the little girl cheerfully replied, displaying remarkable politeness. After expressing her gratitude, she eagerly bounced over to Luo Wei, happily settling into his embrace. Such a young girl already wearing perfume, Luo Wei mused, taking a gentle sniff. Shaking his head in disbelief, he couldn't help but marvel at how today's young girls seemed increasingly sophisticated. With that thought, he pressed the accelerator, and the bumper car surged forward. However, Luo Wei's expression shifted slightly. The acceleration was swift. The little girl in his arms let out a surprised squeal, yet her body remained steady. Showing no signs of instability, Luo Wei looked down, his gaze deepening as he scrutinized the nape of the little girl's neck. Suddenly, the car took a few sharp turns. Remarkably, the little girl's body remained firm, swaying only slightly until Luo Wei made several turns, at which point her small frame began to move in sync with the car. Something feels off. Chapter 95. The demon race strikes. Something is amiss. This little girl is peculiar, Luo Wei thought to himself as he suddenly heard the little girl call out to Yaya in a bright voice, little sister, come chase after me. Huh? Uncle, this is so much fun. Go faster, and don't let my sister catch us. Yaya's competitive spirit was ignited by the little girl's words, prompting her to continuously urge Chu Fian to accelerate, with a sense of helplessness. Chu Fian could only follow suit, shouting loudly. A pair of long, beautiful legs remained taut and straight, her delicate foot pressing firmly on the accelerator without relentlessly pursuing behind Luo Wei, yet always failing to catch up. Luo Wei's gaze darkened once more as thoughts of the little girl named Tongnong flooded his mind, recalling her various actions since her arrival. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in his head. It seemed she was targeting Yaya. From her initial desire to play with Yaya to her ongoing provocations, everything appeared to be a ploy to get closer to her. Luo Wei dared not take risks with Yaya, maintaining the bumper car's speed at its maximum, keeping the two behind him in suspense. Gradually, Yaya transitioned from anger to a feeling of grievance, looking pitifully at Luo Wei, who remained just out of reach, her little mouth pouting as if it could hold a soy sauce bottle. Exuding an adorable expression of wanting to cry yet forcefully holding it back, Chu Fian watched in speechless dismay and could only remind Luo Wei to slow down. However, Luo Wei paid her no heed. Even when Chu Fian, in exasperation, had to enlist Su Muqing's help to corner Luo Wei, he showed no intention of stopping. Fortunately, after several thrilling collisions, although they could only see their father's back, they managed to alleviate the little girl's sense of grievance, restoring her excitement. Gradually, Chu Fian began to sense something amiss. Although Luo Wei had always been disobedient, refusing to slow down when asked, he had never before so completely disregarded Yaya. Regrettably, while she noticed the oddity, her thoughts did not turn towards the little girl. Just then, the airport's fire alarm system erupted with an ear-piercing sound, accompanied by the incessant flashing of red warning lights, creating an invisible sense of pressure. What was happening? Luo Wei was taken aback, and the bumper cars came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, he appeared beside Yaya, scooping her up from Chu Fian's arms. "Let us go back and see what is happening." With that, Luo Wei set off. Away, Chu Fian grasped Luo Wei's hand, signaling him to look back. There, on the bumper cars, Tong Tong blinked her clear eyes innocently, gazing at the departing figures with a mixture of pity and confusion. Her exquisitely delicate face filled with bewilderment and helplessness. Luo Wei admitted that the little girl's appearance was indeed strikingly disarming, causing him a moment of hesitation, wondering if he was overthinking the situation. But the next moment, he steeled himself, pulling Chu Fian aside and insisting, "We need to return and see what is going on. The alarm can't be ringing for no reason." As soon as he spoke, Su Muqing's voice suddenly rang out, trembling, "Lu, big brother Lu, sister Fian, you guys look outside." Upon hearing this, Luo Wei and Chu Fian quickly turned their heads, their pupils simultaneously contracting, through the floor-to-ceiling glass. The scene outside the airport instantly unfolded before their eyes. They could see that the airport was now surrounded by a throng of figures. Although it was difficult to discern, the outlines suggested they were human, yet their forms were grotesque and fearsome. Some stood 5 or 6 meters tall, with heads as large as basins, eyes like copper bells, and wide mouths filled with sharp fangs. Others were as thin as reeds, skeletal in appearance, with triangular heads and arms like blades, dragging long scorpion-like tails behind them, seemingly born for battle. Additionally, there were countless creatures sprouting pairs of fleshy wings, soaring and undulating in the air. Is this the demon race? Luo Wei gasped, clutching Yaya and urging, "Let us hurry back and regroup with everyone." As he spoke, he pulled Su Muqing along, leading the way. Chu Fian retracted her gaze, just as she was about to step forward when she recalled something, quickly turning back to scoop up Tong Tong before chasing after Luo Wei. "Why did you bring her back?" Luo Wei furrowed his brow as he glanced at the obedient girl nestled in Chu Fian's arms. "I can't just leave her there," Chu Fian replied helplessly. "Uncle, did Tong Tong do something wrong? Why doesn't he uncle like Tong Tong?" The little girl blinked her large eyes, looking at Luo Wei with a pitiful expression. Luo Wei, perhaps due to his preconceived notions, he felt an overwhelming wave of warmth wash over him. "Tong Tong, don't think too much. Uncle doesn't dislike you. It's just that we're in danger, and Uncle is worried that he can't protect you." Chu Fian quickly interjected, though. Tong Tong nodded, appearing to understand somewhat. "All right, since she's back, let us take her along. We need to hurry back," Luo Wei declared, given the urgency of the situation, despite his suspicions regarding the little girl's identity. He had no evidence to clarify things for Chu Fian at that moment, so they would have to bring her along for now. The three of them, carrying 2 children, swiftly made their way back to the group. "Principal Fong, what happened? Why have so many demons suddenly appeared? Should we retreat or fight to the death?" Upon entering the temporary meeting room, anxious inquiries immediately filled the air. "Retreat? Can you fly, or can I?" "With demons all around, where would we retreat to?" Fong Qinghan responded coolly, then turned to Chu Fian, who had just entered, saying, "Fian, you're back just in time. You and Wire need to organize the personnel and distribute all the weapons we've manufactured." "Understood." Chu Fian and AI Wire nodded in unison, and then Chu Fian handed Tong Tong to Luo Wei before turning to leave. Luo Wei passed Yaya to Su Muqing, and then directly took Tong Tong into his arms. Tong Tong merely glanced at him before her curious gaze fell upon the meeting room. "But I'm not sure why the demon race suddenly came here, but it's certainly not a good thing. Everyone, don't crowd around me. Prepare for a life-or-death struggle," Fong Qinghan declared. Although the others were filled with concern, they had no choice but to disperse. "Can we hold our ground?" Luo Wei asked. "Even if we can't?" We must try. Of course. You can take Fian and Muching and leave, Feng Qinghan replied. You damn saint. Luo Wei cursed inwardly. Previously, being under Feng Qinghan's wing felt like sheltering under a big tree, but now he found himself deeply ensnared. Setting aside his feelings for Feng Qinghan, if he chose to leave now, he feared he wouldn't even get past Chu Fian, not to mention Su Mucheng, Ai Wire, Yao Xintong, and Sidu Qing. Unbeknownst to him, he had already formed an unbreakable bond with this group. With just us, it will be difficult to hold this place. Even if we manage to do so, the casualties will be severe, Luo Wei remarked to Feng Qinghan. I believe that rather than holding our ground, we should take the initiative. Since these demons possess considerable intelligence, if we eliminate their leaders, their morale will surely collapse. Well, I didn't realize you were quite clever. Feng Qinghan chuckled. Are you praising me or mocking me? Luo Wei inquired. If you're praising me, I'll gladly accept. If you're mocking me, then I'll just take it as a compliment. Chapter 96. Into the Fray. Chapter 97. Demon King. Chapter 98. Slaying the Demon King. The transformed demon beasts looked quite intimidating. Towering and majestic, resembling divine beings or fearsome deities, akin to the golden statues of Buddha found in temples, exuding a blend of terror and sacredness. However, in Luo Wei's eyes, this creature's strength was rather unremarkable. At least, if he were to utilize his unique abilities, he was confident he could take it down in a single strike. Yet, he refrained from doing so. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a somewhat formidable opponent. And Luo Wei recalled Feng Qinghan's words from the previous night. Although he had reached the blood refinement stage, his understanding of it was still limited, and the combat techniques he could employ were nearly non-existent. Now was the perfect moment to use this Demon King to hone his skills and gain insight into the specific abilities of this demon race. The Demon King also possessed strength within the blood refinement stage. With power nearing 20,000 pounds, sufficient to obliterate most beings at this stage. However, having reached the blood refinement stage, and after absorbing the innate essence of Ai Wire, Yao Xintong, Sidu Qing, and Kakashi, along with awakening 2 additional unique abilities. Luo Wei's strength had already surpassed the 20,000-pound mark, bolstering his power significantly. In terms of strength, he firmly overshadowed the Demon King, effortlessly countering its multiple attacks with his extraordinary spear. If this is all you've got, then it's time to meet your end, Luo Wei declared, his killing intent palpable. After engaging in several exchanges with the Demon King, he had developed a firm understanding of his own capabilities. This foe could hardly present him with any challenges. If this creature possessed only such strength, then there was no reason to spare it. Boom! A cloud of mist erupted from the Demon King's surface. Caught off guard, Luo Wei inhaled a mouthful of mist. Instantly feeling dizzy, his vision clouded with numerous phantoms. Countless celestial maidens began to dance before him, alluring and enchanting, and upon closer inspection, he realized he recognized every single one of them. Chu Fian, Su Mucheng, Ai Wire, Yao Xintong, Kakashi, and, most astonishingly, Feng Qinghan, each one clad in revealing attire, charming smiles, and captivating gazes, their demeanor starkly contrasting with their usual selves. Luo Wei, even with his intuition, could sense something was amiss. Just then, the ancient bronze sword flew out from his storage space. Its blade trembling and emitting a resonant sound, the clear, ringing notes of the sword were like the mighty roar of a dragon, grand and imposing, dispelling all evil. In an instant, the spectral forms of the celestial maidens that had appeared before Luo Wei shattered like dreams. Immediately, a massive bone hammer replaced the curved Fian, which had intended to strike the ball, appearing before Luo Wei. The hammer was fearsome, adorned with sharp, 1-foot-long bone spikes. Should it land upon a face, it would undoubtedly leave it bruised and battered, and in more severe circumstances, could even disfigure. However, at that moment, Luo Wei raised his bronze spear above his head. With a slight tremor of his arms and a subtle sinking of his stance, he effortlessly absorbed the blow. Your current strength pales in comparison to before, as activating this ability rendered you weak, Luo Wei remarked, simultaneously exerting force with his arms to heave the hammer off his spear, with a slight push of his legs. He leaped from the ground, swinging the spear in a wide arc, aiming directly at the Demon King's head. This marked Luo Wei's first initiative to attack since the onset of their confrontation, with a resounding thud. The Demon King raised his weapon to block, but amidst the deafening noise, the bone weapon atop his head shattered instantly. The Demon King, still reeling from the shock of having his power dismantled, could no longer maintain the cold facade on his face, revealing a flicker of fear in his eyes. It was too late for him to realize his fear. Luo Wei sneered, having perceived the terror in the Demon King's gaze. His heart was as cold as ice. He acted decisively, allowing no further opportunity for the Demon King. The spear whirled with increasing weight and speed. Initially, the Demon King could still conjure bone weapons for defense. But after only a few exchanges, he showed signs of exhaustion. Perish, Luo Wei bellowed, thrusting the spear through the Demon King's heart. Ha ha ha. Human, my lord shall avenge me. I shall await you on the road to the underworld. The Demon King howled, his expression twisted with madness. Then take your leave. I shall escort both you and your lord on your journey. Luo Wei grinned. Then with a violent shake of his arm, the power of his vitality surged through the spear, creating a gaping void the size of a basin in the Demon King's chest, penetrating entirely through. The Demon King's life force ebbed away in an instant. Yet, Luo Wei, still not satisfied, withdrew the spear and with a swift thrust, stabbed it into the Demon King's head, employing his vitality once more to shatter the massive skull completely. With a thunderous crash, the towering behemoth, over 10 meters tall, collapsed, shaking the very ground beneath. Luo Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. Surveying his surroundings, the previously captivated demon horde exchanged glances upon witnessing their king's demise, leading to a swift and chaotic retreat. The demon race adhered to a strict hierarchy of bloodlines, where the strong dictated the fate of the weak, leaving them devoid of any rebellious spirit. Now that their sovereign had fallen, these ordinary demons found themselves liberated from restraint, abandoning any resolve to confront Luo Wei. The formerly sluggish demons, when faced with escape, scattered as rapidly as students leaving school. In an instant, more than half had vanished. Thus, the threat of the airport has been alleviated, Luo Wei mused, his gaze falling upon a crystal core beside the Demon King's corpse. Many formidable demons eyed the core with avarice. Had it not been for Luo Wei's recent display of power in slaying their king, they would have charged forth. Luo Wei picked up the crystal core and stored it within his spatial ring. Observing the agitated demons, he raised his spear, causing them to retreat in fear. Just a few insignificant creatures, they pose no threat, Luo Wei thought, choosing not to pursue. After gathering the crystal cores from the remaining demons, he contemplated, ultimately deciding to collect the Demon King's corpse as well. He then leapt back onto the back of the water buffalo, instructing it to return home. Whether the beast understood Luo Wei's command or remained under Yao Xingtong's control, it obediently turned and sped back toward the airport. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed from the airport like celebratory fireworks, as the majority of the demons had fled, while the vanguard had already made contact with humanity. Some, in their panic, had inadvertently rushed toward the airport. Although seemingly clumsy, the buffalo's speed was remarkable as they neared the airport entrance. Its mane bristled, and Luo Wei's heart tightened, for he knew he lacked Fang Qinghan's keen perception. Animals possessed a far greater sense of danger than ordinary humans. Giggling, "Uncle, why have you stopped moving forward?" A melodious laugh rang out, followed by a surge of crimson mist, and shadowy figures began to materialize. Like the Demon King before, Luo Wei was once again confronted with familiar silhouettes, yet this time they appeared even more vivid, their emotions and expressions animated and lifelike. Fang Qinghan exuded an air of aloofness. Chu Fian was enchanting and alluring. Ai Wei irradiated gentleness. Su Mucheng embodied pure sincerity. Si Tu Qing was strikingly proud. Yao Xingtong was lively and charming, and Kakashi was irresistibly charismatic.